This is the Book of Pook. Written by Pook. Published in audio format by pillreader.com. The title of this post is, Introduction, A Pook is a Pook. Here is the post. The only reason why I'm here at So Suave is to help myself. I have absolutely no interest in being an authority or star poster or anything of such. I just want to correct my own flaws and discover life. I don't care about the DJ Bible, I don't care about any of the forum mechanics, or the forum custodians, or anything of the such. When I do a post, I basically talk to myself. The post is something I've found that helps me, which is why it appears in the tips section. If I wanted to discuss it, it would go in the discussions section. Many people do not understand this distinction and start ranting on my threads and don't understand why I don't respond. There's no need to discuss anything. The posts end up becoming so long because I already put in the questions within the post. There is a trend lately where people do not see the posts, they just see Pook. So when a Pook post appears, they go Pook baiting, term coined by Icepick. A good example of this is the habit is all thread. A very simple message, that provided clarity in my life, but obfuscated by nonsensical replies. My mission is to try to correct the Pook. I actually don't care about anything else. Things that help me I put out on the table, since maybe some of you guys have the same problems I did. If the post sounds like Latin to you, then don't consider it. We're all here to fix ourselves. Because the focus is on ourselves. I think that was when my big change came, was when I realized that I was the problem, not the women. That's why I rage against the focus on women, controlling women/tactics posts, or rather, when they rage at me. The solution to your problems is not in the woman but in yourself, but it does take a type of humility to realize that you are the problem. Consider the nice guy, he is right and the world, women are wrong. He is backwards. He is wrong and the women are right. I've been here for 3-4 years. Looking at my past posts, I can see how A leads into B and then to C and so on. For example, the Kill That Desperation post, for me, slammed the door shut on tricks and tactics. So what else was there to do? After that came Be a Man, which separated sexuality from intercourse. This slammed the door on me on all the lay reports and all. We are in a habit nowadays of defining sexuality only to matters of sex when, in fact, it goes well beyond intercourse. Thus, a male and a man are not one but two. Anyone can be androgynous. And being an androgynous is not a virtue, and being masculine is not a vice. Now, who is it that is saying man and woman do not exist, in their sexualized forms? Yes, gender theorists. Gender theorists hold that masculinity and femininity are socially imposed, in other words, artificial. I didn't realize they were the source, but I did realize then that something was off sexuality-wise in our world. The nice guys seem, not born, but manufactured. So I said, be a man. I want to free sexuality from just intercourse, else the world becomes androgynous and very dull. In towards manhood. This thought got dealt with more. I asked a group of guys what a guy does that is male. The only answer they repeated was sex with women. As big a supporter I am of sexing women, it shows that sexuality has been chased away and confined to the bedroom. I believe we're entering a new Puritan age where sexuality is outlawed, and allowed only through intercourse. The idea of a woman being feminine or a man being masculine drives some people nuts, as if they think they have a right to tell you how you should act. Life is much more enjoyable as a masculine figure than a nerdy androgynous. Now, here is a good observation. If sexuality is banned from all arenas except for intercourse, where it cannot be banned, what is the result? The result is that society becomes more androgynous. And the result of that is that sexual intercourse becomes more and more hyped and monumentalized. So your grandmother was right, intercourse is more paraded more than ever. If you outlaw one part of human sexuality, we just focus on the other part. Sexuality must go somewhere. Also, the Pleasantville analogy of the human race not discovering sex until the 60s is wrong. The 50s and 40s probably had more sex than today. After all, where did the baby boom come from? We are all worms crawling between heaven and earth. The Towards Manhood post went on detailing the heaven link of man. The Secret of the Jerk post details the earth link of man. Personally, I think the Towards Manhood post is a far better post than Secret of the Jerk, because nowadays, everyone focuses on the earth link, never on the heaven link, but everyone seems very bent on the earth link. We are all centaurs and we ride the beast through this world. Both elements, of the beast and the mind/soul, ought to be understood. What good does it do to cut off the heaven element and make no differences between us and apes, wolves, dogs, or Norwegian rats? Secret of the Jerk 2 focuses on the earth link of sexuality being morality, whereas Brave New World focuses on the heaven link of sexuality being morality. Both are to be dealt with. Posts like Feminism on Trial and such as my attack on what these neo-Puritans, these feminists, are doing with sexuality. I gave up trying to figure out how to get women and understanding women because I kept coming back to defining men. Just as you cannot define day without defining night, so too you cannot define women without defining men. Thus, my focus became placed on sexuality, meaning both sexes and the laws that influence them. I want to mine the secrets of nature to see how that can better myself. I have no desire to be seen as an oracle, and I despise people who see me as one. One thing I still cannot understand is why people talk of Pook as a person. There seems to be a contest going about who can best psychoanalyze the Pook. Alas, I wasn't invited to such a contest, and when I say what I am, people don't believe it. I tell you exactly how I think with my posts. But that is not enough. Pook is either this or that. Consider this thread. I posted here because they kept on talking of Pook, psychoanalyzing him, etc. etc. That pissed me off, as they don't know Pook and I'm the only one who really does. So the speed seducers came after me. They said, saying be a man is not enough. We need practical advice. Throughout all this, the Secret of the Jerk was on my computer, which dealt very much with the earth plane. I grew tired of all this and just decided to post the article. And everyone shut up. Why? Because instead of trying to understand themselves, they tried to understand Pook. Pook is this. Pook is that. Pook is Pook. What more needs to be said? Consider a recent example with Power Ego. He accused the Pook of being the term, workaholic, and that I was demanding everyone to become a workaholic. I kept talking to him just so he would keep talking, knowing full well the Fountain of Youth post was on my computer. When I grew tired of him, I just posted fire, and that was that. Look at this quote I got from another board, quote, "The whole foundation of Pook's current predicament is that he has dehumanized women to the point where he considers them to be grossly inferior creatures who are unworthy of his company." Unsurprisingly, that didn't even raise an eyebrow on SS, since that's also the foundation of every other approach to being a blah. Anyone that considers such an attitude to be masculine needs to buy a dictionary. Just because a woman is intelligent doesn't make her masculine, the two are completely unrelated. Likewise, ignorance and self-delusional stupidity are not in the least bit masculine. Pook has taken a path of quasi-intellectual wanking and turned his back on the very nature that he so vigorously plagiarizes the classics to champion. These people condemn the Pook for being an intellectual. BTW, how can you plagiarize the classics? Classics aren't copyrighted. And I haven't even gotten started on the classics and the knowledge of sexuality they hold, yet, some people are currently angry at me because I have been busy bashing intellectuals. So which is it, guys? Am I an intellectual or not an intellectual? As you can imagine, this is so comedic as would be worthy of the pen of Molière. Lately, some people say, Pook is misonomic. He hates women. Yet, I have series of posts where a youth goes, evil women. Evil women. and paints women as evil, and I show that the youth wrong, and that women may very well be the opposite. All these attempts to psychoanalyze the Pook are going to be wrong. Stop worrying about the Pook and worry about yourselves. If you don't like what the Pook says, don't listen to him. Pook is a big fat egotist. Yet, I have posts detailing that progress only comes through humility, as one who thinks he knows all the answers will never post anything new since he knows everything. I have been accused and labeled as everything under the sun. What is funny is even when I am truthful about who I am, like in the feminism on trial thread, people don't believe it and think I'm lying. No, I am who I've said I am. The title of this post is, Pookman's Advice to a Suffering Newbie. Here is the post. Anti-Dump had a metaphor that I like a lot. You should be free as a bird, flapping around, singing, and full of joy with life. Women want to capture the bird and throw it in a cage. Cage equals commitment. When birds tried to fly into the cage, wouldn't you think something is wrong with that bird? After all, who wants a bird that wants to be in the cage? No, women want the birds that are free, wild, and beautiful. They want a good catch. Good catches do not fly into cages. Only wounded or needy birds do. Women aren't complicated, our feelings just get in the way of what we want to do rather than what we should do. We want to rub their feet and build statues of them. We should demand respect and reward them only for good behavior. True passion can only be achieved when the man is willing to walk away at a moment's notice. After all, if you say I love you after a coffee date, then the passion is gone because you have shown that you will not walk away. Flowers and gifts should be used as a reward, not as an item to buy her affections. When a woman treats you with indifference, you challenge her. When a woman treats you with disrespect, you punish her by withdrawing your affection and time. When a woman treats you well with respect and the affection you want, you reward her. I think the solid line of thought that will get you as many girls as you want and keep your relationships bright and fiery is, do not have desire. Of course, being desireless is impossible. You can go up to any guy and talk, right? You should be able to do the same with women. The only things that are holding you back is 1, not understanding women, 2, desire makes you too nervous and uptight. With all the great articles at this site and this message forum, you'll eliminate number 1 quite fast. Number 2 is a bit harder. Some people are naturals at it, peak. Others have to go through a long series of crash and burns, rejections, and horrible relationships before they realize it was their desire that made them overlook all flaws and made them act illogically. Anti-Dump. You should be commended since most men think they are masters at romance. Everyone thinks they are right about everything. By coming here, you are already on the path to becoming a Don Juan. Soon, women will tremble with passion in your presence. If you're serious about educating yourself, then this site is going to change your life. It did for me. The title of this post is, 15 Lessons. Here is the post. A young man sat and pondered the next phase of his life. It is time, he said, for a girlfriend. Yet, this new course in his life seemed both exciting and frightening. But success will not come without much failure, he realized. If only there was a way to avoid the painful trials ahead. And then, like magic, appeared a Pook. As like anyone shocked by the sudden appearance of a Pook, he was speechless. But this happened to be a talkative Pook who said, I will guide you. The constant heartbreak, the loneliness, the feeling of having no control, these can be avoided. Follow me and I will show you many of the lessons that must be learned. Oh Pook! The young man cried out. Would it not be better to throw myself into initial error? Is not error the best way to success? No, your heart does not need to be shattered to realize its lessons. Do successful marriages come from a series of failed ones? Of course not. Foresight teaches gently, error teaches brutally. With that, the young man asked, and what is the first lesson? The Pook replied, Follow and see. Thus, the young man followed Pook to a nearby college campus. Pook then said, "Behold, the first example." Lesson 1. A young man, overflowing with desire, saw a woman he thought was extremely cute. She was simply walking around and was involved with her own things. "I should speak to her," he told himself. "I must meet her." But his body would not obey. He stood there, watching her in the corner of his eye, and felt as if he was burning. She eventually left and he cursed himself even more. Then appeared another woman who was even cuter. "I should say hi," he told himself. Yet, he stood like a statue and his body felt as if he was burning. "She is out of my league. She would never go for someone like me." He never approached and the woman left. Yet, another woman appeared more beautiful than the first two. Somehow, he got himself to approach. "Hi." He sputtered nervously. She was pleasant. He eventually asked for the number, to which she said no. Even though he failed, he felt much better that he tried. "Alas," he said, now realizing the error of his ways. "Rejection is better than regret, remember," said Pook. "Change is gradual. Before, you saw no opportunities. Now, you see them all about you, yet you are too hesitant to take them. You're slowly becoming more aware." What are you saying? When you find yourself hesitant, always yield to action. If you see her, do not wait, hawk, or wait for a perfect moment. Action, action, action. Pook, I cannot. You see. I am insecure. I don't have that confidence. You are confusing cause and effect. The cause of your hesitant nature is not because of your insecurity. You have not gotten what you've wanted, what you've desired. That is the cause of your hesitant nature. What? You are caught in the vicious cycle. You are hesitant because you are not used for things going your way. And things will never go your way because you remain hesitant. You see what you want, become hesitant, and the door of opportunity closes. It happens again. And again. And again. With each choice towards inaction, you reject yourself a little bit more. Pook continued. This is where that cycle of hesitation leads. In your world of hesitation, you shred off more and more of your manliness until you turn into a full-fledged nice guy. Then you seek to remove hesitation by making the approach risk-free. Then you start giving gifts, poetry, flowers, and declarations of love. You start to examine and re-examine non-existent signals until they read the way you want them to read. In the end, you place her on the pedestal and throw yourself to her worship. If there is a choice between less pain or the possibility of more pain, we default to the less pain. In adolescence, going for a girl and failing made you think everyone else would laugh at you. Whether or not it was true, you thought it was true. This was how you were kept within the cycle. But Pook, how do I get out? By realizing that the choice of inaction is more painful than action. Childhood is over. You are the man. You must approach. Always default to action now. From those of us who wasted years in that hesitation mode know that rejection is always better than regret. Always. Lesson 2. The woman enters the house followed by a guy. The guy is all smiles, thinking that great acts of intimacy are about to occur. But, alas, the woman launches into a rant about men. My ex-boyfriend was such a jerk, she began. Why is it that men treat me so roughly? The guy then transformed into Mr. Sensitive. There, he purrs. They do not know how great you are. You are beautiful, lovely, enchanting, dazzling in every way, and they are idiots when they cannot see it. You are so nice. What a friend you are. She squeals. Let me tell you more of my problems with men. And so the guy, who was excited because great acts of intimacy would occur, leaves severely disappointed with a hollow feeling echoing throughout him. I thought that through friendship, love would eventually spring. How wrong I was. A friend she sees, a friend you be. When he entered the house, the guy noticed a sign above the door. At the time, he was too excited to even consider reading it. Now that he was leaving, he read it. So true. He cried. For the sign above the door read, "Friendship abandon all hope ye who enter." But why, Pook? Why is friendship hopeless? I fall in love with my female friends. Do they not do the same? Pook then called up a woman. She appeared in a blaze of fire, probably from the place which all women are from. "O woman, pray tell. Why do you not go after your male friends?" The woman looked amazed that anyone could ask her that. "Because they are just friends." "But do they not fall in love with you?" "Yes. My male friends constantly fall in love with me. And, speak truly madam, what do you and your male friends do?" "Oh. Well, we hang out. We talk a lot." "Talk? About what?" "Everything. Anything. And they fall in love with you?" "Yes." "Ah," said the Pook. "Now we have the answer. Away with you." And the woman vanished in a fireball. What answer? Why, it is a difference between the sexes. "Young man, what do you do with your friends?" He looked thoughtful. "We play basketball. We ride around town. We play video games. But do you and your guy friends ever sit around and talk about your feelings and things going on in your life?" The young man looked angry. "Hell no. There is your answer. Men do not get together and just talk. We do things. When we are with our women friends, we talk much more. Since we reserve our talking, sharing emotions and experiences, to our romantic interest, we get confused with our female friends. We begin to get interested in them because of this. But what about women, Pook?" Pook pointed to the telephone lines above them. Lightning surged and glowed along the lines. "The phone lines. They are on fire." "Indeed. When women get together, what do they do?" The young man looked at the fiery lines. "They talk." "About what?" He looked thoughtful as sparks rained on him. "Everything. Women usually aren't used to getting together and doing pure action. So when they do so with their guy friends, they get a bit confused as well." "I see. So avoid the friendship route. When you see a woman you are interested in, go for her romantically. For a friend she sees, a friend you shall always be." Lesson 3. A guy called a woman and asked her out. The guy was nervous, was scared, he was shy. "So we're set for tomorrow night?" Yeah, she replied. Then, tomorrow night came. The guy agonized over the date the entire day. How should he act? What shall he wear? Did he have enough money? Would he be fun enough? But the poor guy realized he was wasting his time worrying, for there was no date. He got stood up. Obviously, there had to be a reason. Perhaps something awful happened. Perhaps her car didn't start. Perhaps some incredible thing occurred in her life at that time that kept apart the two star-crossed lovers. So he tried again. "Did we miscommunicate?" "Oh, yeah. You still want to go out?" "Sure. Let's go out on this and this day." "Okay. Okay." That day comes. The guy gets stood up yet again. But he rationalized it away. She did say she had things going on in her life. She did say that she wanted to go out with him. She did say that she wouldn't mind spending time with him. Obviously, something had to have come up. After all, she said she wanted to go. So the guy calls again and sets up another date. Likewise, he got stood up again. Ugh. He screams to himself. It is my fault. For I should judge by actions, not by words. Pook then took the young man to a wall with a majestic painting on it. The painting showed a young man, much like the young man in person, standing before a feminine monster, a sphinx. "What is that monster?" cried the young man. "Why," said the Pook, "it is all women, Mother Nature herself. This nasty sphinx devours all hearts and lives of those who cannot answer her riddle. That man, in the picture, he figured out the riddle to a woman. Thus, he became known as Don Juan. And the answer to the riddle? is that there is no riddle. Woman is a sphinx with no secret. It is only our minds that we assign her secrets, mysteries, pedestals, and goddess-like status. Pook noticed that the young man was confused, so he elaborated. Look at the above example. Look at how the lad got stood up over and over, and yet, over and over he rationalized the standing up. How often is it that a lad rationalizes signals to his liking? How often is it that a lad offers gifts and treasures as sacrifices to her goddess likeness, for in his mind she is a goddess? How often is it that a lad's overactive imagination converts her disrespect, her shallowness, her flaws, into love? So we paint the image we want to see? Exactly. Judge by her actions and not by her words. Judge by what she does than by what your mind wants to see. Our vanity will convert the image of every disinterested girl into secretly loving us, for women tell us what we want to hear. This is why we must judge by her actions and not by her words. Lesson 4. A man found himself in the company of lovely ladies. Alas, also in company were several men of high esteem. They were more handsome. They had more money. They had more charm. They were better in every way. But this man knew he had the goods too, if not in such a polished way. I will be patient and let the cards fall where they may. Notice that this was not inaction or an abrupt slowness. He did not let the lovely lady's attention get the best of him, nor the success or failures of his competition. The lovely ladies would cry, "Come here you!" and the other guys would rush to them. When they did it to the man, though, he just laughed, replied, and went on his way. The other guys, more handsome, more beautiful, lost the girls because they could not hold back their desire for a girlfriend. The patient man ended up with the girls. I now understand, he smiled with both girls on his arms. Patience is the refined sense of confidence. But Pook, cried the young man. How can patience be confidence? Isn't confidence courage? Isn't confidence action? How is patience courageous or action? Oh foolish boy. And Pook slapped him. Now let us summon up a Don Juan and observe his mannerisms. In a fountain of light descended a Don Juan. Hear me, O Don Juan. There are women around and other men are hitting on them. What is your reaction? The Don Juan just shrugged his shoulders and laughed. What? Cried the young man. These other guys are going to take his women. How can he be so laid back? He is laid back because he knows how great a catch he is and that getting women is easy. He knows he is the prince. But the women ... are not significant. The focus must be on you. The guys that can get almost any women are not scared or nervous that other guys are hitting on girls. He knows things the other guys never will. In fact, he might let them have free rein to weed out the desperate and stupid chicks from the smart and picky ones. As with muscles, it is the strong guys that know they are capable who are quiet and patient. It is the noisy guys that lack the skills. It is the large dogs that are quieter while the small dogs make up for their size with their obnoxious bark. It is the patient ones that control the world, the impatient ones are controlled by it. Lesson 5. A woman was crushing on him badly and the guy was bewildered and stunned, for this was unfamiliar ground for him. He was now wise enough to have patience. But she would get close to him. Her eyes would shine like stars. She would make jokes about kisses and kissing. He felt the urge to kiss her but denied it. Eventually, the iron grew cold. The woman became disinterested. She moved on. Oh dear, the guy realized. I should have kissed her. I have been following philosophies and not being myself. I should follow my inner nature, and trust the gut. How do you trust the gut? Asked the young man. Pook led him to the breakfast table. Before it sat a kid. Now, how does the kid know to eat? Why, the food is right in front of him. His nose smells it. His eyes see it. He drools. And so is the same with women. What does the kid do next? He takes a taste. But how does he know when to do it? His senses all tell him to do so. He knows when to eat because the food has been all prepared, has been cooked, and is presented before him. But what mechanism tells him that? The young man smiled. His gut. And so is it the same with women. They have been prepared through decades of aging and growth for this purpose. They dream it. They want it. Oh heavens, do they want it? They have been warmed through your fun, through your attention, through their desire, through your desire. They are presented through themselves. Do you think she is wearing what she does for herself? No, she is wearing it for you. Women are not ornaments to be admired. They are there to be consumed. You know it. They know it. I see. Nature has a system in place. No philosophy in the world can do you any good. The philosophies that supposedly work are the ones that best match nature's music. You either can flow with the system and get what you want, or you can buck it in pain. So listen to that gut. Lesson 6. The guy was on a prowl for a girlfriend. He approached many girls and did everything he could to win them. He failed miserably. With one girl, he brought flowers. With another girl, he brought her gifts. Yet, with another girl he brought her candy. In conversations, he would be agreeable to everything she said. In matters of planning, he would reschedule anything and everything on her whim. The women would become his sun with his entire life merely orbiting them. But the poor guy kept crashing and burning. It is because they don't know how good you are, older women and friends said. Yet, the guy noticed a pattern in his crash and burns. The only constant is I. What if it is something I keep doing? He stayed the same. Unsurprisingly, he crashed and burned more. Eventually, something in him snapped. No more. He said. Why am I acting like a beggar? I am smart, handsome, have a future, and women ought to work to get me. So, thus stopped the flowers, gifts, and candy, the agreeableness, rescheduling, and revolving around her whims. No more pedestals. He declared, for you are the great catch. Yes, says the Pook. You are the prize to be won. The young man jumped up and down with joy. Goody. That means I get to be passive, to continue to indulge in my vaporous habits, and not do a thing to alter myself. I like to hear that because it means I am perfect as I am and ought not change for anyone. Pook slapped him. Foolish youth. If you are not changed by life, then you are not living life. Only those who are not altered by life are those totally unaware of it. But the young man was stubborn. He said with a moral tone, will not change for anyone. What about for yourself? I like myself the way I am. All right. Enough. The young man was startled. He had never seen Pook angry. I am what I am. He persisted. So Pook summoned two young men. Each stood in a corner. Pook then said, before us are two youths who are on the threshold of life. Both have the same origins. Yet, the destinations are different. Let us look at the first one. What was witnessed was that young man growing up. If he got a bump on his head, he would cry to his mother. He would pull on her apron strings. He felt safety and comfort in his mother. With his father, he felt an uncertain fear within him. His father was the one who set the punishments, the deadlines, the lessons that had to be learned. He preferred the company of his mother who seemed free from those hard edges. Now the second young man's childhood came into view. His life was exactly the same. Is there a point to this? Protested the impatient young man. Watch, said the Pook. The first young man never broke free from the enticing womb-like feeling around his mother. He sought to replicate it over and over. Off he tumbled into reality like tumbleweed blown every which way by the winds of the age. He didn't know what he wanted to do in life, so he did what everyone around him did. He was captive to his friends, never seeking to break apart to tend to his own matters or such. The playtime was too important to him, a part of that sense of ease and joy he had around his mother. He eventually found a girl, chose the first one that actually liked him, or tolerated him, he couldn't know, and married. Alas! The marriage lasted only a few years until divorce came. "Why did she leave me?" whined the pathetic male. "I cherished her. I bought her flowers every day. I sang her sonnets. I always told her I loved her. She complained, he disgusted me." The man goes through life, broken and re-broken, trying fruitlessly to rebuild that sandcastle of childhood fun while waves of reality kept on crashing down on him. He dies forgotten and irrelevant. "Oh!" cried the young man. "That is awful." "What is so awful?" Pook replied. He was, after all, just being himself. Now for the second young man. This young man quickly realized that childhood was over. Rather than looking towards forever replicating that sense of summer vacation of escapefulness and feminine bliss, he launched himself at reality. "I will not live my life as a nothing," he declared. His friends and friendly were astonished at his constant self-improvement, his constant blossoming of talent and will. He, in turn, was astonished at them. It is like, he would say, that they are stuck in a type of stasis. I have changed, they acknowledge that. But they are exactly the same. He got to pick what woman he wanted. He got to pick what career he wanted. He got to pick his destiny. He answered life's challenges and refused to retreat from them. Whereas the first young man was defined by the age within he lived, the second young man defined the age himself. When he died, countless people mourned. For they thought he was a genius. Others thought he was talented beyond description. Yet, others thought he was touched by heaven itself. After all, how else could these poor fools realize such success? It couldn't have been made, they said. He had to be born with it. No, it was because he was a man who chose to ground up the world, culture, and alter his vision rather than to be grounded up into the worldly culture's axing wheel of routine and fashion. "The difference is simple," said the Pook. "The first young man is facing towards infancy. The second young man is facing away from infancy. The first one wishes to climb back into the womb, the second one wants to fly from it. The first wishes a cushioned place in the world while the second one leaves the cushions behind. The first one is ordinary, the second one is extraordinary. Thus, the second one becomes the great catch while the first one merely becomes a filler of a void." "I see," said the startled young man. "The second one is always getting better. The first one is always staying the same if not getting worse." "Exactly. It is the difference between rotting and ripening. Be the good fruit. Be the prize to be won." Lesson 7. This young man thought he had become successful with his desire. Boyfriend and girlfriend were they, the hard awkward early moments finally gone. All was good. Except, "I am hungry." Are they not always hungry? Fetch me lunch. Poor young man. He had enough wisdom not to do this earlier, but now, he told himself, "She is my girlfriend. I must make her happy." He brought her lunch. After feeding her face, was she satisfied? No. For she said, "I need to do this and this at work today. It would be wonderful if you would go get the supplies for me." And off the nice guy went. And when he returned, there was another task. Poor nice guy. On and on it went. More tasks, more chores, he became wrapped around her finger. Then, it happened, "I think we should just be friends," she said. The nice guy was devastated. But also, he was puzzled. He did everything he could to please her, and this was the result. "Ah," he realized. "By pleasing her whims, I lost track of mine. A servant you'll be, a friend she'll see. As respect is all." But Pook, why? Why would respect be so vital? I'm not equipped to answer such a question. Let us ask a great philosopher. And then, out of nowhere, appeared Socrates. "Attention, Socrates. You have been summoned. Did you know that? Answer the question that is respect." And Socrates replied, "That's an easy one, Pook. Where there is reverence there is fear, but there is not reverence everywhere that there is fear, because fear presumably has a wider extension than reverence. Socrates then vanished in a whirl of bluish smoke. O wise sage! Salient soul! Respect is the realization of set boundaries. After all, how can reverence become without any sense of fear, of you walking away? For true passion with women can only come when a man can easily walk away. The great catch: walking away is woman's great fear. Walk away? Yes. Now let us ask a question to that opposite sex. Arise, woman. The woman enters with flair and fire. Answer this riddle: why do men who are willing to walk away turn you on? And the woman laughs. Didn't everyone know this? A man that can walk away means that he has his pick of the litter, and the woman can easily be replaced. You won't find the lawyer or doctor or politician be entangled to a woman at first. Away you go. The woman melted in a blaze of fire and flame. So the great catch is always willing to walk away? The great catch is respect. She is supposed to celebrate life with you, not use you as a peon. Be a man and respect attends to itself. Lesson 8. Now the young man had battle plans galore for the women. If she does this, he said, I will do this. He memorized the interest signals and was stuffed with philosophies. Yet, he noticed that guys who knew nothing of seduction scored left and right. How did they do it? Also, he faced a big problem. Talking to a woman normally he was fine with. Talking to her with a sexual outcome made him feel guilty and dirty. He knew being desireless was keeping him from being desperate, but it wasn't getting him women. In fact, it seemed that those guys desiring the women would have their desire reflected back. Then it hit him, only the sexual ones get the girls. I don't get it, Pook. So Pook took the young man to the workshop of Leonardo da Vinci. The young man sat and watched the Pook stand before a large screen. Like Leonardo's picture of man, Pook had one of woman. Pook tapped on the woman with his pointy stick. Women, he said, are entirely sexual creatures. They do not respond to your intellectualism. They do not respond to your genius. They only respond to sexuality. What do you mean, Pook? Most men are scared of their sexuality. Look at the chumps. They are not men, they are androgynous. They are ape-like. The young man wasn't getting it, so Pook summoned up a nice guy and a woman. Look, says Pook. The woman has invited the nice guy to her pleasure palace. She is wearing sexy clothing. The young man merely nods and drools. She is being a woman. The young man nods enthusiastically. She simply is. Now look at the nice guy. The nice guy was very frustrated and looked extraordinarily nervous. Why, he is not being male. He is not being what he is. Enough. Pook summoned up another example. Here, the nice guy is leeching off the woman in a pathetic friendship way. Anyway, let us ask the woman, does Mr. Nice Guy have a penis? What? Mr. Nice Guy? No way. He could never have a penis. But the young man was still confused. I still don't get it. What do you want a relationship with a girl to be about? Do you want to talk about DNA or genetics all day? The young man laughed. Of course not. Then stop talking to her about DNA and genetics. Stop talking to her about geek things. You do not need another lab partner. I want sex. I want a sexual relationship. Then embrace your own sexuality. Be a guy, talk like a guy, act like a guy. Do action things. It is one thing to talk about things you love, but most guys talk about things just to talk. Sexualize myself, my appearance, and my actions, and the women will naturally follow. Exactly. Lesson 9. Oh, how he wanted success with women. Why did others do so well and he so poorly? All jocks did was breathe and grunt to get chicks, and he did everything possible with no success. Alas, the pangs of despised love. She was beautiful, wonderful, but only wanted him as a friend. In fact, every girl he held desirous thoughts about thought of him as only a friend or less. It was time for change. Information was the key, he knew. He devoured books, articles, anything at all about the nature of women and creating romantic success. Then he met a Spanish guy named Manuel. Manuel said, "Behold, for here is your battle plan, psychological maneuvers. You shall learn neuro-linguistic programming. Now speak like this, when you have that connection with someone, that warm, safe, and comfortable feeling right there, then what sometimes can happen is." With Manuel, women became a sum of psychological instruments to be played to his tune. Guides. You shall learn and memorize the booklets of societal situations with women. Now he knew to do this when she did that, to do that when she did this, on and so on. Following Manuel's guides, he met a consistent success. Ceaseless information. You shall never have too much information, commanded Manuel. Thus, countless articles, countless posts streamed underneath the young man's eyes. At the end of the day he was still in front of the computer. "I love you, Manuel." The young man cried. Any problems, any situations, Manuel would always have an answer. He would consult with Manuel day and night, memorize Manuel's teachings, and worship Manuel. But, oh, something was not going right. He had burned the mantra in his mind, "Thou shalt never stay on the phone longer than 20 minutes, only to break it." With a startling success. Also ingrained was the mantra, "Thou shalt never compromise," and lo and behold. When he broke this rule, he usually crashed and burned. But this time he achieved high-flying success. Soon, the rules that had so framed his courtly actions disintegrated. He realized. These guides and rules were a clutch for my lack of confidence. They do, however, work but are overall limited. Then he smiled. The rules and guides are the training wheels, the helper out of the nest. No more shall he be completely dictated by that Spanish guy named Manuel. He could now fly and soar on his own. So, be not contained by formula. If the rules and guides were successful, why would he abandon them? Because he realized he was successful not by the rules and guides, but by the approaching and fun mindset the rules and guides demanded. The young man, as ever, was confused. So Pook, with his seemingly endless magic abilities, summoned up 2 men. "One of these," said Pook, "is an actor." And the 3 watched the actor become Hercules, Henry V, Hamlet, and every hero with a capital H. But in person, this actor transformed into a wimp. What happened to the hero? Wondered the young man. Then they saw the other man in action. "He is heroic," marveled the young man. "Indeed," said the Pook. "One is naturally confident, the other is scripted. But what is wrong with the scripted? Nothing. But it is critical to realize the purpose of scripts and guides." "Which is what?" Pook then took the young man to a place that overlooked 2 crowds of men. One group kept rushing back and forth to the man on the center pedestal, the Spanish guy named Manuel. The other group consulted Manuel only here and there, but traveled off in blazing new and fresh paths. "What is the point?" "It is simple," Pook declared. "The point of Manuel is not to grant you success. If you do, you will forever be under his dictatorship. The entire reason why Manuel exists is to not grant you success but illustrate the means of success. Meaning that a few people became successful and formed Manuel out from the clay of their knowledge. Manuel is their automaton, their robot, to consistently answer newbies' questions. The end goal in seduction, in success, is to make it natural. When it becomes natural, you have no need for Manuel and can handle anything women throw at you." Ugh. The young man pulled his hair. "I used to think women were nice and charming, that only bad boys were the problem. This knowledge is shattering every ideal I held about women." Pook nodded. "These are but a few of the harsh truths. Women would rather share a successful man than be attached to a faithful loser. Many women do not marry for love. Most divorces end up with the guy cherishing the woman but the woman detesting the man. Even for long-term marriage, the Don Juan is the way to go. The innocent, nice girl is often the horniest and likely not innocent. Many women consider your looks, your career, what you can offer them, before your integrity and character. Women are more sexual than men can even dream. Women are not attracted to genius, only strength and imagination. Woman's sole mission is union, either for pleasure or the fruits of children. She cares nothing for your philosophy and all except to either use it to catch interest in a guy or to enthrone herself. Women, in sex, desire to be treated as an object and relish it. Women place value in societal links, how they are thought of. You become her ego. Lesson 10. Why did some guys succeed with women without even trying while other guys fail with women no matter how hard they try? Why did these guys, seemingly arrogant, get women? Why did these jerks succeed where he, the nice young guy, failed? Because you're a wimp, answered the jerks. But the nice guy responded in a bashful tone, but I am myself. I will never change for anybody. But this nice guy wasn't receiving any dates, either. Ha ha, you are such a wimp, said the jerks. The hot girls would laugh behind his back. What a desperate chump. Desperate. Why was he acting as if the women were better than he? Why should he win her, let her win him? Why buy her gifts? Let her buy him gifts. This new attitude got him all the dates he needed. But why did he not adopt that mindset before? He remembered the past voices in his head. What did they say? Let us hear them. You do not have muscles. What makes you think you can get hot women? You are not that smart. Why do you think you can get the pick of the group? You do not have a high-paying job. Why do you think you deserve a hottie? And the loudest, most annoying voice, you are not as cute or handsome as the other guys. Therefore, you do not deserve a hot chick. Alas! He knew he was not Prince Charming, so he did not act like one. But now he realized that Prince Charming is not the producer of the confidant thought, to the contrary, the confidant thought is the producer of the Prince Charming. In order to be successful in the world, you must be successful in your mind. That is the secret, he said during his revelation. For, as you think, you shall become. And so long as you think, so long you remain free. But Pook, what are you, a self-improvement seminar? Where is the woman in this? Women come and go, but you are forever. The focus must be on you. What do you want in a girl? What do you want to do for a date? What type of relationship are you looking for? It is a machine to the one. You push the button and out she comes. But Pook, what if she does not like your date ideas? What if she is different from what you are looking for? Then she is not for you. The thing girls hate is when you cannot have a date idea, which happens to guys because they want to please her without thinking of themselves. You have a series of hobbies and tastes. If she likes your date ideas, then that is good. If she doesn't, then go get another girl. There are billions out there. But that is rejection. Pook slapped the young man. Only if you place the focus on the woman. If you do that, then you actually believe it is women who are making the choice, not you. There is no rejection, you are merely finding out if she has good taste. After all, she is looking for a guy that fits her interests and tastes. If she doesn't like you for whatever reason, let her. And thank her for doing so. Thank her? Which would you prefer? A woman who collapses her own interests for the sakes of yours merely to have a boyfriend, or a woman who likes you because of you? Because of our tastes, our compatibility, runs parallel. Indeed. Now think back to your nice guy days, those suffering days of endless agreement and non-confrontation. What service did you do to help find compatibility? Alas, no. The young man's face turned white as he realized the utter disgust he was in his old ways. I am so ashamed. You're not the only one, said the Pook. "Look into the valley. Look at how man has fallen." And the young man looked into the valley. There he saw hordes of nice guys throwing themselves toward an idol, the golden woman statue. Flowers, chocolate, bad poetry, and declarations of love were all tossed at the statue. Thunder then exploded. Then, out of nowhere in graceful light and melodies of enchanted harps, appeared the Don Juan. "What is he doing here?" muttered Pook. This was not scheduled in the post. Soswave note, indeed. The Don Juan spirit can appear in any post whenever he wishes. The young man called out, "Speak, spirit. I will call out to it." Pook cupped his mouth. "Wherefrom did you come?" The spirit stood there, silent, with a confident air of invulnerability. Then Pook yelled, "Oh, speak, perturbed spirit. Speak thy truth." And the spirit, in great anger of how men have turned into beastly chumps, threw the tablets he held at the fleeing nice guys. He spoke these words, then vanished in a fountain of light. You cannot be yourself without truthfully seeing yourself. You cannot sacrifice character for joyfulness without ultimately destroying happiness. You cannot control the situation, but you can control yourself, your emotions, and your life. You cannot have women love you until you love yourself. You cannot grasp the female nature until you grasp your male nature. You cannot win her until you focus on her winning you. You cannot fully know the principles of this website until you leave it. You cannot obtain love by giving yours away for free. You cannot fulfill your desire by letting it trump your integrity. You cannot be yourself by denying your dreams and what it takes to achieve them. Lesson 11. Comfortable with himself and his successful habits, he relaxed and reacquainted himself with his friends. He noticed they had lady problems. Why are women female? One opined. Everything would be much simpler if they weren't female and would logically make sense. Indeed. They are not just female but so annoyingly female. And on they complained. Years later, the young man found his old friends married or in serious relationships. In every single one, the girl chose him. Each and every one of them was chronically unhappy. However, they wouldn't admit it to themselves. They said, "What? You are still single? Oh, poor guy. You will one day progress and get a chick like us." "Indeed," said another. "I just got a new girlfriend and you are still single. Ha." And a third said, "We all are married or have girlfriends but you, poor chap, are still single. You need to start listening to our advice." And together they said, "Give the woman flowers, chocolate, poetry, declarations of love, your full attention, your promises, your exclusiveness, your time, your dreams, your life, and adopt her desires, her plans, her manipulations, and her designs on your future." The young man laughed. "Shrug off my manhood for a girl. No thanks. 4. Getting a girl is not the success." Pook. Whatever do you mean by this? Most guys still think like women. They think that by sleeping with lots of women, by having a girlfriend, or by having a wife means they are successful with women. You mean that beggars can't be choosers. You mean for guys to pick the girl rather than the other way around. You're closer, and that is true. But women date for all sorts of reasons. They marry for all sorts of reasons. They sleep with you for all sorts of reasons. To the addition of the above, you want to find a woman that is interested in you. I don't understand. So Pook summoned forth a guy and his girlfriend. The guy, smug, says, "I got a girlfriend now. Doby-doby-do." Pook summoned a single guy into the room. The coupled guy smugly said, "Oh, poor thing. You will get a girl like me one day." The single guy bowed his head and looked sad. Alas! He had no chick. Boo-hoo. "Now," said the Pook, "let us fast forward several years." Years later, the guy and his girlfriend got married. Why did they marry? It seemed like the next thing to do. Alas, the divorce swiftly came in a few years. The error is guys defining their success on having a woman or women. They should rather be concerned with having a woman that does actually like them. Why do you say this, Pook? It sounds like a bit more work. Yes, but if you do this then you won't be like the following: she said she loved me and we got married. Why does she want a divorce now? All my friends thought she was a keeper. So why is she cheating on me with her ex? She won't return my repeated calls? What is going on? I do her date ideas and she thought I was boring. What does that mean? Pook shook his head. When you aim at something long-term, you need to make sure the woman like you. Just because she dates you, sleeps with you, and yes, even marries you does not mean she likes you. So what should I do? You define what the dates are at first. She will work with you if she likes you. You can soften up later, like in a couple of months. If she starts breaking dates, giving you the runaround, or seems inflexible, then that should be warning signs that she doesn't like you. I see. But what if you're so awful at jing that no woman likes you? Then you'll have more free time with your buddies. Success cannot be getting a girl, because that means failure is being alone. No. Failure is being in an unhappy marriage or a relationship where she has no true interest in you. So the focus must be on you, including her interest. Right. Drop the getting a girl is success mantra and you will never be dumped. Lesson 12. The young man showered himself with the ladies daily. Oh, how sweet this life seemed. But how sour its effects were. He felt hollow. As if he wasn't true to something. And then, a voice swelled up inside him. Voice, pestilence. You cannot keep me caged forever. What are you, cruel voice? Your words like daggers in my heart. Voice, then you are not valiant, for you fear the pointed tip like a soft worm. I am you, your inner self, your own imagination, and, if you like, soul. By caging me, your successes with women will spike with increasing frustration. What? You are the one that is spreading this emptiness through my body like a virus? Voice, you craven dismal dreaming miscreant. You know you are now getting what you desired, women. So why are you so unhappy? Oh voice, most cruel and foul. You are the rudeliest welcome to this world. My answer is, because I haven't found the right one. Voice, no, you wimpled beef-witted wagtail. You have divided your emotions from yourself, your imagination from reality, and your true personality from the universe. But I had to change because I wasn't getting the women. Voice, and you failed because by keeping me caged, you limit yourself. I act only in accordance to what women want. Voice, but women want you to live in your own world, to stop bending over to be spanked, and not in the good way, a willy-billy translating into a tampon that every woman uses for her needs, emotional, physical, social, etc. You are the equivalent of the woman doing whatever to please the men. Yes, the girl that is the smokehouse where every man does place his meat. You are the magical tampon where every woman does place in her. Oh, you are a crusty botch of nature. All the things women want. Confidence. Humor. Spontaneous. Fun. These are all qualities of a man living out his imagination. Embrace your dreams. Stop trying to be perfect in woman's eyes, for you're wrong. The truest commandment with sexuality, do not bore women. And unite dream and day. Goodly youth, you have gotten a letter. The youth was excited. A letter? For me? He hurried to rip it open. Who is it from? Read. And the youth did. He looked at Pook. The address says the letter came from Womanivers. Indeed. Like a heaven over us, the ladies in Womanivers watch us over. Yes, they always notice you. They look at your life and reward the men of the world with the feminine element. But not all men get the same type. Oh, no. Some get virgin material while the fools get common ore. What else can you tell me of this feminine element? It is highly relaxing, very ornamental in sports cars, explodes and freezes for no reason, and reacts well to gold. platinum, or any of the precious metals. It also turns green when placed near superior specimens. What are you saying, Pook? That how we are the rock in their world, that they are the rock, an element of ballast for us in this universe? Oh, silly youth. These thoughts are too feathery and fluff at nothingness in your dimension. Don't think of it, only read the letter. Do the women write to us men, often? Rarely. Usually, women speak in womanese so we men don't hear anything anyway. But, being a dutiful Pook, an emissary myself, I have translated the letter to masculine terms. Thank heavens. Now I see why it's in 19th century style. Just read the letter. The youth held up the letter and read. Quote, Dear sir, do not be ungrateful to the women. They surprised you, perhaps shocked you, but they also prepared unexpected triumphs for you as author. Among these successes will be the control and direction you place on your own life and destiny. But, alas, this will not be the fate for most. Indeed, for many of you, you remove one kingly focus only to place another error in its place. Instead of abolishing the throne, you just throw new systems and techniques on it. This is the cycle of chumpdom. Yet, there is good reason to say that the ways of nature are as infallible as they are inscrutable. For if you will just grant us a moment, what we shall very soon try to demonstrate through our messenger, Monsieur la Pook, we will show you a revolutionary revolution. The throne that kept controlling your life in some way, in some fashion, will finally be shattered, no matter what system you place on it. Your fellow nobles, all ambitious with dagger eyes, will try to place themselves on this throne of your world, to get you to live in their world. They will crown themselves with your dreams and say, look at me. I am the object and axis of your world. My whims become your laws. I will dictate what you enjoy today, including your tastes in food, women, and cars. I alone will frame the world you live. Oh, you pitiful youth. There you go, bowing down, letting people control you. But locked within you is a Promethean fire just waiting to unleash, phoenix-like, a sexual combustion of soul and desire whose ingredients of dreams and thoughts lay ready and abundant within you. All you must do is combine these ingredients, combine your thought and action, your dream and day, and watch that throne be swept away. Oh, Pook. How strange these women are. Indeed. One of the biggest surprises of my transformations into Don Juan was not that the older women noticing the difference, no, it was that they said, it is like you have grown up. Why did they say that, Pook? Because it was the truth. Why do you let people mold and shape your life? Your life is going in circles because you cannot tear yourself from your loser friends or stupid entertainment. Keep reading the letter. The difference between a Don Juan and a chump is the difference between a man and a child. Make no mistake, the Don Juan world and the chump world is as different as heaven is to hell. You see, sir, there was a time when this was known. Men strived and created a world of their own. They took what they wanted and asked questions later. They had designs on what they wanted to do in life and how to get there. What we women despise the most is the broken male. It is the drifter, the nice guy, the chump who, when the focus of your energies is misplaced, production and energy are wasted and undone. Years of your life can pass by in this tragic manner. Or worse, when the focus becomes seen as something that it is not, the male becomes the nice guy, just as a dog becomes a sheepdog, provided nature does not guide it to freedom. The life of a man is not to be coddled and guided. All men are called to be leaders, even if it is not to guide other men. You are meant to guide your own household, protect it, and keep your wife and children from the paths of error, defending your fruits of nature from the locusts and storms of time. The youth put down the letter. How odd and strange this note is. Pook smiled. If one day, you actually get the chance to enter Womaniverse, you'll be even more amazed. And the key to get to Womaniverse? Is to unite your dream and day. It is the only way. Lesson 13. Alas! Whenever the young man approached a woman, 1,000 Don Juan philosophies came to thwart his peace. All these ideas clogged his action. Then he remembered how awesome he was with women when he was a little kid. He was always the Don Juan of the sandbox. He wondered, have women really changed? No, only in his mind. At heart, women are still little girls. So when he saw the luscious babe sitting there, he smiled and saw a bored little girl looking for fun. He would make fun of her, do physical action things with her, take her by the hand to lead her somewhere, and she thought he was the perfect guy. I understand now the source of cocky and funny. He smiled. Charm is treating women like little girls. This is the most sexist thing I have ever heard. You doubtful youth. You are a beanstalk cynic, a crusty philosopher. How can you argue so rudely against me? Look. When we were young, we all desired to grow up. Now, once grown up, we desire to be young again. Being poor, you trade your time and health for money, only to use that money for time and health. We have all passed through the world of a child. Are you saying that I ought to be childlike? Yes. Young kids, lacking the chemical madness curse that puberty brings us, are at perfect ease and treat the sexes appropriately. No young boys will say, whatever you want to do. Young boys run around, they do not sit and talk to the girl all night. Young boys have their cars, their trucks, their dangers and excitements. Now, compare the young boys' actions to those who are really successful with women. The youth was alarmed. They are identical. I always thought women were immature for going after these so-called jerks, bad boys, and jocks. I see that in some ways they are immature, but they kept that joy of youth with them, whereas I had killed it. Youth, what do you do on a date? Why, I speak to her about philosophy, about literature, about the designs on the universe, about DNA, about world events, about... Stop. I can take no more. Come and drink from this fountain of youth. The youth did so. All those paper bullets of the brain ceased. Now all I want to do is do things and not talk. I want to run around. I want to have fun. And women go crazy over these types of guys. Some people are so scared of growing older that they become extremely aged in their youthful flesh. Now you will be the envy of every philosopher, scholar, thinker, and deep analyzer. You will be in the world they have no access to. Nothing has changed. The attitude you had towards girls when you were in the sandbox is exactly the attitude you need now. So think young and live. Lesson 14. The young man had one problem left. He would be very successful with women, from one-night stands, from casual dating, from relationships, and so on. Yet, every now and then, he got that feeling of something bursting through his chest like a creature popping out from alien. The woman would talk to him, blah blah blah. He felt it inside, a very sweet but gooish feeling. She would go on, blah yappity blah blah, and he felt the sickly warm feeling spread throughout his body. What was happening to him? Yappity yap blah blah, yappity, blah yap. The girl continued as he felt the feelings spread throughout his body, paralyzing him, like a poison. Ya blah blah ya, she went on, oblivious as he was collapsing from this sickness. The next day, he had this overwhelming urge to send her flowers, chocolate, and bad poetry. It was too much, and he gave in, and saying, "You are my life. I love nothing else so well as you. I will do anything for you." Then she said, "I think we should just be friends." Oh, that AFC disease rose up again in him. How does one smash it forever? He smiled, and realized, always have a backup chick. But Pook. Perhaps this guy was falling in love. No. It was a false love. Come and see. Pook led the youth inside every man's heart. Inside the cavernous room, each surrounding wall depicted television screens with a graphic. What is this place? Every guy has a passion about different things. On that wall is his car passion. We see many screens of different cars, all ones he loves. On that other wall there is his food passion. We see screens of all his favorite foods. And if you come along here, you'll find the ambition wall where screens show all the things he wants to do. Now look at the women wall. Pook. There is only one picture on it. Yes. Nature has designed us to love in a marriage way when there is only one picture on that wall. I can understand that. But where is the problem? The problem is that he is not married or engaged to her. So he is acting married to her when really they are dating or just friends. Oh dear. Yes. When a guy decides to go dating and dates only one chick at a time, only one picture will appear on the wall. When there is only one, he is designed to think of her in a marriage way. So he starts becoming AFC with this girl he just talked to. So say if a guy is socially unskilled and has only one friend that is a girl, only that girl's picture will appear on the wall? And because of that, he will fall in love with his friend? Exactly. If there is only one fuck buddy, he will eventually want to date the girl, want to become exclusive with her, and turn into a total AFC. But if he has a backup chick ... then another girl is on the wall as well. He can't act married if there is more than one girl up there. Thus, he stops becoming a latent AFC. But what if he has his interest in other things? Shouldn't he date only one girl then? No. Either go for many or go for none. If you go for one, you will become an AFC. Most guys are too lazy or too scared to go for multiple girls. So they remain AFCs and forever remain in the vicious cycle. Lesson 15. The young man had all the knowledge he could dream of about women and life. He stepped into the casino of life and approached the game. A man placed the dice, the new ones the young man had been so busy forging in his mind, into the young man's hands. Pook. I recognize the young man you speak of. It is you. Alas, I've only been telling you my own recollections with every lesson here. When I condemn the young man, I am only condemning myself. Let us continue. Pook looked onto the board and saw the squares of victory with their prizes. He shook the dice in his hand, knowing that it wasn't the victories earned that mattered. The zest of life is the rattle of dice in the cup, he said to himself. The games master asked, Monsieur Pook, how much are you willing to bet on the throw of your dice? Pook looked at his dice. They were the dice of talent, dreams, and endurance. He looked at his stack of chips, one color being whatever property and things he had, another being his societal connections including that of his family and friends, and the most treasured type of chip of one's most awesome resource, time. Pook told the games master, put it all on the table. The games master looked alarmed. But if you do that, you may lose all your property, all your society, and all your time, and thus, your life. Are you willing to bet all that on your talent, dreams, and endurance? Everyone in the casino was looking at Pook now. Very few people bet it all. All on the table, Pook repeated, rattling the dice. Laughing, he rolled the bones and said, the greatest risk you can take in life is not to risk it all. You can be the smartest person in the world, the most talented, the most persistent, but you will never win in the world or with women unless you embrace the glory of risk. But Pook, I am scared of risk. What if I lose? Pook slapped the youth. You cannot lose. Everyone wants to define your life, to shape it to their ends. From politicians to your friends. Everything is all right as long as you stay you. But if you break out of the mold, everyone, and I do mean everyone, will try to stop you. So how can we not lose? Just as on the battlefield, the valiant warrior losing in glorious battle is honorable. It is not the victory that defines the man, it is the fight. There are some people who somehow have this curse or bad luck and must eat an excrement sandwich every day. They win every time they struggle against that. So to risk is to fight. Then all this knowledge and insights are merely the sword, shield, armor, and weapons we fight with? And those who fight, unarmed, are more worthy than those who sit there completely clad with the finest of weapons? Yes. Paradise, spoken slowly, is literally a pair of dice. Gamble what you have. For if you bury your talent and dreams to sit on it, you will receive the wrath of heaven. Unworthy servant will be screamed at you. But what if the situation itself seems impossible? What if all odds seem against you? What happens then? Pook, exhausted from this post, began to vanish towards the Pook place where all Pooks come from. Just remember, opportunities are brilliantly disguised as impossible situations. The title of this post is, What Every Skinny Guy Should Know. Here is the post. Smart, fun, and interesting. So why is it that all the beautiful women always seem out of your grasp? Why? You may even be athletic. You can do karate, can run super fast around the track, along with other things. So why does it seem you can get the average to cute girls but the very attractive women seem out of your reach? What is holding you back is that you are skinny. But I like being skinny, you say. Look at all those fat people. Indeed. Those guys who go to the gym and all are just idiots. There was an article in the Atlantic Constitution that said how average women marry skinny guys over big guys. It also said, why am I parroting? Let the article speak for itself, quote, it is self-evident that beautiful women end up with the masculine men, in other words, not skinny guys like you. I know. I can hear what the objections you're saying. Because I used to make them. It seems so jock-like and is below you. I have gained over 50+ pounds of muscle mass. There is a saying that when skinny guys get big, when they look in the mirror, they still see the skinny guy. This is true, as my skinny mind hasn't yet caught up with my body. Let me tell you of the change of reactions I got from the women. For your reading pleasure, fat girl equals means a big girl that requires an elephant gun. Ugly girl equals in the same category as fat girl. These girls may not be fat, but it hurts to look at them. Average girl equals they don't hurt your eyes, but they aren't amazing enough to attract your eyes. Average girls are the plain Janes. Cute girls equals often, they are innocent average girls whose innocence makes them cute. They are a bit picky about who they end up with as they are inexperienced. Very attractive equals great curves, long luscious hair, nice everything. These women know they are very attractive and sometimes narcissistically wear outfits to reflect it. When women are choosing mates, except for very attractive women, they're facing a trade-off of choosing a guy who's very sexy or one who will stick around and treat them well, he added. Very beautiful equals bombshell. Every guy will notice this girl and stare and gawk. You know one of these women is around by seeing the satellites of boys trying to be friends with them. Guys fear these magnificent creatures. 155 I started out around 155 pounds at 6'3" height. This meant that I was very skinny. I was also considered a nice-looking guy. Women loved me being tall. At this point, I had to deal with a lot of fat chicks hitting on me. These girls were big and I wanted nothing to do with them. Ugly girls also would come to me. This was I not doing anything. This was what my body was attracting all alone. If I wanted to get a cuter girl, I had to work for it. I have problems talking to women, not because I am scared or boring, but because I sense the women think I am below them. And the truth is that they do. I date average women. Already, things have changed. The fat, ugly women still go for me but they don't think I'm as easy. They want to enter a nightus with me. The unworthy girls category would now all be staring at me. To the beautiful women, I'm just a typical guy. Cute girls now enjoy talking to me. I still date average women and now some cute women. 175 You are looking very good, my older female manager told me. The fat, ugly women no longer hit on me, thank goodness, and people, out of the blue, are asking why I don't have a girlfriend. Average girls are beginning to stare. I date only cute women with some very attractive ones mix in. 185 average girls are now hitting on me. Very attractive women are checking me out. At this stage, every woman is happy to talk to me. They all secretly wonder if I'm gay. I date more very attractive women but still have the cute ones. 195 Okay, when you don't have a girlfriend at this stage, the ladies will whisper, "Is he gay?" all the time. One girl got bold about it and asked me point blankly, "Pook, you are cute and all. So why don't you have a girlfriend?" I was stunned by her bluntness, rare among women. Average women consider me out of their league. Cute ones try to become my friend. I date only very attractive women. Beautiful women are still a bit of an anomaly. 205 When you get to this stage, something very strange happens. All the attention and staring women gave you is gone, mostly. Ugly, fat women will despise you as will the average women. Most girls will be scared of you, cute girls, very attractive girls. Let me give you some examples. One very beautiful girl was in several of my classes. I start talking to her and she has plenty of time to leave. But she doesn't. She stays to keep talking to me. The girls now notice me, but are a bit scared to talk and act around me. One cute girl is like a leech to me in one of my classes. She must sit right next to me, must borrow my notes, must talk to me 20 minutes after class every day. One very beautiful woman was a fitness instructor at my gym, think well-muscled with nice strong legs. Those strong thighs come in handy with her dealings with the Pook man. Every time I saw this girl, she always had a satellite boy around her. Who does she end up with? Me. Or the ultimate example, there was a girl I was in a nitus that drove me to this web page. As I got bigger, her reactions to me changed as well. At 155, I was average. At 175, she knew something was up. I got her at 195. Now I date some very attractive women but most are very beautiful women. I know many of you guys are saying the same thing, I get beautiful women too and I am skinny. But the thing is, all these examples here is based on attraction on the body alone. I am not working to get these women. My body is doing 99% of the attracting. I can just be a statue and get a response. But of course, you have to take action. This is based on doing zilch. Rather than work hard to get one woman, why not work hard on yourself and get all the women? I don't work hard to get women, I work hard on my dreams, which gets the women automatically. Like the article says on top, only the extremely beautiful women will risk being with a hunk like you. If you want a girl with a great body, you ought to work on your own body. Coming from a skinny guy, being big is a totally different world. The worst thing is finding out how people really view the old you. People now openly insult my past skinny self and it hurts. It hurts because I never knew they had thought that way of me. Clothes no longer hang on my body properly, but I look terrific naked. I am saying this for the mental imagery of our lovely lady readers. Big guys are allowed to get away with more things. I'm allowed to be cruder, to be bolder, to take advantage of women more, I'm serious, and so on. You can also be stupid as well. My biggest problem is women only wanting me for sex. No, this is not a joke. Yes, it is a problem. You tried to find a girl that fits your life and all she is interested in is your body. It is like getting rich and putting up with gold diggers. So how do you go from being skinny guy to brawny guy? There is a lot of information on the internet. Diesel's Guide to Bulking Up Threads in the Health Forum is a start. For myself, I used Anthony Ellis's program. £30 in 3 months, no joke. Though, for most people beginning, it will be like £30 in 4-5 months. The big problem with fitness is that there are so many different opinions. Many of them are wrong and will waste your time, including trainers. What I loved about Ellis's program was that it cut all the hype and came up with very in-depth information. It works. However, the risk with bodybuilding is that it can turn into a highly narcissist womb. I often think the mirrors in the gyms are not so much to perfect the form, but to perfect the ego. The risk is that you will try to become perfect, and we all know that perfect is boring. Now for a note to the skinny guys who are successful with women. They will, no doubt, post replies to challenge the relevancy of this post. Know that the central thrust of the post is not a bettering of image. It is an increase of testosterone. If you are naturally skinny, and are at a higher muscle mass, your body will continually be at a high state of testosterone building and rebuilding muscle mass just to stay the same. High rates of testosterone affects not only your actions, I believe women can sniff it out. So take a guy, stuffed with testosterone, and push him into a room full of lovely young ladies. He doesn't speak a word. He won't have to. The women will go to him automatically. Such is the power of testosterone. Such is the power of sexuality. The title of this post is, Perfect is Boring. Here is the post. The gratitude of the ladies has crowned me with the label Don Juan. I should have definitely declined the title if I saw it as most do. When a gentleman logs onto the website, he thinks, I will absorb everything that is Don Juan. Quote, Don Juan. What is he? What ought he to do? All we know is the word catches all our imaginations, all our dreams, as we envision him, clad in black, mocking the girls from all points in sight. Oh, the Don Juan. He does everything perfect. With the ladies. If only we could absorb all techniques, all fashions, all behaviors, and engage with no fear, all the ladies will be ours. This viewpoint is so prevalent and dominant, I now understand why some people are glued to this forum. Perhaps there is a way to scrape us off our reading materials once and for all. The Perfect Player. My roommate and I were watching one of those dating shows, I forget which. Two guys were competing for the ladies. One was a super player who was saying all the right things and getting physical with them. The other guy was a super horny dude that was loud, making crude comments, and literally humping the chicks. My roommate was in awe of the player. That guy rules. He is playing both of them. He is kissing both of them. The other guy, in the pool, was humping the water jets and jumping around. The ladies said about him, it is like a date with a 2-year-old. The player dude was feeling quite secure when the ladies would say, thank goodness I am with you. That guy is completely nuts. When it came time for the choosing, however, my roommate and I differed on whom the chicks would choose. The player dude, obviously. He was perfect. But I knew better. What? No, the girls are going to go for the super horny guy. My roommate thought I was nuts. When the girls chose though, the player dude, Mr. Alpha Male, ended up all alone while the girls chose the horny dude. I don't believe it. My roommate cracked. Perfect is boring, but to be human is beautiful. The player lost to the horny dude because even though the player dude did the right things to the ladies, he was still boring. The horny dude had more personality than the player in every encounter. But Pook. I do not get it. A creative director from Hollywood told me this, look at the real stars that everyone loves. Are these people the perfect model types that Grace magazine covers? No. They all have huge eccentrics of their own. In other words, Schwarzenegger is no Shakespearean actor. I think the only other character that hasn't talked as much in movies would be Lassie. Take the successful lawyer who goes to the gym all the time. Boring. What is human about him? One thing I didn't realize, if you strive towards perfection, chicks are going to expect you to be perfect. We must fall in order to rise. The little goody who strives to be perfect in all his manners with everyone is going to be surpassed by the guy who lets his eccentricities rise in his dealings. Perfection is boring. To be human is beautiful. Modeling. You think modeling is about perfection? Yes, Pook. I believe it is. Sure, there are standards. but anyone can play the role of a mannequin. Even in modeling, there is heavy emphasis on penetrating the lens, to be human so to say, to slip your personality throughout. Music. What? You think music, that divine grace that is the perfect union of art and math, is to be perfect? When you learn an instrument, there is much emphasis on tone, scales, notes, and rhythms. When you play in a symphony or band, you obviously let the director place you in your role. You could practice for decades and be perfect at playing songs yet be totally boring. What makes the truly sensational players are the ones who put fun into the instrument, and fun ends up coming out of the instrument. If you take a player who is going at it with a sense of play, of thrill, of joy itself, a missed tone or a note offbeat is not even heard. Compare that guy to the perfect player and the player with thrill will always win. To you guys still scared about dating and all, consider this: put fun into the woman and fun comes out. Put happiness into the woman and happiness comes out. What do you try to do instead? Do you try to be so perfect that she will go crazy over you? Where a nice guy uses flowers, you use flowery acts. Unfortunately, you'll find that vaginas are not laced with gold. Writing. Look at the finest writers in history. Shakespeare is bawdy. Milton goes into full egotistical mode. Even some of Dickens's works seem incomprehensible. If you consider the so-called perfect works to those, they don't compare. Take your professors who write these so-called brilliant academic books that no one reads. People do not admire brilliance, they do not admire technical perfection. People admire the humanity, the personality, found in works. People do not admire Napoleon for his military and artillery genius. They admire him because he had the audacity to say on a corpse-filled battleground, "All these men will be replaced by a single night in Paris." Popularity. Take any politician. What do they try to do? Why, they try to be perfect in your eyes. They speak to you as if you are a 4-year-old, using focus-grouped sayings and canned generalizations. The result is that every politician gets viewed as the same, are all boring. Which politicians are remembered? It is the one not with failings but with a humanity of their own. Now look from women's eyes. All these men try to be perfect to the ladies so they all come off as boring. A humanized guy, no matter what is failing, is always more desirable than a perfect nice guy, super intellectual, or dried up player. Why does perfection fail with the ladies? Because when you strive to be perfect, you enter an anti-life mode. You end up not really living but fulfilling some imaginary barometer of virtue, of thought, or other human measuring stick. He who binds to himself a joy does the winged life destroy, but he who kisses the joy as it flies lives in eternity's sunrise. Now why do we strive towards perfection? To get the perfect women? There are obviously no perfect women. Even a Playboy centerfold can turn into a fat evil hag. Cough. Anna Nicole Smith. Cough. I'd imagine the perfection comes from the thought that the woman obtained will be like heavenly rain in a parched desert. All the things you're looking for in life. Joy, sociality, and even sexuality must come from you. And you know what? Examine the ladies you are attracted to. They already have the joy, sociability, and sexuality. When they look at you, you may think you are perfect but they see a joyless frustrated creature. There was this guy who went to the gym almost all the time. His diet was perfect. His workout routines were perfect. His clothing was perfect. His six-pack, no, 8-pack was perfect. He modeled. He got involved in acting. He looked like a Greek god. When he walked about, all the ladies noticed him. He used his flesh like a masculine dress. Aside from those that used and discarded him as a boy toy, the ladies always broke up with him. How could they break up with this Adonis? He is so boring, they all said in chorus. After all, he spent most of his time in the gym or being consistent with his perfect diet. If this guy spent less time being perfect and more time being human, He would be much more successful with the ladies and much happier. There was this other guy that became a super successful lawyer. He bought the token status car and made a mini mansion. He went to the gym every other night. He had money, had status, and looked great. He thought the ladies would find him perfect. Well, they did find him perfect, but not for the reasons he wanted. They found him perfect for stability. So he married a super hot babe and had kids, which he paid for a nanny to take care of. What does the super hot babe do? She cheats on him. Don't you love him? Yes, yes, I very much do, and she speaks the truth. No, she sleeps around because she is bored. He dehumanized everything. She doesn't have to work, doesn't have to raise the kids, and doesn't have to do anything. Of course she won't leave him. And of course she is in love with him, or rather his stability. Yet, she is bored and cheats on him. If the guy was a bit more human and less perfect, she might find her husband more interesting than his foolish role of Mr. Perfection. So when you think, I have been on this forum for X amount of time, and I am still A, virgin B, single C, non-LTRD, not getting the girl I want. I have A, read the DJ Bible again and again. B, gotten advice from the posters here. C, read and bought many DJ books. Consider, are you trying to perfect yourself when it comes to women, or are you trying to humanize yourself that you find interacting with women as natural as breathing? The difference is all. Shakespeare striving to better, oft we mar what's well. Tennyson faultily faultless, icily regular, splendidly null, dead perfection, no more. Hazlitt no one ever approaches perfection except by stealth, and unknown to themselves. Orwell the essence of being human is that one does not seek perfection, that one is sometimes willing to commit sins for the sake of loyalty, that one does not push asceticism to the point where it makes friendly intercourse impossible, and that one is prepared in the end to be defeated and broken up by life, which is the inevitable price of fastening one's love upon other human individuals. I see you now. I know your gaze is fading from the computer screen. Look at me. Pook hits the table. For the love of God, listen. Your life depends on this. When you see a girl you want to approach, or you are getting cold feet about a date, remember 3 words, perfect is boring. 3 words. Perfect is boring. Your brain will spin out all these reasons why you are unworthy. Cheap and wimpy car. Poor clothes, shortness, bad haircut, no money. Not as good looking, no confidence, past failures. Perfect is boring. And watch those reasons evaporate. Stand up. Already, the blood is pulsing through your veins. You've always wanted to do this but have always been scared of yourself. Let go. You stand up and go out the door. Go. Go. You see a beautiful woman but are afraid to approach. Perfect is boring. And you go and talk to her. But you like to spend your free time on the computer. So what? Talk to her. You are scared to ask for her number? Perfect is boring. She gave you the number. Again, you are scared of the date. Too many unknowns. But perfect is boring. Look. She is smiling at you. She wants to kiss you. But you have never kissed a girl before. Would you mess it up? Would you slobber over her? What of it? Perfect is boring. Smooch. She loves it. Now look at what position she is in. You know what to do. For the love of yourself, for the love of life, you are letting go and are actually becoming human. Pity those who want the perfect life. Break me, tear me apart, let me be beaten and altered by life, let my life be touched and touch in return, for I will be human. For there is no reason on earth to be scared of yourself. Perfect is boring. Let it be written in the sky, painted on buildings, read with your eyes, transcribed on your soul. All those people who are alone are perfect. But those with the girl realize that being perfect is boring. The title of this post is, The Secret of the Jerk. Here is the post. Note, this post ended up being longer than I expected, much longer. You should have divided it in many posts. Why write a galaxy of posts when one article will do? No, your eyes are not mistaken. The guy with the beautiful woman is a jerk and or ugly guy. What is he doing with her? Can she not see? Has she not eyes? Alas! The poor male looks around, knows not who to turn to, and eventually sums up that the universe is a cruel and mysterious personage who deals out no answers, offers no solutions, and gives out no explanations, especially for the enigma of all enigmas, the beautiful woman. Obviously, something is amiss. How do these ugly to average-looking guys get such babes? How do these cruel, stupid, barbaric males get these feminine jewels? Are they following a special trick? Are they super confident? What is their secret? Or are they even aware of their secret? But what if nothing is amiss? What if this is all correct to the will of nature? Where leaves the Don Juan? Oh, there she is. The beautiful woman. The ornament of the world. The dream in flesh. She stands aloof on the platform and says, "Gentlemen, how are you to win me?" And around the platform, 1,000 mouths cry, confidence, humor, patterns, kino, chocolate, poetry. By ignoring you. By totally focusing on you. Puffed muscles. Flowers. Spiky hair. Endless gifts. Mirroring. Leather jackets. Eliciting values. Sparkly clothes. Bouncy personality. Romance. Dinner. Lobster. Compliments. Guitar songs. And she laughs only to say, "These are very well and good, gentlemen. But are you not aware that imitation is suicide? You forget that confidence is experience, that puffed muscles are not to be a masculine dress, that any guy can buy me lobster, and that countless many can sing the guitar songs. Are you so unaware of what I need? But a lone voice speaks from the floor, "You, madam, are to win me. For I am the prize to be won." And with that, she giggles in glee. For every one of you, there are 1,000 guys willing to offer me the above. It is cute that you are different. But why am I with the ugly guy at the end? Why do I prefer the jerk? And with this the lone voice had no answer. Then comes the great exclamation, "Because he is a man." Yes but no, she snobbily laughs. Because he is disrespectful. He is that but no. Because he is an animal. Not at all. Because he has superego. True, but no. Because he wears his cap backwards. Ha. Because he is rough and mean. Nope. And then a golden arrow shaft of voice pierced the confusion, penetrated deep within the truth, spread those warm gooey moans of ecstasy throughout, and made her come with such surprising clarity that she screams in delight. For the voice said, "Extreme masculinity. Oh Pook." She smiled in radiance. "How right you are." And all the guys' mouths turn into a big O as the beautiful woman ran off the platform into the arms of Pook. Having satisfied none of her demands, what she ends up with, the ugly, average guy, becomes seemingly contradictory. Extreme masculinity? What answer can that be? Oh women! Can you give us no explanations other than the ones that send us off the cliff? Can you not explain yourselves to our perplexed male minds? Alas, it is like speaking to a block. She gives expressions but not answers. She gives demands but not secrets. How smart men may be until they enter a bar. How knowledgeable they seem until they're before a woman. The mystery of mysteries. There are 3 mysteries to the world: the rise and fall of civilizations, fruitcake, and why beautiful women go for jerks. Leaving fruitcake and the rise and fall of civilizations for other posts, let us concern ourselves with why beautiful women go for jerks. What is nature's secret? And, likewise, a sea of mouths with authoritative tongues chant out the usual answers: confidence, dominance, unpredictability, hard to get, selfishness, rudeness, and so on. These experts or wise sages merely look at the jerk as a fixed element and classify personality traits or even physical traits. Fools adopt the personality, physical traits. But imitation is suicide. Why go for the fool's gold when the real gold is in your grasp? There are things so simple in nature and life that we utterly confuse them and ourselves with our stupid philosophies. Jerks don't need websites like these. Sexuality is one of these. Our countless reading of seduction over the internet is full of months if not years. Where has this got you? Yes, you feel you are always right on the edge of the secrets to end your heartaches and tensions, but, at the end of the day, you are still in front of your computer. Someone said to me, "What an odd definition of man you gave, Pook. A guy not afraid of his testosterone?" Surely it is more heroic. But it is entirely about testosterone. Girls are attracted to guys, not wimps, not nice guys, not chumps, but guys. Rather than trying to build and discover some killer philosophy to ease your troubles, why not accept the structure nature has already set up? The secret of the jerks is that it is so widespread, common, and plain that since it is all around us we can't even distinguish it. Nature is process, always seeking and devouring. Nothing remains set, everything's in cycles. Rather than classifying the actions of the jerk and merely duplicating them, let us adopt the source so the actions come natural and without thought or effort. Pook stands on the fruitcake and calls the crowd around him. Gentlemen, do say, what type of woman will the nicest nice guy attract? Sperm whales? Hags? Bitches? Ugly girls? Indeed. What trait commonly unites all these girls that end up with the pathetic nice guy? Silence. Gentlemen, your silence most offends me. Sure, these girls may be sweet. Sure, they may be smart. Sure, they may be many things. Yet, there is one thing that they aren't. They are not feminine. They are not girlish. The men not. And, likewise, what are these nice guys, these blobs of appeasing rolls of gooish flesh? Are these the men of the world? No. These boys are not exactly feminine, but they certainly aren't masculine. They are neither. They are the androgynous blob that, without a spine, is clay to fit to any woman's desires or whims. Nice guys love women as the drowning love a life preserver. He clings onto her because he cannot swim the waters of nature. Tossed and tossed he becomes through his love life. The masculine male Pook walks toward a bubbly nice guy with a needle of madness. No. The prick will hurt me. Fine, die a painful long death of regret, loneliness, and frustration. Any other takers? Another nice guy volunteered. See? This fella knows that a momentary pain is preferable to consistent suffering. Pook puts the shot into the nice guy and injects him with testosterone. Now, gentlemen, watch the effects. The nice guy no longer fears what he desires. He sees the woman he wants. He approaches her. Why do jerks approach women? To marry them? No. The jerk is operating not out of control with that head down but rather being influenced properly by his testosterone. He sees what he wants and goes and gets it. He does not apologize for it. He does not try to rationalize it. He does not analyze it. There are no stupid philosophies running around in the jerk's head. The woman rejects the nice guy. Oh, poor nice guy. But look, something is changing. Look at the anger building up in him. Something is being charged within him. It is frustration. It is anger. The worst thing for him to do would be to cry and duck his head in the sand. Constant rejection requires one of two solutions: either lower your standards or increase your standards in yourself. But it is true that standards do not enter the jerk's mind. He gets frustrated and angry. He tries again with much less awkwardness. Nature's system is at work here, chiseling his social exterior. He gets the dates. The nice guy gets stumped after a few dates. Oh dear. What happened? Why, Perhaps the nice guy was trying to mock earlier jerk behavior and remetamorphed into an AFC eventually before his chick. Imitation is suicide. No wonder chicks are so hard for honesty. Do jerks really care on pleasing the women in the spirit of altruism and glorious relationship? Yes. Hush you. The jerks obviously do not care about the women in such a manner. Their testosterone says, I have needs that need to be fulfilled. Entertain me. And so the jerks come off self-centered not because they are self-centered, but because they are closer to their own male nature and seek to satisfy their thirst. The nice guy sees that fun is merely being around a beautiful woman. The jerk is a bit more active. He wants to have fun his way. She is along for the ride. It has been well known that action dates, dancing, bowling, rock climbing, etc., work much better than regular dates, coffee, dinner, movie, etc. Rather than merely matching the effect, the action date, let us focus on the cause. The jerk would obviously skateboard and play basketball than to sit at dinner and watch the girl flap her gums. Testosterone has been shown to create more action in the individual. Jerks, that is testosteronized males, do the action naturally. Rather than worrying about making yourself do action dates, get yourself in that nature set and action dates will become the only comfortable choice you could make. The nice guy gets stumped because he hardly made any moves. Oh no. We know how the girl gets mistreated and we'll talk to her girly friend, the nice guy, about it. We see the abuse and we think, oh heavens. Am I to be abusive to get the girl? What is this abuse? Is she really hurt? Or is she merely mad that she has failed in her mission, to sterilize and link to the masculinized dude? But the guy stands her up all the time, etc. etc. It is not because he stands her up. It is because she knows he does not love her. Her feminine powers are not ensnaring him. It is a feminine failure. The girl sleeps with the jerk and he leaves her. We, as guys, think the abuse is the jerk sleeping with the girl merely to use her, and motherly harpies try to feminize us into not doing this. Rather, the abuse is that the girl realizes she could not keep the guy. She was not woman enough. Nature's path leads to women as men, two masters governors, mind and nature. Not mind and body. Nature refers to the processes and cycles that our bodies are only but a part, both fight one another. Mind, the finest philosophies will get us the women. Nature, you bore me. Unleash me. But what will get the women? Mind, calculation. Seduction. Nature, instinct. Masculinity. And why should you get any women? Mind, because everyone else is, and I am not. Nature, because I am male and she is female. Now let us throw some obstacles at the two. Let us say they are unceasingly unsuccessful in obtaining the beautiful women. What are your reactions? Mind, this is obviously a failure within my calculation, my framing of the events. I will solve this with more seduction research, essay writing on message boards, for I treat sexual dynamics like an academic degree. Nature, the failure is in not being male enough. Increased masculinity is the solution. But you who enraged the poets and tortured the philosophers, please elaborate. Nature, when the embryo is at 3 months, it is unisex. It is both sexes at once. Alas, from then it divides into a gender, of which we cannot choose, of which enforces a code of conduct and duties of behavior we cannot control or understand. And we call ourselves free, mind, yes, yes. One half turns male, the other female. It is in my books. Nature, then I shall burn your library. For nature always has more secrets than you can decipher. Gender is not all or none. There is a mix. Mind, but this is in my books. In Sex and Character, Winnegar says that from birth, males and females are divided. Some males are 70% male, 30% female. Others are 80% male, 20% female. It is vice versa for women. We know of effeminate men. We know of tomboys. Attraction is not a choice. A male that is 60% male and 40% female will attract a female that is 60% female and 40% male. A female that is 90% female and 10% male will attract a male that is 90% male and 10% female. It is a fact that some men are more feminine than others. This attraction scale is destiny. We mate with what fills the void the best. This is the mix that Winnegar speaks of, is marked in the very first chapter of his book and made everything else possible. Nature, I wonder if you would talk then till doomsday? Your followers, your philosophers, lawyers, academics, prattle and rattle on just like you. You are completely unaware of the seasons of life that color and sparkle the world. But I hesitate. Mind, like the flow and ebb of the moon. Nature, quiet you. Winnegar and others of his ilk made good attempts at trying to discover my secrets. They tried to pop themselves out of my earthly cycle and peer upon my work with the eyes of a god. Melancholy is my vengeance. Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, I drove those two mad. For Winnegar I made his life so unpleasant that he had to shoot himself. Mind, is this your only vengeance? Nature, no. It is reserved for anyone who frustrates my cycle. A man who persistently stays single becomes a public temptation. I chisel away at him to make him more appropriate and correct the purpose of getting the women and carrying on my work. Mind, but he will not do this. And your melancholy will not work due to the female attention he receives. Nature, I make and unmake the Adonis. The beautiful boy, refusing to use my gift for my purpose, enjoys being slaughtered by the elephant's tusk, the early untimely death. I will not be defied. Mind, yet, Winnegar explained you. Nature, fool. Your mix is all wrong. It is true that it is not simply male and female, but there is androgynous, where the male levels are so low in the male that he is barely a male. Or that the female levels are so low in the female that she is barely a female. Mind, you divided us before birth. Nature, and I inject you again with my touch at puberty. The boy must become a man and the girl a woman. But, alas, many attempt to buck my ways to follow you. Nerds, geeks, we know the labels. The longer a man tries to ignore the fact of my mission and cycle, the more pain and loneliness I will add into him until he has no choice to act. Mind, you are vicious. Nature, it gets the job done. But Winnegar is wrong. We are not born onto a spectrum. Rather, we can add to it or decrease it. The element of attraction is destruction. Mind, destruction? Nature, if a woman is amazingly female, what is the result? Mind, hordes of men hunt after her. Nature, yes. Extremeness of spectrum is an anomaly that must be seeked out and destroyed. The female is feminine with matter. Girls at an early age are aware the effects their bodies have on young men. They know they're like a magnet. But whom do they go for? The beautiful woman is the extreme female. Why, she is seeking the extreme male. By the actions of the jerk, who can say that he is not looking for destruction? He finds it in her and she finds it in him. I demand sterilization of the two. The more successes they have, the more and more it is drained from them. Eventually, they settle for one mate and begin the march toward the androgynous. Mind, so the beautiful woman is attracted to the jerk because nature, it is better to say that the extreme female woman is attracted to the extreme male man. And this is the utterly simple secret. Jerks are not super confident, not superior in all seduction knowledge. Jerks are testosteronized males. This separates them from the nice guys who still defy the flooding of testosterone nature inflicts on them. Science of testosterone. Be a man. A man is one who is not afraid of his testosterone. This will seem incredibly basic. But to illustrate the effects, look at the effects of men who must be injected with artificial testosterone because, for whatever reason, their body isn't making enough, usually due to having HIV. One HIV-positive guy shares his differences with the before and after shots. His weight increases from 165 pounds to 185 pounds. The collar size goes from 15 to 17.5, the chest from 40 to 44. His appetite expands beyond measure. Before he was constantly napping. Now he has enough energy for daily workouts and strict work schedules. Before, depression was a regular feature. Now, it is a distant memory. With the testosterone shots, he feels better to recover from life's curveballs, more persistent, more alive. There are more effects. With the testosterone, he feels more energy. The attention span shortens. He finds it harder to concentrate on writing and feels he must exercise. The wit becomes quicker, the mind faster, and the judgment more impulsive. It is literally a rush. Without the testosterone, he finds himself more reserved. The energy still is there but is geared towards interaction rather than action, toward pride rather than lust. He rarely looks for dates or thinks of approaching women without it. But with it, he is constantly scanning the women for potential dates and socializing. With testosterone comes increased debating type attitudes, and increased anger. Driving makes him scream at the other cars and stupid drivers. This is oddly reminiscent of Thomas Jefferson's personality when he was always said to be unemotional except when riding a horse and became overly emotional. With testosterone comes increased impatience, increased edginess, but increased self-confidence. Now do these traits of the under-testosteronized male and over-testosteronized male match the nice guy and jerk? They do most accurately. For the rest, we require a scientist. A scientist appears. There you are. Oh, Mr. Scientist, do tell us more about testosterone. I'd love to, Pook. Testosterone, oddly enough, is a chemical closely related to cholesterol. It was first isolated by a Dutch scientist in 1935 from mice testicles and successfully synthesized by the German biologist Adolf Butenandt. Although testosterone is often thought of as the definition of maleness, both men and women produce it. Men produce it in their testicles, women produce it in their ovaries and adrenal glands. The male body converts some testosterone to estradiol, a female hormone, and the female body has receptors for testosterone, just as the male body does. That's why women who want to change their sex are injected with testosterone and develop male characteristics, like deeper voices, facial hair and even baldness. The central biological difference between adult men and women, then, is not that men have testosterone and women don't. It's that men produce much, much more of it than women do. An average woman has 40 to 60 nanograms of testosterone in a deciliter of blood plasma. An average man has 300 to 1000 nanograms per deciliter. Okay, Mr. Scientist. You are putting this Pook to sleep. The effects of testosterone. Focus on the effects. Certainly, Pook. Testosterone's effects start early, really early. At conception, every embryo is female and unless hormonally altered will remain so. You need testosterone to turn a fetus with a Y chromosome into a real boy, to masculinize his brain and body. Men experience a flood of testosterone twice in their lives, in the womb about 6 weeks after conception and at puberty. The first fetal burst primes the brain and the body, endowing male fetuses with the instinctual knowledge of how to respond to later testosterone surges. The second, more familiar adolescent rush, squeaky voices, facial hair and all, completes the process. Go on. The effect of testosterone is systemic. It engenders both the brain and the body. Apart from the obvious genital distinction, other differences between men and women's bodies reflect this: body hair, the ratio of muscle to fat, upper body strength and so on. But testosterone leads to behavioral differences as well. Since it is unethical to experiment with human embryos by altering hormonal balances, much of the evidence for this idea is based on research conducted on animals. A Stanford research group, for example, as reported in Deborah Bloom's book Sex on the Brain, injected newborn female rats with testosterone. Not only did the female rats develop penises from their clitorises, but they also appeared fully aware of how to use them. What? Indeed. But let me continue. Yes, I am sorry. And these female rats were trying to have sex with other females with merry abandon. Male rats that had their testosterone locked after birth, on the other hand, saw their penises with a raw disappear entirely and presented themselves to the female rats in a passive, receptive way. Other scientists, theorizing that it was testosterone that enabled male zebra finches to sing, injected mute female finches with testosterone. Sure enough, the females sang. Species in which the female is typically more aggressive, like hyenas in female-run clans, show higher levels of testosterone among the females than among the males. Female sea snipes, which impregnate the males, and leave them to stay home and rear the young, have higher testosterone levels than their mates. Typical male behavior, in other words, corresponds to testosterone levels, whether exhibited by chromosomal males or females. But does this apply to humans? The evidence certainly suggests that it does, though much of the proof is inferred from accidents. Pregnant women who were injected with progesterone, chemically similar to testosterone, in the 1950s to avoid miscarriage had daughters who later reported markedly tomboyish childhoods. Incredible. Ditto girls born with a disorder that causes their adrenal glands to produce a hormone like testosterone rather than the more common cortisol. The moving story, chronicled in John Colapinto's book As Nature Made Him, of David Reimer, who as an infant was surgically altered after a botched circumcision to become a girl, suggests how long-lasting the effect of fetal testosterone can be. Despite a ruthless attempt to socialize David as a girl, and to give him the correct hormonal treatment to develop as one, his behavioral and psychological makeup was still ineradicably male. Eventually, with the help of more testosterone, he became a full man again. Female-to-male transsexuals report a similar transformation when injected with testosterone. 1. Susan, Drew Sideman, described her experience in The Village Voice last November. My sex drive went through the roof, Sideman recalled. I felt like I had to have sex once a day or I would die. I was into porn as a girl, but now I'm really into porn. For Sideman, becoming a man was not merely physical. Thanks to testosterone, it was also psychological. So what makes a man? I don't know what exactly makes a man. But one thing I can tell you for sure, it is not his penis. O wise sage. Wonderful scientist. But do not confuse testosterone with Popeye's spinach. Nature says, testosterone levels will rise when the situation warrants it. Survival is the priority. So in cases of danger, of war, the testosterone levels increase. When in a strip club or viewing a porno website, testosterone levels also rise. Men with higher testosterone achieve psychological dominance, have high self-esteem, and move through the world with natural confidence. But Pook, I have more to add. Tarry. Then I will step aside and let you speak. Testosterone is clearly correlated in both men and women with psychological dominance, confident physicality and high self-esteem. In most combative, competitive environments, especially physical ones, the person with the most testosterone wins. Put any two men in a room together and the one with more testosterone will tend to dominate the interaction. Gentlemen, this is your secret ingredient to that alpha maleness you keep longing for. Working women have higher levels of testosterone than women who stay at home, and the daughters of working women have higher levels of testosterone than the daughters of housewives. A 1996 study found that in lesbian couples in which one partner assumes the male, or butch, role and another assumes the female, or femme, role, the butch woman has higher levels of testosterone than the femme woman. So in lesbian couples, One acts male and the other acts female. In naval medical tests, midshipmen have been shown to have higher average levels of testosterone than plebs. Actors tend to have more testosterone than ministers, according to a 1990 study. Among 700 male prison inmates in a 1995 study, those with the highest testosterone levels tended to be those most likely to be in trouble with the prison authorities and to engage in unprovoked violence. This is true among women as well as among men, according to a 1997 study of 87 female inmates in a maximum security prison. Oh. The key to dominance. Careful Pook. Although high testosterone levels often correlate with dominance in interpersonal relationships, it does not guarantee more social power. Testosterone levels are higher among blue-collar workers, for example, than among white-collar workers, according to a study of more than 4,000 former military personnel conducted in 1992. But is testosterone like adrenaline? Or does it respond to long-term surrounding environment stimuli? Well, Pook, studies have shown that inner-city youths, often exposed to danger in high-crime neighborhoods, may generate higher testosterone levels than unthreatened, secluded suburbanites. And so high testosterone levels may not merely be responses to a violent environment, they may subsequently add to it in what becomes an increasingly violent, sexualized cycle. Increase in violence and sexuality? Then it's no accident that testosterone-soaked ghettos foster both high levels of crime and high levels of illegitimacy. Indeed, Pook. In the same way, declines in violence and crime may allow testosterone levels to drop among young inner-city males, generating a virtuous trend of further reductions in crime and birth rates. This may help to explain why crime can decline precipitously, rather than drift down slowly, over time. But what for the men who enter that dungeon, I mean marriage? Studies have also shown that men in long-term marriages see their testosterone levels progressively fall and their sex drives subsequently decline. It is as if their wives successfully tame them, reducing their sexual energy to a level where it is more unlikely to seek extramarital outlets. A 1993 study showed that single men tended to have higher levels of testosterone than married men and that men with high levels of testosterone turned out to be more likely to have had a failed marriage. Of course, if you start out with higher testosterone levels, you may be more likely to fail at marriage, stay in the sexual marketplace, see your testosterone increase in response to this and so on. So what is the entire point, Mr. Brainy Guy? This, then, is what it comes down to. Testosterone is a facilitator of risk, physical, criminal, personal. Without the influence of testosterone, the cost of these risks might seem to far outweigh the benefits. But with testosterone charging through the brain, caution is thrown to the wind. The influence of testosterone may not always lead to raw physical confrontation. In men with many options it may influence the decision to invest money in a dubious enterprise, jump into an ill-advised sexual affair or tell an egregiously big whopper. At the time, all these decisions may make some sort of testosterone sense. It sounds like you are describing a US politician. Hush, Pook. Oh, I'm sorry. Continue. The effects of testosterone are not secret, neither is the fact that men have far more of it than women. But why? As we have seen, testosterone is not synonymous with gender. In some species, it is the female who has most of it. The relatively new science of evolutionary psychology offers perhaps the best explanation for why that's not the case in humans. For neo-Darwinians, the aggressive and sexual aspects of testosterone are related to the division of labor among hunter-gatherers in our ancient but formative evolutionary past. This division, men in general hunted, women in general gathered, favored differing levels of testosterone. Women need some testosterone, for self-defense, occasional risk-taking, and strength, but not as much as men. Men use it to increase their potential to defeat rivals, respond to physical threats in strange environments, maximize their physical attractiveness, prompt them to spread their genes as widely as possible and defend their home if necessary. But women are attracted, in the physical imagery sense, to the feminine-looking guys. How can testosterone increase physical attractiveness? I do not understand. But the picture, as most good evolutionary psychologists point out, is more complex than this. Men who are excessively testosterone are not that attractive to most women. Although they have the genes that turn women on, strong jaws and pronounced cheekbones, for example, are correlated with high testosterone, they can also be precisely the unstable, highly sexed creatures that childbearing, stability-seeking women want to avoid. There are two ways, evolutionary psychologists hazard, that women have successfully squared this particular circle. One is to marry the sweet class nerd and have an affair with the college quarterback. That way you get the good genes, the good sex and the stable home. This has always been the problem. Nice guy or jerk? There is a third path. A third way? And what is it? The third way is to find a man with variable testosterone levels, who can be both stable and nurturing when you want him to be and yet become a muscle-bound, bristly gladiator when the need arises. This is sadly more easily said than done. Ah! The secret is to control the sexuality or else it will control you. The jerk is entirely controlled by it. The nice guy recoils from the abuses he sees in the jerk and becomes merely static on the woman's radar. To be a jerk in control of his sexuality is to cease being jerk-like. For nature has set up this game of life we all play. Learn the system and work within it. No nice guy in animal world now. We require a farmer. A farmer appears. What are the effects of testosterone on animals? The farmer looks at Pook as if he was crazy. Yes, the effects. Well, one thing with animals is that the female is usually the one more in heat, always searching for sex, than the male. Take female pigs. They go completely berserk. Go on. But it is exactly what that scientist said. Nature dashes some testosterone to create the male at first. Then, at puberty, nature floods the male with testosterone. If you knew to the animal before this flood, you will have a great pet. And if you don't, well, you end up with an unhappy beast. Male pigs must be neutered or the testosterone will flood the body, making its meat worthless. This is why we don't eat bull. So our animal friends, when testosteronized, are merely to mate. There is no other strength in it. That isn't true. If you neuter the dog before he gets testosteronized, he makes a great pet. But he will not make a good sheepdog. It's almost like his will of action gets taken out. And so is the same with humans. What do nice guys become but human pets for the female? And just as animals use their sexuality for action, for a higher purpose, so do humans. The women agree even on this site's discussion of nice guys versus jerks. Read some of what the women had to say. Italics will be the woman. Regular text will be D.A. Pook man. First Lady. Alright, I read some of your responses from women and noticed that most of them seemed older. And probably uglier. It is the pretty chicks we want. Too bad pictures weren't included with their words. And since a lot of guys who go here seem to be around my age, 17, I figured I would put my 2 cents in. Here it comes. I don't like the nice guy. To me he's a definite turn-off. He seems too timid to pursue intimacy, and personally I love it when a guy is real horny, as long as he's attractive and knows when to stop. It makes me feel a lot more comfortable. Too timid to pursue intimacy. Perhaps he needs a shot of testosterone? Notice how she loves a guy being horny, just not a stupid type of horny. She feels comfortable when the guy is following his nature rather than acting out stupid philosophies. I'm not saying I like jerks, I like the funny guy who always has something interesting or colorful to say. Normally girls look for someone of their niceness quotient or lower. Feeling like the jerk in the relationship is no fun. Of course, neither is being the bitch, so it's totally up to the chick. Maybe you nice guys should get a bit bolder, not necessarily jerkish. Fortune favors the bold. Second lady women start to see the light in their late 20s. Some men never do. As women get older, they become less feminine in that they are rapidly aging. Yes, nice guys can get girls. All the girls we don't want. My advice to the nice guys whose decency might be hampering their dating success is to widen the pool of women they consider. Translated, go for uglier, older girls. A current philosophy among some male dating gurus is to never date a woman over 30, as they are too set in their ways, hate men, and are starting to lose their looks anyway. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Older women have developed depth of character, have learned that nice guys are the way to go, and are in their sexual prime. In addition, they know who they are sexually, and are unashamed and unafraid to experiment and to take and give pleasure. Sex with a woman over 35 might be some of the best sex a man will ever have. Over 35. She can't have many children by then. At that age, she is losing her purpose of sexuality. The problem with dating women under 25, which seems to be the goal for many men of all age groups, is that one will have to contend with the image-seeking behavior of youth. Unless a man is equally shallow and image-driven, and most men over 30 are not, women in their 30s, 40s, and up can be a goldmine of interesting and wonderful experiences. We know that the young women go for the jerks. But notice how the desexualized male, that is nice guy, wins with the desexualized female, that is women in their 30s and 40s. Third woman, I date only nice guys. Most women want to date a nice guy. But men are being classified into two groups, nice or jerks. That doesn't cover the subject. People are more complex than that. Neither sex can be grouped into just two groups. Of course, the nice guy is often a man who doesn't have a life. And neither sex is attracted to this type of person. A truly nice guy is hard to find. A true jerk most women don't want. I think we try to make people fit into a category instead of getting to know them. You can't always know what a woman wants based on another woman's choices. Why not? Women seem to follow the same pattern of going for the jerk. It is true that the nice guy has no life. It is because he lacks the action that the jerk has. I love a nice guy. To me, nothing is sexier than a guy who has the guts to say he really likes me on a first date. And yes, I do continue dating him. I must clear one last thing up. Nice guys do finish last, and I find that to be very sexy. He is the one I'll see again. This woman must be fat or old or something. Fourth girl, sorry, but it's no more true that women prefer jerks than it is true that men prefer bitches. The thing is, the nice guys who are with a woman are not out there complaining that women don't like nice guys. The nice guys who are not with a woman will express their loneliness, in a nice way, from time to time. The jerks that are not with a woman never complain about it. They lie and say they do have a woman, or many women, or they don't want a woman. Nice guys don't lie like that. The jerk is a challenge. The nice guy wants to go on Oprah's show. The truth is that nice guys are alone from time to time. The truth is that there are plenty of people out there looking for the right one. Keep looking, you will find her. It is interesting that women are all united in the belief that there is one for everyone. It's as if they are well aware of nature's invisible hand demanding union. P.S. You are a guy, right? So looks are very important to you. Let's say you think you could not be with less than an 8. I know huge compromise is not possible, but just try to accept a 7 or a 6 perhaps. Women get a lot better looking to you after you know and love them. Give it a try. If I had a brother and he was a nice guy, the above advice is what I would have given him. Notice how many of these women are missing the point here. The point is to get the beautiful women. Some of these girls' solutions is to not go for the beautiful ones, but all the attributes of the jerk they love, the action, the horniness, the unpredictability, the exciting life, are all effects of a testosteronized male. Fifth girl, I don't think that women are attracted to jerks, but they are attracted to men that illuminate power. Those types of men, powerful, strong and masculine, are sometimes jerks, which accounts for the confusion. Finally, a woman links the jerk to masculinity, but it is the effects of testosterone she sees. The nice guy sometimes is not strong or powerful, and that's what turns women off. So in essence, it's not the fact that they are nice, it's that they may be lacking other attractive qualities that outweigh the niceness, which the nice guys do not have or are afraid of, and sterilize themselves with nice philosophies. Ultimately, I love nice guys that illuminate strength and masculinity. There is no better combination. It becomes quite simple: nice guy, male who is scared of his testosterone and seeks to sterilize himself with his niceness. Jerk, a male who merely acts male. He is controlled by his testosterone. This is why he gets into trouble. Great guy, a guy who can control his sexuality and acts male without getting into trouble. Sixth girl, I got the email about the nice guys versus jerks. I'm totally for nice guys in a relationship, but when it comes to lusting or dreaming about a guy, it's usually the jerks. See, most jerks have the nice bodies and have that something that's sexy about them. Can you not see the pattern emerging? Are we not seeing the jerk and nice guy for what they truly are? Seventh girl, I recognized some time ago exactly what I was doing. I was looking for a specific character, for lack of a better word. It's epitomized by Judd Nelson in The Breakfast Club, or by Elvis Presley in King Creole for your readers who aren't up on the 80s John Hughes phenomenon. Essentially, they're bad boys with heart. I've dated guys who are nice, just nice, and I get bored after about 3 dates. Bad boys are much more interesting, of course, although it's not a wish of women that these guys are really bad. Misunderstood would be a better word. Check out the local oldies station for Leader of the Pack and you'll get the idea. A guy who's a troublemaker enough to be dangerous and daring and fun and keep life interesting, but who is a real sweetheart underneath. Hell, even when I was in 8th grade, I was much more infatuated with Jason Bateman's character on Silver Spoons, the best friend, next-door neighbor who was always causing trouble to get attention from parents he thought didn't care, than Ricky Schroeder's. Ricky was so sweet he was saccharine. The problem that I've run into, as I'm sure many women have, is that most of these bad boys don't seem to have the good hearts we seek. What you see is what you get. This is because they are controlled by it. The only way to get both, and be the desire of every woman, is to understand it and control it. By the time you realize it, you may have been dating this jerk for a while. When you ditch him, it's on with the search for the same damned thing. This is where guys will get the idea that jerks get all the women. They see us in the process of the search. What they need to understand is that we're not looking for some nasty idiot. Behind it all is the wish to find that guy who can be trouble to everyone else but nice to us. Just like Judd. 8th girl, nice guys versus jerks isn't the real issue here, it is all about confidence. The major difference between nice guys and jerks is this: if a nice guy has the guts to approach a woman who has caught his attention, he is so worried about saying the perfect nice thing that he will totally flub it. The nice one ends up stumbling away from the object of his desires with his tail caught between his legs. For those who don't already realize, this is not the impression you want to make. A jerk, on the other hand, appears to have been blessed with ability to approach anyone and say just what's on his mind, completely disregarding any of the repercussions. He just does it. I have no clue how he does it. But damn, the man who has the confidence to accomplish that has caught my eye for the night whether he wants it or not. What does this say? She is saying, stop trying to say the perfect thing. This was why I left seduction behind and gone the natural route. It is more fun, less headaches, and gets better effects. 9th girl, don't think women don't like nice guys. There is an initial appeal to a jerk, but it doesn't last long. As long as you don't act desperate and have a little something going for you, believe me, a nice guy can finish first, and with the girl of his dreams. Translated, treat yourself as the prize to be won. This does solve a lot of errors, but it is not enough. Mastering the secret of the jerk optimizes your sexual appeal. 10th girl. This is from the book, which I am sure many of you have read, called The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand. Miss Rand's objectivism was always a bit thorny going down philosophically. And I know how women are the sexual ones, which is strange with the person of Miss Rand. Yet, Miss Rand's noble hero is entirely in the sexual realm. Her heroes are her ideal men. Objectivism is, in Miss Rand's words, a noble vision of man which characters like John Galt as symbols. But objectivism is more of a style of masculinity than it is a philosophy. Her heroes usually blast philosophical niceness away. In The Fountainhead, the hero, Rourke, is not attractive and said to be even ugly. His rival, Keating, is the pretty boy. But notice the effect that Rourke has on Dominic, the extraordinarily beautiful woman. At the quarry, he does not seduce her. He literally rapes her, as virgin girls are often said to express as fantasy. At a later party, the people notice Dominic, usually surrounded by desperate guys, show signs of attraction. And, my dear, asked Kiki Holcomb, what did you think of that new one? You know, I saw you talking to him, that Howard Rourke. I think, said Dominique firmly, that he is the most revolting person I've ever met. Oh, now, really? Do you care for that sort of unbridled arrogance? I don't know what one could say for him, unless it's that he's terribly good-looking, if that matters. Good-looking? Are you being funny, Dominique? The beautiful woman is attracted to this ugly guy. But why? Why, my dear, said Kiki, he's not good-looking at all, but extremely masculine. Extreme masculinity. This is what the beautiful woman wants. Now for the males. First male, one thing to add on the nice guys v jerks thing. Jerks win because in their selfish insensitivity they never hide their raw sexuality. Nice guys in their sensitivity hide their sexuality because they think it will oppress women. This guy is on the right track. Women are powerfully attracted to guys who are open with their sexuality, thus the jerks win. Exactly. Now it is important to realize that being open with your sexuality is not about being a macho wanker, but simply about not denying that you wanna have sex with her. She knows it anyway, and if you don't let the world know it, you're headed right for the friendship zone, which is great if you wanna chat all night only to see her waltz out the door and straight into bed with some arsehole who just walked in, but useless if you wanna be the one helping her mess up her sheets. So true. To be open with your sexuality, all you gotta do is be yourself, knowing that it is fine to feel sexual about her, just don't drool or go straight for the wanna fuck approach, although even that works about 10% of the time. When we acted on our desires as AFCS, we got burned. So many of us became desireless, which is not bad for getting the attention of many pretty babes. But male lust turns women on. The problem is not the male lust, it is putting that male lust in ridiculous philosophies such as the nice guy way and so on. Realize that there are no philosophies with dealing with nature and trust your gut more. Be nice by all means. In fact, I would advocate nothing but niceness, but you gotta combine it with strength and let your sexuality shine through. After all, the difference between you and the jerk is that you are nice, he is sexual. But whom does she take home? Second male. This is regarding the nice guy jerk controversy. Just want to confirm some of the claims with first-hand experience. Listen to this one. He describes why even ugly guys get the beautiful babes. I'm 22, an aerospace graduate student, and considered myself in the past to be a nice guy, and still a nice guy. Recently, I'm working weekends as a bouncer. I'm a fully qualified jiu-jitsu first dan black belt, but getting some free sex on the side is part of my agenda too. The truth is I can't keep the women off me. I don't know how many numbers I'm gathering, cause I can't keep track. Why not before, when I was a nice guy and concerned for my female friends? My reasoning is that the theory of male dominance, macho-ness or jerkiness is in effect. One girl even spelled it out for me the other night at this club I was working. Her words were something to the effect of, 90% of girls would go out with you because you're the bouncer, but you're also really good looking and sweet, or something like this. It is strength women are attracted to. But where does this strength come from? Why do guys love crushing their bodies in the gym or in sports? It is the testosterone. Well, now that I think about it, she's right. I see fat, ugly bouncers who just got out of jail picking up girls all the time, whereas they wouldn't stand a chance if they weren't bouncers. Why? Because they're tough guys. And as we see, this also explains why ugly guys get the beautiful girls. It has nothing to do with confidence, it has everything to do with testosterone. Some guys can be very confident with debates, with presentations, etc., but get them in front of a woman and they freeze. Whereas some guys cannot do all the former but know exactly what to do when around women. In my case, I am both very polite and considerate towards women and men, except on a bad day, when I don't give a fuck. Seeing this, it seems to turn them on. It's the mixed signal theory, where women see that you're a tough guy and a nice guy at the same time, the classic Humphrey Bogart thing. So the bottom line is, be tough, or if you're not, look tough and act tough. This isn't to say become a bouncer, because it is not only dangerous and risky, but also very foolish, and not worth it, unless you have the skill. Even then, personally, I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, so I don't mind. Another tip: flaunt the things you're good at or like to do, or your accomplishments. But don't lie, so that upon confrontation, you're open-jawed. That is, I'm a pilot, and I mention this to chicks I date because I love flying and it's a part of me. It's my only hobby. And it's something not all do, and so is an attention getter. Hope this helps. We all have a lot to learn, so don't worry, you'll get there if you try. It's a matter of educating yourself about these things. I believe, and I'm far from it, but the real Don Juans, like the movies, have learned many hard lessons and have keenly observed others and the mistakes they make. It's like aviation. You don't want to be in the NTSB accident report. You want to read it and learn from others' mistakes. Good luck. Third mail. Well, here is my 2 cents worth, and it's going to piss off most of the chicks and a lot of wimpy men. Wimpy men. That perfectly describes this: guys who are scared of their sexuality, of the effects their testosterone might have on them. Girls do like jerks, especially the pretty girls. Fair or not, you fellows know the pretty ones are the ones we want. Precisely. And these girls can have anyone they want, so they deserve no sympathy when they get treated like dirt. Ladies, please spare me the fickle matter about how you don't know he is a jerk. Guys, if you are a shoulder to cry on for these women, you are a bunch of damn fools. Yes. What I really get tired of hearing is that when women get older they become more attracted to nice guys. This is true only if she has gained 100 pounds, has finally divorced the jerk, and here's a couple of his kids she needs some sucker to help support. Exactly. Even then she will secretly always want him back. It happens to me constantly, and these chicks can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. It is not that nice guys finish last. It is that nice guys, when it comes to the woman's lust, do not win at all. The best seducer I know personally is an alcoholic, ex-convict, and pathological liar with a violent temper, who can't hold down a job. And yet some of you guys are reading seduction material until your eyes hurt. As the scientist said above, high rates of testosterone are found in criminals, in gigantic liars, and such. Hell, look at how popular Bill Clinton is with women voters. This is why I'm primarily interested in financial success. To hell with these dumb chicks. Let them marry a turd and live in misery. I'm going to have a nice home, car, and retire comfortably. Hey. At least he knows what he wants. If you're nice, she thinks you are a puss, chump and not real man. It's always been this way and always will be. Actors, pro athletes, rock stars, and drug dealers are always awash with women, and these guys are known scum. These guys are also the ones who are rated with the highest testosterone levels. This is the jerk's secret and he doesn't even realize it. Fourth male. This male we all know. His name is Jake Steed. Here are some examples for you. I have a coworker and friend who is one of the best natural seductionists I've ever met. He has fucked more women than any of the guys here could dream of. Yes, he parties, and yes, he seduces. Yes. We all have met them. He just so happens to be the most brilliant, accomplished person of his position in the company. So how about your theory that seduction swallows you up? Don't be ridiculous. Life is about balance. And yes, Jake illustrates my point here. The answer is because he does not seduce. He is natural man. Highly testosteronized males, especially if they can control it, rise far in the business world. The difference between Apollonian and Dionysian at its root level is that Apollonian controls nature while Dionysian is controlled by it. Apollonian is not to cast nature out to the netherworld or to be a killjoy. I'll take my example a bit further. I actually showed him this website, and you know what he did? He laughed his ass off. He couldn't understand how guys like the guys here could devote so much time and energy into discussing women. He doesn't even think about what he does. He just does. Thank you, Jake. I have been saying this on and on and on. In the Kill the Desperation thread, when asked about my philosophy, I said there was none and you guys got confused. Later, when I said to stop treating love and sexuality like an academic degree, studying books and websites on the subject, you guys got mad at me. This isn't rocket science, it is women. And the answers are already embedded in your nature. So where does that leave you? This guy is building an amazing career and fucking tons and tons of hot-ass women while you and I are here discussing the fucking path of Apollo versus the path of Dionysus and some guy named Pook who has risen to godlike status on some little-known message board. So just WHO's on the Apollo path here? Don't confuse Apollonian with career success. Later, RD2 adds, the thing that is never addressed is the quality of women that you want to get with. I would bet that Ross Jeffries has never had a real quality woman. Women are not as dumb as a lot of guys here seem to think, and they learn from experience as well as we do. I know a very quality woman who shoots down all seduction attempts. She says the thing that attracts her is the quality of character in a man. I do not think that learning SS is building that kind of characters. Thank you, RD2. Speed seduction cannot build character because the focus is, let us say it together, entirely on the woman. Gentlemen, when you want beautiful women you are in the big leagues. SS is more concerned with quantity than quality. This was why I left it behind. To increase testosterone, no, do not run out and get shots. In our modern world, cubicles and style, we are at desks and usually not in a state of action. But there are some easy ways to increase one's testosterone naturally and have the effects of greater confidence, action, boldness, strength. No more analyzing. Turn off your computer and stop reading and rereading seduction knowledge. The only true benefit of the seduction material was not in the hows of getting seduction, it was opening your eyes of how nature actually works. When I was a nice guy and read Tony's Get Laid Guy, it did a number on my head. It smashed all my nice guy philosophies. Build up the body. Oddly, working out does seem to have more psychological effects than physical ones. Jerks always usually have nice bodies. Keep in the state of action. Several of the guys in the health and fitness forum we never hear from in the other forums. Why? Because they know they don't need philosophies. Listen to Anthony Ellis of theskinnyguy.net who says, you have to have that drive and determination, and the change has to come from within. All the exterior things, they don't mean much. You want to change the way you see life. You want to change your relationships. You want to make your workplace better. You want to be happier. But Mr. Ellis, who went from scrawny guy to impressive muscle guy, I have noticed people who discovered that when they can change their bodies, they can change their whole lives. Did you notice that? I'm definitely more confident. I believe in myself a lot more. I feel I can do other things I would never have thought to do before. I'm not afraid to be out at night, and that's a big deal for me. I enjoyed the city so much more. I'm a part of it now. And doing this is not brain surgery. I didn't save someone's life. But I improved my life, which is very difficult to do. How many people are trying to lose fat? How many are trying to gain muscle? How many people are trying to get control of their lives? I have, and I feel empowered. I have no doubt any direction I choose to take, my life will be successful. You've kept this up for about a year now. You've got the solid muscle mass, a great physique, a great outlook, but what does long-term success mean to you? Is this going to be part of it? This is definitely part of my life now. It's a permanent fixture. I may make slight adjustments, but once you go on this trip, there's no return ticket. You don't want to go back. It's like going to Hawaii. You don't want to come back because you have seen the other side. Once you get going, once you get the momentum going, once you start looking better, once you start feeling better, you don't want to stop. You want to keep exercising, to keep looking good and feeling good. What do you tell people who don't believe this is possible? When I meet people with that type of attitude, people who say, "That's not possible," I tell them, for you it's not possible because you don't believe it. If you don't believe you can do it, you can't. I think they need to believe it before it will work for them. When they open their minds, things are going to start happening. Doors are going to start opening. They see the reality of the situation. It's absolutely 100% necessary to believe you can do it. I mean, really believe it deep down inside. I've come to realize that most of what happens to you is a result of you. It all comes from inside. Everything you do, everything you are, how you handle everything that happens to you is your responsibility. So if you want to change, look inside. When you decide to change from the inside, the outside will fall into place. For as you think, you shall become. This is why the focus must always remain on you. Some other things, joining a sport, every male needs good old competition. Ever notice why the jocks get the girls? Perhaps it's because their testosterone levels shoot up, or at least appear to. Eating more for skinny guys, this is a must. It strengthens the body. Don't take yourself so seriously, this is for the shy and hesitant guys. You need to get over the fact that the world does not revolve around you. It never has and never will. No one will care if you hit on a chick. No one will care if you make a move on her. Do not rationalize away your desires. Start doing some of the things the awful jerk does. Try getting on stage and being some rock star. Your testosterone levels will shoot up. Try acting. Since projection is all, your levels of testosterone will rise. Women will naturally sense it, and also because it will spring off other actions. A new start. Let us consider the nice guy versus jerk debate to be over. The nice guy is a male who is afraid or doesn't embrace his testosterone. The jerk should be seen as the testosteronized male. What we understand, we have power to use. What we do not understand, it has power to use us. For we possess the ability to restart our lives over again. Be not scared, by acting nice or relying on mental tricks, to do what your testosterone was put there to make you do. Be natural equals be man. Chicken seller Thin Sandarin had always dreamt of being a man. When she inexplicably grew a penis last month, the 21-year-old treated it as an awe-inspiring omen, as have the thousands of stunned villagers who have traveled to a pagoda to see him. On the morning of the full moon day of June 21st, I noticed my thing, sex organ, was not the same as before. Thin Sana, who now goes by the male name Than Sane, said on Wednesday. And my breasts disappeared, Than Sane added. So I called out and showed it all to my mum and dad. It was very strange. Experts have examined him, and he awaits test results from a women's hospital. Sapu FP. The Secret of the Jerk post detailed this occurring in lab rats. There are legends and mythologies of this occurring throughout various cultures. Though I am curious if the opposite is true. Can guys have their penis drop off and a vagina appear, with breasts appearing? Apparently not. Testosterone stains. Once you've been immersed in testosterone, first in the womb, then in puberty, you cannot go back. But that doesn't mean you can become very feminine and weak. You'll still have balls, just not in the metaphorical sense. The title of this post is, Looks or Personality? Here is the post. As guys, we love to make fun of women in how they always hold some clothing up and ask, do you think I'd look fat in this? Answer, A, oh yeah. You'd be a bloated whale. B, no, of course not, you're just saying that to make me feel better, of course not, honey. Liar. You think I'm fat? C, proceed to bang your head against the wall. Women spend all day putting on their faces, as if they were born without one. They waste countless hours shopping for the perfect dress, reading countless magazines for fashion tips, etc. We make fun of them, mock them for it. But women are obsessed about beauty because of us. It is our fault. After all, if a woman could cure all of the diseases, compose symphonies, and write literature, we would only remember her for how she looked. We, on the other hand, are obsessed with our jobs, our status, and our brains. For us, looks usually translates into working out equals building our muscles equals appearing to have more protection power to the chicks. Women look much more for the complete package with men. Women would take a less attractive man that can make her feel good, make her laugh, make her feel romantic and all those other goodly good feelings women are addicted to than a handsome bloke who doesn't know what he's doing and doesn't know how to make her feel good. Men are also more discriminating. Girls that don't look good have a very hard time since looks are what men always screen on. Being a not as so good looking guy is not a vice. Being a guy with a bad personality is. Less attractive guys with great personalities will always have huge advantages over attractive guys with bad personalities. Women may be attracted to you by your looks and give you more auditions, but it is the personality that keeps them. Nice guy personalities are that of supplicating, never disagreeing, always going whatever you want dear. Jerks personalities is that of not caring, always self-centered, and always going, relationship. That just means sex on a semi-annual basis, right? Nice guys are great for relationships, jerks are great for attracting but both lose in the long run. Guys want good looks. But women want charming, funny, successful, and intelligent guys that will sweep them off their feet. The title of this post is, Fountain of Youth. Here is the post. Rejoice. And be glad. All those frustrations, all those hesitations, the nervousness, the burning, the butterflies of unease, the confusions, and the errors that manifest itself when your mind says do this and your body and personality do not follow, all of these can be washed away. Forever. Yes, you thought yourself ignorant about women, so inexperienced, so confused, and you just seemed to be following an evil circle. Maybe you were like me, a super mega dork who slept through life until now. And, perhaps like I did, you read and reread all material on women and life you could get your hands on. But what if I told you that you were always a Don Juan at one point in time? And I do not mean in a specific situation or hour, I mean at one point in your life you knew everything about women and handled them with perfect ease. So perfect that it was 100% natural, and if anyone told you to view a website or books for information you would laugh yourself silly. Wouldn't that change everything? Wouldn't you say to yourself, well, If I was the perfect Don Juan, then I would try to remember how I thought and what I did when I was the Don Juan, rather than mine endless posts and books. After all, if I was a Don Juan, then I require only recollection, not revelation. Go find a picture of yourself when you were a young kid, say at age 6. Look at him. He is smiling gleefully without a care in the world. He doesn't know he is going to turn into the sad adult that you are now. Hormonally, the only difference between you and your youthful shadow is that you are flooded in testosterone and in a state of chemical madness. Your youthful shadow knows better of the joys of life. It is no wonder parents find their offspring such a wonder as they reframe the dull life of bills, appointments, and responsibilities with the fire of youth. Yes, you say that you are an adult now. You have responsibilities such as bills and chores and work to do. You have no time for such nonsense. Or do you? I bet when you were a kid, you were a natural Don Juan. I bet you got all the girls in the sandbox. As a child, you knew how to treat women better than even though you are now an adult. Some of these factors include that you knew girls and guys were different. Trendy intellectuals of this problem today. You knew there was male and female. Realize girls had cooties and could destroy a guy. This isn't too far off, as girls can totally devour and destroy a man and his life. Knew that it was improper to be girlish. You would, and ought to, get beaten up on the playground. Older people get an error in the brain called philosophy that speaks bubble-swelled words like relativity, revolution, freedom, and pop with the scent of rotten eggs of pious moralizations, bumper sticker arguments, and rambling dissertations. You knew, at an early age, that you cannot free yourself from gender. Girls were not to be taken seriously. After all, they are girls. It is the nice guy that takes the woman seriously in every and all things and cannot say no to her. Girls were to be guided, teased, because, after all, they were girls and, as such, tended to mess things up. You pulled their hair, made fun of their clothes. Not because an internet guy named Angelo told you to do so, but because you knew instinctively that it was right and proper for you to do. As a boy, you would never leave the plans up to the woman. Oh, that would be awful. As a kid, you had to say what you two were going to do, when, where, and sometimes why. You had to be direct. Why do I need a plan, Pook? Why can't we do what she wants to do? Because she has no idea what she wants to do. Example, when do you want to come over? I don't know. On Tuesday or Thursday? I just don't know. How about Wednesday? Is that okay for you? Maybe. What about Tuesday or Friday? I dunno. Aggravated ugh. I am coming to pick you up at 7:45 p.m. on Wednesday. Sweetly okay. You did not get into serious talks with a girl. You did not turn her into Oprah. You did not try to impress her with how intellectual you are. You probably hit her, cried tag, ran off, and she would chase after you. You would get on the swings. You would push her off the slides. On the seesaw, you would try to fall as fast as possible to catapult her away. Everything you did with a girl was action dates. Nice guys try to cook the lady dinner. You wouldn't even dare do such a thing when you were young. Now I know why some of my best dates are ones as simple as taking the girl to the park and run around like little kids. Action. 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 As a kid you loved to sing. You loved to laugh. What do you do now? You are so uptight that you wouldn't catch yourself dead singing outside your home. And what happened to that happy laughter that marked your childhood? Why are you taking everything so seriously now? You had toys and loved to play with them. When the girls entered your sphere, you insisted on playing with your toys. You would ride your bike at death-defying speeds. You played with cranes and Tonka dump trucks. You loved fire trucks. When you grow up, your Hot Wheels cars turn into super-fast sport cars, which you still drive at death-defying speeds. Your cranes and dump trucks turn into the big ones and you still love the fire trucks. Compare this to the nice guy who does not understand the beauty of construction or get scared at the idea of fire trucks. There is a reason why women love firemen. You embraced your imagination. If you played with a girl, it was to be on your terms. You will not find a boy that says to a girl, "Whatever you want to do." I remember flicking caterpillars on girls, and they loved it. You would point to the girl and go, "You are the detective and I am the cop." And then you pointed to others and go, "Look at these villains. Come, we must round them up." And the girls joyfully played the part. What do you do now? Let's go get dinner. Boring. You had one eternal enemy in childhood, boredom. Like a void, it encroached on you in school, ensnared you with a stupid trip with the parents, and enveloped you as you stepped on the school bus. You embraced every chance for play. If there is one thing a man must never do to a woman, it is this: do not bore her. Make her happy, make her angry, make her laugh, anything but bore her. That enemy, boredom, is back and women are looking for you to strike it down. Embrace your youth and live again for the first time. Even at your young age, you were aware of fashion. Your mother was perplexed at why you couldn't wear that shirt or put on those shoes. You knew the importance clothes and appearance had. Nice guys and chumps try to say nothing for appearance and say, "She will like me for who I am," and, with the same breath, ignore the chicks who do nothing appearance-wise, big whale chicks, pimply chicks, and such, while getting shot down at the real women. When you were young, your father was a demigod. You both feared and loved him. He could be playful when he wanted to. But, always, he was a source of strength, always confident, and always seemed to know the solution to any problem you came across. This feeling of awe you thought of your father is the perfect definition of a man. When you strive to be that same towering figure, which seemed to have solutions to all problems, confidence for all troubles, know-how for all messes, stability for all storms, women will react to you in the same way. It is said, women want to marry their fathers. But this phrase has been taken completely out of context. Women want to marry that guy, that man they knew when they were a little girl. You can only understand and become that man through the eyes of the young boy. Now some women will protest this advocacy of looking at women as little girls. This works especially well with the younger chicks, which is what most guys here want. This also solves a legal mystery. Why were women from 1800s and down treated, by law, as children? We know the answer now. And I would say to women to treat men the same way. Women are most charming when they view us as boys. He, whom the gods love, grows young, said the ancient Greeks. Look at that picture of the young you. Now look in the mirror. The blazing light in the youth's eyes, the curiosity, and the wonders he saw at nature and life, the joy he loved at any occasion. Are they still part of you? Look into the mirror. Is the same light in your eyes? If not, then you know what you need to do. You have come to the solution of your Don Juan troubles. Legends spoke of a fountain of youth that turns the old young. Conquistadors prowled continents hunting for this magical facet of nature. This legend of the fountain of youth was like a psychological splinter in the minds of so many men, driving them across the world through dangers and storms to obtain such a treasure. But it was not in the world, it was in us. Who knew women are the key that seems to unlock all of nature's mysteries? Doesn't this clear the stormy air of confusion? Especially with younger immature women, when you are with a woman and 1,000 Don Juan philosophies and tactics come to thwart your peace, remember the kid that you were. And how he looked on life. Yes, she might be a 20-something vixen. But underneath those milk sacks and fat deposits that drive your chemicals mad, is a little girl. Rather than being nervous about some date, view the date as if you were 7 years old. Everything becomes simple and fun, as it should be. One thing is for certain, women go nuts over a guy who keeps his boyhood charm as women want an escape. They do not want to hear your views on the world. They want to have the happiness and fun of their childhood back, as everyone does. They will fight for the rare men who truly live like this. This also explains the mystery why uneducated men often seem to do better with women than many men with PhDs who are so smart they intellectualized life out of existence. As we know, cell division error, aided by free radicals, accumulates errors throughout the body as time passes. A person of 80 obviously has more errors than that of 40. His tissues start to fail, making his organs fail. Then entire organ systems collapse, until life is snuffed out. In the same way, our minds start out pristine and pure, that of the child, and everything is playful, fun, and simple. But as time passes, philosophies and bitter memories accumulate. The diseased person looks at life only through the philosophical lens, living a life of past memories, and so his life decays and decays until there is no life within him. Pook hands you the chalice. Drink and pass the cup around. This water from the fountain of youth will wash away these errors, all those frames your bitter memories eat at your mind. Drink to the girls that rejected you viciously. Drink to the macho guys that beat you up in school. Drink to the chains of routines, errands, and appointments. Drink to your ambition, drink to your melancholy, drink to your loneliness. Drink to your heart's content and pass the cup around. Your mind has now absorbed the blessed waters of the fountain of youth. You are now the light of the world. Your life is now young, fruitful, fun, easy, simple, and your body will reflect it as well. The world is now your sandbox. Rejoice. Many people get swallowed up in their vanity, all believing themselves brilliant and smart. They follow their philosophies unquestioningly and their lives walk on the quicksand of melancholy. But they see the new you and it smashes all their philosophies to bits. They ask each other, how can he be so happy? How can he be so alive? Let us study him and we will write articles and manifestos on him. But you know the truth. Their ambitions have consumed them while you look on life with youthful eyes. And live in a child's paradise. Quote, you guys are thinking too much of this. There is no time in sexuality. In the realm of sexuality uncorrupted with intellect and politics and all, which is verse, time simply doesn't exist. This is not looking at your childhood as if it was some golden age. To the contrary, your entire life is the golden age. The problem isn't because you aged, because in sexuality, time doesn't exist. The problem with many is they've become so super intellectual or so educated that it corrupts their sexuality. Your body doesn't get corrupted by time. Cell division error and free radicals corrupt it. In the same manner, your mind, soul doesn't age. It gets corrupted with intellect, philosophies, and education. I always wondered why girls could be attracted to hard bodies, happy smiles, but never the genius. Now we know why. Years ago, I was at my most natural state when I would rant about philosophy, politics, economics, and so on. As you can imagine, this bored the women. Women want smart guys but not melancholy-filled philosophic guys. My actions were so intellectualized that women saw through everything, or used me in some way. This is an anti-intellectual post, very tame of what will follow. Many people sense that time is going faster and faster and faster for them, as if life is speeding up. Things become more frantic, responsibilities become more stacked, and the geometry of rules and regulations grow narrower and narrower around your life until nothing remains. The reason why time is speeding up is because your life's relationship to sexuality is going down. This isn't about bringing your childhood into the present. It is to cleanse your mind and soul of all this philosophic dust and bitter memory garbage that has accumulated. We cannot reverse time with our bodies, thanks to the cell division error. But we can drink from this fountain of youth for our own minds. Originally posted by Short Timer Indeed, Maybe the childhood Pook speaks of is true of him, but it seems more like some idealistic version of the past that never really existed. I too recall my childhood with torment. If I could, I wouldn't live it again. Maybe this metaphor will work for some people though. With one sip, the complexity of women just vanishes. With 2 sips, you no longer want to talk and intellectualize with girls, you just want to run around and have fun. With 3 sips, you look at all these manifestos of women and how to get women with disbelief. This fountain of youth is not immaturity. It is not mediocrity. I find it amazing how people go through so much trouble to make sure their body isn't contaminated by disease, germs, and the like. Yet, there is no such consideration for their mind and soul with politics, philosophies, and perversions of all sort to infect and tear down your sexuality, and thus, your life. Think about it. Do you want to have a relationship based on talking about DNA? The childhood example applies because no child intellectualizes life. It was only years and years later that I decided I was smart and so read and got filled with a lot of BS that life slipped past me. Most people's sexuality deteriorates. Some people deteriorate more than others. But when one of these people see a Don Juan, they start intellectualizing what is really going on. So all these theories are born, which is just the intellectual's excuse to not face the truth about himself. That he was not so brilliant after all. The title of this post is, Kill That Desperation. Here is the post. Being a Don Juan is not a net sum of smooth maneuvers and methods, but of your own outlook on the world and on women. Anyone can memorize techniques, but few can change the way how they think. Women will be able to sniff out the former. But with the latter, women will be clawing each other for you. A Don Juan is a state of mind, not a list of methods and tricks. This must be stated because it brings us to the subject of desperation. In the end, we are all desperate with desire. We wouldn't be looking for tips and answers if we did not desire a girlfriend or multiple girlfriends, being a bit ambitious, aren't we? We all want a woman, or women, but our desire and feelings brings out the desperation traits within us. Where I work, I ask the women why they found a coworker to be so desperate. Here are some of their answers: always giving the women attention, calling all the time, and calling immediately once getting the number, immediately returning a call, etc., taking every opportunity to talk to them, and telling everything about yourself, always available. Never willing to walk away, never willing to disagree, always supplicating, etc. What theme can we find in the above? It is that the man puts the woman on the pedestal rather than himself. Imagine if a woman did all of the above to you. Imagine if a woman was obsessed with you, always calling you, always available, and always spending her free time for you. Any interest you had for this woman would soon evaporate. Why? Because in your own mind you are thinking 2 things: no one else must want her, and if I can get her obsessed about me, I know I can get better girls to be interested in me. Her desperation is turning you off. The same is true for women. Women are not attracted to desperate men. Period. I've told my coworker this and his response, well, that is just who I am. Eventually, he will realize that the only common denominator in his pattern of crash and burns will be him. So if anyone has told you that you're desperate, consider that it's true. There is a key to removing desperation forever. There is no simple trick that will kill the desperation. It will not be in how you dress, how you talk, or where you go for dates. No, the key is in how you think. The key to killing desperation, and attracting crowds of women, is to think and believe that you are the great catch. Desperate guys do not do this. They see the woman as the prize rather than themselves. They see that the woman must be wooed rather than them. They will, thus, supplicate and become a nice guy. And nice guys finish last. If you start treating a woman like precious gold, she will believe she is gold. And once she believes it, she will dump you because you have given her the sense that she is better than you. Once she thinks that, She will want to replace you with someone better, because you have given her reasons to believe that you are unworthy of her greatness. After all, if we think we can shag someone better, we will. This holds true for both men and women. The last thing we want is to settle for a mate when we could have gotten better. This is why the element of challenge is so important in the dating game. The lesson: don't give her a reason to think she is better. You are the gold. She should be thrilled just to have a chance with you. The first step in becoming the Prince Charming every woman dreams of is to think of yourself as a prince. When you believe you are the prince, that you are the great catch, all the desperation signs you were emitting vanish and an aura of attraction will surround you. Combine this manner of thinking with all the Don Juan skills you know, and you will become irresistible. Let us look at the desperation signs again, always giving the women attention. Now that you're the prince, you don't have time to give women attention. A prince is kind, enthusiastic, smiling, yet you have things to do. A prince's time is precious. A woman must win your attention, you shall not give it to them. Calling all the time, and calling immediately once getting the number, immediately returning a call, etc. The great catch simply cannot call all the time because he has tons of other numbers. The great catch is not competing for a particular girl. The girls, rather, are competing for him. Taking every opportunity to talk to them, and telling everything about yourself. Why would Prince Charming tell everything about himself to a woman? No, the woman must justify herself to him because you are the goods. The prince would reveal things about himself only as a reward. The woman loves the mystery in this and sees knowing the prince as peeling layers of an onion, knowing him gradually. Always available. The great catch is busy with many women. She must fight for your time, not the other way around. Never willing to walk away, never willing to disagree, always supplicating. Prince Charming wouldn't accept any disrespect from any woman. If a woman gave him such disrespect, he walks away. The prince knows all these women want to be with him so he can eject at any time. Now, I know what you're thinking, Pook. I can't act like a Prince Charming or the Great Catch. I don't have tons of women after me. This is reversing cause and effect. Assume you are the Great Catch, think that you are, and as you think you shall become. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Treat your hobbies as if they have more value than the women do, or treat your hobbies as if they were other women. When you think you are the Great Catch, you will act like it and the women will know that you are. Women love certain traits in guys. By thinking you are the Great Catch allows you to emit these traits naturally and without any effort. Good looks you cannot change your genes. But you can change the way you treat those genes. Does Prince Charming wear raggedy t-shirts? Does the Great Catch walk with his head down? No. You will wear nice clothes and walk with pride because you are proud of yourself. After all, you are one of the best. So treat yourself accordingly. Anyone can wear a suit. But few can wear a suit proudly. Few can wear a suit that seems to fit them naturally and creates an aura of importance. Good carriage and excellent threads are the consequence by how you think of yourself. Women know this and thus you are judged by it. Humor girls love humor. Prince Charming and the Great Catch are funny because they know that they, themselves, are fun. They don't worry, my goodness, she is really cute. How can I attract her? They assume she will be attracted and they have fun in the meantime. Don't be shy. Let your personality shine. When you think you are the Great Catch, this should come more naturally because you have nothing to fear. Dominance, you are the man. You must be in charge. Desperate guys will try to be nice in every which way to win the girl, and fail, of course. But Prince Charming and the Great Catch will sweep women off their feet. When you think you are the goods, you realize that it is ridiculous to treat a relationship and flirting as walking on eggshells. You set the rules, not the other way around. After all, you are the prize to be sought. Look at the soap operas and romance novels for grounds of this. Women like to be in the presence of a man, not a boy, not a chump, and certainly not a nice guy. Dominance is also being sure of yourself. Do not speak in a soft tone. Speak strongly and behave strongly. After all, do you think Prince Charming worries about making mistakes? No, so neither should you. I know. I can hear you saying, but I must worry about mistakes or else I'll have another learning experience on my hands. This is a good thing. Let us say that, in a normal conversation, you came across a word you did not know how to pronounce. Most people will utter the word softly for fear of criticism. This is stupid. Say the word loud. Let me repeat, say the word loud. If you are wrong, you will be corrected. Clearing up mistakes is always a good thing and should never be feared. The same applies with dating. Do not date with hesitation and shyness, date with all conviction. Remember, the biggest risk you can take in life is not to take any risks at all. Ambition. When you think yourself as the great catch, you know women are not the priority of your life. After all, the great catch knows he can get any woman whenever he wants. When you feel good about life, you cease to fear success and demand life show all that it has. Aim for the moon. If you miss, at least you'll be among the stars. So in the end, too often men think they need a girlfriend to have their life complete. The consequence is that these men will emit signs of desperation. Success is achieved first through the mind, then through the world, never the other way around. Hi shakes, how can you be assertive and aggressive without appearing desperate? Be selective and picky, not on the prowl or hungry. Who knows? That next girl may be the one you marry. Might as well have high standards, always be willing to walk away. Never accept low interest responses, ads posts cover this well. Shy guys and non-aggressive guys get nowhere with woman. Was extremely shy and very non-aggressive. You can use it to your advantage. For non-aggressiveness, for some reason, I tend to attract flocks of chicks. They hit on me, touch me, try to get me to ask them out, and I don't. Hey. Other guys my age I talk to, a few have had the same thing. We found out the reason why, as was summed up by what one girl told me: you're not like most guys. You're different, intelligent, and sexier than a Greek god. Okay, maybe she didn't say that. But she did say that I was different and not like most guys. Why? Because I wasn't hitting on every chick. I wasn't out hustling the girls. Guys who want a girlfriend hit on girls all the time. Here are some facts. Fact A: guys who hit on girls appear desperate and needy. Fact B: girls want guys who don't need girls. I like ads metaphor. Be as free as a bird. Girls want to seize that bird and toss it in a cage. That cage is called commitment, therefore, guys shouldn't hit on girls. Guys hit on girls because they are needy. Change your thinking and you cease to be needy, and you'll naturally stop hitting on girls. I think it is best to treat a chick, no matter how hot and steamy she is, no matter how cute and perfect, as a guy. The only exception is don't talk technical stuff with them like you would with a guy. Computers, cars, how to lay chicks, etc. They will love this. With the girls I like, I talk about them and they become more and more attracted to me because guys do not do this. That is how I used my non-aggressiveness to my advantage. It can be excellent for creating attraction, in some situations. Problem is that you have to turn it off eventually and go for her. And you know that she will say, yes. Oh, this is the luckiest day of my life. Because you think are Prince Charming. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, using shyness as an advantage. Shy people think too much. Shy people react to situations when they should be acting, initiating. But when you're on a date or any time talking to a woman you like, you can use your shyness as an advantage. Shy people do not go around talking about themselves or try to sell themselves because they hate talking in general. Girls hate this anyway. See? Much goodness already. When she asks you about yourself, give her a general answer and turn the conversation back on her. Shy people's advantage is they let women flap their gums. The Art of Conversation is a great article at saucewave.com. She flaps her gums, you take something she said that you agree with, paraphrase it in your own words, and feed it back to her. She will levitate before your very own eyes. See? Shyness and non-aggression can be great virtues rather than the vices they seem to be. I get my women from the workplace. It makes work seem like recreation. However, in a workplace setting you have to be careful as a reputation sticks. Go out with every girl and you are labeled a player, which women hate. Hit on every girl there, you will instantly be stamped Mr. Desperate and all the girls will laugh at you. I've seen it happen to poor chumps. Act reserved by demonstrating your fun personality and you will know when they will be dying for you to ask them out. Sometimes they'll even bring themselves to ask you out, which you say no. They become even more intrigued, for guys don't turn down girls. Clubs and parties are not the place, I think, for shy non-aggressive people. I get better results when I can talk to people without shouting all the time. You can get away with hitting on women if you won't see them again, in the workplace or classroom, they will remember and reputations stick. Just because you get a date does not mean you stop being attractive. You must make your attractiveness consistent by continually thinking yourself as the great catch or as Prince Charming. For if you don't, then you start to put her on a pedestal and have that fatal romance disease known as desperation. Right now, I'm in a situation where I'm on the verge of dating 2 women. Even though I've read the articles on this site a billion times and read this forum daily, I can feel myself wanting to fall in infatuation. It is all in our minds of how we look at the women. See, good Pook, I wonder what fun I can have with her. I wonder what new things I'll learn about women from her. I wonder what happens if I try this strategy on her. Bad Pook, Woza. She is hot. I hope I look and act all right. I really hope I don't do anything stupid or dumb tonight. Notice the difference? When Pook is bad, he places the success of the night on if he doesn't screw up, which he will because he is worried to death about it. When Pook is good, he places the success factor on the experimentation and fun, which as a result the Pook will come across as fun and different. Be the good Pook. The title of this post is, Embrace Your Sexuality. Here is the post. To the nice guys, AFCs, chumps, and assorted miscellaneous confused males, sirs, let us have a little talk on the spirit of sexuality. This might trouble you, to be sure, it might anger others, which is most certain, but the stubborn fact remains that you cannot be successful with women never until you embrace your sexuality. Yet until now, you were not interested in sexuality. Rather, you wanted to hear more philosophies, more tricks and tactics to be placed in your quiver of dating. It is as if you were to say, yes, these guys that are getting girls are all very well and good. But what philosophies should we deploy to get the women? We purchase bits and pieces of philosophies on this site like we are in a dating Walmart. We, however, enjoy being the dorks we are and wish only for more philosophies to add to our arsenal. How blind you guys are. Now, I wish to ask you a question. Go ahead, Pook. Do you see that female over there? No, not the thin one. No, not the one with the long hair and curvaceous body. I am talking about the large one in front of the ho-hos. Yes, her hair is an absolute mess. She has no sense of style. She keeps many pets and spends extraordinary amounts of money on them. Personality? She is bitter. She enjoys philosophy just as you do. Why, she is going to become a feminist. Is she a woman? Pook. Of course not. She is female, that can be proven. But do not call such a thing a woman. If she is not a woman, what is she? Hag? Bitch? Walrus? Witch? Titanic? Ah! She is an androgynous. Androgynous females do not look like girls or act like them. 3 professors of mine, who I have talked to about their past and their regrets, told me they were clueless with women even though they knew everything about the Elizabethan period, the history of the Supreme Court, and the philosophical ruminations in the 19th century. Despite that, they married the woman I described above despite how brilliant they were. Other guys block their sexuality by being nice. Sexuality is disrespectful and makes me look like a pig. In the end, these nice guys end up being thought up as an ass by women and treated as one. If you want to avoid this type of fate, read on. Embrace your sexuality. This guy has no problems talking to women except those he desires. The desire sabotages him and wrecks him completely. Listen. We can hear him. I feel so guilty. This is like I don't respect them. This is painful. I feel like I am using them. I feel dirty doing this. Oh, poor guy. His problem is not the women but himself. Why is he feeling guilty? Why does he think he is being sinister? Look, we are going to see him 10 years from now. Behold. The guy is 10 years older but still has no girl. He has a decent job, a decent life, but it seems meaningless without a girl. He becomes bitter. He is angry at life. If only he could fix whatever problem 10 years earlier. How much joy and bliss would be in his life. This guy's life has been like the hard desert with painful arrows constantly peppering him from the blazing sun. He wanders aimless, seeing an oasis in that beautiful woman who only sees him as a friend. The beautiful women, the ones he wants, are like mirages. He thought they would finally end his painful wandering and lead him into that promised land of bliss. Oh, if he could only find one. All the pains would end. The key is not in finding this oasis, this woman, to end all your pains. The key is to realizing that the problem is not the women, not the situation, but himself and only himself. Now he stands in the desert but lo and behold, a heavenly rain has cascaded from the sky. The dryness of loneliness, the ever-constant thirst for affection, is quenched with the blissful rain. What was the one thing that caused the rain that quenched his thirst and cooled the heat? It was to embrace his sexuality. If you cannot embrace your sexuality, you can never be a Don Juan, and you can never be happy in life. Are you a guy? Take a look in the mirror. Chances are, if you are at this website wondering the hows and whys, then you are not a guy. But I forget myself. Let me introduce my prop. Thus enters Nerd Boy. Why, hello, Nerd Boy. Look at you. Pocket protector and all. You have glasses and look like a drone. Your clothes don't match. Heck, your clothes don't even have any personality. You are so mental that you cannot grasp the ways of the flesh. Just as you thought the fat chick was not a woman, women will not think this nerd boy is a guy. Why? He isn't fully human. It's obvious he hasn't had any contact with womaniverse, which is sexuality itself. He will make excuses. I am very handsome, which is true. A handsome drone is he. I am a genius. I have a great job. Oh, poor nerd boy. Women do not possess the faculties to see beauty as men do. Women do not care for your intellect, that is masculine chatter. The guy that woman is with may be ugly, may even be stupid, but he is absolutely sexual. Nerd boy is blind to sexuality and, therefore, blind to life. Sexuality problem number 1. Looks. Are you ugly? Are you beautiful? It doesn't matter. Women do not see beauty. They see only sexuality. So how does a sexual male look? To put it bluntly, it is the badass. This guy has the look of power, be it a shaved head, leather coat, professional corporate suit, backwards cap, a well-toned body, spiky hair, or whatever else. This person looks like a guy. He is not androgynous. He knows what his sexuality is and embraces it. How is a guy supposed to look? To be male is to drive against nature, to pierce her. He is not a pretty boy, though. This might get some girls too. It is almost a rough look. A guy has a look of some masculinity about him. How to look like Brad Pitt? No, I didn't mistype that. One girl I knew saw Brad Pitt on TV and orgasmed. He looks so good, sigh. But Brad Pitt's effect has nothing to do about looks. Brad Pitt is a very symmetrical union of the two sexualities, male and female. He looks innocent but also as a badass, sweet but rough, smooth yet rugged, elegant but strong. Pook, this is a contradiction. No, it is not. It is well known that women like guys who have some feminine aspects, that is pretty boys. To get the Brad Pitt effect, you need to figure out where you are on the sexuality scale, though many males like Nerd Boy aren't on the scale at all. If you're a feminine male, you are probably thin, innocent, modest, shy, pretty boyish, curls for hair, large eyes, and have an almost aristocratic style about you. The masculine male is muscular, large, loud, motorcycle, has a goatee or shadow, and has a sporty or outdoorsman style to him. Now that you know where you are at, simply add in elements of the other. Some guys, when they go on to manhood, carry a piece of adolescence with them. These are the guys that end up with the Brad Pitt effect, though you can make it your own. Compare this to Nerd Boy. He looks at them and thinks how much smarter he is. But is he smarter? No. They may not know their calculus, but they know their sexuality. When women flock to these guys, the Nerd Boy only stands there in awe. Sexuality problem number 2, personality. Come here and talk to the lovely lady, Nerd Boy. Hi. Creepy. I will do anything for you, lovely lady. I'm sure you will, Nerd Boy. But when a guy has embraced his sexuality, he treats the women like they are children. But Pook. That is not politically correct. Foolio. This is sexuality that is above and beyond your petty philosophies and politics. Now where were we? Oh yes, he does not take women seriously. And why should he? He is a man after all. He has a sense of self. He is monad. He doesn't need anyone to define himself. But embracing one's sexuality means enjoying it. You do not look at the woman as work or as a riddle to be solved. No, you go in and have fun. You do not dwell on boring subjects like Nerd Boy here does. So what we end up with is a type of cocky and funny guy. D'Angelo covers this subject quite a bit. But you will never be cocky and funny by intentionally trying to be cocky and funny. You are not a chick putting up a facade. No, be a guy and so act like a guy. Here, gentlemen, is a ballerina. She has just told you of all the things she does, how she dances, and everything like that. What is your response, Nerd Boy? Wow, that is really interesting. Tell me more about the fabrics and spiffy colors of the pageant, the dance moves, etc. Guy, you must have really strong legs. It is as simple as that. Some guys cannot control themselves and start being blatantly sexual to the poor women. This, of course, is unattractive to the ladies. This is not being rude or blatant. It is to realize that sexuality is not contained in the bed and is part of every interaction you have with the woman. Look. She is touching you, this is good. Touch is sexual in itself. Kino is sign of interest. If you kino a girl too soon, it can backfire on you. You no longer remain a mystery to her, the game is up, she knows you want her. But if she thinks you are not interested in her and you want to say you are, you kino her. Kino is a form of womanese for, I am interested in you. When you kino the chick understands perfectly what you are saying. Kino is communication. Using it to create interest, which may not be there, rather than as communication will backfire. However, failure to receive or initiate kino makes one sexually a mannequin. Know why? Because mannequins do not initiate kino. Bad. Hi, I'm Flirty Boy. Touch, you look so cute in that outfit. My goodness. You must get compliments all the time. And Flirty Boy continues to flirt, right, Hi, I'm Mr. Right. Some small talk. What's your number? A guy does not flirt with chicks, unless he is working, thus captive, and has nothing else better to occupy his mind. A guy asks out the chick to show he's interested. Sexuality problem number 3, dating. What to do? What to do? Poor nerd boy. He cannot invite the chick over to view his computer together. So he thinks, what do males do to court the lady? Dinner, of course. Nerd boy and his chick eat their meal. But nerd boy, I am sorry to interrupt, how are you different from any other male? Look. There goes your woman, never to talk to you again. She said you were boring. Alas. But I gave her dinner. She ought to like me. But any guy can give her dinner. Can you give her dinner, trash heap guy? Yes, Pook. I can buy her dinner. And what says you, Mr. Nice Guy? I can buy her dinner, also. And Mr. Saucewave? What about you? I also can buy her dinner. There is no difference. Any male can buy her dinner. Heck, any female could buy her dinner. So what do you suggest, Pook? Action dates. Do not sit there, talking. She can do that with her girlfriends. Guys, on the other hand, are all about action. Real men are not making dinner. They are swimming rivers and climbing mountains. Find something action-wise and get her involved. But Pook, I enjoy sitting in front of my computer all day and don't like action dates. Learn to like them. Look, are you even living? There are brilliant things out there to enjoy and do. What are you wasting your youth on? Sitting in front of the computer? Sexuality problem number 4, love shyness. Grab your white coats, gentlemen, and follow me. Pook and the others go down the hall and turn to the left. Now we are at the testing room. Behind the window is where we will experiment. They will not see us, gentlemen, for they will see only a mirror. Here, we can peek in on the outside world. But Dr. Pook, what is the experiment going to be? Patience, indeed. Let us begin. A man was in the room and all was well. Then, all of a sudden, a gorgeous woman enters the room. The man snuck glances. Soon, the woman got tired of this game and she came over to speak to him. Focus, gentlemen. Watch how he responds. You again. Doch. Stop. Remove the woman. Quarantine the male. We cannot risk the possibility that his error is contagious. Yes, Dr. Pook. Right away, Dr. Pook. Anything you say, Dr. Pook. It is so nice when they do what you ask. Now, display the data on our subject. The screen flashed up the male's brain map. Good heavens. I was afraid of this. His entire frontal lobe is severely damaged. Gentlemen, to show you the extent of the damage this male labels as shyness, let us look at it through the woman's perspective. Not woman-iverse. Yes. Okay, she walks into the room. She knows the guy is checking her out. Guys, the girls are cleverer than you think. They will spot you if you check them out. If you like a chick, she will eventually know it, so the chick decides to talk to the guy. And the guy didn't seem capable of conversation. Why, he just mumbled and bumbled about something. What did he say? It doesn't matter. Look at how he said it. He wasn't speaking, he was farting from his mouth. Now, what was the woman thinking? A gentleman peered at the data and looked up, stunned. She thought he was brain damaged. Exactly. And you know what, he was. He is right here and he is wrong. He knew something was wrong but he can't figure it out. The problem is Descartes. Yes, old Descartes thought that he could divide the mind and body with his philosophies. Descartes thought that human beings were composed of physical bodies and immaterial minds. That blasted Dutchman Spinoza disagreed. Why, to Spinoza, feeling was not opposed to reason. Rather, feeling was an accomplice. With Spinoza, mind and body are not two but one. Some believe in a third way, which is Freud. Freud believed that this young male's reaction was because of repression. I'm sure you've heard it before, that guy is going to turn into a playboy because he was sexually repressed. But this is nonsense. We are humans, not caged animals. It is impossible to turn off all emotions in rational decision-making. A girl can be hot, but what does that matter unless you mentally acknowledge it? Ever have a particular girl you kept thinking about? Lust is not just fleshy. Lust is both mental and fleshy. The point is that Spinoza was right and Descartes was wrong. Pook, is there a purpose to this? There is, and it is in that young male. When the beautiful woman came into his orbit, he tried to compartmentalize. A wave of emotion came over him. He fought against it rather than accepting it. And so, the result is a guy that just stands there like a mark with a whole army shooting at him. Logic is to this universe as feeling, conversation is to womaniverse. The woman thought, typical male, and went off to find a worthier recipient. Do you want to get rid of your shyness? You're going to have to open up and get out of your solitary shell. Sure, you can deploy tactics and maneuvers and turn women into a piece of mathematical equation. But in the end, you are still in your same shy philosophy-obsessed world. You just destroyed her and turned her into a part of a philosophy to absorb. Instead of dehumanizing the woman, why not humanize yourself? Sexuality problem number 5, lack of experience. No experience, no job. No job, no experience. It is like that with women. Oh, foolish lad. She doesn't care if you are still running on virgin or not. The only problem is that if you have a problem with it. Some guys worry about their experience, worry about stupid labels. I am still a virgin though. So what? Despite what the movies portray, sex is not life. If you have a problem with it, it is guaranteed that SHE will. Stop worrying. Sexuality is not a philosophy to learn. It is more like a dance. Some males get it, others don't. Do not demand philosophies of sexuality, you'll only end up destroying it. And if you ask for a theory to create another philosophy to be stacked in a bookish format to further continue your ego as a great thinker, consider yourself chained to this website forever. Embrace your sexuality and embrace life. The title of this post is, On Embracing Sexuality. Here is the post. This is an excellent discussion post. One thing we hear all the time from people is that, go out and immediately get laid, then you won't have any trouble with women. Go get a prostitute so you'll stop being virgin, then everything is easier. Go out into the action realm and everything else will get better. Your post defies those solutions and shows that instead of just saying, go outside and get experience, then everything will work, that we need to work on our inner realm, and then the outer realm will fix itself. Anti-Dump says, beautiful women will hide their feelings. This is so true. This is also why you can't sit around and look for signs. Anti-Dump really helped me when it came to the beautiful women, especially the beautiful innocent women. Whereas most women would by now be revealing her feelings for me, they do not. I can only know if they are interested by their actions, which is yes to the phone number and yes to the dates. Now, you are on a date with the beautiful innocent women. What do we do? Since women already see me as a sexual being, I don't know. But just as there is a plane of sexuality with touching, fondling, kissing, etc., this is seen, there is also another plane of sexuality, which is unseen. This unseen plane means things like voice tone, eye contact, and a literal connection. Desire is what will get you the beautiful innocent girl. However, this desire needs to be transmitted along this unseen plane. Let me give you an example. I was rejected by this one girl that I really liked, which originally sent me to this forum. This was 4 years ago. Now, I'm going out with her. She is the perfect example of the beautiful innocent type. What could I do? You just can't go up to her and start grabbing things. How do you create intimacy with the beautiful innocent type? through desire. Let her know you want her. But didn't you say you ought to be desireless? Well, when you were a nice guy, how were you showing your desire? Through flowers? Through declarations of love? By talking to her all day? Our romantic machine is broken when that happens. And the only way to fix it is to turn off our desire. Okay, now we aren't doing these stupid sappy things. Now we have to rebuild the romantic machine, replace it with something like anti-dumps machine. Now when your romantic machine gets turned back on, you do not display your desire on the seen channels, through flowers, gifts, chocolate, poetry, but through the unseen realm, eye contact, voice tone, getting to the point, etc. So when I was at dinner with my beautiful innocent girl, I started eye contact and never looked away except to eat my food. People think eye contact is simply staring into someone else's eyes. It isn't. Eye contact is displaying your desire into her eyes. I let it all out. All my desire I've had for her, all the frustrations she's caused me. I am on this website because of her. All the work that she put me through, I said not a word of it, but she knew every bit, because she saw it in my eyes. She melted and melted and melted. She returned the eye contact. The next step is to see if the conversation is flowing. Is she laughing? Is she lust drunk? She should be giggling like a little girl, with her eyes caught into yours. Do the D'Angelo test of brushing her hair with your fingers. If she's susceptible to this, kiss her. If she likes that, keep kissing her, then slowly move around her face, canoeing the back of her head, her arms, wherever, and keep the desire up. Do not let it go. In order for the girl to melt, there needs to be a fire. The fire in your eyes. The fire in your lips. The fire in your touch. This is how a woman wants to feel. It is in this moment, she feels truly female, for she has been desired and is now being acted on. There is a reason why women have a fantasy of being in a crowded room and a guy locking eye contact with them. Is it eye contact? No, it is his desire at her. She loves being desired. Oh heavens, it makes her feel like a woman. Beautiful innocent women's role in nature is to be desired and not desiring. So next time you are with that girl, let it all out in your eyes and watch what happens. She may start off all wooden, but in the end, I guarantee, she'll be cookie dough. The title of this post is, Eliminate Desire or Not? Here is the post. I replied to this a long time ago and it used to be in the archive. I guess, now, that since it isn't, the question comes up again. Quote, some people ask, why does Pook hammer the same points again and again? Just read the above. There is no contradiction. Keep in mind also that the time between those two posts was years. I'm a bit wiser now, but the same principle applies. Look at it like this, years ago, when I first came to this forum, I was a nice guy. How am I going to get the women? One thing I said back then was canoeing. I said it because IT worked. I said, canoeing turns you into a sexual being to her. If you do not kino her, she will see you sexually as a mannequin. Why? Because mannequins do not initiate kino. Years later. I do not kino a chick, certainly not on dates at first. Contradiction. Pook is contradicted. What you're forgetting is that after years, I am no longer that old nice guy. The nice guy comes across to the woman as boring and sexually a zero. Nice guys also seem safe. So when I started kinoing and stuff, I got an instant reaction from her. Why, all of a sudden I am a sexual being. One difference from those old nice guy days is that I've gained 30+ pounds of muscle mass, dress better, talk better, more confident, etc. I am already a sexual being. If I start canoeing a girl now, I will be seen as coming on too strong and too desperate. This is why I now agree with anti-dump in that archived thread. I'm not for or against kino. I also wouldn't recommend nice guys to act like how I am now. So now I disregard talking about Kino or how you say things and just talk about sexuality. I'm already a sexual being now, there is no need for me to Kino a girl. She will know I'm a sexual being already. I do not need to touch her. Originally posted by DJ Dreamer. The guy that wrote Embrace Your Sexuality is the same guy that wrote Kill That Desperation. The author is Pook. His excellent rhetoric provides camouflage for his contradiction. It's not possible to be horny and not needy at the same time, unless of course you're a think about sex and have no sex sexual. But the nice guy needs to embrace his sexuality. He is a sexual dud. You need to look, act, and think like a guy. If I put up a sexuality scale, some guys would be at low sexuality, nice guys, while some guys would be at the higher end. I honestly can't say the specifics of how one should act or say to a girl because everyone is different points on this scale. For the nice guy, canoeing goes a long way. But for me now, it is overkill. The desireless is to be not needy. You want her but do not need her. It is a big difference. Desperate guys need a girl to complete themselves to make themselves feel happy. I say these guys got it backward. They ought to complete themselves and make themselves happy, then go for the chicks. Live. Laugh. Love. Notice the order. Get your life together, make yourself happy, then go for the chicks. Some people complain that it is work. Well, what is the point of having a girlfriend or a fleet of women if you have no direction in life and chronically melancholy? Defeats the purpose. Women are to enhance your life. Fools think the women will define their life. I think 90% of all the problems on this board are because they mix up the order. The title of this post is, On Shyness. Here is the post. As a formerly extremely shy person, I can say that shyness is not a form of insecurity. In other avenues than person, shy people can be extraordinarily confident. It is entirely possible to be confident but be introverted. It is also possible to be insecure but be extroverted. No, shyness is thinking that everyone is looking at you. It is a form of junior high school following you. If you get up from your seat, people will look at you. You speak up, people look at you. And so on. This means you will less likely speak, less likely get up, and since every time you do you think you walk on a stage and everyone will notice you. What shy people need to realize is that you could walk in front of a bus, get hit, and no one would really notice. No one is going to care what you do or who you are. You are not a celebrity. You do not have cameras pointing at you. You are not important. You are nothing. Shyness is also confused with hesitation. Hesitation is usually a result of unfulfilled desires. As humans, we yield to less pain rather than more pain. Should I approach her? We yield to what we think is the less pain, not approach. Hesitation is solved when we realize that inaction is more painful and that rejection is better than regret. Your number 2 of a job was one of the things that helped me. More interestingly, I worked with only women. Aside from getting used to women, I got to figure out what was going on in their minds. Every day was a religious experience. Good post, but I don't think number 4 will help the shy people. Usually shy people are pretty smart, since they are reading and such rather than socializing, and many will think the clubbing and dancing scene is stupid, which is fine, we all have different tastes. As long as you go out and do something you like rather than where you think the girls are, you will do fine. I'd take a museum, opera, or art gallery over any club, but that's just me, and tons of chicks are the two. Not everyone is into the clubbing scene. On the DJ chat, I saw this problem come up numerous times. It wasn't that the guy was scared of rejection. He was scared of success. Pook. What do you mean? Why be scared of success? Because if she said yes, he didn't know where to go. What should they do? He had no idea. This is why, before you can start to date women, you must be able to date yourself. That's right, date yourself. Try going out to these places by yourself or with your friends first. This will make you more comfortable. You already know the place, are comfortable with it, and know what to expect. This is important since when you are with a girl and new to it all, it is enough for the shy guy to be out with the girl, let alone in a new and strange place. This will make your job a lot easier. Makes you prepared. You can speak of the places also where you want to go with confidence and ease. You know the route and the best way to drive there. You know what the costs will be, what the environment will be, so you know how much money to take and what to wear. For the shy guys wishing they were girls, this is why you should be thankful you are the guy. You get to know beforehand where you want to go, so you have all the time in the world to be prepared. Makes you have fun. With you being comfortable and prepared, already your time will be more enjoyable. Since you have all those shy guy worries put away, like what to wear, the cost, what the environment is, and so on, you get to focus on her and have fun with her. Good luck, guys. Don't let anything steal your joy. The title of this post is, On the Nature of Sexuality. Here is the post. Diesel. I used to think the same about women at one point, but I cannot walk away from a riddle. And what better riddle is the but woman? It ended up blossoming into studying sexuality itself, and how it transcends the sex act itself. You will find it in art, business, politics, and society in general. Oddly, I could never define woman. Nothing was there. Was Winnegar correct? The more time progressed, the more it became clear to me that I was trying to define a mirror. In my mind, it seemed I posted an article on femininity, but it ends up being on masculinity instead. The more I looked into the core of woman, the more I saw the spirit of man. Women seem more like a touchstone, who streaks men and see if they are gold or not. How many men had their lives transformed by not obtaining the love of a woman they wanted? And they were transformed not in the sexual way, but into something more. Almost every biography I've seen of world-changing men always contains the fact that they fell in love with a woman and did not get her. Washington, Adams, Dante, he turns Petrus into heaven in his immortal epic, Beethoven, practically all poets, practically all famous generals, etc. It is as if these guys saw their own wimpish, worthless reflections in the women they sought, and changed their ways. I believe it was Kierkegaard who says, "It is true that behind every great man there is a woman. But it is always the woman he did not marry." A theme of Shakespeare is that when his characters condemn, they condemn themselves. If you look for this in real life, it becomes quite fun. It is amazing how many people condemn themselves. A poster on this board who rages relentlessly against AFCs. Probably still is an AFC at heart. The antisocial hermit who says, "Those people clowning around do not understand life," condemns himself. If you combine these two, you will get reflections of people. The nice guy who sees the woman as angelic and pure, he himself is innocent and angelic. The guy that sees women as Machiavelli creatures is often himself a Machiavelli creature. The guy that sees women as bitches is himself acting like one. The guy who sees woman as a play toy is, himself, merely a play toy. And the guy who sees women as only things to screw is, himself, merely a thing whose purpose is to screw. It's fascinating, to me, to see this everywhere. One thing that seems more clear, men and woman are not two but one. Perhaps there is more truth than we realize in the ancient phrase of the two as one flesh, rather than the modern view of two atomized individuals in a legal contract. In the end, the joke is probably on us. We're trying rationalize what should be natural. This site, including its sister ones, seem more and more ridiculous to me. Guys who think they are men because they get women, which are insanely easy to get anyway, are like Don Quixotes who think they are knights because they caught windmills. Women are emotional not because they are stupid but because they play nature's role. Imagine if we men gave birth. Why, in delivery we would bite our lip, think that we ought to be a man, and not scream, which is a shame since screaming assists in the birth. A man knows that it is right for him to shoulder and conquer pain, not unleash it on others. If man was pregnant, he would kill the child through his own being. The woman screams, talks, blabbers, unleashes her feelings, which is necessary for her to carry the child to and through delivery. It is also noticeable that children gather around the mother, they seem to relate to her better. But when the children turn to adults, they gather around the man, as he shows the example to live by. Chicks get OFF on power. Why do you think they go for the jocks and the dudes with the defined pecs and six-packs, and not some flabby, terrible poetry spouting loser like you? Power, baby. This is absolutely not true. Even when I was scrawny, I still scored chicks with my poetry. But it wasn't my poetry, it was my imagination that reeled them in. Musicians also get laid. Women go for rich guys and strong guys because of self-survival. Wouldn't you marry a woman with millions? Women are more attracted to imagination than to power. They are only attracted to power in a survival way. They may marry the politician but will sleep with the artist down the road. There was this guy who was really maxed out physically, so much so that he almost got on Baywatch. The girls nicknamed him Heaven. And so enters Pook. This guy saw me with the girls and rushed over to try to peel them away. It was like I was taking away his source of his ego. Talk about pathetic. Women sincerely want the best life they can get and choose the man who best supplies that. The power guys either of physical strength or income or even influence are placed in the self-survival slot. Women look around the room and wonder what income these guys are going to make. But women also want to do more than survive. They want to laugh and make the fatal mistake of romance by trying to make it last forever. The musician, the artist, their good poet, all have a command of imagination and add to her life in that way. Women think they deserve the best life possible and will seek it. Through you. But I can't really feel guilty for wanting to bone a lot of girls. I don't think my views on women reflect badly on me at all. I'm just honest with myself and with the caliber of woman that is out there. If I were to meet a woman that inspired me on all levels, then yeah, I'd probably change my tune. However, I can't say that I am holding my breath for that day, and in the meantime, I sure as hell will not continue to live like a monk, while pursuing some quixotic quest for the perfect woman. I take what is presented to me in the course of my life. Hey Diesel. I'm not saying you, or anyone, should feel guilty about how you view women. Men and women agree on one thing, they both distrust women. I have a bit of a romantic notion that one day I will meet a girl that will knock my socks off. But so far that hasn't happened yet. I think after a while, nature says, this will not do. Therefore, I will place internal pressure in you to desire the LTR, to marry, to have kids. In time, the savage bull doth bear the yoke. 2. However, your point on the imagination. You say that chicks don't get off on the power. Here I will continue to disagree. No, they do get off on power. But they get off on other things than that too. How can that jobless starving artist be with that hottie? He is dreamy. When I was going to be a lawyer, chicks loved that. They see lawyers as a type of power, when in truth, there are millions of lawyers crawling around who still end up poor. Being a lawyer won't make you wealthy. They don't see that, they see only the image. If they get the impression that I am goal-less college-wise, career-wise, that my only sense is to pursue my passion, artistic or otherwise, they get off on that too. It is almost like they imagine in their head, this guy will be adventurous and they want to be a part of that life. But if you are some boring nice guy who just wants to get some basic job and rot through life, they will turn to you only as a last resort. Women want to be winners in life just as well as we do. When they are married, when they meet other couples, the women will examine each other's husbands. Who got the great catch and who didn't? Who won and who got the loser? Isn't your premise of the control over the imagination but another manifestation of power? If you can control and capture a girl's imagination, it sounds like just another form of power a man can wield over a woman. I'll do a post on this. 3. About the women wanting the best life they can get and choosing the guy who can best give it to them. This is definitely not true. Women make incredibly stupid choices when choosing whom they marry, for what seem to be an infinite number of reasons that defy explanation, since each situation is unique. This, to me, accounts for the incredibly high divorce rate in this country. Hey, who said women judged men rationally? In her mind, that loser is not a loser. He is a spontaneous, exciting person who adds to her dull life. Women will have anything: happiness, sadness, horror, fear, joy, laughter, but they will not tolerate one thing: boredom. They may even see the loser for what he is. They then think, I will turn this guy around. He will become successful because of me. This stupid female vanity lets women marry the loser despite everyone's advice to the contrary. If what you say is true, then how come people divorce so much? Excessive expectations. Everyone believes they are super special. Women in the 1826 year bracket have these huge expectations that no man can fulfill. They get married at, say, 22. After a couple of years, they get bored and/or realize that marriage is not some magical process of transcendence. She sees other women her age out having fun, but she is stuck with responsibilities. Oh, if she could only shrug off their husband and be single again. Unhealthy romance, the pursuit of the lover. Healthy romance, the presence of the lover. It is almost a cult to many of these women, and some men. These excessive expectations contain neither the friendship nor civility that makes marriage successful. It fulfills the way a drug fulfills, requiring new infusions to sustain the high. We've raised their romanticism so much that it's taken to be a personal and cultural panacea, a solve for everything. But not one thing solves everything. So they suffer the permanent disappointment of these excessive expectations. 20 years of affection, caring, friendship, the small favors husbands and wives do for each other, is seen as boring to these cultists. But in my opinion, it is far more and greater than their stupid expectations. An obituary ought to be written. It'll be its tombstone when we bury this out-of-control romanticism for good. The title of this post is, Romanticism, an Obituary. Here is the post. Romanticism is an article of faith. We know what it's stuffed with: love at first sight, the carriage of frolicking courtships, prancing couples, dialogue consisting of fantastical banquets, violins and flutes, of ballroom weddings, chandeliers, strangled poetry that converts her every part into some bizarre infinitude, and of happy homes flowing with enchanting music with 2.3 kids, 2.6 cars, 1.1 garage, and 1.4 dogs. All in all, the fountain that bubbles this vaporous romanticism is the phrase, star-crossed. Romanticism is not something considered to be controlled. Rather, it's seen as something to submit to. This star-crossed love is elevated to the esteemed level known as destiny. And so this faith makes the man stuffed. These stuffed men float airily through the world. Some pop to fall in the abyss. And they wonder why suicide is at its highest rate for young men. Others just stuff themselves more and more so that no matter what is said to them, they are so stuffed that even the sharpest, most blatant facts bounce against their rubbery, infatuated shells. Some realized that they were stuffed and turned themselves inside out. These unfortunate few shrivel with bitterness and seek revenge with getting laid everywhere and anywhere. But the rest spew out this poison and recover into the men they were. Oh, forgive me, Hallmark. If I am to doubt romanticism, I may incur the wrath of all women. But make no mistake, I war with Cupid. The way to victory is not to stab the infected with the truth. They pop and fall or increase their fantasy shell even more. Therefore, Let us hold up a mirror to the infected so they see all their maladies and so will cleanse themselves of this rot. The virus, this hyped-up romanticism, can be traced to Rousseau. Disgusted with bourgeois love, he saw it as an empty emotional center of restrained, law-bound societies. He wanted to replace it with something more passionate. Before, especially in aristocracy, the passion of people was set for truth, honor, and power. This is dangerous, said the Rousseau. It must be replaced with something else. Something that is just as absorbing. Therefore, love will now be the soul-saving experience. How did Rousseau get to this? His childhood, as he describes, to fall on my knees before a masterful mistress, to obey her commands, to have to beg for her forgiveness, have been to me the most delicate of pleasures. Thus, in love he is entirely passive, woman must make the first move. Paglia says, Rousseau ends the sexual scheme of the great chain of being, where male was sovereign over female. Rousseau feminizes the European male persona and gives the ideal man a woman-like sensitivity. Ever since Rousseau, the culture has become increasingly romanticized. Music revolves around love. The highest-grossing movies are romantic epics like Gone with the Wind and Titanic, where the ship's sinking provides merely a backdrop for the priority of the movie, the romance. Hyped romanticism has ravaged religions, priests becoming servants of love rather than pursuers and warriors of wisdom and truth, and then they wonder why the pews are filled with women. Politicians speak of how much love they have and strive to make themselves lovable. Romanticism has gone berserk. The infection many women march on through their life, stuffed with dreams of hyped-up romanticism. They are filled to the brim with excessive expectations. The high rate of divorce is not due to some moral collapse. It is due to this bizarre and absurd religion of romance. In many ways, romance is the female religion. Anniversary dates are their religious festivals. The bed becomes their altar, and sex becomes the holy sacrament. For fun, I told the women, romance. True love. None of it exists. And the women, not surprisingly, protested bitterly. But one thing that puzzled me was this one woman who told the Pook, I'm never going to get married. Seems so boring. I thought she would agree with this idea of romance not existing, which I do think does exist, but is misapplied to the point of absurdity. Yet, she was one of the biggest protesters of it. I figured almost all young women wanted to get married, at least sometime. This one didn't yet was the biggest believer in romance. A contradiction? Perhaps. In any age past, her life would be scorned at. It is this hyperromanticism at work. Without this romance, there would be no license for her lifelong romance outside of marriage. It is well known that if you get the women to think that you love them, she is well more likely to sleep with you. All the gifts and dates the AFC gives to get his sex are not some form of neo-prostitution, it is merely the exercise of this hyped-up romanticism. This explains why women, who have no desire for marriage, will be the biggest believers in romance. Their religion of romance grants license and prettifies their sometimes dangerous and reckless behavior. The inflammation love. 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 It is nature's drug, a high, that so many become addicted to and must always be feeling love at some part of their lives. A nice guy appears to protest this post. Ignore him, gentlemen. Women following this romanticized path means that the chase becomes the focus rather than the company of the lover. No wonder challenge works so well. No wonder once a woman gets what she wants, she goes looking for something else. The more a man is a challenge, the more a woman becomes romanticized. This is especially true for beautiful women. The curse of beauty, and even that of Don Juans, is that you fear that you are settling when you could have gotten better. When a guy is a challenge to the beautiful woman, and let's face it, these beautiful women have flocks of guys trying to be romantic towards them in the AFC sense, it sparks the woman's romanticism. She must have her challenge and eat it too. The nice guy yells out, Pook, there is a matter we must discuss. Go to your platonic girlfriends to talk about your love, Nice guy. Now where were we? We know of the romanticism that nice guys embrace, for the definition of an AFC is a man who loves like a woman. But Don Juans suffer from the romanticism as well. This website has made me so picky. The problem is not pickiness but idealism. Just like beautiful women, Don Juans feel that they are settling if they get a chick. Remember your nice guy days when you only wanted a good decent woman to love you? Now you want a Helen of Troy. How far we've come. The nice guy hops up on the Arcadian stage. No more, Monsieur Pook. We must talk. Very well, Mr. Nice Guy. What is this business that you must interrupt my post for? I think you know it, Pook. You insulted my girl in the park last night. You are mistaken, sir. I made love to your girl in the park last night. She asked me to meet her there. I have her notes somewhere. But if someone is saying something to the contrary, by God, it is a slander. You damned Pook. You would drag down a woman's reputation to hide your cowardice. But I am calling you out. You're calling me out? Then take lessons from your girl, as she too called me out. You libertine. The nice guy takes out a white glove and slaps Pook. I demand satisfaction. You demand satisfaction but your girl also demanded satisfaction. I cannot spend my time satisfying the demands of your circle. You blackguard. I assure you, Mr. Nice Guy, that your girl is the epitome of her sex. In fact, her chief renown is for a readiness that keeps her in a state of tropical humidity as would grow orchids in her drawers in January. Your assault against me is not for my faults but for your own. You have no morals. That is not true. You are the immoral one, thinking yourself a sexual Pharisee. We are called to be human, not statues. The cancer, and so floats the nice guy with his hot air romanticism. When he sees the women going for the guise of testosterone, jerks, and running to the hills to avoid his nonsense, he pops. But what of the Don Juans racing to obtain their ideal woman? After a decade or two, this is the result. http://www.soswave.com/vbulletin/show. Glide equals mature. Noticing their lost youth, what are these guys to do? And what about the guys who do get their idealism? Many of these guys marry absolutely gorgeous women. But gorgeous women are a standard lay. The idealism doesn't last and the divorce follows. With love being defined as the pursuit of the lover, rather than the company of the lover, no wonder divorces are widespread. Rousseau is best known for his civilization of consent. Thus, marriage to people now is not some sacred bond but a legal article of consent, something to be torn asunder whenever wished. And anyone aware of marriages that last know that romanticism has nothing to do with it. Marriage requires work. Go to an older married couple and spew out your romanticism and the one love to them and watch them laugh. Romeo and Juliet women flock to Romeo and Juliet to watch the star-crossed lovers defy society. Yet, romanticism is exactly what the play condemns. Romeo was in love with Rosalind. But when Juliet appears, any thoughts of Rosalind are long gone. Romeo is Don Juanish at first. He kinos her. He kisses her. And he leaves her. So where is the tragedy? Because their love was denied. Chant the women. I am sorry, ladies. The truth is that Romeo is a whiny boy. Romeo and Juliet would have turned into a sweet Much Ado About Nothing if Romeo had the spine of Claudio. It is Romeo's lack of being a man that causes the tragedy in the play. Pook. You exaggerate Shakespeare to fit your meaning. But look at what Shakespeare says. Alas, poor Romeo. He is already dead, stabbed with a white wench's black eye, shot through the ear with a love song, the very pin of his heart cleft with the blind bow boy's butt shaft. And is he a man to encounter Tybalt already dead? And they question whether he can approach his enemy Tybalt. Even the nurse condemns Romeo, blubbering and weeping, weeping and blubbering. Stand up, stand, and you be a man. For Juliet's sake, for her sake, rise and stand, Romeo is so distraught that he wants to kill himself. Witness the friar's reaction to his attempt at suicide. Hold thy desperate hand, art thou a man? Thy form cries out thou art, thy tears are womanish, thy wild acts denote the unreasonable fury of a beast, unseemly woman in a seeming man. The tragedy in Romeo and Juliet is not love denied. It is Romeo refusing to be a man. He kills himself at his first chance and so kills Juliet. The Cure. Have you ever seen a very traditional Jewish wedding? The man and woman have never talked to each other. They do not even know if they like each other. Yet, they marry and stay married for life. Pook. That is because they can't divorce. True, but by conventional romanticism, shouldn't the marriage eventually blow up? Yet, they are happy. The point is that romanticism has no value in creating a lasting marriage. George Bernard Shaw says that marriage is like tying two people in a ship together. It doesn't matter who you are tied up to, you will make the person a lifelong partner. Comradeship makes marriages last, not romanticism. War veterans despise the war they are stuck in. But if asked to leave the battlefield, they will not because of their comrades. The hellish environment created bonds between these men that last throughout their lifetime. Lasting marriages also contains this comradeship. The couple goes through this hurricane of life, and by overcoming the difficulties thrown at them, it makes their bond cemented even more. So love is not weddings and flowers. Real love is deep financial problems or a sick child. But don't take my word for it, Bruckner. The essence of romantic love is that wonderful beginning, after which sadness and impossibility may become the rule. Crowley. Love stories are only fit for the solace of people in the insanity of puberty. No healthy adult human being can really care whether so-and-so does or does not succeed in satisfying his physiological uneasiness by the aid of some particular person or not. Jones. Romance, like the rabbit at the dog track, is the elusive, fake, and never-at-end reward which, for the benefit and amusement of our masters, keeps us running and thinking in safe circles. Romanticism, farewell. Andeanism, adieu. Give me the love songs of ages past. Give me Don Juan. Give me Madame Venus. Give me elopement by ladder and rope on a moonlight night. Let the neighbors stare and adore, for propriety and yardsticks measure their lives. Let the rabbit run its course, for we have stopped running in circles, chasing the rabbit romance on and on. And by doing so, the circle breaks. We're finally free. The title of this post is, Let Yourself Fail. Here is the post. The reason why you are here at this website, improving in ways you never dreamed possible before in your life, was because you failed at achieving what you wanted with women. Listen to yourself before you came to this website. Oh, how I have failed with the ladies. If only I knew what to do. If only I knew the secrets of attraction, love, and women. And so here you are gobbling up more information than ever. And this is good. But do you allow yourself to fail? Or do you go search on posts on exactly how you should act on a date? Do you try to push your comfort zones, or do you read the pages of seduction material for the 435,473rd time? Failure is a necessary component of growth. Let yourself fail. Not all the time. You are not the nice guy who crashes and burns without a clue, and does it again and again and again. Don Juans are made by failing, not by succeeding. When you fail, you have information sent back on things that can be worked on. Are you too scrawny? Do you not have fun dates? Is your personality the problem? Do you let yourself have fun? Are you scared of sex? What is it? A failure can help you more than reading every damn post on this board. Failure will aid you much more than the whole of the DJ Bible. Going into Don Juan is not a light switch. You do not stuff this information in your head and become a drone of the ideas here. You need to fail. You must fail. You will always learn more about failing because it won't be hypothetical. You won't be having fantasies of you being a blazing Don Juan, and going from girl to girl. No, you will be out there, which is where you learn everything, and you will fail. This failure points out where you need to improve. But Pook, if I fail, I will lose the girl. For every love that dies, a new one is born. It is a law of nature. Keep the focus on you. So what if you lose the girl? Another girl will quickly take her place. If you wait on the first girl, you will be worse off when you meet that second girl. Fail now. But Pook, I remember the pain before. I am learning this information so I will not enter that pain again. Let me tell what is more painful. It is getting trapped in a tortuous cycle of devouring more and more information with no action. In this case, the nice guy is more admirable than you because at least the nice guy allows himself to fail. You never let yourself fail so you will never grow. But Pook, isn't the point of the information to avoid failure? This is the number one common mistake that makes long-time regulars here still stuck in their cycle. They think the information is going to remove failure. That is not the point. Just as in order for your muscles to grow, you must let them fail, and fill in the void with protein, sleep, etc. So too that in order to grow, not in your mental self, but in your real self out there, you must let yourself fail, and if you do fail, fill in the void with the information and feedback here. But Pook, why should I intend to fail? The point is not to intend to fail. It is to let yourself fail. If you fail with a girl, it is an opportunity that you missed about yourself. Let us repeat it again, failure is an opportunity. After all, risk is the key to self-improvement. The number two common mistake here is people thinking that they are not allowed to fail because of all this information they have soaked up. In other words, that if they failed, they really aren't Don Juans. Let me tell you something. Don Juans are not made on message boards. They are made out there. Whatever happens to you out there, no matter how bad it is, come back here and we will help you. You are beyond your nice guy days. But flaws can only be removed by confronting them, never by masking them. But Pook, I did what you said and I had great success. I was hoping I would fail so I could improve, but damn it, I succeeded beyond my wildest expectations. I was looking forward to failing so I can improve, but the hot chick accepted my advances and dates. How could she do that? Now you see the point of it all. Even though there are tons of posts that say not to fear rejection or that she is missing out on you, you still are scared of failing. Failure is actually a good thing since it helps you grow. It is good to imagine success, but do not fear failure. Embrace it like the gift it is since it allows you to grow. For if you don't fail now, you will fail later on. Get it over with, it is a win-win situation. So go out there and let yourself fail. How I came to this site was because I failed badly with the woman I wanted. Looking back through my Pook years, I see that the times I failed was when I got my head snapped on straight and truly changed. Turning a failure with a woman to make it a learning experience, just one bump along the long road of success, sounds good in seminars and all. But you've got to risk, you've got to roll your dice. Nice guys are nice because they don't want to fail. Why else do nice guys listen to womanly advice? Why else do nice guys give chocolate, flowers, poetry, etc. to the woman? They certainly don't do it out of a spirit of love, though many do, these infatuated chumps. Many do it because they think it is the routine and they don't want to fail. They want to play it safe. May I kiss you? The nice guy asks. He doesn't want to make her uncomfortable. If this nice guy risked failing, he would just kiss her and go for it. He could be slapped or she could say, "Thank God. I thought he was gay." And all is good. Some here still act like those nice guys with the only difference is that they listen to men instead. You've got to sprinkle risk in your life. As Anti-Dump said, you do want to protect your heart. But some are so scared of failing that they literally cocoon their life. To the loners, you know who you are. You don't think you are good enough, Have the right things, do the right things, etc. to let a woman into your life. But you do. You loners aim at your comfortable world but do so at sacrificing long-term happiness. Let a woman into your life. You'll probably enrich her life more than you think, and she will definitely enrich yours. To the shy guys, you know who you are. You are worried what others might say, what she might think, what everyone might say. But the truth is that you could walk in front of a bus and you'd be forgotten in a day. No one is going to care that you lusted after a chick. Even chicks forget. Go for it. Yield to your desire for once. To the addicted to Soswave crowd, you know who you are. You read more and more and more and more and more information. Yet, there you sit in front of your computer. The information you see. It is a novelty, something new for you to think about. But once you go out and fail with the ladies, all the information literally changes. Rather than being a novelty to think about, like some new philosophy to adopt, it becomes addendums to your battle plan. You exit the world of theory and go out there, since that is where the chicks are. Only feminists reside in the world of theory and you don't want those anyway. Everyone came to this site with problems. This site corrected many of them. Alas, the site also created a few new problems. One of them is that guys are scared to fail, especially with all this information around. They think that with this information that they won't fail. It is fun to fail and is the zeal of life. Let yourself fail. Also, failure is the only way to trigger metamorphosis. Quote, only by failing can you succeed. Don Juaning is like a dance. You can learn all the steps. But unless you go out and trip yourself, or step on her, a couple of times, you will never ever dance. Some guys are so scared of failing, that they memorize how they should act and so on, whereas me have one thought going through their head, You can keep on trying to do something. And although you may not make it the first few times, you have failed only when you hit the dirt and refuse to get back up and try again. Some men see women and cry, why? But I approach women and say, why not? The title of this post is, Aim High. Here is the post. I know not how others see it, but as for me, I see Don Juaning as making dreams come true. Dreams. The spice of life, the universal spring of success. But I must be wrong, for Brian Redford says, stick to your own league. http://www.soswave.com/home/redfield/brian22.htm. Stick to your own league. What does that mean? Does that mean there exists an aristocracy of genetics, and that we happened to be on the bottom, the status of clowns and peasants to these princesses and princes? Forgive me, madam. But you, dear, are out of my league. Is this what we should say to the girls we find gorgeous and beautiful? But why stop there? Why not ask, oh, please, may I have permission to speak to you, princess? Or thank you, dear, for letting me be in your graceful presence. Pook, you exaggerate. Do I? Don't misunderstand. I think Redford has some wise things to say, but that column of desiring beautiful women is the worst advice I've seen. Never cede your dreams, for you risk losing your soul. Redford says that there does in fact exist leagues, a type of genetic, or social, aristocracy. Just as one would love crumbs and blobs of fat if you were starving, Redford compares overweight women to absolutely no women, taking a page out of the How to Love Fat Bloated Hags, a subgenre of the worst relationship books. Redford then says, wait. I will let him speak for himself. By that I mean no matter how great you think you are, or how deserving you feel you may be, the real world put you back in your place and gave you a reality check. You eventually accept it, adjust to it and learn to appreciate and enjoy your Honda. You also learn rather quickly that a Honda can take you to the exact same places a Mercedes can take you to. Now for those of you who are cheering his words as wonderful. and brilliant, I ask only for a full actualization of his advice. Let us place Redford in front of a custodian. Speak, Redford, how are you? You may think that you can do better, but the real world puts you in your place and gives you a reality check. You must accept it, adjust to it, and learn to appreciate and enjoy your custodial duties. And if the custodian responds, I know I can do better, what would Redford say? Quiet. Let us hear him. If you were starving, would you scoff at your work? No. You would get on your hands and knees and thank God for your fortune. You also learn that a custodian's paycheck feeds and clothes you just as any other paycheck would. This advice is called settling for mediocrity. If you do it with women, why not use it for every other avenue of your life? Mediocrity in the pursuit for a splinter of joy is no joy at all. For me, the pursuit of the dream is the joy. The letter writer did admit that he was physically overweight. But that does not mean he has to settle and cede his dreams. I for one would not want a Mercedes or a very nice car, since I know it would be stolen. But if you want a Mercedes, just go get one. There are no limits to what we can accomplish. A friend of mine is also faced in a similar situation. He is 26, lives with his parents, works at the same grocery store for more than half a decade, has no long-term plans for the future, doesn't work out, and demands a beautiful woman. Obviously, he is caught in a bubble of fantasy. There is nothing wrong with going for high standards. But there is a catch. It is this catch, when not obeyed, will keep you in that bubble of fantasy. In fact, Shakespeare has saying on it in which he says, "The catch, Pook. Get to the catch." Very well. Here it is, the high standards you apply to your desires must be applied to yourself. Do you want a woman who is not overweight? Then you must eliminate your overweight. Do you want a woman who is intellectually brilliant? Then you must hit the books, read the classics, think, and expand your mind. Do you want a woman who is athletic? Then you too must become athletic. Try, if you want, to get a woman who is better than you in these traits. You may or may not succeed. But only demand that which you can reflect as well. This forces you on the path of self-improvement. Let me tell you a story. In my late nice guy phase, I fell infatuated with this girl. Yeah, not uncommon. I know, and like every nice guy, I dreamed of our blissful future. When I would get around her, I become very tense with butterflies in my stomach. Oh, how I dreamed about her. More important, I dreamed about us. So I eventually bit the bullet and asked her out. Guess what her response was? No. No. She said no. My soul buckled and I was literally crushed. Later, when I shrugged off that nice guyness, I was looking for a girlfriend. I thought a break came when a girl, a bit homely, had fallen in love with me a few months later. I thought, should I go for her? Then I realized, no. Later, I realized that she and my crush were good friends. I eventually found out my crush tried to set us up. I knew I could do better. And I did. By focusing on my interests, on my goals, on my improvement, everything changed. Other girls started to take an interest in me. Soon, I became the biggest mystery. My crush is bewildered, for her friends have their hots for me, and older women say, how I wish I were 20 years younger. I became the guy the girls talked about when they were alone. And she had placed me in the average category. Ha. Of course, I lost all attraction for her. I felt embarrassed about my past self. How could I get so whipped by a chick I hardly talked to? Now it doesn't matter, for I have the mindset that I'm going to win the world. Perhaps you can relate to the story? But the point is that I disagree with Redford in this. The fault is not in the standards, it is ourselves. The failure is not in our high standards, it is failing to apply those standards in ourselves. There is an aristocracy. But it is not an aristocracy of genetics, it is an aristocracy of will and passion. Name any name in history, any grand person in present, and see if it was their drive that got them where they are. There is no lottery of life. The leagues you see are the ones you create in your own mind. Anyone can get a beauty. Hell, even Voltaire had the audacity to say, "Give me 10 minutes of talk and I shall bed the Queen of France." Aim high. And as each standard increases, so does yourself. In this manner, you benefit from your fantasy, for now it is tethered to reality, yanking you forward in your proper destiny. Aim high. And behold, for everything shall become new. The women you were lusting for earlier will seem lowly, for you have been on the course of self-improvement while they have not. You worked out, they remained scrawny. You read, they wasted their time. You saved your money and pulled yourself up, they are locked in debt. Aim high. For Redford says, your life depends on it, and he is more correct than ever, but not in how he means it. Here is your choice, settle for mediocrity or aim high. The former is simple, can occur right now, and only requires the selling of your dreams. The latter demands rigor, the higher you aim the more rigorous, but your dreams can come true. Aim high. For Strindberg says, I dream, therefore I exist. For to dream is to become. The title of this post is, On Kino. Here is the post. I've noticed that the concept of kino is almost as widely misunderstood as nuggets. So many newbies rush out there with nuggets as wild knights to destroy the hot chick's castle like egos. Likewise, so many newbies get creepy with the kino. You're right, it is misunderstood. These are subtle tools, not sledgehammers. With anything, keep your attitude light and fun. If heaviness weighs down your spirit, don't go experimenting. So I wrote this to provide some added insight into what is really going on with kino. Hopefully it will be of help to those who are interested. I am interested. Speak on, Mr. Deep Blue. The common view of kino is that you're giving the woman pleasure and that this arouses her and makes her attached to you. If this is the common view of kino, then there is a problem. That is certainly true, no. Saying that kino is to give the woman pleasure? Why is the focus on the woman? No, the focus must be on yourself. Yes, she should find pleasure in the kino. But you should find pleasure in the kino too. You touch her because you want to, not because she wants it. Why? Because she wants to be touched and flirted with by every decent cute guy. We are not play toys for their endless appetite of sexuality. And we're lucky we live in a time when doing kino with a woman is considered acceptable as soon as you start getting to know her. In older times, guys like Casanova had to be extraordinarily seductive with their words just so they could get to the point where they could begin to use kino. Nah, the seduction of women hasn't really changed. The same rules apply. The only real difference in this age is that ugly chicks don't have dowries. How else can you get a man to marry them? And most women are financially independent. Also, males are afraid of being men and scared of their own sexuality, the AFC. Did you know that half of all the marriages in the British colonies of North America, right around the War of Independence, was when the woman was already pregnant? These were the Puritans as well. Our ancestors were Don Juans. Why not we? But the key thing to understand about kino is that when you initiate it with a chick whom you're just getting to know, is that it isn't merely an arousing stimulus, it also challenges the barriers between you. So true. If I ever read another post that says, she did X and Y, then Z. Oh, and look at how she did M and then went and N. Does SHE like me or is SHE being nice? The answer is, did you touch her? Kino always has a sure answer, as well as asking her out. But she can date you to be polite, she cannot fake her reaction to kino. Kino is a great way to test their interest. Girls that don't like you, or find you neutral, will not like you touching them. Usually when I kino a girl, it is very subtle. Everyone else in the universe thinks it is innocent. However, if a girl believes that you are being friendly versus liking her, she will choose to think that you like her. Thus, any Kino is interpreted as liking her. She usually then rains Kino back on poor Pook. She'll rub your arm. Rub her body against you. Anything. Whatever you do, do not Kino girls that you are not interested in. I have done this and these girls obsessed about me to the end. One planned out our marriage and all. Kino is that powerful. In fact. Oh, Deep Blue wishes to speak. The presence of those invisible barriers which you both maintain in your minds is really the key difference between being lovers and strangers. In your mind. Yes. Not in her mind. Women fall in love with their bodies, men fall in love with their mind. It is from men that the idealized love springs, from poetry to sculpture to paintings, etc. Yet, if women are caressed the right way, touched in the proper manner, at the right speed, etc., then they are yours. This is why women want men that are experienced, because they want to feel that way. Women have no concept of idealization from the virtue of virginity or maidenhood, etc., except in relation to society. Men's sexuality is focused and concentrated within his body. With a woman, her sexuality is diffused throughout her entire body. All touch to her is sexual since she is entirely sexual. Typical AFC behavior is to respect those barriers too much and to never challenge them. That by definition maintains the barriers, leaving them in place. Doesn't matter how well he gets to know the chick. If he leaves those barriers in place, he will never be her lover. That is why he ends up in the friend category. AFC is scared of his sexuality. He is scared of carnal embrace. Quote, because he actually reinforced the barriers instead of destroying them. No. Because he acted like penisless ape who has money, can speak, but is some bizarre androgynous. It is men that create the barriers. If men would embrace their own sexuality, dress better, be athletic, act like a man, exercise the muscles, etc., then women will jump you. This is what the puas must realize. It is not that they are pressing the woman's buttons. They are merely disarming the barriers, letting real women, not domesticated women, out of their society reflective cages. If I do this, I will be seen as a slut, etc. That is put to sleep. Women want union all the time. Even if they are married, pregnant, engaged, or have a BF, they want you to be sexual towards them. But this doesn't mean you should. Alas, I am moving away from the Kino topic. Go on, Deep Blue. Go on. Anyway, the next level up from AFC is to realize that you have to crumble those barriers, so you work on them, but you're still leery about causing any anxiety, and still a bit nervous about challenging the barriers. Nervous about the barriers? It is nervous about realizing your own sexuality. Quote, so you look for excuses to touch. It will still be interpreted in the woman's mind as, he wants to have sex with me. She will see through the excuses, right ladies? Or you reach out and caress her, but it has a slightly rushed quality because you're trying to mask some underlying nervousness. But ultimately where you want to get to is the point where you recognize that for a woman, the experience of having you challenging the barriers is not only a source of anxiety for her, but is also a source of excitement. And the idea is to shift the balance so that she experiences more excitement than anxiety. The excitement comes from you. If she is experiencing anxiety, it is your fault. Women are reflective in nature. If I take a nice guy with me to the women fest, this is what happens. How are you ladies? I am the Pook. She shivers with excitement. Oh. It is a Pook. She and I are having a fabulous time. She is happy and smiling. My nice guy dog friend just looks sad, confused, bothered, angry, sad, depressed, sad, confused, and so on. She looks over at the nice guy and her face falls. Her mood instantly evaporates. Go in happy and she will be happy. Go in nervous and she will be nervous and unhappy. Ever see a baby fall down? Notice how they don't know whether to laugh it off or cry, so they look to their parents to see the parent's face. If the parent frowns with concern, then the baby starts crying. If the parent smiles, the baby starts laughing. See above. Same with women. When you are entering new territory with a woman by challenging the touch barriers between you and her, then you have to do it calmly and confidently, and that causes her to experience it as exciting. If you do it nervously, she'll experience it as something that isn't right and that makes her uncomfortable. Exactly. One of the best ways to show confidence is to do it slowly, instead of rushing it. Nervous people rush things to mask their nervousness. Think the outcome is already won. Think that she is going to do all the ungodly things you want her to, it is just a matter of when. In the meantime, you have fun because you know the outcome. Women interpret this as confidence and persistence, two traits that turn them on, self-fulfilling prophecy, for as you think, they shall become. Nervous people also look away, so you calmly make eye contact, and nervous people look serious, so be sure to smile a lot. Nervous people also make their voice tense, so you make yours relaxed, and make your posture very open and relaxed rather than being closed and tense. If you are nervous, then you have not been around women very much. All these things will convey confidence, causing her to interpret your touch as a source of excitement, rather than a source of anxiety. Not only that, but she will start touching you like crazy. Good heavens, I have had to literally tell them to stop. Once you show it is okay to be touchy-feely, by the heavens, they will unleash touchiness. The more you understand, and vicariously feel, the way your touch excites her, the more you will naturally become confident about doing it. In other words, she likes it. You like it. So do it. Besides convey confidence, the other thing you need to do with Kino is to strike a balance so it isn't either too challenging, nor too tame. As you start slowly caressing her hand or her arm or her waist or back, or maybe feeling her cheek or her hair with your hand, the ideal to strive for is that you want to keep her gently balanced on the very edge of being too excited, so it is never too much for her to handle, nor so mild that it becomes tame. I don't caress them unless I am going out with them or such. I usually touch them a little, and it is like the floodgates are open on touching the Pook. Kino is to make sure you are not a sexual mannequin, because sexual mannequins do not initiate Kino. They just stand there and smile. But after the touch, she thinks of you in flesh and blood terms, then in the abstract image way. In other words, in a physical way. In Womanai-verse, you cannot separate the physical from the sexual. Anything physical you do with her she interprets as sexual, probably why girls fall in love with you during action dates, since they are using their bodies from dancing to skating and so on. The title of this post is, What I've Learned. Here is the post. I know everyone has different objectives on this forum. Mine was a long-term relationship. After being away from this forum for a long while, I've realized what I think are conclusive things. Anti-dump is right all the way. Speed seduction, for the case of long-term relationships, is worthless. I would get results with speed seduction. But I might as well have been an actor. I enjoyed getting responses, but I was never happy. Forget NLP, forget speed seduction, unless you wish to practice them all your life. For a long-term relationship, they are worthless. Anti-dump and the advice on the website is much better and actually works. I have flaws, as does anyone else. Speed seduction could veil them, but I want to be accepted for myself and my flaws as well. True love demands the acceptance of the entire package. Here's what I noticed to be extremely effective. 1. Go for the number, go for the date. Guys should not flirt. Women flirt. The job of guys is to ask for the number and to call for the date. This cuts through all women's games. 2. Don't talk about yourself. Focus the conversation on her or on her interests. Only mention things about you if they are the same. Yes, I think the same about parrots being evil too. So many women have said that I'm a mystery. Is this good? Yes, this is because when I do comment on myself, it is very vague and general. I keep my mouth shut. Also, you come across as a good listener. A good listener is the most sexiest trait a guy can have. 3. Demand respect. She may not give you her company, she may not give you her affection, but she should always, and I mean always, give you her respect. Women will not stay with guys they don't respect, and you wouldn't want to be with a woman that didn't respect you anyway. 4. Don't be afraid to disagree. This runs contrary to speed seduction. No, do not seek disagreements. If possible, try to bypass them. But never be afraid to disagree. Women want guys who have a mind of their own. 5. Women are never the priority. Your life is more important. Women take a backseat to your passions and hobbies. Failure to do this makes you desperate. Most importantly, be yourself. Speed seduction will not give you happiness. You want to be accepted for who you are, not because you memorized patterns and lines from an internet website. Being yourself does not mean being a shy sniveling nice guy, it also includes self-improvement. You cannot act yourself into happiness. Away with the NLP. Away with the speed seduction. Being yourself may give you more failures in dating, but it is the only path to true happiness. Pook as you think, you shall become. Men will be nice when nice guys get laid. This message has been updated by Monsieur Pookiness on the 25th of July 2002. Why the update? There are always updates because you never stop learning. Of self-improvement by putting the focus on you, rather than the women, you do gain a control on your life. Most people sleepwalk through life. Others figure out what women want and, like clay, remold themselves to that. But by focusing on yourself, you keep yourself from ever being desperate and, even if things do not work out with a particular woman or women, you are still better for it since you haven't stopped upgrading yourself. At every workplace since the Kill That Desperation post, I always enter being one way and leave another. For example, one job I enter being kinda cute to the girls there. I leave being pretty damn cute and enter the next job at the same level. Eventually, I become hot and leave to the next. And I was a computer geek. If I could turn myself from a nerd to a stud, then anything is possible. In all your dealings with women, you are the only constant. Changing in how you think leads to a more correct action. A sound mind creates sound attraction. I won't lie, self-improvement will get you no girls. But it does make it much easier to obtain girls. If you don't have the balls to risk, then nothing you can do will get girls. Nothing. One thing that hasn't been stressed enough here is social improvement. This is beyond how to talk to a chick. This is being outgoing, which is hard to do when you are reading DJ posts. It's a classic catch-22. Yes, you can read and be Mr. Smart. Yes, you can pump weights and be tough. But if you aren't outgoing, you will still be single. Many guys here will fit this description. They are good looking and know it. They are fit. They know they want a cutie. But, alas, there is a problem. It is not that they are shy, they have overgrown that. It is not that they are ugly, they are adnises. No, it is that they are imprisoned in their own homes. Ask her out. To what? What should they do? They feel uncomfortable since it is not what they usually do. The only way to do something with confidence and with ease is to do it often. The Don Juan is not a mental trick, NLP, or script but a habit. Aristotle says, we are the sum of our habits. You cannot read what is on this site and expect results. Habit is central. And habits change from how you think. To those guys plagued with an icy fear on what to do when dating and all, they should date themselves. Literally try taking yourself out. What would you do? What is the plan? The focus is fun. If usual dates don't come to your liking, then choose what you want to do. But Pook. She may not like what I want. But you are the focus. As Auntie Dump always said, she must like your date ideas. If she says no, then oh well. If she does, then you two like doing the same things together. Dating is a machine to cycle through all the chicks and get you the one that fits. It is not a bending over backward to please the girl and woo her. Of seduction it can be wise not to seduce too fast, to not get her between your sheets asap. Patience is always a good thing and lets things grow between you two. Confident guys are confident because they know that it will come. If it is not now, then it will come. If it will come, then it is not now. Yet, it will come. I think patience has been the biggest element to my success than anything else. Of risk, why are you here at this site? For most guys, it is because they fell in love with a woman who tore his heart to pieces. Now they devour Don Juan material so it can never happen again. They never emotionally risk again, they just utilize scripts and philosophies. Emotional risk is not stupid AFC stuff like calling all the time. It is not getting sappy. It is putting your ego on the line. Why should you do this? Because there is a greater risk than if you don't. Why have a woman if all you don't invest some of your emotion in it? It ruins the fun and the love. But Pook, you said be desireless. Desireless means controlling yourself rather than having her control you. And this is at the beginning. After a while with a girl, you should want to put some emotional attachment in. But what if I get hurt? Then you still win. Would you be here at this forum, learning how to be a Don Juan, if you got the woman you wanted? You should thank the girl you didn't get because now you are a Don Juan. Imagine if you were an AFC for your entire life. Yek, if something similar occurs, the same radical improvement will follow. Do not use jism as an armor for the risk of emotional attachment. Jing is a tool to a goal. The goal is not jism itself. Dating is a win-win. Do not look at women as a win or lose game. The goal is to find a woman you love and one who loves you back, without either settling. The goal is not to make every chick like you. The goal is to make yourself happy. Think of it as a weeding out process where the one is at the end. Every breath we take brings us one closer to our last. What are you waiting for? For yourself to become perfect? You never will be. The key is to weed them out to find if she is perfect for you. Do not try to get into a woman's head. I've done so and I've wasted countless time in the process. Women are meant to be loved, not understood. If you understand them, you can never love them. So choose to love them. It's a happier life than that of a dried-up philosopher. There is nothing to lose. Success is a certainty now. Turn off the computer, go out, and live. The title of this post is, Approaching Women. Here is the post. I love approaching women. Here's a way to look at it, we are all in constant self-improvement. Our past selves are always less evolved than our present form. Let us see the difference between Pook version 1.2 and Pook version 2.9. Pook version 1.2. In this version of Pook, we find that he is shedding off that nice guy straitjacket. He knows he ought to approach. Unfortunately, he sees it as a chore. So enters a beautiful chick. Poor Pook feels himself freezing up. He bites the bullet and goes talk to her. Hi. Hello. So. What you up to? Just grocery shopping. Ran out of food, got to get some more, you know. Pause. You? Oh. The same. Well, sire. No, you are quite correct, this was pathetic. At the time, my mind did not think this. Rather, I was thinking, you have accomplished your mission. You have approached the chick. Well done. With that type of thinking, no wonder I wasn't having any fun. Pook version 2.9. Now let us see how a more recent version of Pook enters a beautiful woman in the bread section of the store. I approach. So, you like bread too? She laughs. Yes. Here, try this one. I toss some bread at her. Potato bread? No, I don't think so. Laughing, she puts it back. Now I say, have you seen X product? Don't just stand there. Come on. I take her hand and we go across the store. Now, this Pook is crazy. She gives him her number. What is the difference between 2.9's mind and 1.2's mind? The difference is, 1. The earlier Pook saw the approach as the woman to be the prize to be won. The later Pook saw himself as the prize. The early Pook saw the approach as a mission, the later Pook saw the approach as an opportunity for fun. 2. The earlier Pook tries to make things fun for the woman and fails. The later Pook doesn't care and focuses on his feelings, in other words, he has fun himself. The early Pook thinks, oh my. I hope I am doing things correctly. Is she smiling? Is she keeping eye contact? Is she having fun? The later Pook thinks, have fun. To hell with formulas and rules. As long as I have fun, what does it matter if she rejects me or not? I think, well, she doesn't know how to have fun. Focus on having fun then, on avoiding the pain of rejection or loneliness. The carrot is more attractive to her than the stick. Quit taking this so seriously. These are girls. Girls. What are they going to do to you? Beat you up? You like having fun, right? Then do it. Be playful. Be crazy. Do what makes you have fun, and see if she'll go along for the ride. No more nervousness. No more shyness. Those originate in you worrying how you will be perceived. Rather, everything is in how you perceive yourself. This makes the difference. Looks are more important to younger women. High school and college girls are more looks-oriented. Girls don't care too much about your personality at this age. And what age are you speaking of, bashful? You'll be surprised how far a steady confidence will take you. But I know this will not convince you. You think you've lost the lottery of life. I have some questions. How can you be happy in a relationship if you're not happy being single? If you want to be judged for your personality and not looks, do you, likewise, judge girls for their personalities and not their looks? Whatever standards you have for women, they must be applied to yourself as well. Do you pursue a chick's personality or her looks? I've been seeing this attitude of it's all looks. Boo-hoo. Woe is me. If I had that same attitude, I'd be sitting in front of my computer every night, getting drunk, as my heart shrivels in the acid of bitterness. Bashful, I have no sympathy for you. Women are judged on looks much more harshly. When a fat chick whines, guys are just after looks. You know what I say to them? What are you going to do about it? Usually these chicks either work out, make themselves thinner and more attractive, or they turn into a militant feminist with a bitter excuse of a heart. By letting their responses guide your actions, you are being shaped by your environment, in other words being feminine. This isn't attractive in any situation or age. You are your destiny. What you do today shapes tomorrow. Think, dream, and never lose the name of action. 3 months from now, I want to come on this forum, and I want to see a post by Bashful saying, guys, this chick I am with is awesome. Geez, I feel like the greatest guy in the world. You may think that's unrealistic. But on the Don Juan forum, it happens all the time. Now it's time for it to happen to you. But it will never come without action and proper mindset. We're behind you. Later on, referring back to this post. I now disagree with what I wrote there about the girls initializing dates, romance. I have never, in my life, seen a girl initiate a date for romantic interests. Girls will flirt to tell you they are interested, guys confirm your interest by asking for their number. Just from observation, guys seem to fall in love much, much faster than girls do. The best defense I see from falling into infatuation so soon, so fast is to have interest in other women. This will prevent the she's the only one for me disease. Men want sex. Women want relationships. If they make it hard for us, then why should we not make it hard for them as well? The title of this post is, As You Think, You Shall Become. Here is the post. Exactly. It is not putting forth a spell on them or controlling them. It is a matter of controlling yourself. Your destiny depends on what you think. As you think, you shall become. And so long as you think, so long you remain free. I hate classifications, but this one is needed to carry forth the point. Nice guy. This guy is still acting like a chick, like a henid. He is feeling her. He is in the orbit of the hot chick and feels so mystified by her. The nice guy is boring, but he never realizes this, because he feels so good by being around the hot chick. This is why the nice guy keeps doing his stupid dinner dates and stays consistently boring. Player. This guy knows how stupid the nice guy way is, and strives to control the chick. He aims at rapport and creating attraction. He is trying to create feelings in the chick. This has a natural glass ceiling because you cannot be creating feelings forever, especially when it comes to a relationship, and can't hide behind mystery and distance any longer. This guy is still at ground zero. He is not in the negative world of the nice guy, but he still hasn't understood the role nature has. This path leads only to vanity, never love. Don Juan. The historical Don Juan was a man who led a victorious naval battle. He would later run off and go after the Princess of Aragon, I believe. The nice guy is drunk with his feelings. The player keeps thinking of control and power over the chick's feelings. The Don Juan gives off feelings. Unconsciously, he is a sexual light in the world the women flock to. The nice guy mythologizes the woman. He turns her into a goddess. The Don Juan mythologizes himself. He turns himself into a demigod. This is the difference. The players, seducers, etc. are caught in between. They still don't understand the power of imagination. In fact, they blame imagination for them being a nice guy. Now, they swear they are going to live only in reality. People always ridiculed me because I placed so much emphasis on what is going on in your mind. But that is where the battle is. Start thinking sexual, even if you aren't changing your behavior or doing any tactics, and women will respond differently. Why? No one, not Ross Jefferies, not ASF, not Angelo, Arletta commented on this and he was mystified. No one understands it. It is a sixth sense. No philosophy understands this either. Not Winiger, not the Greek philosophers, no one. The only people who seem to understand it are the poets, and with this seed of thought in your mind added with the soil of action, a cascade of reactions will occur. You will slowly change physically, mentally, emotionally, and, dare I say it, spiritually. You are in a new world, a true brave new world where imagination is used properly, not as some entertainment. And this is how you unite dream and day. The title of this post is, Be a Man. Here is the post. There is a prize to the person who correctly answers this question, what is a man? When asked what they want in a guy, women say simply, a man. But, alas, real men are becoming more and more rare these days. Women are tired of the sensitive wimps who have no backbones. One woman even wrote a song about the subject, Where Have All the Cowboys Gone? So what is a man? How should he act? Decades and centuries ago, the question was nonsense. But today in our feminized culture, this may be more in America than in other countries, most of us have been raised to believe that there is something inherently wrong with being a man and acting the way that a man should act. No wonder males don't know how to act around women. No wonder websites like these exist. Indeed, I embarked on this mystery to find out the answer to this question. Several women were bunched up in a group, gossiping and yapping about cute boys, fashion, relationships. That is nothing. This behavior extends to all women of all cultures, and also different animal species. Cows group together and moo and gnaw on grass and take notice of bulls brave enough to approach the group. I approach. How are you, ladies? I am the Pook. A woman squeals. Oh. It's a Pook. The others squeal in unison. Once the ladies calm themselves after being in the presence of a Pook, I ask them, ladies, do tell me, what do you define as a man? With devilish tongues, the women answer, a man is someone sensitive to me. A man is the guy who will take care of my needs. A man is the one that is in tune with my feelings. A man is one who doesn't have an ego. A man is the guy who will sit and watch chick flicks all day with me. A man is the guy who will go shopping with me. A man is the guy who will share all his feelings with me. Such are the common answers. The males listen and actualize what the women say. They are constantly declared sweet and wonderful and nice, oh so nice. Mothers and older women are proud of them and tell them, if I were younger, I would go for you. Poor nice guy. The women his own age avoid him like the plague and jump for the jerks. The nice guy becomes an emotional tampon to be used and discarded. The nice guy, being so nice and sweet, listens to the woman vomit her feelings about men and bleed her problems of her boyfriend on him. He listens with bated hope when he hears, oh, why can't guys be like you? You listen and understand. Then she turns around and gets abused by another jerk. The vicious cycle repeats again and again. Why are women acting in this way? They are simply acting as women do, as in their nature. The problem is not with them, it is with guys. We are afraid to embrace our nature, that of being a man. Being in a culture that sees manhood as predatory and oppressive and uncouth, we cover it up within ourselves. By doing so, we hide our sexuality. Sexuality. Do I mean rock-hard abs and rippling muscles? That is not what women find sexy, it's a contributing factor, not the core. A type of personality is what women are looking for. Someone they can depend on, has backbone, someone who will be successful, has ambition, and someone who is decisive, has charge. Nice guys have no backbone because they think women are frail things that will break in confrontation. Nice guys reveal no ambition because they fear being seen as arrogant to women. Nice guys are afraid to be decisive for fear of being seen as oppressive. Two poles of thought men drift into, the nice guy and the jerk. Both blame the other. You ruin the women with your lack of commitment and unappreciative nature, says the nice guy. You spoil the women with your endless listening ear and stupid caring attitude, replies the jerk. The two endlessly war. Those on the sidelines have their own conclusions. One side says, the jerk is the way to go. Ceaseless sex. Evolution demands it. The other side says, the nice guy is the way to go. Glorious relationship. Society demands it. But the two still argue. You cause the women to think they are in control, says the jerk. Ah, but you cause the women to think all men are scum, replies the nice guy. Is there not an end to the nice guy versus jerk debate? Are these the only choices? The cycle the nice guy emerges. He is tenderized and wants to shout in every woman's ear, I will not abuse you. I am sweet and good. Based on that alone you should date me. When the nice guy talks to the girl on a date, poof, the date turns into opera. Oh, my life has been so downhill from here, the nice guy whines. My little girly car was slashed, I failed my classes, but because of you this day has been so much better. Then the nice guy goes, let me tell you my life story. My birth was long, hard, and painful for my mother. Our culture has become so feminized that the nice guy thinks it is proper to vomit his feelings and emotions all over the place. It's gross. Women, rightfully, run for the hills when they hear your declarations of love. The metamorphosis comes. The nice guy eventually realizes what all the ladies want, becomes bitter, and changes himself into a jerk. His goal now is to sleep with as many women as possible and figure out all the tricks and tactics to do so. He focuses on calculation rather than natural joy. When a woman comes, he pulls out a chart of all the moves and tactics with arrows and patterns. He unleashes his laptop, accesses a lay guide, and reviews his strategy. Time passes and once was fun becomes meaningless. Back to being nice. He sees it now as turning on nice guy or turning on jerk. Why can't I just be myself? He soon thunders at reality. Just be a man. There is no need to reprogram yourself. You will have the interests you have, the hobbies you have, the body you have, but you can easily become a man. It is all simply in how you think, and as you think you shall become. But what is man? Shall we have the answer? Here it is. A man is a guy who is not scared of his testosterone. A man follows the passion in his life. Passion of women? Of course not. A man has goals and desires that go above that of chasing chicks. After childhood, there are true winners and losers in life. A man desires to be the winner. A man wants to win in what he does. Because of his passion, a man can sometimes come off as arrogant and egotistical. He does not apologize for this or for his desires. It is your actions that cause the disgrace of men, says the nice guy. It is yours, replies the jerk. No, gentlemen, the disgrace of men is in not embracing your true nature, following your passion and, thus, loving life. Women are to enhance your life, not to be your life. So to the nice guy, stop placing your happiness on getting a girlfriend. To the jerk, quit wasting your life on seduction. Don't spend your time chasing girls, invest it by putting it into your interests and desires, thus the whole of your life. When you do this, all of a sudden you have what every woman wants: ambition, charge, decisiveness, backbone, kindness, stableness, and confidence. I want you to read what a woman posted as what she thought was a great guy. Focus on what I underline: qualifications of a great guy. 1. Physical, a bit athletic so he's in shape, and a good complexion if he can help it. Very focused, intelligent eyes that pay attention to whoever deserves it. Hair that can be tousled ... and a relaxed, but tidy wardrobe. 2. Emotional, his attitude has got to be mostly deterministic and level-headed. If crappy stuff happens to him ... he should roll with the punches and learn from it. If he ends up doing crappy stuff, then he should get up, brush off, and be a better guy the next time round. He must also have deep convictions. He should never give up his ideals or morals for anything. I know it sounds cheesy, but he must be respectful to his mother. It reflects character ... even if she is witchy like some mums these days. And of course, sense of humor, artistic, and an awesome boyfriend. 3. Social, a great guy is the one who offers the girls a chair, opens doors, etc., but isn't a total flirt. He just considers it his duty. A guy should clean up his language around girls. He should stand up for people who are being bashed in conversations. That's important to us girls. See, backstabbing is common among us, and we really notice when somebody isn't a gossip. And my personal thing is that he should be the guy who could be the center of attention ... but he prefers to hang out with the few guys in the back who are his genuine friends. Few ... I hope this helped a bit. Physique, as long as it's within the usual bounds, is pretty much unimportant. If you want to get a really great girl ... start working on your character and self-control. Not see it's you, but see, those two things are really uncommon these days, because a great girl is one who's been working on that already, and she'll recognize it in you. A man has character and deep convictions. He has passion in life about something. It is this passion that transforms his life, gives him confidence, and gives him joy. It is this passion that will give you the right mindset, for you have goals and dreams that go beyond chicks. Remember, if you cannot command respect, you cannot attract love. If you cannot be respected, women will ignore you and or abuse you. Once upon a time, there was a little boy who was scrawny, cried easily, and was a total wuss. At the age of 10, his father looked down at him disapprovingly. "You are such a wimp," he scolded at his son. The boy cried, but eventually discovered what was wrong with him. He worked out, studied, and utilized himself. He went around the world in the most ferocious quests. He became strong and powerful. He entered politics and became an unstoppable force. He would be shot when giving a speech, but he would pull himself back up to continue the speech. He was President Teddy Roosevelt, one of the more significant characters in America. If that little wimpy boy could become such a character, anyone can be a man. What do guys today do? We try to hide our strength and express our femininity. Take an example of guys. Early on in a relationship, they will show how great they are by cooking for the woman. As Auntie Dump said, real men are not available. They are climbing mountains. They are swimming across rivers. What are you doing? Making spaghetti? A man does not go through life walking on eggshells. Nice guys think, does she like me? How do I get her to like me? Good guys think, should I like her? Should I go for her? The good guy doesn't think about the girl's interest until they're dating. The good guy looks at all the girls and takes what he wants. Focuses on his dreams. No, this does not include the chick. You must have passion for something in life, something you even want to do for the rest of your life. Your romantic life is an echo of your regular life. Does not apologize for his testosterone, for his desires. Oh, I am so sorry, ladies. I am afflicted with this disease known as MALE. It is natural for me to glance at you, your oh so curvaceous body. I am so sorry. Please, please forgive me. Would a woman apologize for her feminine acts? So why should you apologize for your masculinity? Tries to always win in what he does. After childhood, there are real winners and losers in life. Men build towers, women build webs. If you aren't constructing your tower or aren't even planning it, why should she cast her web at you? If you want worthy chicks, you, yourself, must strive to become worthy. Has a deep conviction that allows him to be a possible leader. This is crucial because one day you will become the leader of your own household. Yes, we talk of 50-50, of everything being equal, but nature's laws surpass that of humans. Women naturally submit and nurture, men naturally lead and provide. If you were a woman, would you want a nice guy in charge of your household? Or would you want a man? Seeks to solve problems then to place blame. If there is a problem, you solve it. You do not go, oh, boo-hoo. This was because of him. A woman naturally wants a guy who deals with problems, not pass them along. Would you want that in your woman? Of course not. Sees failure as only a temporary setback to the inevitable. Statistically, you're more likely to be rejected than to be accepted. So how do you become more and more accepted and have lots of girls? It is when you increase your trying so much that the acceptance rate satisfies you and you don't notice the rejections. Napoleon Hill's book Interviewing Extremely Successful People, these men of destiny did not let failure destroy them. Indeed, Napoleon concludes that destiny puts out these trials and failures to test the men if they are proper and fit for their role in shaping history. Knows where he is going in life. True seduction isn't calculation or painful discipline, it is the same as with everything that makes a success, a passion for life. Never loses his passion, for that would be the death of his soul. Nice guys hate bachelorhood. They hate it so much. Some even wish for the old days of arranged marriages so they wouldn't have to put up with all the games. Jerks love bachelorhood so much they can't see anything else in life. While women love guys that can get women, jerks offer nothing worthwhile long-term wise. Alas, the women always try to change the jerk but never the nice guy. Why? Because a man is strength and a jerk displays strength on some level. Nice guys never do. Never feels he has to prove himself to anyone. Flowers, candy, poetry all can be good additions to a relationship, but so many nice guys use them to buy the relationship as if they must prove themselves. They flood with the poor woman with gifts to show they mean it. So away with the flowers, those dead plants as tokens of affection. Away with the chocolate, the candy, and sweets, those sugary pursuits to purchase love. Away with the poetry, those rotten verses of declarations of love. Away with the quest to prove yourself and let her prove herself to you, for you are the Don Juan. Be a man. And with it, you will advance in your career, your social life, and even your dealings with women. Men are very rare these days, so if you become one, you will be in high demand. Your career will become better as people look at you as a leader. Life will redevelop before your eyes, for you will obtain the most single quality that men, not trophy husbands, not nice guys, not tactical players, but men have a monopoly on: respect. You are the man. For if you don't stand for something, you shall fall for everything. The title of this post is Casual Dating. Here is the post. Why, look at this. We have received a letter from the ladies. Dear Soswave youth, before we, shall we say, get down to business, we have some things to say. Casual dating is okay. Asking a girl for her number is okay. Random hookups are not ideal. Sitting in your room and pretending to be content with your love life, or lack thereof, is not cool. This letter is meant to revive casual dating with you young males, a practice that used to be followed by most, yet one that is strangely absent today. Casual dating does not mean commitment. It will not limit your freedom. It will not interfere with the pursuit of life and joy, two of which we hold as one. From my experiences, your relationships fall into two categories: random hookups or virtual marriage. Either two people stay together for a few hours and pretend like nothing happened between them the next day, or they become attached at the hip from their first date and become oblivious to the rest of the world. The problem with these two extremes is that most of us want something in the middle. But boys, you can do something about that. And I will tell you how. 1. Get girls' phone numbers. If you're attracted to a girl, getting her number can't hurt. It will keep your options open in the case that you decide that you may be ready to go on an actual date in your young age. Although this is a rare occurrence, it does happen. Getting a girl's number can be avoided if you think that you could invite her out personally, which is ideal, as phone conversations have the possibility of being somewhat awkward. 2. Hang out with your girl of interest during non-class, non-dorm activity time, non-job environment. Invite her over for dinner at your house or dining hall, or for some coffee, or, for the gutsier guys, dinner at a restaurant. This is your chance to get to know your girl. Dates are fun. Even if there is no chemistry or not a lot to talk about, getting together puts you out there. It makes us feel like normal young people who do the normal dating things. The first date will give you a much better idea as to whether or not the girl is worth your time. 3. If the date was less than ideal, don't be aloof when you see the girl again. If your date made you realize that this girl probably isn't for you, it's probably, hopefully, a mutual thing. Chemistry and awkwardness are usually felt both ways. But, don't pretend like it never happened. You guys can still act civilly toward each other. Being friends is totally okay. If the date went well, don't smother the girl. It's definitely nice to give her a call a few days after your date, but don't act like the two of you married. One date, or even a few dates, does not mean lifelong commitment. The goal here is casual dating, hanging out on an occasional basis and having fun. Although dating may lead to a relationship, it doesn't have to. Understandably, people at this school don't always have the time or desire for a significant other. But many of us want to hang out on an individual basis with members of the opposite sex that we like. And we aren't necessarily happy with the predominant means of doing that, party hookups. Casual dating is the perfect, middle-of-the-road solution to this problem. I know that asking a girl for her number or out to coffee or dinner can be hard, but it needs to be done. We ladies aren't mean. We try to encourage proactive behavior. Although rejection is always a possibility, the alternative is just too attractive and too necessary to pass up. Do you really want to go through your prime years of your youth without some form of dating? I should hope not. This was an actual letter from a lady written to all the men. It appeared in the Stanford University paper. This post isn't for the guys already comfortable going out there. This is for the shy, the homebodies, the ones on the internet every night. You want a girlfriend badly. It seemed like two choices: the hookups you find at parties or clubs, or the virtual marriage of a long-term relationship. The flaws of the joined-at-the-hip virtual marriage the ladies described are many. It keeps you from meeting other people. And it is just a clinginess of each other, of two people tired of being single. You can be successful at this with marriage and everything, but even that may result in failure. Anti-Dump started out this way: married a girl, but divorce shattered him as he realized the girl never really liked him in the first place. He kept trying to please her rather than find a girl that fits him. Now we come to the other option. The party hookups and clubs sound like great fun and easy sex, but these probably don't fit your personality. Besides, these girls will care nothing for you and won't care if you drop dead the next day. And the sex? To these people, it becomes a theatrical act. It is mutual masturbation. It is not fulfilling. Also, consider that perhaps one day you will be married. When you are married, what do you like to do? Why, you go out. All the practice and skills you pick up with casual dating can be carried over to your marriage. Your pickup skills cannot. Casual dating has the best of the two extremes of random hookups and virtual marriage. The possibility of sex is there. But it definitely won't be a girl who will toss you aside the next day. The connection of virtual marriage is there. But it isn't as binding to keep you from meeting new people. Plus, casual dating gets you to find the girl that likes what you like, which random hookups and virtual marriage do not allow. Besides, casual dating is fun. When I was shy and locked up in my room, I always wondered, what ought I to do? Well, the answer is anything. Usually start off with something small, like dinner or a drink where you can get to know her and see if she is worth your time. But literally, anything is at your disposal. Planning dates is fun as you get to pick what you want to do. Want to go browse museums and have a nice dinner afterward? Want to go rock climbing and rafting afterwards? A friend of mine, when he finds a girl he thinks is special to him, will even get out specific types of wine. This may sound sappy, but it isn't, and girls love it. It's fun to plan out what you want to do, and girls like to go along for the adventure. So as you are bombarded by all this information, do this: forget about Pook. Forget about Saucewave. Forget about the DJ Bible. Forget about tips and discussions, women's psychology and specific techniques. Go ask the number for that girl you have been eyeing. Do anything you'd like, from a simple dinner to event. If she likes you, she won't care. Forget this web page with all its wordy text. People who stay here all day are trying to get it perfect, and you know what? Perfect is boring. Shake things up in your life. It won't matter if you know what to do for the second or third date, most people don't. Do it one at a time. Go change your life, not by reading my posts, or studying the forum, but by doing what you always wanted to do, to go out with that lovely young lady. Start small, and ask out a girl that you really like. Once you get a date or two under your belt, you'll wonder why you wasted so much time on article reading in the first place. And welcome. Life awaits. The title of this post is, Structure of Worlds. Here is the post. For 5 years, even in my absence, I have been attacked for looking for yourself for structure in the world. When you were young, your parents and friends gave you structure of the world. You knew your role of going to school, of escorting a girl to the prom, doing your chores, doing your work, and so on. After school, you are cast out into the world. What structure should you have? Obviously, 98% of the males and probably 99.5% of the females look for an external voice for structure. Females follow their mother. If they have no maternal figure in their lives, they adopt what society, media, tells them. This site deals primarily with young males. Almost always, these males hear an external voice, women, and adopt a female structure. How do you measure yourself? This is the great question. Nice guys measure themselves based on their degree of chivalry. I am so nice to her. They take as pride. They wish only to be nicer to women than they actually are. Materialists measure their masculinity based on their paycheck. Look at me, says the salesman, working god-awful shifts. I am making so much money. If someone is making less money than they are an idiot. If someone is making more money than they are to be treated as a demigod. Citizen dildos, my name, for the seducer/player types measure their masculinity based on how many girls they can sleep with. They demand proof and reports of conquests from everyone. Shining stars are the type of people who want to be socially superior to others. These type of people start off in life as tattletellers. But they nevertheless end up going into journalism, law, running for political office, not because they want to but because they measure themselves based on how other people see them. These people have some fame but nothing lasting. Many irrelevant rock stars, actors, and artists fit in this condition. They become, at best, a Ben Jonson, but never a Shakespeare. Their success is short-lived. They also become famous because they fall, as shining stars are meant to do. Gentlemen, what do all four of these have in common? They are structures built around women. In a woman's life, she will go through all four of these types, as all four types serve her purposes. The nice guy is easily exploited, by her and rest of society. Materialists give her the gifts and things she thinks she needs. Shining stars give her the illusion of success. Why get a doctorate when you can just marry a professor? And citizen dildos are the mutual masturbation as she goes through these guys. All these guys profess they are happy, that they are the only ones living the true life and all others are living a life of shame. They are happy but not joyful. Their happiness is that of an addiction, the addiction is to feminine praise. When it is not there, these males become depressed. The four structures are simply means of getting feminine praise, in some form or another. I have been through all four of these structures. Each one gave me pain and pleasure. The pleasure, of course, was pleasing women. I switched from one structure to another when I realized it would gain more feminine praise. People say the objective is sex, then explain to me why the never-laid nice guy will not a. Visit a prostitute b. Sleep with easy girls c. etc. The objective is not sex, it is feminine praise. Those addicted to it will be so endorphinized to see their lives slouch towards mediocrity. I trace the beginnings of female-centered life structures with Rousseau, who laid the eventual eggs that hatched matrilineage and matriarchy. Today, it is blind to us because most of us have never been told anything different. My posts and ideas came not just from everyday observations but from the long line of history, religion, and literature that binds us all. It comes from famous biographies, from chats with very successful people you don't know, and some you do, and from looking at the failures in others. What is failure? All four personalities differ on it. But I would define failure as betraying your soul, as living someone else's dream, and having no direction in life. What is success? It is love. Not love for chivalrous relationship, nice guy, not love for pussy, citizen dildo, not love for money, materialist, and not love for glory, shining star. It is the genuine love for life. Find what you love and direct your passions to it. You will know you have found the right mate not because you two love the same hobbies, but because you both love the direction you and she are going in life. If you want to live your life working for money, or being nice to women, or working for pussy, or being praised by society, then don't be afraid to go ahead. All life is an experiment. I could be wrong. But I am not wrong about myself. I hope you do not choose a path that is wrong for you and your soul. When it is wrong, you will know. Imagine how Jesus would feel if he was cast to play the role of Napoleon. The result is the divided soul, which is a classical subject in many works, most chiefly Hamlet, a good-natured artistic youth cast in the role of savage revenge by the father. How many families want their offspring to play a role they are not suited for? What if we make our own structure, completely independent of feminine praise? What if we follow our dreams instead of women's dreams? What if the truly smart were not those who read lots of books but those who could read their own heart and soul? 5 years I have been off and on this forum, 5 years, the same dull dreary mugwump sayings have been cast at me. I could copy and paste what was talked about me 5 years ago as it will match the same as today. What are my themes that cause the same old sayings, and when misplaced, its praises? You are the focus of your world, not the women. Instead of pissing away your youth trying to please women, why not invest that time in yourself? Such a radical concept. How dare I speak blasphemy to our female goddesses the youth sacrifice their lives to? Sex does not make you unique. Another radical concept. Because sex is what women have recognized to give often as feminine praise. How many men think they are the glory of the world because of sex? Live the life you want. Materialist. If a man spends his life in a soul-destroying job, he is held up as a model for society. Nice guy. A man discovers great love and throws himself at the girl, putting her on the pedestal, he kneeling, as she becomes his new goddess. Shining star wants to enchant the gossipers, be it newspapers, television or radio shows, and whatever else. They want loud titles to hide that they are not truly men, no matter their scripted appearances. Citizen dildo, a life full of notches on the bedpost. But then what? All four are addictive because they flood your body with stimulants. What is a nice guy's addiction of love but a stimulant? Why don't you just get a needle and jab it in your arm? At least it won't be absurd. Since I am not on the typical scale of nice guy or seducer, everyone wants me to act fully as one or the other. But I'm neither. Most websites can be categorized into the four. This site flaps like a flag caught in harsh winds, not deciding which way fully to go, but wants to keep leaning to the citizen dildo. The websites that speak of a different alternative are few, just as few as the men that do it. Since I already have hundreds of pages of posts here, I have found a site that might help elaborate on this viewpoint further. Every post he makes is one I could have made, almost spot on. http://mirroroffthesoul.blogspot.com/note, his tone puts off many people. Also, some ideas he has are a bit too isolationist. But his heart is in the right place. Live your life instead of living for women. Sexuality is rapidly becoming a political and cultural problem, as strange as that may be. Single women are increasing, birth rates are plunging, more people are becoming infertile, which causes secondary reactions. Immigration becomes more pronounced, elderly social programs become threatened, governments spend money on marriage promotion and baby promotion. A storm is raging through our age. Too many guys are concerned about not getting wet, simply getting laid, finding a decent girl to marry, etc., and not getting out of the way of this howling juggernaut that is already destroying nations, cultures, and family lines, of the bigger issues, such as matriarchy, plunging birth rates, etc. http://news.bbc.co.uk/2/high/health/4112450.stm. I wish you guys well. Just remember, you do not dodge a juggernaut by throwing yourself in front of it. The title of this post is, Do Girls Want Sovereignty? Here is the post. I think Chaucer visited this subject in The Wife of Bath's Tale. His conclusion was the opposite, that women wanted to rule, at least be sovereign in their own choices concerning pleasing their guy. I don't think it is a far-fetched idea to say that women view men differently than how we view them. We keep thinking that it is two people coming together. Nah, I don't think women view it that way. When a girl eyes a potential mate, what is going through her head? Cute? Tall? How much does he make? What is his earning potential? Is he funny? Will he make me laugh? Is he interesting? What are his friends like? Where does he go out to do for fun? Are the girls like him? Therefore, I must investigate him further. As men, we don't think about these things. Sure, we want a cute girl and all. But we never look at a chick and go, she's cute, Paul, but she doesn't have the earning potential that I'm looking for in a girl. Woza. She is hot. But I wonder what her friendships are like. I don't like her at all. But George does, therefore, I must investigate what there is about her if George is attracted to her. We don't think like this. It would be comical if we did. If a guy is super hilarious, super comedian, the women go, I love you. If a guy has millions of dollars, even if she knows nothing else about him, she will go, I will marry you. What is going on here? Are women's primal survival skills operating? Ask her, what do you want? She shrugs. She hasn't a clue of what she wants. Apparently she wants whatever guy the other girls want. Women do not see guys. They see worlds. They see themselves exiting this realm of nature and entering the guy's world. Having an aura of humor, or having lots of money, or being cute and all, these are all different worlds to the girl. She isn't interested in you, not in the way we think of it. She is very interested in your world. In other words, if a guy has no friends, doesn't go out and have fun, is a drifter and has no path to get money, she is not going to be interested no matter his other elements. Mike, hello. My name is Mike. I play video games hours on end. Chick, that's nice but we need to talk about our relationship. George, I am crazy and do whatever I want. I paint my car screwed up colors, paint my house screwed up colors, and wear weird clothes. Chick, OMG. I love you. Let me marry you now. It is the world the girl is after. How do successful men act with women? They bring the lady into their world. When they date, at the beginning especially, it is his date ideas, he gets to be as creative or dull as he wants. And she will judge you based on the world you are creating for her. Remember, she is going to be defined by you. There is a reason why she takes your name. We can argue which worlds are more appealing to others with the women, a crazy spontaneous world or a more stable less risk world or such. But one thing that is very true is that women, above anything else, desire the guy to be himself, to show his world properly. Women despise nice guys and chumps, who do not create any world of their own but try to please the women, the most. She may not know what she wants. But she does know that you ought to know what you want. She will fall in love with the guy, become enmeshed in his world, and his goals often become hers. It is not so much sovereignty she wants but a guy's world. But Pook. Let us say we compare a super rich wimpy guy to the cocky asshole. The asshole will get the girl. Thus, you make no sense. But the asshole guys have confidence. What is confidence but the link between your world and yourself, between your dream and day? Guys with no confidence can create no worlds. She will see the wimpy rich guy and think how she can use him, not love him. Like a child, women want to be seized and shown the glories of life. She is expecting you to take her hand and whisk her away to adventures, excitement, and fun. A world of color compared to her boring bland arena of nature she resides in now. And this is how you become Prince Charming. The title of this post is, Cocky and Funny. Here is the post. When you're in a line or doing something boring, like work, why not spice it up with that attitude? Works wonders. A recent example, a girl was in a happy mood, for whatever reason. I gave her a bookish grin and said, "You're happy because I'm here." Big smile on her face and she shook her head. Then I said, "You're happy because you're here at, company name." She laughed but shook her head. Then I stopped people passing by and said, "Mom. See her? She is happy because she is at, company name. And the lady would be, "Oh really? Why, that's blah blah," and I'd get another person and say the same thing. I'd get their reaction. Then I started getting people to guess why she was happy. The reaction? She was laughing so hard she was almost on the ground. I don't think it has anything to do with being cocky and funny, but the ability to make any situation fun. For all girls want the fun guys. The title of this post is, "Feeling Down About Your Love Life?" Read this. Here is the post. Okay. So you don't have a girlfriend. You're not getting any sex. On your current course, you're about to become a monk. You feel down and saddened. Why? But Pook, I got no girl. That is not the problem. The problem is that you place your happiness on a girl. You can't be happy in a relationship unless you're happy being single. Get away, indulge yourself in your hobbies and work. Whatever you do, do not sit there and regurgitate your emotions. Take action. But the more common is, "But Pook, I am doing my hobbies and work. I have a natural need for intimacy. I am tired of being single." And I am sure it is especially burning that you walk around and see these happy couples, hand in hand, with huge smiles on their faces, almost as if they are mocking you. But fear not. You are way ahead of the other males. How do most guys act? Either they are nice guys or jerks. Very rarely are the true good guys. Nice guys look at these guys in their relationships or in their marriages. You know who wears the pants in the relationship. These poor guys never understood the game and are just relieved to have settled down. They are AFCs for life. Most nice guys spend their 20s in misery until women in their 30s are ready to settle down. It is so sad to see these AFCs in such manner. Some got a bit wise and looked at dating books. Unfortunately, most books make nice guys more feminine because they are written on what women say but not what they do. These poor chaps have no backbone. I watched my, then, roommate get a call from a girl saying that she was hungry and because she was studying, he was to go to Subway to get her a sandwich. Alas, he did this. This patheticness is not the exception, it is the common. See that cutie pie in those oh-so-tight pants? Most guys would chicken out in approaching her. In fact, many would go, "Run. Don't let us know that we are looking at her." Pathetic. 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 Or the guy who calls the girl of his affections night after night, hour after hour. Pathetic. When I was young, I remember a guy driving all the way to my house, I live out in the boonies, to return to my sister a glove. She was pleasant but didn't let him get in the front door. She said to me, "Whatever you do, do not act like that. Do not call a girl all the time. Do not act that way." Or a coworker, completely infatuated, follows the girl around like a puppy. The proximity is obvious. When he wasn't around, all the girls would get together and laugh and joke at him, all declaring how pathetic he was. Aren't you glad you're not that guy now? When my sister and her boyfriend were going out, my sister was breaking up and getting back together with him again and again and again. He wised up and eventually thundered, "Listen, woman. Either stay with me or go. Make up your damn mind." She stayed with him and the two married. If he was a nice guy and scared of confrontation, do you think she would have stayed with him? No. What about the guys who just sit there and wait for girls to approach them? In their mind, they think, "Please ask me out." Guys should never count on women to ask them out. Or in the married life, nice guys who are afraid to lead because of their passivity. They often marry the wrong woman because they are so tender to their own emotions and oblivious to reality. Indeed, there are schmeals whose wives cheat on them constantly. And they put up with it. Jerk. These and the nice guy are but one of the same. While a nice guy introverts himself, the jerk extroverts himself. While the nice guy is constantly passive, the jerk is constantly aggressive. While the nice guy hides his sexuality and can't get chicks to be attracted to him, but are good long-term relationship material, as girls confirm by saying to nice guy, "You're not the type of guy I'd date, you're the type I'd marry." The jerk erupts his sexuality everywhere, gets chicks attracted to him, but can never keep them. The jerk has no confidence, which is why he is a jerk in the first place. True criticisms sting him and collapse his spirit. Notice how the jerk may get chicks long enough for sex, he fails completely in life. He ends up being a janitor or something similar. The girls he bedded with? All of them insecure little girls. It is pathetic and very sad. Some guys have gotten confident enough to take action, talk to girls, etc., but very few have true backbone. Even fewer than that have the Don Juan skills expressed in the articles and on this forum. Most guys are pathetic. Most are chumps. Women simply get tired of looking and will settle for who they are with. It is so sad. But you, on the other hand, you are not a chump and are definitely not pathetic. You are a good catch. Fear not having no intimacy right now, for with your mindset and skills will ensure you luxurious intimacy for the course of your life. Can the passive, nice, guy speak of true passion within his relationship? Can the jerk, coward, speak of true success and true maturity within relationships? Of course not. You are enlightened and know something 99% of the other guys do not, how to handle women. For if you don't, women will handle you. 1 out of 4 marriages is when the woman never loved the guy anyway but just settled down. Out of the love marriages, most of the women fall out of love. More women than men commit adultery. Women break up 80% of relationships. Why is this? Mostly, because of patheticness. When you get down, think of all the guys that suffer from this. Then realize that you are truly free, for you possess the knowledge that makes you a man. There's no shame in failure, only shame in not trying. Even when you don't try, the fierce guilt that tears you up is a sign that you are changing for the better and killing that nice guy within you. The title of this post is, Feminism Put on Trial. Here is the post. All rise. So Suave.com enters the courtroom with extravagant robes. Like an old man, he walks slowly to the judge's chair and sits. Everyone else sits after him. Soswave.com puts on his glasses and says softly, "What is the matter?" The officer quickly walked over to Soswave.com and handed him the papers. Squinting through his glasses, he examined the papers. Who represents the defense? A feminist stands. Note, she is fat and ugly with a poisonous personality as most feminists are. You represent all women? I do. Soswave.com reads from the sheet. You are accused of being Machiavellian rather than wise, calculating rather than smart, mimicking rather than confident, full of gestures rather than full of actions, a highwayman who changes personalities and clothes to steal man's egos, a mind shaper who possesses no identity, no virtues, no morals, no truths, and is ultimately a barbaric petty childlike species who transform all these vices into virtues under the hypnotic state called love. He looked up. How do you plead? Innocent. Now let us hear the argument. The representative of the men may begin. Pook jumped from his seat. Thank you, Your Honor. Many men are afflicted with the disease known as Niceguius patheticus. Now, the symptoms of such disease are awful. The afflicted male will sacrifice dead plants as tokens of affection, write bad poetry, will speak in a language of banquets, and act like a fool in every and all ways. Objection. Yeah, you would object. The feminist snorted, the matter is about women, not about men. No, Soswave.com answered. Women affect men's behavior. Let us hear the argument. Pook smiled. I call my first witness, the man with alligator skin when it comes to women, Anti-Dump. Anti-Dump walks in and stands in the front. The officer rushes by and holds up a rather thick book. Place your hand on the DJ Bible. He did so. Do you swear, above all, to be a man, to speak the truth of everything woman, to live with no apology, to know what you want and how to get it, and live to the fullest so through Don Juan? I do. Pook paced back and forth. Now, anti-dump, what would you suggest now to guys? That men should stop trying to figure out if women or any woman likes them. Men are not women. Take off the dress, guys. It is women that wonder if a guy likes them before anything happens. Men have somehow picked up this bad habit from women. Go on. The thought of whether she likes you should never cross your mind. It is not important before you ask for the number. The important thing is you wanting her. Always ask yourself, do I want this one? And the answer should be wow. Boy, do I. That is all you need to know. Real men take what they want. Pook turned toward the jury, which had one of each 12 members plucked from the last 12 centuries to have a true verdict of history. As Anti-Dump is saying, men are beginning to think like women. Obviously, feminism has made a great change. Your witness. The feminist approached Anti-Dump with caution. Why are you such a male-guided hard-nosed pig? But that's why you love me. Disgusted, she said, no more questions. As Anti-Dump left the stand, Pook set up charts. Members of the jury. In every age, no man would be afraid of a girl. Certainly, he would not look at a woman as one looks at a trialing Odyssey. Pook turned toward the jury. No, I have not gone berserk. I only agree with the DC sniper with one thing he said, Oprah Winfrey will cause the downfall of mankind. Hence, it remains for us to acknowledge the weeds of Babylon emerging around this garden of men. Young people are caught up in imitations they do not know, do not wish to understand, but vainly beat their chest proclaiming how free they now are without realizing that they are entering a prison that took profits, the blood of martyrs, crusades on the battlefield, for us to emerge. A flight of vultures, of feminist harpies are circling overhead to pick at man as vultures picked at Prometheus. These feminists, both the female and male variety, believe that they are highly progressive and well advanced. Yet, they are centuries behind the times. Feminism came without warning. And conquered men. It has created a generation of neurotic males. A male of this time may be one of them. Do you believe it is wrong to judge a woman by how she looks? Do you believe it is wrong to advance on a woman, sexually, with no verbal consent? Do you believe women have been discriminated because of their gender, that males intentionally put women down? Do you believe that in sex, it is wrong to even consider to have your way with her and become and be the sensuous animal you've always dreamed? Do you believe women desire, as priority, respect? If you believe in any of these things, even just a little, you have been affected by modern feminism. It is the virus that creates the effects known as nice guius patheticus. Women are judged on looks because you are judged on your looks, and women are much harsher about it. Feminists think a magazine picture tyrannizes young women. Forget my body, what about my mind? They say. But did you ever hear a woman say to the nice guy, your mind is great but I love your body? And every male is witness to the fact that women run towards testosteronized males, that is jerks. Why do men fail with women? It is because they respect them. This great respect men find in women is nothing more than a lack of self-respect, a lack of confidence. Woman's reflectory nature must have something to reflect. If there is no confidence, there is no man. If there is no man, there can be no real male and, thus, any love. A recent Time magazine cover blared, Pook pointed to it, that men and women are biologically different. Time treated this as a great discovery. But didn't we all know this when we turned age 3 or 4? Feminism cannot see any biological differences between the sexes from the neck up. The feminist interrupted. Is there a point to all this? Members of the jury, notice her tidy suit. Men change their clothes to match their lifestyles, attitudes. Women change their lifestyles, attitudes to match their clothes. Put her in a hula dress and she will start hula dancing. Before she could object, Pook added, Anyone who has thought about women will find little to value in them. The increase of thought about them, the increase of negativity is subscribed to them. The root of niceguism is thinking too much about them. The more action you engage in, the more likely you are to get the hot chicks. Saucewave.com hammered the gavel and let the feminist call her witness. It was an average normal woman. The feminist's witness placed her hand on the feminist mystique book, whose true name is actually the feminist mistake. When she was done, Pook asked her some questions. Many men ask, what is the purpose of feminism? After all, women have their votes, their careers, and their beauty-suits. Normal movements shut down once achieving their goals. Thus, feminism is not a normal movement. Now, let us question the women. The woman, representing all women, was in the stand. Pook walks around her slowly, tapping on the bright light overhead. Why did you become a feminist? Because I was everything else. I was a daughter. Then, I became a woman. After that, I became a girlfriend. Then, I became a wife and mother. I had been everything. I was bored. Being a feminist was it. There is nothing higher. Pook makes his voice louder. So you admit the truth. I do. I do. I confess. Now we see the picture. Woman sees herself in relation to society. Women are in a never-ending war between mind and body. The body says, yes. While the mind, ever remembering the status of reputation, says no. Oh, if there only was a something that could free women of this state. Yes. Something that could make sluts respectable. Yes. And sluts sublime. Oh yes. To turn the abandonment of motherhood into fulfilling a woman's potential. Yes. 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 To make nagging infinite, to let fat girls feel free to get fatter, and to give ugly girls a societal role. Ah yes. She falls unconscious. That is the purpose of feminism, to let women do whatever they want with an air of morality, to turn feminine immorality into virtue. Thus, the problem of feminism is not men but women. The truth, feminism is not declaring war on masculinity but on femininity. Feminism is a political Tower of Babylon to escape the truth of human nature. I'm in America. And I love foreign chicks. They are just so feminine. Here, the chicks act masculine and get fat. They find it shameful to place their time and talents into their family and children, whereas, it should be their greatest joy. I think it is great honor, joy, privilege, and pleasure to be a man. Women can trump us as they can be a mother of men. There is much glory in masculinity and femininity. But feminists are against both. They attack masculinity and femininity as the former being the cause of oppressing, and the latter as the effect of the oppressed. Feminists desire a dull grey androgynous world without the sparkling lightning and glow that sexuality brings. The result is androgyny everywhere, with both genders putting their priority on sex, here, there, anywhere, all positions, with all certain arrangements of threesomes, foursomes, orgies, etc. The reason why is because sex, something no law or political philosophy can touch, is the only thing that makes women feel like women and men feel like men. Everything else that revolved around it, the old-style dating, courtship, of suitors, of gentlemen, of class, of charm, has been politicized out of existence. Pook called forth a band of men. Oh gentlemen! What is left for men to do that is male? Gadgets. Sex with women. Bodybuilding. Sex with women. Hunting. Sex with women. Video games. Sex with women. Beer. Sex with women. Maxim. What answers are these? Where there was once the concept of man as warrior, man as philosopher, man as many things, manhood has been savagely attacked and brought down by the earthly beast who glitters with political maxims and whose crown is academic scholarship that is supposed to prove its glitter. In other words, the concept that masculinity and barbarism are one of the same is their new ruling scepter. As long as people believe in this idea, they will sit on that throne. This ties into the belief that women have always been poor victims of masculinity, enslaved by the evil of manhood. I am pro-sex. Not in the way of libertines acting out bestial episodes, but in the manner of sexuality. Some people here have said, Pook, why do you bring in things like literature and historic men into this site? What do these have to do with anything? They have everything to do with this site, for the majority of us are learning to embrace our sexuality, of both men and women. You can see sexuality as the key to the genius of Michelangelo's David and the dazzling energy and insight of Shakespeare. You can see the matter of sexuality bring up the great men onto the historical stage. You can find sexuality as being the core to great art and a key to genius. But with sexuality removed, no wonder the great writings, art, and personalities of our time are non-existent. Now, they are said to exist because of the politics behind them. But there is nothing great or time-defying in politics, so they will not last. I am not exaggerating. Look at college campuses. They are full of girls. Boys are failing more and more in school. Less and less men are marrying because they are on strike against the current climate. In sexuality, Atlas is shrugging. This website should not exist. We, men, should not have to inquire on mating practices, for what is more natural than that? Saucewave.com hit the gavel. Get to the point, Pook. It is proven that modern feminism has made men into apologizing neurotics. It has caused hell in the romantic union of the sexes. The virtue of feminism is to backstab men. So brute a part that feminism capitally plays, that no man will be given any due achievement. But feminism has done its worst damage outside the romantic realm. The slow cold rot of feminism has destroyed one male virtue after another until women cry out, "Where have the men gone?" Pook pointed to the statistics showing females dominating universities and increasing their numbers. Why is this? Because education has now become the process of degenderization. Before, education was to turn a boy into a man. Mathematics, philosophy, literature, and so on were all to be used as tools or guides for men against their fight of nature and time. These gentlemen had a style and class about them. They are extinct today. The feminists started to complain again. So Pook addressed the point. She says that society has always been toward patriarchy. In other words, men have been suppressing women down through the generations with their institutions and hierarchies. In order for women to free themselves, they must have political power. Thus, feminism is the poison fruit of Rousseau and classical teaching. Classical teaching, the echo of Romanism, holds that society is artificial. Society is a machine to be tampered and tweaked by the emperor. To these people, law creates society rather than society creating law. Rather than hold that society being the symphony of the rights of man, this classical teaching puts society to be moved and sculpted by the law. Pook takes out a scroll and reads, Rousseau is made to say, whoever ventures to undertake the founding of a nation should feel himself capable of changing human nature, so to speak, of transforming each individual, who by himself is a perfect and separate whole, into a part of a greater whole, from which that individual somehow receives his life and his being, of changing the physical constitution of man in order to strengthen it, etc., etc. If it be true that a great prince is a rarity, what, then, is to be said of a great lawgiver? The first has only to follow the model that the other constructs. The latter is the artificer who invents the machine, the former is only the operator who turns it on and runs it. So what are people in all this? Why, they are merely the blocks and parts of the machine. No wonder feminists throw themselves at the legislative palace. Let me call another witness, Miss Wildfire. Wildfire approached the stand. She put her hand on the DJ Bible as the officer said, "Do you swear, above all, to be a man, to speak the truth of everything woman, to live with no apology, to know what you want and how to get it, and live to the fullest so through Don Juan?" I do. Pook started to ask her about feminism until Wildfire broke out ranting against it. There isn't and never has been any patriarchy. That's a totally bogus concept. True, things were oppressive for women back in the day, but they were also oppressive for men. While women had less choices, men bore the lion's share of the responsibility. The right to vote came at a price. The price of potentially laying down your life to protect this country. That was the same price for owning land. There was not all the high-tech equipment we have today to help do the majority of the work. It was much harder work and men did almost all of it, and all of the most dangerous. In fairness to women, they didn't have the vacuum cleaners, electric washing machines or microwave ovens, so they worked hard. They were needed at home to keep the home running and the family cared for. It was a full-time job. These gender roles were required for survival. It was never some evil plot to hold women down. It was a necessity. Your witness. The feminist roared, explain the wage gap then. It's a farce. Feminists claim that women are only paid 74 cents for every dollar a man makes. This angers a lot of women. The figures themselves are correct, but they are not presented truthfully. The numbers represent men and women as a whole, not comparing a man and a woman in the same company with the same seniority, same experience and education. Men as a whole will always make more than women as a whole because there are stay-at-home moms, wives who only work part-time, and women who take time off to have babies. Men also work more overtime and more of the dangerous and higher-paying jobs. It is against the law to pay a woman less than a man for the same job and qualifications. So anyone who believes this feminist lie is not very bright. And the glass ceiling? Yes, that proverbial glass ceiling. Feminists whine that there aren't enough women in corporate management. Hello. Women have only been in the workforce with more women working than not for the last 20 years or so. Most corporate managers have put that much time in with the company before getting one of those jobs unless he's a family member of the owner. It's about paying dues and earning those positions, and women will get there as soon as they pay those same dues and invest that same time. The feminist, defeated, said, "No more questions," and Wildfire returned to her world. Now came the time for closing arguments. The jury of the 12 centuries listened attentively. The feminist ranted and raved. When she was done, Pook gave a calm and logical presentation, outlining what was already discussed. Feminism is essentially about desexualization. This is where nice guys, AFCs, come from. This is why feminists are so bitter. But since sexuality is no longer embraced, male-female harmonics becomes disrupted. Androgynous people sport in sex since that is the only way to make them feel male, female. Because of this desexualization, art, leadership, and education suffer. Pook brought out another woman, one he met in flesh and blood. She was in her 40s. She said, "I don't believe in feminism. Women are the dominant sex. Men are so naive about relationships and sexuality. Men may be physically dominant, but women are emotionally dominant. Who controls the finances in most homes? It is the woman. Look in the banks and you will find them filled with women. I could be a woman in any age. But I would never wish to be a man in this age, where manhood has been condemned." Members of the jury, consider the choice you are making, of man or woman, this the choice of humanity. Shall civilization be a mankind who seeks to go forever forward and gain independence of spirit from the gross natural calamities that compose the flesh? Or shall civilization sigh into a womankind that retreats back to infancy to a warm milk-flowing sleep? For the all, this raised empires and rots them within. For the one, this attracts respect or dishonor to make the life a series of avalanching regrets. For who would walk the path of a man and bear the thorns, traps, and trolls that nature's filled? Of science, of philosophy, of art. For these are the stones of civilization. But how pure and blissful is the sleep that femininity dreams in. The dance and music of love's eternity. The wine, the song, the crest of love itself. The choice not taken is always the choice yearned for. But are there not two sexes? Has not nature divided humanity into two distinct parts? Then let us choose both. Let women be women and let men be men. Let one hold up the scepter of reaction and the rest embrace the man, that infinite name of action. The jury exited and made their decision. When they returned, Renaissance, Dark Ages, Middle Ages, Industrial Age, Pioneer Age, and so on took their seats. It was the 20th century that announced the verdict, guilty. Soswave.com announced the punishment. Those who take feminism seriously will be condemned to bitterness, ugliness, and joylessness. Any males who listen will be condemned to loneliness, stuffed with nice guius patheticus. There is a war against men, gentlemen. And feminism is leading the charge. Guilt-filled men sound like this. One of the reasons I started to care about radical feminism as much as I did was because it seemed to resolve for me a certain dilemma about myself in relation to other men. I had always felt irremediably different, even when no one else noticed. I knew I wasn't really one of them. When I first began to come in contact with the ideas of radical feminism, those ideas seemed to put to rest that certain trouble. Radical feminism helped me imagine a gender-just future, a notion of a possibility that men need not be brutish and loutish, that women need not be cutesy and coy. It was a vision that energized me. It helped me view the whole male supremacist structure of gender as a social construction, not as a final judgment on our natures, and not as a final judgment on mine. Radical feminism helped me honor in myself the differences that I felt between myself and other men. Radical feminism helped me know my connections to the lives of women, with whom I had not imagined I would ever find a model for who I could be. And it's also true, and not easy to admit, that radical feminism helped provide me with a form in which to express my anger at other men, an anger that in men can run very deep, as many of us know. He is different from most guys because he refuses to be male. But he goes on, I think that for many men who have become anti-sexists over the past several years, their anti-sexism has had meaning to them for similar reasons. In various ways, feminism has blown like a gust of fresh air through a lifetime spent agonizing and anguishing about the place of other men in our lives. For a few of us, feminism has helped us breathe a bit easier. Not so. By letting fat women get fatter, they choke on themselves. I see a couple of them riding those carts in grocery stores all the time. But it would be a mistake to suggest that a man's anti-sexism puts to rest his ambivalence toward other men. I think that an anti-sexist consciousness actually makes the conflict more acute. Such a man perceives even more clearly the behaviors and attitudes in other men that he rejects, and he understands more about what those behaviors and attitudes mean, and in a sense they are the behaviors and attitudes in himself that he wants to be rid of, and somehow other men can remind him of the parts of himself that have not changed very much at all, and whereas he briefly felt good about being different from other men, a part of him no longer feels quite different enough. So his anger at other men intensifies, as a means of keeping clear to himself that he's an exception. Meanwhile he misses the company of other men, their ease, their companionship, and the good feelings he remembers having had in their presence. For many men, the issue of other men is a classic conflict of approach and avoidance. For a man whose life increasingly has to do with anti-sexism, the conflict cuts to the bone. He struggles with what it means to be a man, and whether he feels ashamed or proud. And this guy feels ashamed. He actually wrote a book called Refusal to be a Man, which is what I'm quoting. So which is it, good reader? You must now make the choice. It all comes down to, Soswave's Be a Man or Oprah's Be a Man? The title of this post is, Good Girls Do Cheat. Here is the post. Oh. So much to comment on in this thread. Deep dish congrats on pointing out the Dracula metaphor. There was a Native American myth of women who had teethed vaginas, and such the male does not exit the same as he entered. The Dracula metaphor is found in almost all mythologies in the world. Here is a passage from the Book of Proverbs. This book is intended to be advice for young men. What does it speak of? Why, the same questions that are on this thread. It emphasizes heavily that wisdom is more important than any silver. It advises that one avoids these women and gives a beautiful description of the wife a young man should aim for. 7-6. For I looked out of the window of my house through the lattice, 7-7. And I see little ones, I behold a foolish young man, 7-8. Who passeth through the street by the corner, and goeth nigh the way of her house, 7-9. In the dark when it grows late, in the darkness and obscurity of the night. 7-10. And behold, a woman meeteth him in harlot's attire, prepared to deceive souls, talkative and wandering, 7-11. Not bearing to be quiet, not able to abide still at home, 7-12. Now abroad, now in the streets, now lying in wait near the corners. Already we see the ancient description of women being bored and very deceiving. 7-13. And catching the young man, she kisseth him, and with an impudent face, flattereth, saying, 7-14. I vowed victims for prosperity, this day I have paid my vows. 7-15. Therefore I am come out to meet thee, desirous to see thee, and I have found thee. 7-16. I have woven my bed with cords, I have covered it with painted tapestry, brought from Egypt. 7-17. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. 7-18. Come, let us be inebriated with the breasts, and let us enjoy the desired embraces, till the day appear. 7-19. For my husband is not at home, he is gone a very long journey. The husband is gone. The woman is married. She is not single and literally devouring the young foolish male. 7-20. He took with him a bag of money, he will return home the day of the full moon. 7-21. She entangled him with many words, and drew him away with the flattery of her lips. 7-22. Immediately he followeth her as an ox led to the slaughter and as a lamb playing the wanton, and not knowing that he is drawn like a fool to bonds. 7-23. Till the arrow pierce his liver, as if a bird should make haste to the snare, and knoweth not that his life is in danger. His life is in danger. Why is this ancient tome of wisdom saying such a thing? It is speaking of spiritual life, of his soul. Yes but no. Just look around for validation. I see a fleet of young men, obviously gone the path that above foolish male did, and have their lives sucked from them. They lose their ambition. They just sit about, drowning in sensuality. They have become merely boy toys. There is no man in them. 7-24. Now, therefore, my son, hear me, and attend to the words of my mouth. 7-25. Let not thy mind be drawn away in her ways, neither be thou deceived with her paths. 7-26. For she hath cast down many wounded, and the strongest have been slain by her. 7-27. Her house is the way to hell, reaching even to the inner chambers of death. This is quite a condemning piece on these type of women. But the advice is sound. If the foolish young man could speak, he would say, look at me. Look at me. I have sexed a married woman. Wow, that means I am really special. I have such skills. I am so awesome that I am bedding married women. The foolish youth is filled with vanity. He does not see that the woman is merely using and discarding him. It is like the guy who thinks the girl he is dating really likes him. In truth, she is just bored on Saturday night, and going out is better than being at home. All this talk of sexual revolution, of female independence is a load of BS. As we can see, women have always acted this way. If there has been any sexual revolution, it has been in the decreased ignorance of sexuality. There are less and less men and ladies as time goes by. Rather than looking at things in a bad girl or good girl frame, it might be more helpful to look at it in a giving or non-giving frame. For example, the non-giving girl only sees you as a prop, as a boy toy, as an ATM card. This type of girl is all about her, of what she can get for herself. As a mother, she sees her children as merely agents to give her motherly feelings. She doesn't truly give her life for them or for the husband. The giving girl tends to be the sweet one. She sees children not as a bangle to give her more status to this world or motherly feelings, but as someone to sacrifice and invest her life within. She even has that attitude towards you. She is the ideal wife and mother. Rather than good or bad girl, I think the giving and non-giving frame is more illuminating. BP 1947. I really liked your post. A man can't commit to a set of female genitals, only to a whole woman who knows how to act like a woman and how to make her man feel like a man. Exactly. Sexuality has been so perverted to think anything with the genitals. It involves the entire body. Mind and soul. Women want their man to make them feel like a woman. Well, it works both ways. Most women nowadays offer little more than regular sex, and when sex is so easily offered, why should any of us guys bother to commit? I keep reading news stories, a trend, of young men shrugging off marriage, like Atlas shrugging off the world. The distinction is excellent. Rather than seeing women as just female genitals with their breasts, butt, etc. being merely genital ornamentation, men do want to marry only real women. But with every woman I come across, they all say, I understand men. You won't find a male who will say such a thing about women with any real confidence. They think they know how to control men, how to make men happy. But they are so vain and so wrong it is laughable. All we learn on sexuality nowadays are stale evolution theories, bogus psychologies, and bumper sticker political statements. There is no real knowledge on sexuality these days. There is no emphasis on girls to become ladies or boys to become men. It's time for the world to have a true sexual revolution. The title of this post is, Attention Whores. Here is the post. BG Man wrote, people who read and actually believe what crows wrote will be strung around and used by attention WH0 reason unless you wake up. Yes, it does appear there are attention whores who do all they can to get male attention. But I prefer to think of them as loving the sport rather than the fruits of the sport. They enjoy fishing but not the caught fish. Women do become more attached to guys who take their virginity and often return to them. But what Crows says is quite correct. Guys, please read the following until it gets ingrained in your head. Pook hops up to the platform and shouts, women do not know the difference between sex and respect. Women treat sex like money because women see it as a medium of exchange. You could even cynically say that women treat respect and money like sex since we expect it to get pregnant and reproduce. But nevertheless. But what is the point? It is this, if we are going to talk about a woman's integrity then we are going to be here forever. As much as I can see, the only reason why the lady has what we think of as integrity is for her to keep her man, to honor her parents, the father especially, or because of the male virtues ingrained through religion. Remember, women do not have the appreciation for the higher codes of honor and transcendence as we men do, they only appreciate it in males, never in themselves. BG Man, you decry the attention whore. But femininity is exactly that. What is it that women most fear? It is to be the old maid. It is to never know the fleeting emotion known as love. It is to never have known a lover. Pook holds up a tablet. On this tablet we see the male virtues. We see things like philosophy, honor, and so forth. We see things like chastity in women, girls staying true to a single guy, and so on. Pook now holds up another tablet. These are the female virtues. In Womaniverse, women perform a natural aristocracy based solely on who gets the most attention from men. Pook points to the top. The highest point is marriage. The married chick is always on a higher plane than any non-marriage chick in this aristocracy. She has a man bounded by her. Thus, she is womanly, she is feminine. While men dream of a day when having respect from all people in the world, women dream of their marriage day. Why? Because it is their transcendence. Pook points lower on the tablet. We move down further and we see a pattern. The woman engaged comes next. Then, a woman who has a boyfriend. After that, a woman who is pretty and has potential for getting a male. Pook points to the bottom of the tablet. The woman that can get no male, why, she is looked down upon as other woman and seen as a subhuman being. In a woman's eye, it is better to be a whore than an old maid. Pook holds up the female tablet. What are we to learn of womanly virtues? Nothing. They are decadent. Men can rank themselves on who can best conquer the world, while women will rank themselves on who does and can best conquer men. Male attention. These are the points to their feminine score. They are all attention whores on some level. You may think that there are only some women who seek male attention, the attention WH0 while the rest are good. This is a nice guy illusion, just as some women want sex while others are good where, in fact, they all want it, especially the nice girls. All women crave male attention. Period. Of course a woman like that may possibly leave you for another guy. The point is that these attention WH0s are following the female tablet's virtues. They will realize that if they want a decent man, they must start following the male tablet. Pook throws the female tablet down in an explosion of fire. Rather than trying to figure out woman, how can you figure out nothing? As King Lear would say, nothing comes from nothing, let us take up this. Pook holds up the male tablet. And let us be men once again. The title of this post is, Habit is All. Here is the post. The reason for my success is habit. A Don Juan is a sum of correct habits. This pales to other ideas. Some think message boards contain magic that will instantly turn one into a Don Juan. Others think special spirits will jump out of the DJ Bible and blossom you to a Don Juan. But this is poppycock. Poppycock. Pook says. Yes, poppycock. Even if you had every mental formula and idea ingrained in your head, you still won't be successful with women or anything. Look at you. A plop of flesh sitting in a chair. How do you get from that to with the chicks? I will take a deep breath, go out with all confidence, and get the chick. This is blitzkrieg. It might work, but you're still a loose cannon. Confidence is comfortableness. Don't try to force yourself to something that seems entirely alien to you. You'll never be comfortable with it. Alter your habits and so you alter your life. Make it a habit to talk to girls. Make it a habit to be social. Make it a habit to look for dates. Make it a habit to date. Make it a habit to Don Juan. But Pook. These will require an initial icebreaker. Yes. But that should not be where you place the challenge at. Focus on being consistent. Sure, you can create a huge mental drama about approaching that hot chick. But you should focus on being consistent in approaching hot chicks in general. This one chick is nothing in your string of routine. Think of it like that. Women are not ice water. He who hesitates, masturbates. We hear. Or we might hear, imagine yourself old and dreaming of what you could have done. Go out today or die. Some people even do affirmations to get them to approach. But approaching is not a disconnected thing in itself. Talking to women should not be like plunging into ice water. You whirl a slogan in your head and you go blitzkrieg on her. Rather, women should be seen as warm water, something you ease into pleasantly. There's no need to cannonball into them. It's similar to working out. Habit is the key to success in working out. Without it nothing else matters. A guy doing the best workouts in perfect form and intensity only a few times is inferior to the guy who does crappy workouts and is consistent with them. You are not the smoothest guy with the ladies. You know what? Neither am I. However, you have an advantage over the smooth guys, you are more consistent. Hey, they might go for a girl only once a month. You, however, will be going for them far more often. In the end, you will become smooth while even the smoothest guy gets rusty. What are you doing now? Surfing the internet? Do you do this every day? Do you enter your little hyper-reality of video games and mental riddles? How do you break from this cycle? By changing your habits. If you can change your habits, you will change your life. Your habits are your prophecy. Endure and keep those habits, and your life will change just as simply as turning a dial to overdrive. It's that simple. So instead of focusing on asking out the chick or talking to the chick, focus on the continuity of it. She will then become just one chick in your routine. You focus on the routine, on the consistency, not on the chick. Where will you be 5 years from now? Hopefully, you will not still be on this site reading posts. Here is a story I enjoy and wish to share with you. At the age of 22, he worked for his father at a bakery. He was married and had a kid on the way. Because of these rising costs, he asked for a raise. His father didn't give it to him. So he walked away from the bakery with only $22 in his pocket and a wife with a child on the way. He started a sandwich business that became popular as he went around to construction sites. Eventually, he entered the construction company and became one of the largest constructing companies in California. He would eventually buy a football team and watch them win the Super Bowl. Who is this guy? Alex Spanos. How did he get the from here? He says, habit. He detailed what he wanted to do with his life in 5 years. He slowly worked toward those goals and he met them every time. In fact, he would meet them before reaching the 5-year mark. Compare this with other guys. Many have dreams, few have goals. By putting a time limit on what you want to do, you often set yourself to achieve it. Then in 5 years I want all the chicks to be wanting me. It doesn't have to be 5 years. It could be 2 months. And you can't place your success on other people. You can say that you want to gain, lose weight, get your life together, get the job you've been wanting, become more social, whatever. You cannot say, I'm going to have a girlfriend in X amount of time. That depends on someone else. Rather, say, I'm going to get in the routine of talking to chicks, asking them out, and being more social. The goal then becomes a prophecy. Focus on the habit. Aristotle says, we are the sum of our habits, and this is true. I've talked to a lot of guys on being successful with women. One thing that separates them from other guys is that they focused on the habit, not on the girl or the procedure. They told themselves, I will ask out 20 girls this week. In almost every case, they do not get to 20 because they end up getting a girlfriend after the first few. It is that simple. Behind every Don Juan is a series of correct habits, which are detailed throughout this site. Consistency with everything is crucial. For habit is the child of mindset, and this is how as you think you shall become. The title of this post is, If Life Seems Hard and Unhappy, Read This. Here is the post. Behold the lurker. After having been here for a while, the lurker may well exclaim, I was wrong to hope this website would make my love life easier. What a portrait of mankind. Here I was, only looking for easier ways to get laid. Now I am re-examining my entire life. I now think of things I never thought about and consider things I've never considered. The goalposts keep moving further and further. This website has made life harder, not easier. But the question is not whether your love life is harder or easier, but whether it is true. Did he just say true? Yes, he did. But nevertheless, let us get to the heart of the matter. You say, this website has made things harder. I now see things that I was blind to. Much work must be done. However, this does not pain you. Rather, this is the source of your melancholy. I see others who consider nothing, do not consult their dreams, and so end up in a life of bliss. Oh, pernicious website. Are Don Juans now villains, only to whisper evils into your head? Why does it seem things have become harder and more painful? You have two paths in love and life. 1. Live your dreams. 2. Live other people's dreams. So far, every article, every technique, every tip, is poured to flow through the filter of satisfying women and getting women to like you. I can sum up most, if not all, of these how to get women advice with 3 words: dump your dreams. Take your typical guy. Which does he fear more? Is it being dumped by the girl he likes, or is it dumping his dreams? You protest, it is not so cut and dry. A relationship involves some compromise. And while that is true, young men are doing everything they can to avoid that. They aren't being true. No, you cannot expect to get your way with everything in life. And no, you don't expect a girl to drop her dreams solely for yours. The entire idea is not to like the same hobbies and think each other is hot. No, it is to be going the same way in life. You can have your dreams and the girl too. But only by embracing your dreams first and the girl second. If you embrace the girl first, you may be allowed to live out certain dreams or not, depending on her choice. This is why I say it is not a question of whether your love life has become hard or easy, but rather if it has become true or false. False love and false life is living someone else's dreams. This may make some happy, especially for those who do not, or will not, dream. Others become more melancholy and the rest will lie to themselves. But Pook, how do guys get caught up in this? Because they place the dream on the girl, so she becomes his dream girl. This is how he convinces himself he is getting both the dream and the girl, 2 paths in love and life. Live your dreams or live other people's dreams. One path is hard. The other path is easy. One path leads to security. The other path leads to freedom. Permit me, for this paragraph, to use the analogy of money to love and life. We know how rich people live and what they drive. And let us assume, for this paragraph, that all people want what the rich have. There are 2 ways, in this paragraph at least, to obtain it. One is to buy the super cool car, big house, and everything else on bad debt. The other way is to obtain the assets and wealth to actually buy them. One way is easy. The other way is hard. One way requires little to no risk. The other takes a lot of risk. Obtaining wealth and assets takes courage to go out and create. Bad debt does not. By going into bad debt, you end up literally working for those who lent you the money. And you know what? The world encourages you to get into bad debt. You can easily get a loan on a house you cannot pay off within 30 years. And look in your mailbox. Is that another pre-approved credit card? It's the 3rd one this week. There are lots of people who look rich but they are in major debt. I ask you, are they free? They will be working for the bank and car companies to repay the debt with most of the days from their life. In the same way, young men do the same for women. They look rich because they have the women and can enjoy them, but what was the price they had to pay for it? Whose dreams are they following? And because of that choice, who is he working for? Both the seducer and nice guy work for the women's dreams as they seem to have none of their own. It is the price for security. And just like bad debt, the world seems to want you to take this easy path. Movies exemplify this thing called love that you must sacrifice your dreams to. Pop songs are modern prayers to the woman goddess, to satisfy her and your addiction to female praise, which, today, we label as male love. Let me show a chart to illustrate the point. Pook drags a display up onto the stage. Turn on the light, please. Thank you. This, gentlemen, is what I call the security path. The easy path that is default in 90% of young males. Time difference in the security path. Current girl, has girlfriend, multiple girlfriends. Friends, hang out with old buddies. Job, okay job. Steady paycheck, pays the bills. Family, loves you. Later girl, no girl or same old girl. Friends, same friends. Job, same or similar job. Promoted perhaps. Family, loves you. Pook hits the chart with his pointy stick. In both current and later states, his family and friends are pleased with him. After all, he has a girl. He has his buds. He has a steady job that more than provides. And his family loves him. After all, he repeated exactly what his dad did. So what more could he want? Now scroll your eyes over to the later side. He will one day wake up and realize he is now average in life. He has not grown at all during the time difference. He is what he was with just an age-rotting body. Where is the dream? Alright guys, bring out the next chart. Time difference in the freedom path. Current girl, no girl. Friends, left many behind. Job, transitional. Sometimes jobless. Family, thinks he will become loser. Later girl, has girl, or girls, who likes his life and him. Life gets richer because she is with him because of the dreams he embraced, not to be a mere workhorse. Friends, new friends. Often smarter, cooler, better people. Job, got the job or made the business, investments he always wanted. Family, often despises him for his success. Pook tapped with his pointy stick. Here, he seems like a loser currently. Yet, he wins in the end. It is painful and hard to not go for the nearest girl but rather for the girl who likes what you like. Note, why is so much attention on obtaining the girl but neglecting ourselves? The answer should be obvious. Look at his friends. He had to leave them behind. It is painful for sure. But he made new friends that helped develop him into a better character. Oh, and there is the job. He was transitional. He was trying out different jobs. He was starting businesses. He was making mistakes. The security path is scared of making mistakes. In fact, the security path praises itself because it is mistake-free. But in the end, the freedom path gets to work in his job of choice. What I find particularly noteworthy is how there is the frustration that starts early in the freedom path, it vanishes over time. However, in the security path, the initial pain is not there but accumulates over time. The poor soul either suffers or lies to himself, that is, I have done the honorable path. But you did not honor your dream and so committed treason against your gift. This, I said to myself, is what the initial young man, who found this website to be creating more pain and frustration in his life, apparently did not understand. Perhaps we should remember the analogy of a medicine shot. The shot is initially painful, as was the shock of many of the things you've learned here. Taking action and embracing your dreams, rather than securities, is initially hard but it gets easier in the same way the shot is painful but soothes over time. Those who did not take the shot ran into disease later in life. For those that did, each day gets more wonderful and brighter, rather than more melancholy and darker. Here is another parable. A young man was mad that his current days of life were frustrating and hard. Rotten nature. He raged and shook his fist at the sky. How unfair you are. But nature replied, foolish youth. This pain and frustration is merely my discipline. As you know, you cannot take joy in this pain. But know that those who humble themselves to the ways of life will find the discipline cease as you learn my ways and the fruits of life shall become available. Until you learn your lessons, I will continue to deliver discipline. And perhaps the scared young men in particular, whose hearts are dazzled by the securities that women supposedly bring them, will consider life from this side of the question. Perhaps they will say to themselves, the origin of my dream girl was to place my dream onto her. Thank heavens I was saved from such shackles. Now I know to embrace my dream, and to those girls who love that choice, they cease to be the girl of my dreams but the girl in my dreams. So what help is there for the average guy? Don't be average. And how do you do this? By doing what average guys don't do. Which is embracing the dreams first, the girls second. One strange phenomenon I've noticed among those of the security path is that, yes, they construct a dream girl and marry her. Talk to the gentleman and ask about his wife. He will paint the most wondrous praise and glory of his wife, with such animation and passion, even, especially in this case, if she is a fat hag. Your wife ought to be praised, but such infinitude and animation belongs to your dreams, not to a particular female. Do not make the Dante mistake and turn your Beatrice into a gigantic heavenly body. The difference is so clear and precise. Those on the security path submit life to love. Those on the freedom path submit love to life. The security path reaches only for love. But those on the freedom path reach for life first and end up with both life and love. One projects the dreams onto the girl. The other invites the girl into his dreams. The title of this post is, Why Let's Just Be Friends. Here is the post. Let us interview the subjects. The AFC, aka Mr. Nice Guy, comes walking in, crying and bubbling. Pook shines the light in his eyes and walks around him in a circle. Now, Mr. Nice Guy, why are you so sad? Because. Sob, the girl I want only sees me as a friend. What? How do you know? Because I ask her out consistently and she says, let's just be friends. Poor Nice Guy. His heart is shattered and scattered across the floor. He wants to feel sorry for himself, wants others to feel sorry for himself, and hates how life has become. But let us interrupt the Nice Guy's picking up his pieces of heart. Do say, Nice Guy, what you were trying to do. Well, Sob, I thought I could get close to this girl by being friends. I wanted to get close to her. Then, perhaps, something would happen. This is very common. A hot woman has tons of guys trying to be friends with her. But is it friendship? Bring in the next subject. Thus enters the hot woman herself. She sits down, Pook shines the light in her eyes, and walks around her with hands clasped behind his back. Now woman. Why did you not go out with this guy? I just don't see him in that way. We're just friends. But is it friends? Oh woman. Do tell, what does he remind you of really? She thinks, I think of him like a brother. Like a brother. In other words, the concept of sexuality referring to the Nice Guy, she shudders in horror. Horror. She thought of him like a brother because he acted like a brother. Going out of your way to do things for her, in a non-sexual relationship context, is what her brother would do. A woman must see you in a sexual way in order for any hope for romance to blossom, wildfire users being worthy to date. Since women will never admit that they are wholly sexual beings, they just express it in that way. The Nice Guy is going after the girl in some bizarre friendship way. But let us complete the task. Bring in the Don Juan. Don Juan enters and sits down, confidently. Don Juan, how can you be friends with girls and be successful whereas the Nice Guy cannot? Pook, it's all about fun. I have friends that are girls just because. I talk to them, hang out with them, and have fun with them. The bitter truth is that the Nice Guy is not the fun guy. A woman won't date you unless she sees you in that way. In other words, she feels good around you. Translating to fun, indeed. Especially at the beginning, the best dates are action dates. Doing stuff rather than just talking or going to a movie or eating is more fun. The more fun she has, the more attractive you become. When you have friends that are girls, in other words not romantically going after them, you are purely with them because of the fun. You enjoy spending time with them. Alas, the more fun women have the more attracted they become. So eventually they turn their romantic target in your direction. When the Nice Guy is friends, is he fun? Hardly. He tries to connect to her in every possible way. He tries to get to know her, yet she is bored to hell, thus, she uses him as emotional tampon. A girl will not consider dating a guy who bores her. If there were any rule with women, I would say never bore them. Make them laugh. Make them have fun. Heck, make them cry. make them embarrassed. But never, never bore them. Also, there is the element of comfort. You'd be more likely to hang out with someone you know, right? The same is with women. A girl that feels comfortable with you will always be much more likely to be interested. There is another reason why female friends may become interested. Sheer numbers. Let's have fun with this. Here's another way to look at success with women, whereas the success is defined as success with women. Appearance times personality times challenge plus mystery. This times the amount of women equals success with women. What are you high in? What needs working on? Extroverted nice guys have more success than introverted Don Juans. When W equals 0, then no matter how awesome or attractive you are, your success rate equals 0. Improving quantity improves likelihood of results. When you have female friends, the W goes up and up. When you become friends with a chick, it doesn't mean nothing can happen. Rather, when you see the chick, because she's hot or whatever, as fun itself and being around her is fun to you, that is when you go into LJBF. Nice guy has fun just being around a hot chick, the Don Juan has fun doing things with a hot chick. This is the difference. Pook places the nice guy in front of him. Admit it. You don't really care to go to the movies. You only did it so you'd be around her. Admit it. It is true. It is true. Oh Pook, I am so ashamed. Boo-hoo-hoo. Pook then points to the Don Juan. And you succeed because you pursue fun. She is along for the ride. Very true, Mr. Pook. And remember, the fun guy not only gets the girl's true friendship, but, eventually, her romantic interest as well. Just a dumb question, guys. I have liked a few girls who I never thought was attractive initially. But after becoming good friends, then I found them attractive and then asked them out. Each time I got ljfed. Once a girl sees you as a friend, you will always be a friend. The only way out of it is to use sexual tension. Stare at her eyes a bit longer. Start looking at her in that way. Take your thought and send it to her through your eyes, face, and behavior. Don't worry, she'll receive it. Based on her reaction, you'll know what to do. You are thinking in a girls for dating versus girls for friends. Rather, try thinking in a no sexual tension versus sexual tension. If you try to ask out a chick that you knew in a non-sexuality way, you will be LJBF. You need to bring in the sexuality. She will notice something is different. She will think something is growing between the two of you. And she'll like it, if not, she won't send any sexuality back. The title of this post is, On Mystery. Here is the post. The girls and everyone I know keep saying I'm a mystery. I don't try to be. I don't intend to be. I even try to explain myself to them. Yet, the mystery, to them, remains. So mystery must be more than what you reveal. Apparently, people try to define everyone else they meet. We try to place people in nicely cut slots to mark where they go. Girls do this all the time. They want to figure you out to decide what role you will have in their fantasy, if you should be relationship material for them or their friends, and so on. That is lover, friend, or loser. If you keep defying the mold they have for you, you will be christened a mystery. Most people are static. A year from now, they will probably look the same, act the same, and be the same. But if you are in a state of flux, easily done through a self-improvement, or self-discovery if you will, every slot they try to stick you in will fail. People see Pook. Look. He is athletic. He enjoys talking about sports. Therefore, he is a jock. Pook then talks philosophy. Look at that. He must read books. Therefore, he is a nerd jock. Pook then listens to the women. Oh, he is so sweet. He is such a nice guy. Pook then cycles through the women. How is this? Pook is a nice guy player. Pook then pisses off a woman. What ho? Pook is jerk-like. Pook then makes a speech. Look at him go. Pook is an orator. He must get his own radio show. Pook then writes an essay for a paper. Wow. Pook must be a writer. Look at him go. And this goes on forever. In the end, they conclude Pook is a nice guy / player / jerk who's a writer, orator and a nerd, jock. No wonder they are confused. The longer they know me, the more of mystery I am to them, because they've seen more change. They can only love Pook, never define him. Anti-Dump advised shy guys to use their quietness as an advantage to not give themselves away. Terminator 911 used the phrase, the less she knows, and the more she wants to know. These two were responding to how many guys turn their dates into Oprah and tell their pathetic life stories. Women like men who are like mountains, solid with many layers, because all women are gold hunters, either for the gold of your potential or the gold you actually have. They like to dig through these layers. They get information, but they know that there is more there. It frustrates her that she can't define you. She loves you because of this. You don't withhold information, you make her work to get it out. You are not to dictate your autobiography to her. But you're constantly changing. So once she has dug up a layer, the mountain has pushed up 3 layers higher. She, and you, are never bored, and both of you are closer to the stars. Compare this with the guy who is in stasis mode. She will go through his layers and his mountain just sits there. Soon, she thinks that the other mountains are taller, larger, more interesting to climb. She will say, I am bored, dump you, and go for the next mountain because it's there. People do not see mysteries in people they have not talked to, met. Why? Because there are lots of people they have not talked to. There is nothing mysterious in that. No, those people are delegated in her mind as part of the environment or scenario she is in. You only become real once you start interacting with her in some real way. The more values and time she gets from you, the more she will try to put you in a slot. If you are upwardly changing, she will be curious. He is such a mystery. You want to be a mystery in this way rather than hiding your life, but no turning the girl into Oprah. That's just gross. In this way, the more a person knows you, the more the person will see you as a mystery. This means your girl won't get bored. Her interest level will remain high. And it will be through her doing. The word mystery won't even go through your mind. She will think and ponder and create drama out of nothing, as women are quite good at doing. And the more she thinks about you, the more she will like you. See? Don't try to force her mind into liking you. She wants to like you. By her finding reasons to like you as she tries to figure you out, she has convinced herself that you are worthy. The title of this post is, Patience, What Truly Makes a Don Juan. Here is the post. I have observed guys that had it all, looks, confidence, experience, and even interest from the women. I was envious of these guys, for they seemed to know what they were doing and knew how to do it well. I was in awe of how they could be so smooth with the ladies. Their abilities amazed me. Where I worked at, there were a couple of women who all the guys wanted. These women had initial interest in the guys mentioned above, and as you can imagine, those guys had quite a bit of interest in them. So the guys moved in for the kill. They unleashed their charm, their wit, and their humor to get the women they so desperately desired. In the end, both women had ditched these guys and went out with me. So what happened? How could guys with more experience, confidence, wit, and looks be shot down by the most in-demand women in the area? And how could someone like me, who lacks in these certain areas, succeed when such smooth ladies men fail? It all has to do with patience. These guys failed because they came on entirely too strong, too fast. After a couple of dates, they wanted to marry the person. Though they were smooth, they could not hold back their desire for a girlfriend. The women sensed this and recoiled from them instantly. Women, on initial dates, just simply want to have fun and have a good time. Men can throw too much affection too soon, too fast, and scare the woman off. Women find this as desperation. It is the ultimate turn-off to them. Patience is not inaction nor chickening out. Not asking out a woman you're interested in is not being patient but being stupid. Patience is controlling your eagerness. Have fun with the woman. Don't take your outings so seriously. A woman must feel comfortable and secure with you before intimacy can begin. The key to her feeling comfortable and secure is by having fun with you. Patience is also outstanding at attracting women too. Those Mr. Smooth men I knew would be there at a second one of the women called their names. If she said, "Hi, Mr. Smooth Dude's name," they would stop what they were doing and talk. I, on the other hand, simply greeted them back and kept walking. The Mr. Smooth men came across as eager and desperate by always willing to stop whatever they were doing to chit-chat, while I gave the impression of importance and hard to obtain by controlling my eagerness. Older women, who are married and in their 40s, 50s, have told me that one of the most common mistakes guys can make is trying to jump into a strong relationship after only a couple of dates. They said that women simply want to have fun and that if the guy smothers her with affection, she will distance herself. After all, who wants to be with someone that appears eager and desperate? Now I must choose between one of the two women I'm going out with. Yes, going out with both. The Mr. Smooth guys now come to me and ask, "What's your secret? How were you able to get both of them?" And I just smile. The title of this post is, "Ooh la la." Here is the post. Ooh la la. That is what is going through the Don Juan's mind. Ooh la la. For this is the only thing that is in a Don Juan's head when he is with the lovely young lady. Lady La Hotness. Ooh la la. Monsieur Pook. Ooh la la. But many guys do not have ooh la la in their heads. Rather, they have, am I funny enough? Am I interesting enough to her? Am I doing this correctly with no mistakes? Oh heavens, help me. There is no woman in front of such a male. No, the woman becomes something else, a harbinger of lost dreams, security for their emotions, or a magical device that will make them become cool. I cannot believe guys have such problems approaching women. What are they scared of? The thought of sex turned me to stone. No wonder you stand there, gazing at your Medusa in such manner. Keep things in their proper spheres. When you go to talk to a woman, focus on the talking. When you go to date the woman, focus on the date. When you go to sleep with the woman, well, ooh la la. When you are talking of her and thinking of sex, or having sex and focus on talking to her, you are not going to do either very well. When you kiss her, just think of kissing her. When you are approaching, think of talking to her. But you protest. Women and happiness, you say, my emotions are undone. And you turn to a woman. But a woman is not a giant breast that fills itself with milk. Nor are the lacteal veins of such woman supplied with happiness from a source outside herself. What you put into the woman is what you get out. And your view of women stuffed with this happy juice, this milk that swells the giant breast you yearn to suckle, is but a mirage, one that will lead you off the cliff. You have your emotional low eyes and want to suck on femininity, no matter how much the femininity dribbles down your body, to nourish your pains. Women don't want to be your mother. When guys go at women from this position, it is no wonder they fail, as they deserve to. Women and success, you say, my life is in circles. And you turn to a woman. But a woman is not, in herself, a torch of glory that shines her light abroad. No matter how much sex you have, no matter how many girls you go through, you still have to pay your rent, go to work, and labor to live. More girls will not transform your sorry life. Women despise boys that stay mediocre with no ambition, no plans, no goals, no dreams, and will leave them for men. Women and life, you say, my life is boring. And you turn to a woman. But a woman is not an entertainment center, as evident by lack of a mute or even a good volume control. They do not turn on and off at the flip of a switch, Nor is their programming run by a logical schedule. Healthy women will react to you, what a bore you are. And off they go to the nearest man who has his stuff together. The secret to interesting people is that they find interest in almost everything. What do? Sit and surf the internet? No, remember the order of life, laugh, and love. 99% of problems come from people mixing up the order, going for laugh before live, or love before laugh. Instead of focusing on girls to get a life and love will attend to itself. Ooh la la to get the women. First, you must talk to them. Madam, how do you do? Very well. How are you? Women would prefer talking to anyone than be alone. So she will be receptive to you talking to her. But how do you display your interest in her? With a sonnet? With a pick-up line? No, keep talking to her but channel your interest through your eyes. First channel, eye contact. That is mighty weather we are having. Yes, it is mighty weather indeed. Most women will notice your eye contact. Remember, women love the eyes for a reason. The reason we know why is because that is where they first detect male desire. They will think, this is different. This guy is keeping eye contact. Most males are too scared. So she will keep the eye contact and keep talking to you, as you have already touched something within her. Eye contact is very important. You do not stop it. You do not look gazingly into her eyes and then stop later on. You keep it up, displaying your desire for her, and you keep staring into her eyes even during intercourse. Girls love it when guys stare at their eyes during sex for a reason. Why? Because female satisfaction is influenced by male desire. Sleep with her without looking at her eyes, she will feel used. If you've watched lesbians make love, you will find them constantly staring into each other's eyes. Now, she will really notice if you start asking about her. Second channel, asking about her blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Forget that, my dear, and tell me about you. I used to think that by asking about her you are attracting her by showing you are unselfish in the conversation. This is totally untrue. You are being entirely selfish because you want to get to know her. You are evaluating her. Why do you do this? Because you want her. By not asking about her, you will lose because you will not be thinking, I want her, but rather, I want her to want me. To be male is to want, to be female is to be wanted. Yes, girls go herd like after a guy, but that is female competition, not true male attraction. When you really want a girl, you will want to know everything about them, what their hobbies are, what are their plans for the future, what is their shoe sizes, whether they can digest asparagus properly, these things you want to know. Often, the girl will toss the question back. You reply simply and casually as possible. Well, where are you working at now? I worked my way out of working. And then you go to the next question. Don't worry, she will ask it again if she wants to know. I like to give yes answers to their questions. One girl went, are you going to college? Yes. Next year, when she saw me she knew to ask, where are you going to college? When women like a guy, they remember everything about him. You are not there to prove yourself to her. She is there to prove herself to you. If she likes you, she will start rambling out this information about her. What she likes, what she plans to do, her ambitions, so on and so on. Third channel, touch. If you feel it in your gut, do it. If you do not have ooh la la in your head, you will do something completely off. So touch her when you think you should, kiss here when you think you should, and so on. Pook noticed the girl looked very cute and so took her in his arms. Ooh la la. She squeals. Pook noticed she sat there, babbling endlessly, so to shut her up he kissed her. Ooh la la. She laughs, pulling away. Ooh la la. That is my philosophy. Let it be written in the sky, written in the stars, so your mind will wash away those old toxic analyzations. Ooh la la. And this is our mission and destiny. Some people have so confused the easy life and the hard life as to think that the path of security of walking on eggshells throughout life will make their life easier. But it is when you throw yourself into the fire that you learn everything. Analyzations, goodbye. And self-doubt, farewell. No glory lives on the back of such. And Don Juan, dream on. Life awaits. Ooh la la. Come sirs, drink this tonic I am handing you. No more doubts, no more what-ifs, no more stupid suspicion of whether she is manipulating us or not. Drink, drink, and put it down the hatch. Ooh la la. Join me ladies, let us sing it together. The ladies gather and squeak, ooh la la. Say it again, ladies. Come on, one more time. Ooh la la. Oh, and there is a nice guy that has wandered into this post. Look, we can see the sweat of frustration popping from his forehead. Say it with me, nice guy, say it. Ooh la la. Again. Ooh la la. And, alas, several more beings of melancholy have stumbled into the post. Here comes forth a philosopher, so sad and teary-eyed, not knowing what life is about. And, following him, is a seductionist, stuffed with analyzations and flowing electronic text, bitter that the reality of women seems so horrible. And there comes a young man who has lost the girl of his dreams, who doesn't realize that it was the dream that made her divine, not her making the dream, and he's green with jealousy, as he doesn't think he'll ever find another woman of his dreams. Come, sirs, you depress me. Say it together. Ooh la la. Again. Again. Ooh la la. You are going to approach a woman. What is on your mind? Ooh la la. Oh, and she is receptive to talking to you. Now what could you think? Ooh la la. You asked her out and she said yes. Now, what will be going on in your head on the marvelous and enchanting date? Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. You're kissing her. You're making out with her. She is getting undressed. My goodness. What is in your head? Ooh la la. Pity the fools in life, who martyr their love life on a calculus of analyzation. Go out the now with a smile on your lips and a spring in your step. Keep in mind this commandment of life. All together now. Ooh la la. The title of this post is, A Second Life. Here is the post. A young man approached this post, opened his mouth as but to speak, and snorted, Signor Pook. Or how is it that you like to be called, Monsieur Pook? Well then, bonjour. There is French salutation for your French slop. Counterfeit not the time, goodly sir. Speak your complaint. All you do in these posts is rattle and prattle about women and dreams and things. Tell me, in direct and utter language, why I do not right now have a woman in my arms. When you say you don't have women, you are choosing it. This is cruel, he whispered. But it is the truth. You know you can go out right now and get a girl. The girl might be a fat hag, but nevertheless, she is a girl. You choose to not go for the fat hag and decides that you are worth more. Loneliness isn't some cruel conspiracy from nature, it is your choice. So you have chosen not to be with the ugly fat women. Now that you have acknowledged that you choose the beautiful women, it means you think they are right for you. Even though you might be a skinny socially insecure dork, you believe you have inside you what it takes to get the beautiful woman. So you must go out and demo it to reality. Nature says, you silly little dork. Who are you to think that you can get my lovely nymphs, the beautiful women? The proper response is, I will show you who I really am. And one by one you become yourself, you reconnect all your dreams to the day. You don't bulk up because women like big guys. You do it because that is how you see yourself. You don't become the life of the party because women like those guys. You do it because that is who you are. You do not become Don Juan because that is what women crave, you do it because it is who you are. What is life to you? It is the pattern of our age that value is placed on living a long life. Because of this pattern of value being placed on having a long life, It is easy to lose sight that the reason we hope to live long is so we have more time to live worthily. What does it mean to live worthily? This is something that only you can define. People have lots of opinions on what you should do with your life, but when the day comes that you are on your deathbed, knowing the imminent is possible, you're the one that has to reflect upon the choices you made. So, what is life to you? I am not asking you to do this or that with your life, but I am only asking you to pause for a moment and think. What is life to you? Stop and look. Many people do not stop to consider. They relive their parents' life, only to produce children who will live like them. They want money, so they spend their time to get it, only to use that money to buy back time. They always place their minds in the future and never in the present, thus they don't live in the present or in the future. They lose the moments. And in the end, that is all we have. This trading of time for money, or money for time, or present for future, or future for present is not a pure exchange. Life gets destroyed in the transaction. Change is hard. Being a nice guy is the easiest thing to do. But in the end, the nice guy is a trap, the trap being the womb of security the nice guy keeps running into. Routine is easy. Change or anything new, this is hard. To take your lifelong habits and alter them, this takes some pain. It will be the pain of shrugging off the old life, the life your parents gave you, the life your school gave you, the life your friends shared with you, the life that everyone expects you to live. Except yourself. You only have one life and only have a certain amount of time. You may have been raised to believe that life is not meant to be enjoyed, but something to bear, to be painfully suffered through. It is the belief that if you're having too much fun, then you're not doing enough stuff. Who says life is not meant to be enjoyed? And who is meant to define that but you? Those who have this way of thought will think, approaching women? Oh no. Too painful. Having a girlfriend is like having another job. Women just require too much work to be enjoyed? Who says that women are not meant to be enjoyed? Who says that life is not meant to be enjoyed? And who is meant to define that but you? Life is whatever happens. Who says that? Who says you have to suffer? With all that is out there to achieve and enjoy, to discover and see, who is to say that it is not yours? Who is to say that you don't deserve joy in your life? Who is to say you don't deserve the hot babes? And why do you sit on the sidelines and surrender it to others? Who's to say all these things are not yours? You define your life. Not your grandparents, church, or friends. When you give up those rules to someone else, you are to blame if you don't like where you are at. We are not raised this way. We are taught when we are young that it is noble to suffer. We are taught to not speak our mind else we might offend someone. We are taught to be quiet and good when your parents dragged you to places you hated. We are taught to sit through the monstrosity called education, making us confused that education comes only with pain, thus we naturally avoid pleasurable education the rest of our life. We are taught to always avoid risks when possible and embrace a nice secure life. We are taught nothing that makes us alive. Some people think that we are meant to suffer each day, to gruel through the time and bear the scourge of daily agonies. If you believe you are underemployed, ask yourself, is my life dictated by my fear of not having a job, or is it launched by the pleasure of working a job I like and getting more money? If you do not have a woman, ask yourself, am I focusing on minimizing the pains of approaching, dating, and loving, or am I focused on obtaining the pleasures of such wonder? Most people will never start a business because 9 out of 10 companies fail. But those that win, in the end, even if they fail at first, keep trying because they are motivated by the pleasure of getting the business, not by minimizing pain and insecurity. And many guys will never get a girl they want because they realize they will fail more often than they succeed. But those that win in the end do so by focusing on the pleasures of success rather than the pain of failure. So if you have no women, it means you think you are better than what you can get. You can either go out to show the world what you are, or you can come up with another daily excuse. In order for that happy tomorrow to occur, you need to start today. You set the rules for your life. It will have as much pain, joy, and success you think you deserve. The world now begins with you. What is your world going to be? Most people fake happiness. There is a great myth that everyone, amazingly, believes that everyone else is happy, having fun, living life, and you, all alone, are miserable. That everyone is out there, having amazing glorious sex, while you must content yourself with pornos. This isn't true. Most people are in the exact same spot as you are. And those glorious unions you see everywhere, most of them are simply scared of being alone, so they go off and grab the nearest available person. The others are lying together with vanity. The big secret is that happy people aren't as happy as they appear. Many happy people are actually covering up their real problems. But what do? You see one of these happy people and then you get unhappy at them. You make yourselves miserable as you arrow nasty thoughts from your mind at them, and they don't even know you. You think, it must be nice to be happy. They were born to the right parents, to the right environment. I wish I was like them. I wish I grew up where they did. You think, I have all these great qualities about myself. Why can't someone see it? Well, no one sees it because they are too worried about themselves. Women are not ignoring you, they too are worried about themselves. When you go out with a foxy lady, she will be worried about how she acts, about how you think of her. Life is meant to be lived, life is meant to be grabbed onto, and life is meant to be defined by you. No one may define your life, not your parents, not people on the internet, no one. A second life. Now your life belongs to yourself. What are you going to do with it? This gift of life is yours and yours alone. It truly is the only thing no one can take away. Only you can give it away, to chunk it, to toss it into the abyss of time. But no longer will you do that. Before, you crawled and inched your way through life. Now, cocooned and reabsorbed with your new thoughts, you molt off your old life and begin a new one. The other caterpillars, feeding on their grubs and inching in circles, look up at the sky to see you blaze by. How can he fly so high? How is he so colorful? How can he be so free? Nothing can stop you now except yourself. You now have the power to do what you've always dreamed. What are you going to do? The inner light of who you really are has broken out and will dazzle the world. You are so lucky, for you have saved your life. Now you know how precious life is because you were so close to aging without discovering it. And so people will notice the new you. Before I came here, I was mad for a girl. Now, that same girl looks at me and stares. Something is different, she says. Something in your eyes. In your face. Shrugging, she smiled. It must be the light. I kissed her and pulled her to me. Yes, I said. It must be the light. The title of this post is, Reply to Selfishness, Life-Changing Decisions etc. Here is the post. What am I getting at? Thanks to this site I have developed a great sense of self and a much higher level of confidence, not perfect by any means, but a hell of a lot improved. I've committed myself for the last couple of years to doing whatever it takes to get what I want, money, girls, power etc. All of a sudden this does not seem appealing to me. I feel willing to give up all the hard work to follow a completely different path. All of a sudden, the thought of screwing people over or succeeding at all costs makes me really uneasy. Power games with girls, coworkers are something I used to be able to play very well, but now I want nothing to do with them. I feel like everything I wanted in life is being turned on its head. Maybe I'm just ranting here, but the world has really been showing its dark side lately, and I just don't want a part of all the bullshit. Is there anyone out there who honestly gives a shit? Where to go from here? Question mark. All the DJ techniques I've read over and over seem so insignificant. God, I had everything planned out. I feel like I'm back at square one and then some. I've got no idea what I want out of life again. Anyone have any input? Or have I gone completely wacko-jacko? These are the times that try men's souls. Our ancestors and forefathers always had clear and solid definitions of masculinity and manhood. While the definitions varied in detail, the context was the same. Today, there is no system, no genuine respect for manhood. If a woman committed suicide, it would be a tragedy. But if a young man commits suicide, ho-hum, just another statistic. You're not crazy. You've grown up. Most people never do. Children are remarkably selfish. This is fine, as they are children. Growth is seen as the child growing and expanding on her abilities or schoolwork. However, around the age of 16, especially for girls, they become enchanted with a self-image for themselves. This self-image varies from individual to individual, but the results are the same: to create envy from others, excess pride, material goods, and sexual goods. Nature, herself, has written a code onto our hearts and natures. We each have our talents and gifts. And who can decide what they dream? This grand self-image, in order to exist, must use techniques and people as fodder, as stepping stones to success. What is obscene is that the basis of fulfillment of this self-image is the denial of the self. Narcissism is the denial of the self. It is to reject the gift of life. A musician trying to play the role of the soldier, for women, for money, would have his soul destroyed. Likewise, a soldier trying to play the role of musician, for women, for money, also would find his soul destroyed. We have been taught, at the earliest stages of youth, that in order to get things done and to make people happy, we must, on all levels, deny ourselves. In fact, I suspect that is why many men come to this forum in the first place. We have denied ourselves women for so long, but enough is enough. What is a technique with woman but the fundamental denial of self? We are taught to act this way, do that, then this, and that over there, and perhaps we get the girl. But what was the cost? There is always a cost. By using some techniques on the internet, you never know if you can get women. Yes, techniques sell well because they are painless. If anyone tells you something in life will be painless, they are, somehow, a salesman. Nevertheless, techniques are not an addition to your character but often a denial of it. No. Being a nice guy does mean crash and burn. Rather than facing up to the hard questions of life and our own masculinity, it is much simpler and easier to adopt a series of techniques. Narcissism's denial of the self permeates through today's society, as you have noticed. How often have you gone on a date with a woman and had her say everything you think she wants you to hear? Or how often do you find guys that act the way they think the women want to hear? The technique-wielding seducer and nice guy differ on how they act, but the context of their actions is entirely narcissistic. Even the good girls and bad girls suffer from this extreme self-image. Reality to them is unseen. This is why they never seem to change once their bodies reach that of an adult. Many people remain narcissistic for their entire lives. I say, go do what you want. Go follow your dreams. Go embrace your passions. Go for the girl you think is out of your league and super hot. Go for the fruits of life. Do not deprive yourself. When you do so, you slowly become embittered and turn that bitterness into a virtue. Look how nice I am to women. Look how I sacrifice for my education/job/family/etc. The list goes on and on. Our age today is mercenary labor and mercantile women. Everyone wants to leverage you for their own ends. But only you know what your dreams and passions are. Your dreams are now ripe for enjoyment. If you wait too long to enjoy it, it will be as bitter to the taste as defeat. Too many people deny themselves for tomorrow, always tomorrow. We say, look at that dream up there. One day, it will come down. Rather, we ought to say, our hour has struck. Francisco mentioned Atlas Shrugged. I would say Fountainhead is the superior book. For those who still think narcissism is about being selfish, just look at the character of Keating. Keating and Rourke play opposite roles. Keating does whatever to please others. He even denies his heart to marry a beautiful woman. Rourke does only what pleases himself and pursues his own passions. In the end, Keating becomes broken while Rourke wins the world. The point is that both characters face severe pain, for pain will occur to you in life. If anyone tells you differently, they are a salesman. Rourke, taking the mindset of freedom, dealt with the pain at front. Keating, adopting the mindset of security, avoids pain at every turn and it ends up consuming him. We can either avoid the pain and shocks that flesh is heir to, or we can tackle it head on and be man, not for women, not for society, not for your parents, not for your church, but for ourselves, as being a man is the closest males can get to heaven on earth. The title of this post is, Securities versus Mistakes. Here is the post. There I am, minding my own business on my computer, when a message pops up to scream, WOOT. A get da Pook. Tell me, Pook, what can I do target da women? And then appears one of the following lines, how do I approach? What do I say? How do you call her? How do I get laid easier? Where do I meet the girls? How do I increase my testosterone? Tell me how to be a man. What cologne should I put on? Which are the clothes that women like? Should I walk with swagger or not? Facial hair or not? Should I use more action verbs in my speech? What sexual position should I use? What date should I do? Should I be ambitious, artistic, or just domineering? Gentlemen, if I attempt to answer your every request, I shall be here until doomsday. You come onto the forum and think, if I obtain this information, my future with women shall be changed. This is a bold-faced lie. Your future is the same. It is only your past that keeps changing. Nice guy, seducer, cocky guy, what does it matter? You're looking for guarantees. Then you change your past. I lost to the women because I was sheepish and not cocky enough. Maybe you have different results. But then it goes back to the way it was. And you search for more information. And then you change your past again. Oh, I lost to the women because I lacked testosterone within me. Maybe you have different results. But then it goes back to the way it was. And you search for something else. On and on it goes. So excuse me for not giving you a traditional answer. Let me answer you in another way. It is to know the difference between a security and a mistake. Securities. What is a security? It is a calculus of action. It is a planned way of thought, of movement, of talk, and of love. For example, anchoring conversation with notice something about her is a security. It implies that if you talk about a necklace or something she is wearing, your odds for winning are better. Here is another security. A cool fast car. Since it is observed that women like the cool fast cars, guys will get them because they believe it boosts their chances of getting the girl. All seduction techniques are securities. All NLP is a security. The entire idea is to boost your chances of getting the girl. Self-improvement is readily a good thing. But a very big problem, or should I say cancer, occurs when self-improvement becomes a security. The idea that improving yourself, in this or that way, will boost your chances. But the problem is that it never stops. Go into a gym and you will find many single guys working out. They will remain there because they always think they have to be perfect to get the ladies. Watch television and you will see ads implying that if you wear this shampoo, you will have this social life, eat this brand of rice, and your romantic life will look like this, on and on and on. Use this product and you will be perfect, it implies. Well, perfect is boring. Take a young man asking some guy on the internet where should he go for the date. What should he eat? What should he wear? Which restaurant should he go to? What should he talk about? And yes, he even asks, what sexual position should I use? Should I kiss her here or there? He thinks, am obtaining all disinformation. WOT. Looked at me. But I'm shaking my head thinking, my goodness. This guy is letting a stranger from the internet define his love life. He doesn't know where he wants to go, what he wants to eat, what to talk about, or what to wear. Women will look at such a guy with the same attitude. A security is an act or thought that makes you eliminate mistakes. It is one thing to foresee mistakes, after all, you can't just marry any girl, but it is disaster to life to deny them. You want misery in your life? Keep sucking up securities to mold and sculpt your life. Mistakes. I cannot speak for others, but I will tell you the big reason why I became successful with women. I was willing to lose girls when I had no girls, and I was willing to spend the time when I had no time. What does this mean, willing to lose girls when I had no girls? Let me use a money analogy. Let us say you were born poor. Most people remain poor because they cling so tightly to the pennies they have that they won't risk losing it in any investment. So they not only lose out with the big money, they remain with pennies their entire life. Now look at many men. Many guys remain single or in an LTR with a mediocre girl because they cling so tightly to the one girl in their worlds that they won't risk or go back to singledom. Most girls stay with a mediocre male precisely because of this reason. It is like an ant saying to another, "Don't eat that leaf else we starve," forgetting that they are in a bountiful forest. When one love dies, another is reborn. Nature will not tolerate a vacuum. Single guys will have women thrown at them, provided they aren't living life insecurities. If you tiptoe with women, you cannot stand. You flop and fall over if you get out of balance. And that is what it is like living a life of securities. I know, I did it far too long. It is like walking a tight beam and balancing against every gust and breeze. It is exhausting. This is why many following this path want to give up on women, because it seems like so much work. If you don't have money, how can you be scared of losing money? And if you don't have women, how can you be scared of losing them? It is like you're fighting for the scraps, literally scraps, of joy while your dreams sit on the table, rotting and growing cold with time. And what does it mean to spend time when I had no time? Most people don't live in the present. They live in the future. They say, tomorrow. All my dreams will occur tomorrow. Never does the person say, today. So time passes and passes. I will bet that most guys here, who are sincerely interested in getting better with women, were late bloomers in life. Let's face it. If you have not dated or did anything with girls, you are certainly going to be a bit uncertain about it. My problem is that I need more experience. I don't think so. I think the big problem, of which I, too, am very much guilty of, is not embracing my dreams for today and waiting for tomorrow. I would see a pretty girl and go, no. Can't ask her out. Got too much stuff to do this week. This occurred throughout years. But as time passed, melancholy increased and increased until you hated being single. It was as if an internal pressure came. You go after women because the pain of being single is now greater than ceding your desires for tomorrow. Is that what it has come to? The choice between lesser of two pains? Is this life? You didn't live like that when you were a child. You used to explore, play, and try out new things. Why has life become harder and more unbearable? Again, it comes to your context on securities versus mistakes. I ask, what mistakes does a child make? I'm sure you can think of something like forgetting to turn off the light, leaving the oven on, or something of the sort. This is from the adult's point of view. From the child's point of view, he wasn't making any mistakes. Cut his finger? Hurt his leg? Tired out? No mistakes here. Why, he was exploring. Every child loves to explore. There is so much in life to see. A child, instinctively, knows this. But we somehow overpower this when we grow older. When you say something wrong with a woman and she leaves, You think you made a mistake and feel bad. Well, why do you have to feel bad? Everyone's made mistakes before. So what? Get that child's perspective once again of feeling that the world was new when you were young. You are exploring with love and life, not making mistakes. And even the worst mistake is preferable to a lifetime embracing the greatest of securities. The zest of life is in the roll of the dice. So look at your love life. Is it a life of securities or is it a life of mistakes? Is it a calculus of action or spontaneous? Look at your financial life, social life, and even intellectual life. Are they leashed to securities or are they free, wild, and allowed to explore? But Pook, my perspective uses the word strategies. Your perspective uses the word securities. We are saying the same thing but using different contexts. But we are both using the word mistake in my perspective. Tell me, goodly Pook, what word do you use, in your perspective, for my label of mistake? Freedom. The title of this post is, SS is AFC. Here is the post. This is excellent. Splits 44x, I want to use your post to illustrate a point. Disclaimer, one can learn a lot with speed seduction. You can learn how to be more at ease with talking to them, since women are more comfortable with talking about feelings than anything intellectual, and good to give a starting point of how-tos when you deal with women. That said, my issue with SS has always been the spirit of SS, that it destroys the man within to turn you into a metamorph to fit the woman's lust. Yet, SS has the vanity to think that it is altering the woman, so every time she moves, you move. Try to mirror her breath frequency and depth. Your body behavior has become reactive. A conversation, try to use these words as much as you can, so that her subconscious will pick up on it and realize that they must be important to you too. But repeating these words back to her, she will think that you sincerely understand her and can relate to what she is talking about. Your vocabulary has become reactive. The most important part of seduction is demonstrating your value. If you approach a woman, and she blows you off, or if she never returns your calls, or if she turns you down for a date, you have not shown her the value that you can provide to her. This is true in that you are the prize to be won and that she is after to catch you. But notice that with this you now cease to be man and become reactive of values based on woman's response. Gone is integrity. You want to create the values that works toward her lust. Thus, the manner of these values are all going to react to her lust. When you are eliciting values, you are finding out what is important to her, what she values, transforming into a man that can give her that, and finally providing her with it. No longer are you a man. Now you are a shifter. You are bending yourself towards what she wants. This is the average frustrated chump that ceases to be frustrated. Notice that he is still a chump. Now, if you were merely to pick out common things she said and leap on those to build a common ground, that would be one thing, which is called good conversation skills. But the entire spirit of this SS is based entirely in her eyes, how she must see you, how she must perceive you. From this conversation, I've discovered that she likes to feel a little in danger. She loves the excitement of living on the edge. From this you should transform yourself into a man that can provide her with these feelings that she values. Not only are you to transform yourself, you are to provide her those feelings she lusts for. This is the social dildo whose social behavior is geared only toward tapping female lust, which itself is fine but triggering her lust trumps your own values. You are to be transformed. Most women believe they are living their own fairy tale and are searching for the male star. In order to become that male star, you must bring it to her attention that you two have a lot of things in common and it is amazing to connect with somebody on such a level. To become that male star. Now you live for her fantasy. After you've done this a few times, say something along the lines of, can you remember what it felt like when you were in front of somebody that you maybe just recently met, but it feels like you've known this person forever? You feel yourself start to relax, and open up to him because it seems so natural, as if we connect on some deeper level. With me, I don't think it can be forced, but when it does happen, it feels amazing. First, your body behavior became reactive. Then your vocabulary. Then your values and character. Now your speech is to sound like a banquet of fluffy words all arranged to reflect her own lust back to her. If you want her to feel horny, you could say something like this: "My brother just called me, he just lost his virginity this weekend and he was asking me for tips. Remember back when you were younger, and you had this one lover that could always do things to your body that would send tingles dancing down your spine, and could cause butterflies to tickle your belly. This person would penetrate you with his thoughts, and just his presence along cause tingles to run down your arms, to the ends of your fingertips. If all goes well, she will feel the tingles as I describe them. She has to feel them now to compare them to see if she's ever felt them in the past. Now you are talking like a girl. Anyone who is around women consistently knows that all they talk about is sex, and everything surrounding sex. Getting phone numbers is emphasized way too much on this board. As great as it feels to get phone numbers, rarely does it ever pan out into a fuck. Because this board is not a satellite of speed seduction, there are countless boards and discussion areas for that. Women love to fuck. This is 100% true. Women love to fuck just as much as men do. I would say that women love to fuck more than men. In fact, women's entire consciousness revolves around the axis of sexuality. However, to prevent them from feeling like a slut, you must create a real or superficial relationship with her inside of her mind before she'll fuck you. Have I not said that women are entirely sexual by default, and their concern is not that they are sexual but on how everyone else perceives it? Did I not say that speed seduction absolutely does nothing to truly seduce her but only bring down the social reputation dam that keeps women's sexuality from flooding everything and anyone? Here is the confirmation. Women will have sex left and right, but that fear of slut behavior stops them and frustrates them. In other words, women hate virtue and will despise purity. Thus, there are no true innocent girls. She'll fuck you if you show her it's okay to do so. Well. She will do you, or anyone with a value, as long as you show her it's okay. What is romance to a woman but license to act all the things she wants? So here lies a mystery. SS pats its own shoulder by saying, with this knowledge you will influence and alter women's behavior. Yet, it is admitted that women will have sex very freely as long as that frame of mind, slut fear, is in place, and so you must tear that down, which only we can because men create the boundaries of society. So why does SS believe that it is altering women when it is merely showing them that it is all okay? My answer: vanity. Men want to believe they are sex gods that flip women to them like cards. But as we see, it is women who are ultimately in control with SS. The sir takes the reactive position. Now what has the man become after all this? He is reacting to how her body behavior, to her speech, to her vocabulary, to her values, to her dreams, and so on. Has he not merely become a boy toy? I mean, what more can he be? Now, if I made any mistakes in the above, do tell me. Error or vanity has never been my objective. Just as hard as it was to face the truth of our past AFC/nice guyness, social seeing the underpinning of SS takes similar courage. Now, I have one more question. If SS is truly reacting and transforming one's self to the woman and her dreams, is the sir truly making love to her, or is she merely masturbating herself using him as the physical object? After all, he uses her vocabulary, has her values, acts like she does, and talks like a woman. Is this the essence of speed seduction? The title of this post is, Talking to Girls. Here is the post. Don't compliment unless it's something you are genuinely impressed by. Authenticity is the key. Everyone likes to feel unique and special in their own way. Show interest in her and her life. Believe me, she will make your ears bleed. This will come off naturally since you are already interested in her, therefore interested in what she does, etc. While you are finding out everything about her, you have remained a mystery since you're not trying to sell yourself. The chick will love someone asking about herself, thus validating in her eyes that she's special, and her interest in you will grow because she wants to know more about you. Not bad for letting your ears bleed, eh? Also, the more information you get, the better and more precise you can take the next step with a higher probability of success. Don't be sweet. Listen to her and add in your thoughts, don't try to fix her problems, understand them. When a trait or feeling comes up that you agree with, don't hesitate to tell her. She will feel a connection with you and her interest level will rise. If she ever makes you mad, tell her exactly why you're mad. Amazingly, girls love it when guys will scream at them because girls want honesty and directness. Many girls will put up a test of standing you up just to see if you will swallow it like a nice guy or if you will have the strength to put them in their place. Women are not attracted to guys they can control. Humor is always good. Always be light-spirited, warm, and humorous. But when she is talking to you seriously, always listen and understand how she feels. The title of this post is, The Difference Between Dating and Friendship. Here is the post. Long ago, before I found this website and all, I did have female friends. Currently, I have no female friends as female friends seem to be an impossibility for me now. Every girl I try to be friends with wants to date me, screw me, etc. But what about girls who already have a guy, including wives and girlfriends? Same story. Do not brag, Mr. Pook. You have the opposite of the AFC problem. No, it is something else entirely. Men and women view love and relationships very differently. Husbands, steady boyfriends, and chivalrous males hate me because I am free. I don't have to go to the girlfriend's house and to keep her company because she feels alone. I don't have to go see her stupid family, engage whatever rituals she comes up with. I can leave my place when I desire, return when I desire, meet anyone I wish, do anything I please. Many of these males, I suspect, married very young and never fulfilled their adventure of life. Since I have so much more available time, since I'm not spending it all on a fiancé or wife's incessant desires, I am investing it in myself. I'm not better than these guys, but I end up wittier, fitter, and worldlier, because of this additional time. Since I'm more of a developed male, so to say, perhaps they have more interest. One thing is for sure, women do not see dating as friendship with sex. Behind that pleasant baby-like face march the thoughts she has had for her entire life. Your role, as a man, is to work for her your entire life. Ask older men, married and divorced, for verification if you're skeptical. This is why women will see your material goods and ambitions, never your intellect, your interest in discovery, the universe, etc. I would say the biggest difference between friendship and dating is addiction. Did he say addiction? Yes, he did. Friendship carries on due to similar interests, having fun, and so on. Dating, marriage occurs and ensues due to addiction. Some guys suspect that it is sex that the guys are addicted to. This misses the mark. We have been so conditioned to find females in our presence normal, that when they are not there, it becomes abnormal. As has been observed, older married couples don't have sex. So how does the couple keep working? Addiction. This addiction is the addiction of female praise. Even old men will do what they can to please their wives, even when it brings great discomfort to themselves. Some men have become so conditioned that even if the wife does not praise, he takes that as displeasure and immediately starts doing things to obtain back the praise. There is a reason why in old couples, if the wife dies first, the man either remarries or dies. Males have become more religious than ever before. The religion? Romance. The deity? Their self-picked goddess, a young woman. I will do anything for women. The men say. They will easily buy houses that will take them 30 years to pay off just for them. He won't admit how stupid his woman actually is, so that stupidity turns into divinity. He believes his woman is capable of great emotions and abilities because he projects his own emotions and sense of self onto his woman. Woman is shrouded in more mysticism and pomp than any king or pope. What? Blasphemy. Blasphemy. Burn the Pook. Burn the Pook. Just answer this question: who is the deity of the DJ Bible? Why, the Don Juan? Are you sure? Think long and hard. The title of this post is, Womanese. Here is the post. It's no surprise that women speak in another language. They are subtle creatures, sneaky, devious, and say things in code. It's time for men to break the code of womanese. For your reading pleasure, bold will be the woman. Normal text will be the explanation. Italics will be what the Pook man is saying. I'm not looking for a relationship right now. Translated, I don't want a relationship with you. Don't even bother trying to go out with me, since I am saying that a relationship with you and me is already not going to happen. Pook man says, I was nearby when a woman was giving this veiled rejection to a coworker. I jumped in, so if you're not looking for a relationship, then all you're looking for is sex, is that it? Her mouth dropped, but I continued. I don't believe you women. That's the only thing you have on your minds is sex, sex, and more sex. I am looking for a loving relationship, but no, you women only want passionate raw animal sex. Now with me, I find you need to taste the other pleasures in life. So you can get your mind off of sex, right? Her eyes were glowing at me. Funny, she suddenly wanted a relationship with me. Ha. I don't think of you in that way. My goodness, are you ugly and a sexual dud? I think of you as a brother. Oh, you remind me of my brother. I would consider sex with you to be incest. The kids were bad today. Obviously, your genes are defective. We were both wrong. But you were more wrong. This recipe didn't turn out how I expected. I burned dinner. Try and complain. I dare you. You don't listen to me. You don't listen to me. Honey, I hate to interrupt. As if you were doing anything more important. Have you had time to stop what you're doing, get up, and do it right now? When you get a chance. Do this immediately. I hate to nag, but I want you to get off the couch now. Of course I don't mind paying for myself. Cheap date. Let's not rush things. I have other prospects. I'm not ready to settle down. I sure as heck don't want to settle down with you. I enjoyed the single life. I enjoy not being with you. I need more space. You're becoming undesirable and unattractive. This is when you walk away / I'm focusing on my career. My training and studying for my career is extremely boring and tedious, yet more exciting than you'll ever be. Let's just give it some time. You're not high on my rating list. You're good insurance policy if a better prospect doesn't show up. I like you, but I don't like you at all. You're not the type of guy I'd date. You're the type of guy I'd marry. You're sexually a dud. You're not fun to be with. But you are nice. A friend of mine responded to this line with, and you're not the type of girl I'd marry, but you would be the type for a one-night stand. Let's just be friends. You'll never see me naked. I'm not attracted to you. Pook man then says, no, I have enough friends. Bye. I don't want to ruin our friendship. Please continue to remain my girly friend. You make an excellent emotional tampon. Honesty is very important to me. Only tell me what I want to hear. I only like you as a friend. I'm not attracted to you. And I only see you as a flaming slut whore. You're so manly. Shave, bathe, and discover a thing called SOAP. Let me check my schedule to see if I'm doing anything. I have plans. We do not. We need. I want. Can you call me back? I need to. I just need an excuse to get off the phone. I didn't want to hurt your feelings, so I lied blatantly to your face. Oh, and have a nice day. How about you give me your number? I'll add it to my trophy collection of guys' phone numbers, pathetic guys who want me but I don't want them. Call her BS. You just want to add it to your trophy collection of guys' phone numbers who? I'm not upset. I'm upset. She's upset. Be romantic and turn out the lights. I'm not proud of my body. Do you love me? I'm going to ask you for something expensive. Am I fat? Please tell me I'm beautiful. I love men who take charge. Pay the bill, you chump. Sure, but I hope you're not disappointed. I'm flat-chested. I'm not that type of girl. Keep trying. Keep trying. Don't touch me there. Touch me there, but I'll stop you a few times first. Heavy resistance is bad. Light resistance is normal. Women want you to go for them. All women want to be taken. Will you respect me in the morning? You won't tell your friends, right? I'm not looking for anyone. I'm not looking for anyone like you. We need to talk. I need to complain. Nod head, go smile, repeat. I need to think about it. No way. We have an off and on relationship. I kept him around until someone better shows up. Where is this going? Are we getting married? No, maybe no, let me think about it. No, I feel like I've known you my entire life. Bingo. We have a bingo. Will someone make sure this prize does not get away from me? No, yes. The title of this post is, More Womanese. Here is the post. Gentlemen, I have concluded that women desire 3 men. One is the man for her heart, another is the man for her words, and the third is the man in her arms. Likewise, the cryptic code of womanese, whose very utterance causes men to pace nervously and shakes the foundations of language, divides into 3 splinters. The first splinter are words she says she has, the second are words she thinks she has, and the third are words for why she actually does it. Therefore, we must look at womanese in these 3 ways. Bold will be what the woman is saying. Regular text will be what the translator is saying. Italics will be what the epoche is saying. Do you have a girlfriend? You are cute. Are you on the market? You are certainly attentive tonight. Is sex all you think about? Do you love me? Watch me ask for something expensive. How much do you love me? I did something you are not going to like. We need to communicate better. You need to agree with me more. Smile, nod head, and repeat. I don't want to ruin our friendship. Let me continue to tell you about all the guys I'm sleeping with. Women are the reason why nice guys can't get laid. I want honesty. No games. Tell me what I want to hear. I would rather focus on my career. Focusing on something as boring and dull as her career is more fulfilling than you'll ever be. Do what you want. You'll pay for it later. I don't remember how much it costs. I'll never tell you it cost a fortune. Let's paint the room. You paint the room, I'm going shopping. Oh, and don't make a mess. Uh-oh. Did you say something? Whatever it was, it must not have been important. No, takeout is fine for dinner. You cheap bastard. I want a stable future. I need to marry a sugar daddy. You wouldn't understand. I don't even understand, but I'm not going to tell you that. Hell, we all don't understand. My screen name is Jenny Smolt. I have nothing to hide. There is nothing exciting about me. My screen name is Do It To Me Now 6969696969. If you need this explained, you aren't a guy. Okay, Mr. AFC. Since you cannot get this, and thus have no chance of becoming a guy, girlproblems.com is your home. So why did you and your ex break up? What is wrong with you? Because I was Mr. Nice Guy who skipped around in Fantasyland and... No, don't tell her. Say I don't know. This guy was staring at me today. He then came over and asked me out. She wants you to ask her out right now. It seems she's talking about other guys, but she's actually trying to convey that she's beautiful and desirable. She wants you to see that because she wants you to ask her out now. What do you think of, insert girl's name? What do you think about that girl, insert another girl's name? Do I have competition? I don't want a boyfriend now. I don't want you as my boyfriend. Every woman is on a lookout for a man. It's a life purpose. I don't know. What do you want to do? I can't believe you have nothing planned. No, you are absolutely dead in the water. Congratulations, Flotsam. I'm picky. There are no dating prospects here. I'm very picky. I'm a religious virgin girl, still under the umbrella of her parents, and demand perfection. Can we say unrealistic expectations? Maybe, insert old woman, thought you were hot. You are what is hot. Women are not direct. They project their thoughts through a prop. In this case, the old lady is the prop. Come here. My puppy dog does this too. And her attention scraps are nice guy chow. This apartment is so inconvenient. I want a new apartment. And I want a new girlfriend. I want new furniture. I want new furniture, carpeting, curtains, and wallpaper. I heard a noise. I noticed you were asleep. Be careful she doesn't take your covers when she gets back. I'll be ready in a minute. Sit back, kick off the shoes, and find a good show. My ex. I'm still in love with my ex-boyfriend. Next. I like you, but I don't like you. It is a girls' night tonight. We're going to get sloppy and make fun of you and your friends. And how does this differ from any other night of the week? It's okay, it's not okay. You're not okay. I need space ... without you in it. I am not yelling. This is important. When is it not important? Nothing is wrong. Everything is wrong. You are what's wrong. I don't want to talk about it. I'm still building evidence against you. The volcano is building, ready to erupt with rhetorical smoke and vomit lava like lies. Flee. I'm an artist. I'm unreliable. And I'm poor. I'm affectionate. I'm possessive. And you'll always be seen as cheating. I'm an adventurer. I've had more lovers than you can imagine. And you get the baggage of her past. I'm seeking friends first. I'm trying to live down my reputation as a slut. See the adventurer translation. I'm mature. I won't let you treat me like a farm animal in bed like my last boyfriend. Moo. I'm open-minded and outgoing. I am desperate and loud. She's a nice girl. Ha. Are you gay? Why won't you go out with me or anyone? The highest compliment a man can receive. All women are interested in you, and you get to pick. Yet, translating womanese is not enough. We must be able to speak it back. Speaking the womanese for this, bold will be what you say. Italics will be what is actually said, while regular text will be the narration. For example, if a newg is chasing you, say, I am not looking for a relationship right now. ... which means, I am not looking for a relationship with you. She will get the hint and drop off her pursuit. If she persists, I think of you as a sister ! Meaning, I find sex with you as revolting as incest. Just change the phrasing and you can deliver the womanese straight back at them. But be warned, if you say, I am not looking for a girlfriend ... which means, I do not want you as my girlfriend. Women will realize that you are subtly rejecting them and they will all gang together and try to break you, provided you are attractive. You are doing the rest of the Don Juan stuff, right? Men would just be sad and go on. But women understand their own language and accept that as a challenge. If you are a player, you do not say, I am a player. No, you say, I like to meet new people and explore the adventures of life. Translated into womanese, this means, I like to date, sleep with many since it is part of the fun of life. See how it works? I think you should just embrace the pleasures that life has. You should embrace your passion with me. One chick kept going after me, and I ignored her, ha ha. A dork came and talked to us and left. So I said, maybe he thought you were hot exclamation mark dot dot dot, which means, you are what is hot. Her exact reply, why thank you, Pook. This is not a joke. Womanese is a real language and they do speak it. For fun, try speaking it back to them. Another Womanese lesson over. A job well done, Mr. Translator. You're welcome, Pook. And remember that the best guide is your gut. The title of this post is, Even More Womanese. Here is the post. Again into infinity, a young man says, oh, help me, great oracle called Soswave. I have had a scenario with a woman. This happened then, that happened there, X followed Y, Z preceded N, and R is the result. Does she like me? Looking for female interest is a course toward disaster. It places you under the master of reaction rather than action. However, how many AFCs don't have a clue that chicks might actually lust after them? And how many have been blinded by their own vanity? She is flirting only to be sucked into a trap. Besides, most guys need to realize the world of sexuality out there. Every chick will do a sexual scan on you, almost robotic-like, and most guys are found lacking. Bold will be the woman. Regular text will be the translation. Italics will be lapukbu. Someone called me. Was it you? Did you call me? She wants you to ask for her phone number. Blah blah, I like dates when blah blah occurs, blah blah. She wants you to ask her out now. It may seem she is girl talking you. However, chicks talk about dating and guys calling them when their mind is on dating. She's telling you what she wants you to know. She accidentally bumps into you. Oh oops. She accidentally runs into you. Oh oops. She is flirting and trying to get your attention, you self-absorbed dumbass. Don't be shy. I'm not. #% $carrot $$%. Loosen up, pal. Have fun. If she keeps on looking in your direction, she is looking at you. She compliments you in any way. She likes you. You've impressed her. She becomes more animated around you, starts dancing and stuff. She wants you. You look at her and she looks away. She's been caught. Now go talk to her. She sits cross-legged with her wrist caught between her legs. She would do you now if she could. My boyfriend is so stupid. I can't believe what he did yesterday. She wants you to steal her from her boyfriend. This new guy I am dating makes me feel so good. Oh, you don't how good he makes me feel. She has no interest in you and is vomiting her feelings everywhere. Gross. My boyfriend hurt my feelings. Boo-hoo. Sob, congratulations, you are officially an emotional tampon. How can you tell if you are an emotional tampon, if she is vomiting her feelings, or if she wants you to steal her? It is simple. If her emotions are on herself, she is bleeding her feelings everywhere and making quite a mess. If the feelings are bad, she is using you as the emotional tampon. You are there for her to unload her feelings and get tossed aside. However, if the girl is projecting no feelings of herself and only tearing down her boyfriend, it is obvious what she intends. You remind me of a guy I used to know. She has been checking you out but doesn't want you to think she is overly interested. With this comment, she is covering up. Sometimes you might actually look like a guy she knew. Either way, she is noticing your looks. What do you do for fun? Are you dating anyone? What is the story with you? Interested chicks will ask you this because they want you to ask them out, and you haven't done so yet. They are worried you are taken. I ask this question to see if a chick had a boyfriend. Knowing her womanese, she answered, my boyfriend and I go out too. We could go on all day about signs and such. Generally, look for this, She becomes more animated. She starts smiling, prancing, spinning in circles, exaggerate body movements, talk in high octaves, and be excited. This is because you are around. Her clothes will change. She is suddenly wearing nicer outfits and makeup. Isn't it obvious? Very. She deliberately wears high-heeled shoes. She intends to get fucked tonight. Women call high-heel shoes their fuck shoes. She seems disinterested. When talked to, she gets shy. She likes you. Women, like guys, get really shy around the person they like. They'll even fake disinterest. Her chair is facing a direction from you, but she has her legs up on her seat and has turned towards you. You have her attention. A very good sign. She looks at you and has a deer in the headlights look. She thinks you are really hot. These chicks are into your looks. Don't get a big head and think they love your other qualities. She appears around you. This happens consistently. She is displaying interest by proximity. The more statuesque she becomes is bad. She will not smile, give one-word answers, to emphasize her body, move away, and generally be quieter. But Pook. She might be nervous. This is true, she might. But how can you tell if she is merely using you or truly interested? Watch the eyes. No, they are not those marvelous orbs on her chest. Not her face. Not her hair. Watch the eyes. A truly interested woman looks at you. A woman who wants to use you will have her eyes elsewhere, be it on the music, on other people, or anywhere except where they belong, on you. Some other points, when they like you, some girls try to be very calm and collected around you. How does this differ than normally? The difference is that they will hang on every word you say. They will pay 110% attention to you. When you leave the room, she will squeal in delight. She wears clothes that exaggerate her figure. This is fun to watch, when they think, if I push my boobs in Pook's face, I get the Pook. The silly chicks, she tries to talk to you. Or she seems very receptive to talking to you. Beautiful women will simply look at your face. They will more likely stare. They will not display obvious signs of interest. If a woman looks like she has worked to be attractive, makeup, tight clothes, etc., it's possible she is single. Once within a relationship, the girls tend to relax their wardrobe. When the seasons change to autumn and the weather begins to get colder, a taken chick automatically puts on a sweater or coat. You know how girls are when they get so cold. You can spot the single chicks because they will still be wearing flesh-revealing clothes when her sisters are starting to warm up. How young girls love this isn't exactly womanese, yet it is a fundamental spectrum of the elements of womaniverse. Our universe is composed of elements like hydrogen, carbon, silicon, etc. Womaniverse is composed of elements such as irony, contradiction, and shopping. Our universe has the molecules enter a type of bonding, such as polar bonding, but womaniverse has its elements linked by feelings. In our universe, energy is the ultimate resource that gives us all things. In womaniverse, it is love or, rather, marriage. Marriage is the supreme mission of her life, where she expects to receive all things, and so most women aim as high as they can. First, they fall in love with an abstraction. It could be something as simple as a poster image. When they seek union with the abstraction, it turns into thin air. Then, she falls in love with actors or a boy band. She will hang these all throughout her room and turn it into a shrine. She cannot have union with these actors or boy band, as much as she tries, because they are too remote. So then she tries a relative of an actor, or people related with the bands. Again, she fails. Then she latches onto the guy all the girls talk about. It could be that guy in town, the son of a business owner, the CEO, the guy that struck big with money and fame. She will go for this guy, but the guy has his pick of the litter and it will not be her. So she wanders to the next guy lower on the totem pole found in womaniverse, where women mark the available men. Lower and lower she will go until she comes to the clerk, the shopkeeper, or whatever left is male. Then, she marries. Men love differently from women, a twist of the body and the man falls in love. He is forgetting that an entire woman is there. Men love the illusion, it is a more pure love. Women don't have time for such nonsense. They prefer the substance rather than illusion. She will love your dreams and passions only because it means you may better your present condition, not because you see yourself as the dream. She could care less about your intellectual philosophies. It is just masculine chatter to her. She wants to know about your education and job prospects. She would rather have you work in a job you hate to bring in more money than to work in a job you love and remain poor. This type of girl sees you only as a piece of livestock, like a mule, to be an umbrella of stability to place her nest on. Why am I telling you this? Because guys do not want to know if girls like them or not, so they could ask them out. They want to know to inflate their own ego. This is chick thinking. And, in the end, the women won't see you as you see yourself. Listen to your gut. It will feel when a chick likes you because sexuality is the sixth sense. Part 2, Storytelling. For this lesson, we dwell into the strange realm of storytelling. This is a major difference with men and women. Men, I am a hero. He then might use a story as only a way to support the statement. Women, okay, let me tell you about the time when I heard a scream. I ran over to find out that it was a man that had fallen unconscious. I rushed and called for an ambulance. I gave him CPR and revived him to health. The woman makes no mention of her being a hero. Rather than saying I am a hero, she wastes our time and patience with a long-strung story. Soswaves note, kinda like your long posts, eh Mr. Pook? Hush you, non-interacting sight being. I am illustrating women's translations by translating women. So when she goes, when my parents left my sister, brother, and myself at home, they told me, her name, you are in charge. They leave me in charge with of everyone else because they trust me. Blah blah blah. I am mature. Yes, she is wagging her tongue just to get the point out that she is mature. So instead of nodding and nodding until you fall asleep, pay attention to whatever point she is trying to get across. Now if you want to get a point across to a chick, perhaps a chick misjudged a trait of you, you play the womanese back to them. If the chick is snobby or thinks you go for any chick, start telling a story that has obviously no point, no purpose, except that it involves women interested in you with you rejecting them. Pook. This is madness. No, it is womanese. Do not blurt things, it destroys mystery. Listen to guys who want to try to impress women. Now listen to guys who are Don Juans. The Don Juan will use stories rather than statements, even parables instead of declarations. Part 3, The Girls' Network. Even though we have the internet and global communications networked from satellites that is superior to any other form of communication by man, there exists another network that is faster, much richer in content, and women have been using it for centuries. It is the Girls' Network. If you ever need gossip, or an opinion on someone, just tap into the Girls' Network and observe how it puts Google to shame. If you ever need to know whether someone is single or attached, hot or not, worthy personality or dud, just tap into the Girls' Network. Here are some situations of the Girls' Network in action. Girls' Network working against you. There is a happy little guy skipping about in life. Then, across the room, he spots a woman. He asks her out, completely lies about himself and everything, and all goes smoothly for a couple of months. Then, she finds out, they always find out, she immediately gets on the Girls' Network. She instantly blackballs the guy, sending the message to her friends and then her friends pass the message along. Soon, it is all over the Girls' Network. Our liar asks out another girl. Alas for him. She was tuned to the Girls' Network and knows about him. So he goes for another girl. Again, the same story. Or say a guy is engaged to a chick. All is good. Except for the thorny fact, the chick has girlfriends and, thus, is tapped into the girl's network. The guy is a f-sish and dorky. However, he knows that they are in love and nothing can stop that. But the girl's network was invented to keep its female members from bad unions. The guy is scanned, analyzed to the umpteenth degree, and found a bad union for the girl. So, the girl who had been engaged to the guy for a year, broke it off. The guy is enraged. You broke up with me because your friends didn't like me? No. It was the network working against him, not the friends. The way that a guy views his friends is much different from a girl's. Poor young male. He understands not the network and so it nailed him. Spying. Being a hungry Pook, I ate all the food in my Pook place. So, to no surprise I had to go to the store to get more Pook food. In the store, I spotted a woman worker that glancing at me. Doesn't matter, I noticed the Pook meat was on sale. I looked up and saw another glance from another woman worker. I must have been an imaginative Pook to think something was up. Nevertheless, I approached the checkout line. "Hi," said the very friendly checker. As my precious little goods rode the little black belt to the happy bags, the checker and I chatted. I wondered how she could know so much about me. Then, I realized it. She used the girls' network to send out spies throughout the store. Yes, girls will spy on you. Whether they reported all the information to her or others, the point is that women are interconnected through the network. When a worthy guy appears, the women will become spies and note information. Since I came into the store frequently alone, they thought there was a chance. Social proof. The ever-mentioned social proof. But only a fool seeks a woman merely as a prop. Use the girl's network and social proof comes naturally. There stood I, the sleepy Pook, waiting for a class to begin. But there was a test in that class. Being who I was, of course, naturally and diligently prepared. I was busy cramming. Then appeared a marvelous beauty, dressed in classy clothes. Pook likes the classy gals. I tried to focus on the words in my book, but her image kept intruding. I stole glances whenever I could. She just stood there, waiting. Pook. You should have talked to her. Folios. I had a test to take. Then flared in a model, walked briskly over on her long legs, stopped, and talked to Pook. She asked about the test and all of that. When she started talking to me, the other girls started to look at me with wonder. When the model friend left, I got up to go too. The other chick came over to talk to me and to not get me to go. But I place Pook's life above any and all chicks, and I could not do badly on this test. So I said something to her and went on. I didn't realize what had happened until later. But Pook, why don't you go for the model chick? Gentlemen, she has been networked. Besides, she has too much emotional baggage. She was not a platonic friend, no, she was but a part of the network. Realizing the existence of the girls' network, I wanted to tap into its power. When you're in the girls' network, chicks talking to you and such are no big deal. Other chicks will look on and wonder because access to the girls' network is only reserved for certain guys, that is worthy guys. Girlfriend finders. This is my favorite use of the girls' network. Women are emissaries of nature and desire and seek out proper unions. If you are a good guy, a worthy guy, a man, then the network will serve you well. As I write this, a flock of chicks have in the back of their pretty little heads, Pook needs a chick. I did not ask them to do this. They just go, what? You are single? Oh, this we must stop. And they go off on their lives scouting for me. All women are matchmakers. Why not use that ability to our advantage? They try to create a proper union, that is the couple must match. So my networked ladies are going off and intend to bring back a very pretty chick with little to no baggage. Well, who am I to argue with that? If they want to bring back a gorgeous chick to me, let them. Part 4, Damage control. No, I am not mistaken. Every woman has the tendency to self-implode. But take heed. These destructive paths in your chick can be averted, helping you and your chick. Problem: you have arrived home and there is no dinner on the table. What to do? What to do? Clueless guy: what is for dinner? Player: can I help you with dinner? Don Juan: where would you like to go for dinner? Oh, brilliant Don Juan. Like a pro, he defused his chick and got her out of the house. A woman alone at home too long can become a bad thing. She is less likely to blow up in public. Problem: it is time to go out. Your lady has spent the last 5 hours getting dressed. When she emerges, she is wearing puke-colored clothes that you hate. Your reaction? Clueless: are you wearing that? Player: you look good in brown. Don Juan: whoa. Look at you. Notice how the Don Juan did not tell her what he thought she wanted to hear, like the player? His remark will make her look at her dress again and, thus, notice the error. Problem: uh-oh. You arrive home and find your chick eating a giant box of ho-hos. Right before your eyes, she is growing fat. What is your reaction? Clueless: should you be eating that? Player: hey, there is a lot of fruit in the refrigerator. Don Juan: can I get a glass of wine with that? The Don Juan tries to get the chick to think classy. Clueless guy will just blow up the chick by talking like that. Problem: you return after doing a round of errands. Alas! There is your chick. She just woke up, having done nothing all day, and is still in her bathrobe. Your response is? Clueless: what did you do all day? Player: I hope you didn't overdo today. Don Juan: I've always loved you in that robe. The Don Juan finds the good in everything. Go Don Juan. Problem: you are tired of your chick and require another chick. However, you do not want to lose this chick. What do you say to the new chick to get her in the type of diabolical relationship you've imagined? Clueless: yeah, I have girl. I'm looking for something different though. Player: attached? No, it is a multi-LTR. Don Juan: hey baby, you want to join the team? Join the team. And what can they say to that? Problem: during sex, you suspect your chick is faking the orgasms. What is your next move? Clueless: hey, you aren't faking, are you? Player: looks to see if the chick's nipples are hard, if the blood is at the surface of the skin, her body flushed with the right colors. Don Juan doesn't care since he fakes orgasms himself. How else is a Don Juan supposed to get some sleep? Such work it as being a Don Juan. When you are a real Don Juan, and not a wannabe, you are the lust of all the chicks. You will be busy to satisfy their interests. Problem: your chick is seen with another guy. How do you play it? Clueless: hey. Are you flirting with him? What is going on here? Player: so what's the story with him? Don Juan: hey. You like baseball? I have another ticket if you want to go. A Don Juan interacts with everyone. The best way to ward off a threat is to befriend it. Whatever you do, do not act jealous. Problem: alas. Your chick has imploded. She is now hysterical, throwing things around, and her aim is rapidly getting more accurate. What do you say to save yourself? Clueless: what are you so worked up about? Player: could we be overreacting? Don Juan: let's go shopping. And the Don Juan saves the world from the imploding chick. Gentlemen, let's go shopping are the 3 words every woman wants to hear. There you have it, gentlemen. A small little guide to the infinite things that can make your chick implode. Byron says, women hate everything which strips off the tinsel of sentiment, and they are right, or it would rob them of their weapons. Know your womanese and rob them of the confusion they are so quick to use on us. I still want to ask this, O the mighty. Is it not a form of supplication to offer your monetary gifts to calm down a woman? Is it not devilish manipulation of the Don Juan by the woman who pretends to be upset? Hi, ice cold. The womanese posts aren't meant to be serious posts as we know them equals. Imagine an enraged woman. Then you go, you seem sad. Let's go shopping. And she changes 100%. Ha 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 ha. What do girls do when they feel sad and alone? They go shopping. You're not buying her anything. The aim is to get her to stop being enraged. It's a joke. One time a girl did get really unhappy, so I tried out the magical 3 words, let's go shopping. Ha ha ha, her face just brightened. All we did was go around, look at stuff. I don't completely understand women's love for shopping, but it does turn their foul mood around. I'm not saying for guys to go shopping with girls or anything, I'm just putting that out there just as a last case scenario in case your girl implodes. It is like your avoid female meltdown card, and it's in glass to be used only in an emergency. Hey guys, I'm glad you like this womanese post. There'll be another one. The title of this post is, Why Women Mention Other Men Even If They're Interested in You. Here is the post. Real men do not analyze the woman. If she is single, and he wants her, he should go after her no matter what sign she displays. But since we are talking about signs, we are entering the bizarre realm of womanese. Bold will be the woman. Italics will the womanese translator. Regular text will be what Pook is saying. Note, for the below to be true, the conversation must be one-on-one. Second note, for the below to remain true, the examples must be initiated by the woman. Let us begin. My boyfriend came and gave me this awesome gift. We're going to New York tomorrow. It is quite possible that she wants you. But beware. A girl talking about her boyfriend means, most importantly, that she is taken. However, she may want to be stolen. Stolen, Pook. What do you mean? Gentlemen, it is a fine fact that many women will not dump one boyfriend until they have a grip on the next. These women would rather be with boyfriend than to be single. She may very well wish to be stolen. I love my boyfriend so much. Everything in life is so much better with my boyfriend. He makes me feel so warm and fuzzy. Get away from her, she is vomiting her emotions. When a woman tells you how she feels about the guy, she is either in love or you are low interest or both. This is the crucial difference. When a woman informs you of the actions the boyfriend is taking, she is using social proof, trying to show you that she is in demand. When a woman informs you of her feelings, especially if those feelings are positive of the guy, then there is nothing going on between you. Why is that, Pook? This should be written in stone. When she does girl talk, you become her girly friend. Girls do not girl talk their romantic interests. You should have seen this guy. He came up to me, took my hand, and said, "You are beautiful. Will you go out with me?" She wants you to know several things. 1. She is desired. 2. She is beautiful. She wants you to know these things because she wants you to ask her out. Well said, womanese translator. I was placing the tapioca pudding back onto the shelf when I felt someone looking at me. I turned and saw this man checking me out. It felt so good. You hear me? It felt so good. Man, it felt good. Oh, you have no idea how good it felt. It felt good. Really good. Oh, you don't know how good. Although the above is exaggerated, understatement of the century saucewave.com, the point is that the woman is flopping her emotions out. She is not interested. You are in friend zone. Hellish friend zone. But the translator is right. The last example had the focus on the guy and his actions. This example has the focus on the woman and her feelings. You are being used as an emotional tampon here, beware. My breasts are too big. It hurts my back. It gives me back problems. It is quite possible she is thinking of you in a sexual way. Unless you are a doctor, this is good news. If you are a doctor, it is more money, which is better news. Soswave.com. Women with large breasts are much more comfortable with discussing them, for the large breasts often become the center of attention with most guys. She is most likely aroused. If not, then with her course of current talk she soon will be. I'm trying on new underwear and seeing how my butt looks. She squeals in front of the mirror, she wants you. She wants you. She is mentioning her butt, she wants you to notice it, and she is mentioning her underwear, she is comfortable talking about it to you. When a woman likes you, she will try to show off her body, and when a woman does not like you, she will try to hide her body. This example is the woman showing off her body through words. Are you gay? Well, are you? If you really are fruity, you will be asked this. Other guys should have asked this to you if you really are fruity, and with threats to back it up. But let us try this again. Are you gay? Why won't you go out with me, or anyone? If you happen to be handsome or really cute, girls will try to go out with you. If you say no, haha, she will think to herself, all these girls want to go out with him and he won't go out with any of them. What is wrong with him? Is he gay? Girls wondering if you're gay can be the ultimate compliment. Think. They are already thinking of you in a sexual context. They want you to go out with them. When you don't, they ask the gay question. Remember, guys, when Adonis, the style master, got asked the "Are you gay?" question. Although gay guys can and do dress stylishly, the woman wants to know if you are gay or not because she wants you. Another womanese lesson is over with. Join us again next time on the same forum, same host, and same website. Oh, and excellent job, translator. Why, thank you Pook. And remember guys, if you go sign reading, the best guide is your gut. The title of this post is, Secret to Womanese. Here is the post. What is this alien realm called Womaniverse where all these strange creatures known as women emerge from? They scatter about the earth and cast mankind in a pleasure-pain paradox. Alas, the women kept complaining and drove our ancestors so mad that they created civilization to please them. Seeing their failure, for women are forever complaining, it is no wonder that we die first. But to top it off, these women speak in a totally alien language. Oh my god. I just ate a huge cheese burrito and the guilt is just killing me. I know. I just lost control and ate not just that big chocolate cake in the fridge, but my chocolate chip ice cream too. No way. Yes way. Oh, did you hear about Susan? She is so depressed that the guy she went out with won't call her back. No. Yes. But I told her, hey girl, if a guy isn't wanting to talk to a brainy chick like you, then he's stupid and shouldn't be thought about. It made her feel better. Heather told me that she saw Susan's guy with another girl. Both squeal in supreme shock. Oh, she is going to feel awful when she finds out. I know. What can we do? You know that guy you met yesterday? The guy with the really cute butt and smile? Yeah? Girl. Tell. Well, I heard Heather tell me. And on it goes. The above is not a network, it is pure chaos. In fact. Soswave, I am sorry, Pook. I must interrupt this post. What? But I just got started. Soswave, several women are protesting your text. They wish to be heard. Very well. Let them in. The three women enter. Now ladies, what is the matter? Monsieur Pook, you have our sex much offended. Ladies, you have my sex much offended. And the three said together, listen to our advice, the sexiest thing a man can do is listen. Remember, Pook, women are better communicators. Listen to what she is saying. Good communication is the key to a good relationship. Such are the common answers. Men listen to what you say and nod and nod and nod and nod until they drop dead from boredom. Men do not listen to women because they often don't make any sense. Womanese is not communication, it is madness. Look over there. A group of women gather and enter in a conversation of womanese. It looks like they are talking. Pook gets closer to overhear them. Hear that? It is like a conversation going super speed with high-pitched octaves punctured with squeals. What alien language is this? But, luckily, I have Pook vision goggles. It allows one to see how womaniverse interacts in this realm. Before, the women seem to be having a conversation in an allegro style. With Pook vision, the women are not talking, but are feeling each other, rubbing against each other. The secret to womanese is that it is a passage of feelings, where with real language it is a passage of thought. Women do not listen to each other, they feel one another. They cheer one another up. See those phone lines that are on fire due to women getting home from dates and calling each other? Female gossip is female therapy. As soon as they walk out of class, they must call someone on their cell phone immediately. We know men think and women feel, but not in such a bizarre context. Everything a woman says will be feeling. Women are always touching each other, just not in our universe. Feeling, feeling, feeling. That is the sum of womanese. In this universe, we view womanese as an almost type of matrix code. But in womaniverse, what is transmitted is not thought but feelings. You will not find women grouped together chatting about intellectual ruminations of Kant and Aristotle. No, they will either be talking about sex, food, or shopping, and often in that order. If she says, "This guy came and stared at me. It was creepy. He kept telling me how beautiful I was and how he wanted to go out with me. Other guys think I am beautiful, lovely, and want to date me." Why don't you learn to identify the feeling coming from her? Don't even listen to her words, feel how she says it and why. With the above example, the feeling is guys finding her beautiful. As guys, we would think, what a creepy guy. Or why are you not telling this to your girlfriends? She is transmitting a feeling, not a thought, and this feeling is that guys find her beautiful. She wants you to know this because she wants you to ask her out. Are you gay? Why won't you go out with me or anyone? As guys, we would think we are showing homophysical characteristics. But what is the feeling emerging from her? The feeling is sexuality, specifically relating to you. You have the green light to go for the women, and you are not moving. She is asking you if you're gay because you are not acting like most guys, chomping at the bit. I like dates when blah blah occurs. Ask me out now. Being guys, we absorb this as thoughts. But she is putting out a feeling to us. The feeling is the feelings of dating. She has no interest in specifics. She is reveling in the feeling of dating because that is what she imagines you and her doing. Next time you view a group of women, with no guys around, watch what happens. You will see the women feeling each other. They do this literally, putting lotion on each other, combing each other's hair, pampering one another, and communication-wise I love chocolate cake. I know. It is so yummy. Feeling you women will always try to feel you. Join me, youth, in the Pook observation room. I have set up hidden Pookish microphones and cameras to observe what happens when it comes to women. The screen showed a guy at a job. The guy was busy doing what he needed to do. His only co-workers were women. They chatted as they worked. Listen closer. The women are not chatting with him. The women kept trying to feel him. How did he talk about his future plans? What did he feel about this, about that? You see, the women don't really care what he is saying. They are trying to feel what he is saying, what he is like, so on and so on. Or observe this example. A youth and a hot babe sat down for dinner at a fabulous restaurant. She is trying to feel him. The youth orders chicken salad. Check out those scanners. Yes, she is thinking, he is going to make lots of money. Because he ordered chicken salad? Yes. The youth orders a fancy bizarre meal full of seaweed and other strange dishes. Ah! She thinks he is kinky in many ways. The youth orders a simple meal. She wonders if he is the type of guy who wants to stay home on nights. The youth orders a chocolate mousse and offers to share it with her. Ah! He is so sweet. Now she won't feel guilty about getting her own chocolate mousse. Pook. What are you saying? That we are what we eat? I'm saying that women will always try to feel you. They will make conclusions that don't even make sense. Even if you get food stuck in your beard, she will look at you and smile, feeling how cute the entire situation is. Feeling, that is the sum of womenese. Psychoanalysis. When two guys talk, they don't really talk to each other. They are onto a subject and then they talk abstractly about the subject. The other guy might as well not even be there. Take our issues with women. Dude. Women are crazy. You got that right. You know what I think? Women must be completely society-oriented. How so? It is not like they really live. They just act out roles. They have been the daughter role, the date role, the girlfriend role, the fiancé role, the wife role, the mother role, and the ultimate, the feminist role. So women don't really live? They just act out society's roles? Yes, they just go about with the same dreams they've always had. The most disappointing thing a guy will realize is that a woman is with him not because she loves him. Because according to this idea women won't be able to love. Exactly. Not because she needs him, wants him, or any of that. So why? Just to have something to talk about with her girlfriends. That is all. Even the most uncharismatic dull husband will give her material to deliver to her girlfriends. Whether or not he farts in bed, whether he sexes properly, so on and so on. Girl talk revolves around our manly actions. Now, the two guys are speaking about an idea in all its abstractness. The goal is the truth, or whatever can be thought of as the truth. When women talk, they speak to each other with no abstractions. Their goal is to feel good feelings, which is only achieved through psychoanalysis. And this is the most annoying thing about dealing with women, is that they so readily admit to being able to psychoanalyze you. For example, when a woman reads this merry post, she will be fuming and secretly think, Pook must be a misogynist. I phrased this post accordingly so they have such a reaction. If I rated the intro this way, what is this magical world known as Womaniverse where all these women come from? They scatter about the earth and without them, man would be stuck in the Stone Age. Women are the engine of civilization. The settlements of the New World failed until women were added, and women are always the glue that keeps society together. Now I am an advocate of women. Let us say a guy got heartbroken by a girl. The girl suddenly likes the guy again. So she goes after him. The two go out. Yet, he says he does not want to get back together again, but she feels something differently from his eyes. When they depart, he gives her a friendly kiss and says they would make good friends. She feels something quite different in that kiss. As soon as she gets home, she calls her friends and says, his words said no but his actions said yes. What should I do? And the woman's network advises her to press on and eventually the guy cracks and the two become a couple. See? Womanese's psychoanalysis has its uses. Often, though, it keeps girls detecting signs that don't exist in the first place, which is why doing anti-dump's number, date, yes allows no confusion. She will know you are interested and you get to weed her out. Womanese and shopping carts. I am throwing this into the post for the heck of it. Come, gentlemen, join this hungry Pook on his trip to the supermarket. Pook gets his cart and begins to go through the store. Ah, there is nothing like shopping for food. Pook loads his cart up with items. You may think it is boring, but there is something you do not know. Excuse me, a woman said, as she drove her cart around Pook. Did you catch that? No, you probably didn't. She was looking into my shopping cart. Her eyes were glued to the things I had in my little buggy. Look. There it is again. It could be old women, young women, single women, married women, they keep checking out what I have in my cart. You say, they are nosy women and must see what you are getting. No, gentlemen, they are checking out my cart because they want me. Yes, even the shopping market can become an erotic experience. You may wonder how I know this. Well, women check out guys in many ways. One thing, for sure, is that they try to see if a guy is single or not by what he puts in his shopping cart. If he has items like half a gallon of milk, microwavable meals, and in general, a small amount of stuff, women will assume he is a bachelor and perhaps make a move. Some women will psychoanalyze your life based on what you have in your shopping cart. Some women, thinking men think like they do, will deliberately put things in their shopping cart to convey an impression, such as water bottles to represent their healthy lifestyle without realizing that men don't even look at the items in shopping carts. What does this have to do with womanese? Absolutely nothing. But this is the most appropriate place for it. So if you are shopping and see a woman spying on the items in your cart as she passes by, hey, she's probably checking you out. Feelinges, the language of women. Womanese is feeling and feeling is womanese. It goes beyond language. In our universe, cleaning our apartment is seen as a chore done primarily for sanitation reasons and to get stuff out of our way. But in womanese, women enjoyed the feelings they get from a clean room, or rather they hate the feelings they get from an unclean room. To us, a painting is just there as a decoration. But in womanese, colors, paintings, and designs all emit waves of good feelings which women soak up like cats do sunlight. Womanese is also ensemble. Yes, womanese overlaps. Examine this example. To the pleasure of two ladies, they found themselves in the presence of a Pook, and thus, were attracted. Come ladies. Let us go about for a merry walk. Giggle giggle o Pook. Lead on. As the three of us walked, the ladies were in such a tropical state that they babbled and bubbled endlessly. Eventually, the Pook began to speak. Tomorrow, ladies, we need to go to the Pook place to pick up the... And a lady friend cuts Pook right off with, oh, look at the pretty weather out today. Pook, being a normal guy, stops talking. The women look at him as if something is wrong. Pook is thinking, how rude that chick was. The stupid chick must have a short attention span. Whereas Pook's lady friends are thinking, what is wrong with Pook? Why did he stop talking? So typical of guys. They all have a short communication span. Since womanese is transmitting feelings rather than thoughts, they can be absorbed faster and easier than regular language. This means that womanese overlaps. You could be saying something and a woman will express a fast feeling. She expects you to keep talking. In mixed genders, however, the conversation tends toward more male. Sometimes, like the above example shows, the women forget and go total womanese. When women speak, the feelings often overlap. Before they are finished with one feeling, another offers another. They lap up each other's feelings. This is the girliness that disgusts guys. But I'm a brave Pook, and I attempted to participate in the all-girl womanese fest. I had to know my womanese both language-wise and ensemble-wise. I kept trying to feel everything she was emitting. It is another universe. A guy overheard me, pointed to me, and went, gay. Pook is gay. I knew it. Ha ha. Try it out and see if you have similar results. Solution to womanese: it is helpful to know your womanese. But speaking it back to them. No, you have to be female for that. D'Angelo understands, but he never specified it. A girl would take his hand, her womanese is saying I like you, and he would say oh really? When she took his hand. If a woman starts touching you, she is actually saying, I like you. You can smile, touch her back, or whatever. Get out of your mind all these hidden signals and look at women in the context of feelings. She will try to feel you and throw feelings at you. If she compliments you, "Oh Pook, you are such a smart Pookish guy," she is saying nothing. She is just throwing a feeling at you. So why do most men fail when talking with women? It is because they are using words, not feelings. You do not talk to chicks, you express feelings. Think of a baby. The baby doesn't know what you are saying. The baby only cares about your tone of voice. You could say in a babyish voice, "Armageddon is going to fry us all today." And the baby will smile in glee, not because of the tone but because of the feeling the tone rides on. So what solution is there to womanese? Since womanese is the process of feelings, all you have to do is emit feelings. In other words, focus on the joy in yourself and let it seep out. Stop dividing yourself from your emotions. If you're happy, let yourself be happy. The women will smell it and love you. The nice guy protests this post. But I keep telling them my emotions. And look at where that has gotten me. Oh, you pernicious emotional slut. Just as guys don't exactly respect the women who just sleep with whomever and wherever, sluts, women don't exactly respect the guy who vomits his feelings to all the women all the time, emotional sluts, that is nice guy. The nice guy kept trying to express his emotions through our language. Flowers, poetry, declarations of love, and so on. The player kept trying to create interest by doing things like keno, mirroring, eliciting values, and so on. He is just trying to get her to feel something and put a mirror to it, so it reflects to her. The player is providing mental masturbation in hopes she uses him as a boy toy for physical masturbation. But the Don Juan is already full of joy and the emotions carry over to the women via womanese. Remember, what you feel, she feels. She will always be trying to feel you. If you feel frustrated, she feels frustrated. If you feel despair, she feels despair. If you feel happy, she feels happy. If you feel playful, she feels playful. If you feel horny, well, it has been shown that male lust turns women on. This is why the focus must be on you. As you think, you shall become. But as you feel, so shall she feel. Women cannot love a wall, so they want to knock it down. So connect. Get that feeling of joy in your world and let it out. Let it live in your walk. Let it live in your speech, let it live in your eyes. The sexiest thing a man can do is smile. But smile not with just your lips, smile with your eyes, smile in your walk, smile with your talk. Live in fragments no longer. Throw your mental prison off. Connect your emotions and the world, your dreams today, and the beast and the monk, robbed of the isolation that is life to either, will die. The title of this post is, "More on You Must Be Gay." Here is the post. Deep Dish said, "Women having gay friends is like whites having black friends, something of which we can use to say we have a balanced set of friends. Also, gays tend to be very intelligent, well-spoken, well-dressed, very sensitive and open with their emotions, and pay attention to details, for example listen. Giovanni Casanova once made a thread about gay guys having women strip in front of them all the time and even begging for sex. Giovanni was onto something. You don't have to be gay or have a lisp, but if you seem gay, as in having the listed traits associated with gays, and when confronted with "Are you gay?" give an ambiguous answer, "Well, am I?" That can open up the world of women to you. Women who ask you "Are you gay?" are attracted to you and wonder why their femininity, which normally makes men cave, isn't enough for you. I'm in that world that gays get to be in with women. Yes, they have stripped for me and all. I just laugh at them. Stupid girls. A big problem I have is wherever I go, like a class or work where I am there repeatedly, girls will begin thinking Pook is gay. Yes, it can mean that you are dressing too nicely. Sometimes I have my sexuality shinned too far and must lower it. Sometimes I swing back to AFC style just to shake it off. I like dressing nicely. I feel better and everyone takes me more seriously, and girls stare, But when the gay thing comes up, and it does almost all the time now, I ask the girls playfully knowing the answer already, the one they won't admit to my face. Why do they keep thinking I'm gay? Well, you do dress nice. What has that got to do with it? People dress nice all the time. Fine. Next time I'll come in with my worst clothes ever. No, then you'll be called a homeless gay. And she laughs and rubs Pook. If girls ask if you are gay, remember the important thing, they are thinking of you in a sexual context. One of girls' favorite jokes is to tease a guy they like with another guy they like, pointing the two within a gay relationship. They just enjoy thinking about you in a sexual context. It is a victory. One problem I have now are guys thinking I am gay. Have I crossed the line? Am I now a flaming Pook? No, when I talk to them personally they respond. You will get this from guys in high school that seem obsessed with gayness and so insecure of their own masculinity, since they are still just kids. It's something I haven't seen talked much on this board, envy. The guys are envious. They hear the girls chatter, he must be gay. And think it seriously, because they want it to be true. They wish they were on these women's minds. They see how Pook has some special touch with the women, can talk to them with perfect ease, can play with them, etc. One guy's mouth fell open when a girl and I had a conversation completely in womanese. I've learned to speak it back to them. Truly gay guys start off in a denial about themselves and then date a whole bunch of women, sleep with them, to remove doubts about themselves. Alas, they realize they are not satisfied with women and admit they go for men. Perhaps there is a way to turn the tables on these women. Next time I see a hot woman who is not interested in me, I will declare, what? She doesn't want to have sex with me? She must be gay. And what can they say to that? The title of this post is, The Keys to the Don Juan. Here is the post. Gentlemen, welcome to Don Juan. There are 3 keys that unlock a series of locks, that is woman. Key 1, her sexuality and yours shall be embraced. You have acted thus far as non-sexual, going so far to suppress your sexuality. Why does she choose the jerk over the nice guy? It is not because she dislikes niceness. A woman would rather be with a male, no matter how tyrannical, over an androgynous, no matter how nice. You have not been dating but making friends. You do not need 25 female friends. You are so non-sexual that you do not initiate contact. You do not try to talk to a woman that leads them aroused. Heaven forbid that a woman might think that you want to bang her. Your passive and cautious talking with them, your posture, the way how you don't look at her since she might see the truth in your eyes, these are a few of the many ways you have been dodging not her sexuality but your OWN. Damn it, you are male. SHE is female. Sexuality is God's precious gift. It is nature's course. Why are you afraid? WHY? Key 2, fun shall be the focus. Why are you so serious? You are not to propose to her on the first date, 4th date, or 8th date. You are not to talk about your life story. From sex to the very first meeting, the focus must be on fun. You must get this soulmate, true love, and pedestal worship out of your head. Not that these things are necessarily bad, they poison everything at first. Fun is a powerful key. It is so powerful that female friends may become interested in you just solely because you are fun. On dates, focus not on what will go wrong, not on what will go right, not on the outcome but on the game. Even if the girl ends up being a loser, you still whine because you were focusing on the fun and not on the girl. And those that focus on the girl lose focus on the fun and, thus, lose the girl. Key 3, you are the prize to be won. Think she wants to be with me, rather than I want to be with her. Imagine girls are gravitating towards you in every way. Assume that she is interested in you. If she is not, assume that she will be. This will keep you from being disrespected, keep you from falling for a nude, keep you from sacrificing your life to her, and keep the focus on her winning you. You are the great catch. But it is not arrogance. This key unleashes a pleasant cockiness. Combine this with the fun key, and you have both cockiness and humor. These are the three obstacles, the three locks, that most guys have trouble with. They defy the first key by acting like sexual androids. They defy the second key by being consumed with their feelings and, on dates, seeing her as the fun rather than the date itself, and end up doing boring dates like going to the movies, going to dinner, etc., where they should be doing action dates like dancing, skating, bowling, rock climbing, etc. They defy the third key by seeing the woman as the trophy, as the goal, and, by such, all their actions revolve round her as she is the focus and axis of their desires. Here we find gifts, poetry, chocolate, 10 phone calls a day, and so on being thrown at the girl. He sees her as a goddess, so she begins to think herself one. Then she dumps him and goes for the guy that treats her roughly, in hopes that he will see her as a goddess. Women have a series of locks. These three keys of Don Juan can unlock most if not all. So dream no more, gentlemen. Dream no more. The night has passed. A dawn of new life is upon you. So wear not the past of dreadful woes. Let them go. And may you be full of joy and life. And prepare yourself. For your dreams with women are about to come true. The title of this post is, Toward Manhood. Here is the post. Ever since Eve at that critical moment screamed, "Be a man," we have the duty, the pride, the honor, no, the pleasure of being a man. But, alas, many males have become ashamed of the passions that are natural and reasonable and have become proud of those that are shameful and silly. Your grandparents and ancestors called him the dupe, others called him the sap. We know him only as nice guy. The plague of feminism has castrated the male mind. Masculinity, noble, wise, triumphant, essential to civilization, is damned as decadence. The key to success in dating and with women in general is not finding out how a woman's mind works. To the contrary, the secret is finding out how a man's mind works and being not a nice guy, not a jerk, not some male, but a man. Come here, my feminists, and lay your charges against mankind. The dragon ladies shriek. Masculinity is accused of the following. He has looked upon women as forms of meat to be sexually consumed. He has created a patriarchy to tower above women socially. He has used his brute force to treat women entirely as property to be traded, bargained, and seen as a trophy. He has kept women from earning as much money as he. He has forced women to wear different clothes, to wear makeup, to decorate ourselves, all for his pleasure. He has done the above for centuries and will continue to do so forever, so unless we stop mankind now. But ladies, so bitter and cold, are you not aware that you persist on a path for certain unhappiness and destruction? You damn masculinity but then wonder why real men disappeared. You catapult your first thought toward the mirage of being female without feeling the sexual tension, nature herself, but then merely toss the second thought as wondering why that nice guy, that desexualized male, is not exciting you. O pernicious women! I do hereby say and enunciate that every charge feminism has made against masculinity is what femininity is guilty of. It is women who desire to be coveted by the masculine eye. Women go off to clubs and other events precisely to be ogled and looked upon. These women return home sexually satisfied. For many women the conquest of the mind is enough. It is women who forced men to be the leaders, the chargers, the arrows that pierce and split the oncoming waves of nature and time, sheltering women and community. It is women who look upon man as one looks upon a plow horse, for what does true love have to do with career, financial status, protection, and ambition? Women do not merely marry the man but the man's career, the man's fame, and the man's success. She adopts his name as she adopts his ego, his property of life. It is women who have kept men from earning what they should, sucking, leeching, and draining from man's reserves, financially, physically, and egotistically. It is women who initiate the treatment of their bodies like a fresh ornament, painting their faces with reds and purples, the colors of sexual stimulation, and showing off their body through clothing to stimulate sexual thought. Unlike all the animals of our distracted globe, the human female must decorate herself. The male creatures give beauty to the world, showing off their colorful feathers, reveling in their protection and work. However, women must give men incentive to mate. Women have done this for centuries and will continue to do so, now under the premise of being a victim to man's dirty thoughts. Yet, women are entirely sexual. It is women who create the sexual actions, men is there for the ride. In every epoch of history, there arises an armada of feminist vultures to come tear and pick at the soul of man for the fiery gift of civilization. Every civilization's decline is when masculinity is in retreat. O masculinity! We have seen you persecuted by laws, mocked at the courts, shunned by the university, nagged into servitude, chased from education, jeered at by the powers that be, insulted by intelligentsia, laughed at by women, and betrayed by your most trusted guardians, males. For if you are forgotten now in this last era, what help is there for the dignity of man and the youth that follows? Decadence, thy name is woman. Let us reverse the trend. What a day it will be when men proudly wear the crown of masculinity that our flesh is heir to. Sisyphus disease from the shocks and snaps that is the hysterical shrill known as feminism comes the manufactured guilt impregnated into males. The most awful curse ever to be inflicted on men. What horror this curse is! For before you is the bounty of heaven, paradise in your grasp, yet every step you take plunges you into the depths of humiliating torturing hell. The more you pursue the women desired, the more you end up driving them away. The more steps you take to end loneliness, the greater loneliness becomes. What is this curse? It is the Sisyphus. In the realm of Greek mythology, Sisyphus was condemned to roll a stone up a hill. Yet, for poor Sisyphus, the rock would always roll back down. The more he pursued for his goal, the more he encountered defeat. Just as in today, the nice guys see the paradise in the woman they are attracted to, a dream in flesh. They pursue their goal and roll up their rock of phone calls, intimacy, and affection. But, for the poor nice guy, the harder they push that rock, the harder it falls on them. The more they pursue, the more she flees. The more they declare their love, the more she vanishes forever, leaving the nice guys with cold hard pain. But I have dodged your Sisyphus, an old romantic will say. I have found my girl. We are to be soon wedded. Alas, for Sisyphus strikes at its worst in marriage. I'll say it again, Sisyphus strikes at its worst in marriage. Sisyphus makes sissies of us all. The married nice guy, sissy, faces the hardest consequences. By failing to be a man, you become not a father but a substitute mother. No wonder divorces are widespread and constant. No wonder lesbianism is on the increase. If males act feminine, then what are women to respond to? Sisyphus is resisting women not by negligence but by your pursuit, not by your lack of romantic sense but because of your romantic sense. Humans have been formed with a social form along with a physical form. If there is a breakdown in the physical form, such as the immune system, diseases are caught, flu, fever, etc. In just the same way, if there is a breakdown in the social system, diseases are caught, loneliness, despair, aimlessness, purpose, passion, persistence, in other words, strength, nobility, mastery. This is man. Masculinity is uninfluenced by his environments, physically and socially, while femininity is influenced completely by the environment, physically and socially. Sisyphus disrupts masculinity and places feminine characteristics into the male. Physically, Sisyphus will not adventure, risk, and ultimately surmount his surroundings. Socially, Sisyphus will shrink, become a wallflower, become agreeable with everything and everyone, and ultimately bend to the environment, submitting rather than dominating. The symptoms are broken dates, disrespect, being blown off, in other words unrequited love. The root of the symptoms is the breakdown of this social form. Sisyphus, with the plagued individual, is identified as the nice guy. A woman's fantasy is that her beauty and charm will ensnare great men, the politicians, the lawyers, the firemen, the doctors, in other words, winning the men who can have any woman. A man's fantasy is that his will and strength can overcome any obstacle heroically. You could even say that femininity is matter over mind while masculinity is mind over matter. Does this sound like you? I called her every day. Why is she blowing me off? I confessed my feelings for her. Why is she avoiding me? We used to talk about everything all the time. I never felt closer to anyone, so I decided to go for her. Now she's saying we should just be friends. What does that mean? Poor souls. They are caught within the awful cycle known as the nice guy, known as the Sisyphus. They fall in love with a woman and end up driving her away. Are you lonely? Do you feel as if you're going to be single all your life? Do all the women you find attractive fly away from you while all the women you don't find attractive gravitate towards you? Do you feel as if you've lost the lottery of life? Are you jealous of other guys, especially jerks, in their ability to win the passion of women? All these are symptoms of Sisyphus. They can all be cured. Destiny of nice guy towards manhood. And this is acknowledged as a complete and utter blank in the mind of nice guy. Oh, nice guys. They cannot be heroes, cannot be leaders, cannot be warriors, and therefore cannot be Don Juans. Stripped of masculinity, void of manly courage, the nice guy is a male that teeters and totters with the waves of his environment. He is not a captain. He has no sail. Listen, we can hear him. The fish will come to the ship instead of the ship to the fish. How sure he thinks he is. How clear his future appears. But his nets are empty. Wait, there is something. By merely drifting, the nice guy ship snagged some haggardly rot. Does this strike awareness in the nice guy to make course? No, for the nice guy declares the stars are aligned that the particular fish, the one, shall meet my merry nets. But, alas, the fish see him waving his nets around, fleeing faster than ever. His nets are still empty. Wait, the nets are not completely empty. The haggardly rot is within. We must accept our fate, he says, and settles for the strange fish, or damaged fish, that have swam into his nets. Never realizing his potential as a captain, never realizing his genius for sailing and the joys and thrills that come with it, the nice guy yields to mediocrity. Why does the nice guy stay mediocre? Because he is told that someone will love him for how he is. How destructive is this statement? What an obstacle it is to success. For it makes it seem that all values are relative, and, thus, making him blind to his mediocrity. Look! A storm is approaching. And off goes the nice guy, sailing away scared and frightened. Smooth seas never made successful sailors. The nice guy is the great fisherman who fishes in the docks. Towards manhood. For the nice guy's proper name should be soft male. Molded by convention, sculpted by reaction, altered by fear, the soft male's destiny is to crash and burn repeatedly until someone he likes does like him back. If she does not flee, if she is as desperate as he is, then they unite with both of them saying, "Thank goodness that is over." The dating game. The threshold of joy. The pinnacle of exhilaration. The zest of life's rattling dice. These are seen as the pain, chores, and joyless motions to the soft males. Life is not the focus, the avoidance of pain is. Scoundrel nice guy habit. His chains are too weak for us to feel until they are too strong for us to break. But it was not women who forged those chains, it is ourselves. You can hear them clanking throughout childhood. The hardest lesson to realize is that we are the creator and mastermind of our failure. Your competition is yourself. When you can conquer yourself, you can conquer everything. It is not so much that the truth of women hurts, the shock is recovered with success. No, the lies we have all believed leave the scar. Remember, the first feminist was Adam, who didn't have the spine to tell Eve, no. Masculinity must be secured and nourished, or all civilization falls. This is an extreme exaggeration. Is it? Take any civilization and look at its collapse. Masculinity is always in retreat at the latter stages. Look at the Ottoman Empire. After Suleiman, the sultans became mediocre, even mentally retarded. It all started with one sultan who became so infatuated with a Ukrainian woman that he would do anything for her. Does this sound familiar? She wanted her son, obviously born not by him, to be sultan. He transported the lad into the empire, and put him in line to be sultan. He would do anything to please her. Does this sound like something you may have done? The effects of the following mediocrity were not immediately seen. But for several decades in the first half of the 17th century, the women exercised such influence that the period is called the Sultanate of the Women. And so the great and vast Ottoman Empire collapsed, not because of women, but because of the betrayal to masculinity, towards manhood. And there sits our nice guy waiting for the one to come. Opportunity will not knock, therefore, make the door. For the beauty of successful people is that they do what unsuccessful people dare not to do. On masculinity at the latest Pook fiesta, I gathered the women. Ladies, how do you know confidence? Their cat-like eyes glowing, they answer with a slippery tongue. Confidence is what makes others give him respect. Confidence is what makes me feel feminine. Confidence is what makes me feel comfortable. What answers are these? What replies these women give? Confidence. What is it? Where is it? What should it do? All that I know is that it is the most mysterious, most invoked, most advised trait to have. Be confident. But what is it? And why do women want it so badly? Why don't they make it for themselves? Oh, pardon me, women, who nothing stops, not even contradictions. You women seem to have discovered some magical element known as confidence and look upon it as the giver of all things. Confidence. It has food for all your female appetites, calm for all your feminine nerves, direction for your missions, protection against your worries, honor against your immoralities, stability for your wavering, integrity for your shamelessness, rhythm to your boringness, advice for your endless perplexities, truths to your errors, values to your vacuums, which provides for all your needs, foresees all your desires, satisfies all your curiosities, amends your faults, and exempts you, ladies, from the need of foresight, prudence, judgment, sagacity, experience, honor, courage, and industry. How much you expect from a man? Your desires are unlimited, so your definitions are unlimited. As a man, I look upon this rare jewel, this diamond that women so frequently petition me to share, this confidence with a smirking air. I hold it to the light of truth, and then confidence splits into three, the past, present, and future, or better to say initiator, consequences, and purpose, the names of courage, professionalism, and altruism. I draft three women, you, and you. Since we know that women want different things, we shall split them in three as well. Some women want to find someone to marry, that is you. Some women want to sleep with, to shag, that is you. Then there are women who are just looking for friendship, yes, you. From the different spectrums of confidence, from the 8 mixes of courage, professionalism, and altruism, we will see where you stand and what this marvel confidence is and the composition of a true man. Courage, professionalism, and altruism. Mix and match, mix and match. What types of men shall we make with them? Let us start with one that is opposite of the 3 values of confidence: non-altruist, non-brave, voluntary. Henry works for a supermarket chain as an administrator. He plays golf, goes to concerts, and explores the internet. Rate women. Out of all 8, where does he stand? Quote, 1 night stand or affair, 8th long-term relationship, 8th friendship, 8th. Ouch. What a loser. Oh, but let us shuffle the deck again. Here we go. Prepare thyself, ladies. Altruist, non-brave, voluntary. Dennis lives next door to his elderly grandmother. He works in computing and gives dinner parties for friends. Lives right next door to Granny. What a nice guy. Rate, ladies, rate. 1 night stand or affair, 6th long-term relationship, 7th friendship, 7th. Even as desired to be a friend, the nice guy fails. Let me move the shells around again. Ah, that's it. Here we go, ladies. Altruist, non-brave, professional. Charles enjoys caring for people. He is a nurse, but is considering training to be a counselor because he thinks the prospects might be better. He is learning to play the clarinet, but does not practice as much as he should because he worries about the neighbors. He worries about the neighbors. What a sissy. But he is an altruistic and professional sissy. It is judgment day for Charles. Rate him, my ladies. 1 night stand or affair, 7th long-term relationship, 6th friendship, 5th. Ah, as you can see, feminine males do not get laid. Oh, do not get angry with me, ladies. I am not creating just wimps. We are going through the spectrum of all the guys out there. Brace yourself, girls. Non-altruist, brave, voluntary. Frank likes to be outdoors. He is attracted by danger and spends weekends and holidays rock climbing. He is not professional, he is not caring, he is a male bimbo. But he is brave. Women. What say you? 1 night stand or affair, 3rd long-term relationship, 5th friendship, 5th. Notice how the 1 night stand potential spiked. Ready, ladies? Here we go. Non-altruist, non-brave, professional. George lives and works in the city as a financial advisor and has a wide circle of acquaintances. When not working, he likes going to the theater, restaurants and wine bars. Women love status. Ladies, rate the George. 1 night stand or affair, 4th long-term relationship, 4th friendship, 4th. See? Career success isn't a guarantee to get you women. More. Non-altruist, brave, professional. Edward is an action man and throws himself into his work. He used to be a steeplejack, but is now a deep-sea diver. When not working, he goes jet skiing and plays tennis. Ladies, he plays tennis. He jet skis. He is a deep-sea diver. Oh, rate, ladies, rate. 1 night stand or affair, 2nd long-term relationship, 3rd friendship, 3rd. Hoo-ha. The Edward man scores a 2nd with the horny chick and does quite well with the rest. This is a major blow to nice guism. Women prefer a brave and professional man before your altruism, before your niceness. Here we go, girls. Altruist, brave, voluntary. Bill is quiet and capable. He is always ready to lend a hand, but is unobtrusive. He works as a mechanic and is a key member of the local lifeboat crew. He is everything except in status. How fares this, my lovely ladies? 1 night stand or affair, 5th long-term relationship, 2nd friendship, 2nd. Good going, Bill. His status affects his 1 night stand potential, but the rest see him as a great guy. Now on to the 8th combination of the 3 elements of confidence. Altruistic, brave, professional. Alec is reliable in a crisis. He is always getting into and out of dangerous situations, usually for others. He is a fireman and has an award for bravery. His favorite pastimes include going to the cinema. Behold. Rating by women, 1 night stand or affair, 1st long-term relationship, 1st friendship, 1st. Courage is the essence of masculinity. It is the initiator resulting in some form of professionalism. From then, it spirals out into a general good, a type of altruism. This is not to mean that we all rush out and become firemen. This study from the University of Liverpool illustrates the particular characteristics women respond to. Thank you, ladies. Pook gives them a kiss and then some. You three were most helpful. The man who can be relied on in a crisis, who usually puts himself into danger helping others, this is the ideal man. The ladies shout, oh yes, quiet, women. Your part is over. Notice that the professional and brave, but not caring, character of James Bond mold also does very well, especially for the one-night stands. Literature, legend, and popular culture are dominated by heroes, not Mr. Nice Guy. The point is that females value bravery above niceness when selecting men for marriage, affair, or a platonic relationship. Remember the movie Gladiator? The film is, by no means, a chick flick. It has gore. It has guts. It has politics. It has death and destruction. It has fighting and slashing. There is no romance. There are no love dances going on. So why do women consistently love this movie and the character of Maximus in particular? The answer is that Maximus was a man who did everything to protect his family and society as it costs his life in the end. The tale of Maximus is mirrored by the play of Cato. In the play, Cato wins victory and then retires as farmer. This play was watched over and over again by one George Washington. At dances, women would burn their dance cards just to get one dance with General Washington. But we all cannot save the Republic. Look within your own life. Remember the movie Groundhog Day? Remember how he tries to get into a certain lady's pants through every trick he can but fails even though he has eternity on his side? At the end, he improves himself in every aspect, and she catches him. About a decade ago, a husband and wife were swimming off the coast of Australia. Then, alas, appears a shark. It headed for the woman. The husband put himself before her and hit the shark. He did not do brilliant commentary on the shark. He did not tell the shark of his trophies and academic winnings. He just punched the shark and did it again and again. The wife was able to slip away. The husband, alas, was lost. Whatever may be said, it is certain that he was a man. It is heroism, a love that is above life. Towards manhood. Come now, gentlemen, and gather around this pool of ashes, the remnants of all great men. Let us light the fire within and let it be the oracle for our post. SHH. Hear that? They are giving their advice. Listen. The only dreams that are impossible are the ones that are not pursued. Dream. 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 Listen. What? You say that you have a full weight of bad experiences on your shoulders? Shrug and live through imagination, not through history. Hear them. What? You are scared of risk? Imagine your emancipated spirit looking at your life. Doesn't it seem ridiculous to look at these risks as if they were real? What if you took the courage that one time? What if you stepped up to the challenge that other time? A life without risk is no life at all. Like a meteor, despite our lives being so brief, there is that trail of fire, the flash is all. For to win without risk is to win without glory. Listen. What? You are waiting for a woman, a girlfriend, to come and push you to where you need to go? You need a woman to complete you? What a poor relationship that would make. The purpose is not to have it complete you but for you to share your completeness. Towards manhood, the fault is not in the women but in ourselves that we have failed to be men. For if you always think the way you are, you will always do the things you did. Thus, change comes with how you think. If you do not control the way you think, someone else will. By mind, action becomes winged. The mindset is the trigger. It creates an energy that dazzles and dizzies reality surrounding you. Women get drawn in as does general success. But don't take my word for it. Every great man has realized and harnessed the power that is the mind. Listen. Speak, spirits, speak. Lock. A sound mind in a sound body is a short but full description of a happy state in this world. Lincoln. Always bear in mind that your own resolution to success is more important than any other one thing. Dickens. Minds, like bodies, will often fall into a pimpled, ill-conditioned state from mere excess of comfort. Pasteur. Chance favors the prepared mind. Bacon. Seek ye first the good things of the mind, and the rest will either be supplied or its loss will not be felt. Leonardo da Vinci. Patience serves as a protection against wrongs as clothes do against cold. For if you put on more clothes as the cold increases, it will have no power to hurt you. So in like manner you must grow in patience when you meet with great wrongs, and they will then be powerless to vex your mind. Onward, spirits. Speak thy truth. Descartes. It is not enough to have a good mind. The main thing is to use it well. Roosevelt. Men are not prisoners of fate, but only prisoners of their own minds. Horace. In adversity remember to keep an even mind. Leonardo da Vinci again. Iron rusts from disuse, stagnant water loses its purity and in cold weather becomes frozen, even so does inaction sap the vigor of the mind. Shakespeare. I, thus neglecting worldly ends, all dedicated / to closeness and the bettering of my mind. MLK Jr. A nation or civilization that continues to produce soft-minded men purchases its own spiritual death on an installment plan. Oh speak, perturbed spirits. Speak. Cicero. A mental stain can neither be blotted out by the passage of time nor washed away by any waters. Hawks. The only inequalities that matter begin in the mind. Holmes. The mind, once expanded to the dimensions of larger ideas, never returns to its original size. Jefferson. Bodily decay is gloomy in prospect, but of all human contemplations the most abhorrent is body without mind. Virgil. The spirit within nourishes, and mind instilled throughout, the living parts activates their whole mass and mingles with the vast frame. Ovid. Happy is the man who has broken the chains which hurt the mind, and has given up worrying once and for all. Heaven and earth, let them be heard. Spencer. It is the mind that maketh good or ill, that maketh wretch or happy, rich or poor. Shakespeare again. It is the mind that makes the body rich, and as the sun breaks through the darkest clouds, so on appeareth in the meanest habit. Cato. If you are ruled by mind you are a king, if by body, a slave. Webster. Mind is the great lever of all things. There is a story that a friend told me that I, in turn, wish to depart with you. A sensible woman traveled to a village of fools in which a young boy was raised. A crowd of females, both women and nice guys, gathered around him with various objects, whips, ropes, and stones. One said, "Look at how fast and strong he is. He makes the others feel weak. Let us tie stones around his body to slow him down." Another said, "Look at how sure he moves through the world. Let us whip him to make him realize that the world yields to others, not to him." A third said, "Look at how successful and resourceful he is. Let us tie him up with ropes and spread his fruits to others." A fourth said, "Look at how he stands tall and straight, almost as if he were a demigod. Let us place stones on his head to weigh him down to earth." And yet, a fifth said, "Look at that attitude of superiority. Let us hoist him into the air with ropes, tie the whip around his neck, and weigh it down with stones to squeeze the bloody attitude with a hanging." "Stop!" cries the woman. "What nature has done is well made. The boy is endowed with the gifts whose fruits we depend on. Do not pretend to correct nature. The superior physical strength, the confidence, the resourcefulness, the idealism, and the egoism, let these natural traits grow and blossom to the beauty that is man." Then, in Shakespearean tongue, this woman cried, "For what a piece of work is a man! How noble in reason! How infinite in faculty! How in form and grace, how expressed and admirable! How in action, how like an angel! How in contemplation, how like a god! the beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. Nature has given us all that is necessary to accomplish our destinies. It has provided a social form as well as a human form. And these masculine traits are so constituted that they develop themselves through the clean and unpolluted mind, free of feminist-imposed guilt, developing themselves harmoniously in your best pursuit. Away then with feminists and guilt-felt males. Away with their stones of sensitivity programs to tie us down. Away with their whips of laws. Away with their ropes and bindings of legalities that shuffle our success and wealth to women. Away with the stones of guilt that push us to pessimism. Away with the hanging of annihilation whose executor's hand is but our own. Towards manhood. And through it, let men be men and the light of life shall shine again into the world. Towards manhood. And let us never deceive ourselves again. Let Eve cry all she wants. Let the feminists, turning ever which way, prattle and rattle their flaming sword of devilish tongue. For we have reclaimed paradise. The title of this post is, Women Initiating Dates. Here is the post. Hidden, thanks for sharing with all the details. I know that took an effort to write and it's hard looking back at such a bad time when all you want to do is forget about it and move on. I am finding myself in a similar situation. The girl was hitting on me very very hard, yet I turned her down, ha. But I admit, I was very very flattered. What bigger boost is there to the ego than a chick hitting on you hard? We've been playing lots of phone tag. I've noticed that infatuation has creeped up on me. Most guys on this forum are, or were, nice guys. Spot infatuation as soon as it begins. It is important to see infatuation before you mistake it as love. This is what makes puppies out of nice guys. I'm willing to walk away at the drop of the hat. I know she's not worth it. But I'll play along for now, let the clock tick, and see what happens. Women seem to be very patient in letting the clock tick is one of the best things I've found so far. Anti-Dump is semi-right that a woman will not find it interesting if she initiates the date/meeting/etc. but the woman wouldn't initiate it if she didn't want it. But that brings us to a contradiction. After all, wouldn't we find it boring to initiate a date/meeting/etc.? Of course, this isn't true. So if men do not get bored with initiating a date/meeting/etc. then why would a woman? I think Anti-Dump has missed something here. Women use sex to get relationships, men use relationships to get sex. That is how the sexes are wired. The latter demands reproduction, the former demands nurturing. Both are essential to the continuance of the species. If you were to find out that the woman you were dating was a slut and easy, you would quickly stop dating her. Unless you plan to use her, but that's a whole different story. Now let's say you are female. You find out that the guy you were dating is easy emotionally and becomes instantly infatuated with you, that is nice guy. You would quickly stop dating him, unless you plan to use him and milk him of his money, etc. But that's also a whole different story. Just because a woman initiates the contact doesn't mean it's uninteresting to her. Hell, she wants it to happen, or else why go through the trouble? What is important to remember that us guys will take that initialization of contact and turn it into infatuation. Whoa! She's asking me out. Man, I'm killer stuff. She must really like me. The reaction is that we guys become flattered and become very easy emotionally for them. The point is not that the initialization done by the woman that makes the man uninteresting, but the man surrendering emotionally to the women that initiates it. Any thoughts on this? The title of this post is, On Marriage and Why Some of the Marriages Fail. Here is the post. The problem is not marriage, it is the woman you marry. Be picky. Figure out yourself and what you want and go get it. Aim for similar life views. Many kids in college aren't doing this, and we know what happens to them. Often, the woman gets married too young. All her girlfriends are going to parties, having fun, and she is stuck with a husband and duties. Oh, If she could only have fun. There is a feminine mindset, in both men and women, but most frequently in women, that marriage is a great achievement, as if they are the only ones doing it. A woman considers that her getting married means she is being successful, she is moving up that female aristocracy ladder. Now she gets to have a wedding and be princess for a day. The guy marries because he is tired. So tired. He cannot stand being single and cannot endure trials of life. He jumps at it as an armadillo does in front of my car when I flatten it. Be a man. Be independent. Follow the passion of divinity within you to satisfy your ambition and idealism. Many guys cannot do this. They think like women and so die never being men. The divorce rate was highest during World War II, yes, that greatest generation. Society is not changing, we share more things with the past than we would dare admit. Who invented marriage? I have to disagree with Jake Steed on this one. First time for everything. Men created the institution of marriage. It is common to think of weddings and marriages as one of the same. But they are separate and have different origins. The wedding is merely a societal event, a celebration. It was to be more of a community event. Remember how closely knit communities were back then, how the community was all. To say that women invented weddings, I would agree. But marriage? No. Women are entirely sexual creatures. Turning from this present widening gyre, the falcon can no longer hear the falconer. The feminists have sought revolution, but women cannot create revolution, only chaos. Thus, anarchy has been unleashed unto the world. The unfaithfulness of women is nothing new. Simply read the introduction to Arabian Nights. The Sultan, realizing the unfaithfulness of all women, decides to sleep with one per night and kill her the next day. The savior of women comes and tells stories to the Sultan. He doesn't kill her because he wants to know how the story ends. Thus, women survive through the stories. We make the stories, our idealizations, and all makes tales of the woman. Dante turns Petrus into the Divine Comedy. A poet turns a woman into poetry. A painter, paintings. And so on. But the point is that women, being entirely sexual, are locked within a prism of society. They would freely sleep with any guy of their fancy, but the slut and reputation factor all come in. Thanks to this, women are bounded. Men created marriage to bind the woman to her. The deeper you go in the religions and ancient philosophies, one will be struck by the miscnomy. But there is truth in it. No. Women created marriage to tie up the man. Women wouldn't need marriage. They have sex to use. And what do women want? Either they want pleasure or they want to be a mother. Marriage has nothing to do with either. Women can leash guys just through sex. Thus, many women do not see marriage, they merely see the wedding. When you start to talk to her about the marriage/relationship, she will start talking to you about the wedding. It is women more than men who cheat, though, to be fair, this might be because they have more opportunities. It is women more than men who initiate divorce. Many women can't stand it. Monogamy is more against their instincts than ours. No one would deny institutions like the state, science, and all are male created. But so is marriage. Women are like the centaurs, they ride the beast through this world. They must be bounded. Societal marriage. The legal laws concerning marriage nowadays are awful and need to change immediately. But let us not confuse legal marriage with the societal marriage. Legal marriage is whatever the government says. Societal marriage comes from the community, a public face on the union. In older times, religious laws, that formed the community, would of course be used to lawfully wed the couple. If you found a woman that you love and all, stay with her and all, that is, basically, marriage. Legally it may not be, but it is marriage. Do not confuse the legal problems with marriage itself. Having a life partner can be very rewarding. Saying I won't get married but will have a life partner, you mean I won't get the government's legal clause into me, but I will have a life partner, to marry. used in the oldest sense. You guys wouldn't be happy just going from one chick to another forever. Remember, you do not live to Don Juan, you Don Juan to live. The title of this post is, How to Get a Pook to Shut Up. Here is the post. The forum cries out, OMG, this is the best thread title ever. Someone related to espionage told me this: we are most vulnerable at 2 points in our lives. First, it is when we are without a life mate. Second, is when we have lost our financial footing. He told me that spies and all find these two weaknesses in human nature the easiest and most common to exploit. The experience of being a nice guy or AFC should have wakened you up to the reality of how easy it is to be exploited of the first weakness. It is not just those girls who walked over you that was in the exploiting. It is also the marketing. Wear this and all the ladies will love you. The movies. OMG, that young actress is so hot. Who cares the movie sucks or she can't act? Music. La 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 la, I sing of my heart's loneliness, la 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 la. Clubs, bars, designer clothes, sports cars, all the people behind it are pressuring your weak point there. How to solve this weak point? 1. Be comfortable and confident to go get any girl at any time no matter your financial, material situation. 2. Know what you truly want in life, have a purpose or a passion, which is a stronger tether to keep you from being pulled by exploiters. 3. Be able to say no to any girl and don't take crap from anyone. 4. Create an identity that doesn't depend on women or female approval. Father, husband, boyfriend, player, all are insignificant since they depend on women to exist. 5. Keep investing time in yourself. Don't shit your entire youth chasing girls. The second weakness is much softer than the other one. The issue of money is very important. It will be a dominant issue in your life. Probably even more so than women. How do people exploit those who have little to no financial footing? Let us count the ways. By big corporations promising you a career to climb the corporate ladder for the rest of your life with 401k retirements and all. What they do not say is that there is no job security today. And those GM/Ford/airline/etc. workers who were promised pension retirements? Their pension funds keep getting slashed, so they have to go back to work. Do you really think the 401ks and mutual funds will be as secure? By banks offering you a house. Your house is an asset, they say. Yes, it is true. But your house is an asset to the bank. Even if you pay off your house, your payments will probably increase due to property taxes and other costs. You really believe you own your house? Try not paying your property taxes and you will find out who truly owns your house. By Wall Street saying, invest for the long term. Diversify, diversify, diversify. Does Warren Buffett diversify? What about Bill Gates? Keep control of your money, don't just hand it over to fund managers. By politicians saying, we will fix your pension problem to let us lower taxes to let us raise taxes on the rich. Politicians are very wealthy and they did not earn their wealth through income. There is no wealth tax. But there is an income tax because they don't want you to be wealthy. If everyone was financially secure, what role would a politician have? Most political issues are financial is not because of coincidence. From college loans, to overseas jobs, to layoffs, to social security, to health care, on and on and on, they are all targeting your financial weak spot. The cure from being financially exploited is, 1. Become financially literate, know how to read a financial statement. Everyone needs to know how to do this. You will be dealing with money your entire life. You will realize there are two constants in life, one is for you to make money. And second is for everyone to want your money. Everyone, 2, keep open the option of investing or making a business, you do not have to. But we become stronger when we have more options, not less. If you feel yourself incapable of breaking out and starting a business or investment, You will be enslaved to employers for the rest of your life. Just keep the options open. 3. Do what you want, do not follow the way. What is the way? The way is college, greater than good job, greater than marriage, greater than big house, greater than vacations, greater than kids, greater than save for kids' college, greater than retire. You do not have to get married and do any of that. There is no formula for life. Never trust anyone who tells you that should consider yourself lucky even if you feel unhappy in your job, wife, girl, or house. Do all the above in italics and I will die a happy Pook. There is a reason why they call the financial world a dog-eat-dog world. Who is eating whom? Also, consider those nature shows of one sex devouring another. Humans are capable of it as well. There is a reason why young men turn into a big fat bald old man by the time they are 30 or 40. Healthiness of soul is healthiness of life. The title of this post is, Finance, Traits of Successful People I've Met. Here is the post. I've met my share of millionaires and successful entrepreneurs. Is there something unique about their characters? Here's what I've observed. Every successful person I've met contains these two qualities. 1. They work very hard at what they do, and easily put in the time to do it. 2. They love what they do, so it doesn't seem like work. But let's look deeper than this, shall we? Trends. They seem to be very aware of trends. And I don't mean fashion trends. I mean demographic trends and technological trends. For example, Japan will be decreasing in population. America will be increasing in population. Understanding the trends mean investing in real estate in Japan may not be wise while investing in real estate in America might be wise. I have a friend who does nothing but notice as a new trend, build a good solid business in that trend, and sell the company for big bucks while that trend is hot. He then moves on to the next trend. Example, years and years ago, when handheld PCs were very much a novelty, he created a business in it and when the industry took off, he sold his business. He'll find the next trend, and start another business. Millionaire at 26. Not bad. Bill Gates made his fortune through trends. Altair, SP, was developing the first home PC and Gates called them to sell his operating system, which he hadn't even written. He ends up buying one from someone else and puts himself into the trend of operating systems for home PCs. What's also important about trends is realizing the bad trends. If you make a business in a bad trend, you can do everything right and have the market shrink into oblivion. I mean, you don't go selling horse and buggies when cars are coming from the assembly line. Communication money seems to be attracted to the communicators. I've never met any successful person who didn't have excellent communication skills. And I don't necessarily mean sales skills. What I think is at the heart of this skill is not how they say things or how energetic they are. Rather, it is an acute awareness of human nature. They know how the other person is thinking and shift their presentation to reflect it. This goes to making something the customers want to getting investors to invest in you. St. Augustine had a saying that the best way to win a debate is to know the opponent's position better than the opponent. Those who get the women also are the communicators. Failure. All these people failed. Oddly, most of them held bitter memories of being made fun of either in school or in their youth. I get the sense that they are trying to prove something to the world. These people were attracted to the benefits of their dream. They did not try to prevent mistakes. They tried to realize their vision. They didn't say, must analyze forever so there will be no mistakes. Time greater than money. Strangely, for many money wasn't their focus. Rather, it was doing what they love and maximizing it to its potential. Then the money came. Time is more valuable to them than money. You may get money from a rich guy, but it is very hard to get their time. Poor people will be trying to save on their purchases by driving all around town to save a few bucks. These people's mindsets would rather sacrifice the few bucks for the additional time it gives them. They did this even when they had no money. Share your observations of any successful person you've met. The title of this post is, Aphorisms. Here is the post. It all comes down to this choice: live your dreams or live other people's dreams. The bitterness of a poor quality woman is remembered far longer than the sweetness of how easy it was to get her. Keep your standards up. Aim high. The difference between successful people and unsuccessful people is this: the former invests his time while the latter spends his time. Most young people don't realize that they are at a golden moment to plant seeds of talent to harvest throughout their lives. Some think, when you get older, it gets harder. That's only if you spend rather than invest. If you invest your time, life keeps getting easier and more fun. The more divided a man is between his dream and self, the more he will point to how nice he is, how intellectual he is, and unceasingly inform us on how rotten the world is. Philosophy is the refuge for those who refuse to be flesh and blood. Who are the truly unhappy males? It is those who live for the women's desire. These include the nice guys, the players, and anyone who dresses, talks, and even puts their profession at what women want. These guys have no sense of self when a woman stands before them. Don Juaning works best when you don't think about it too much. Unlimited opportunities with women are just as frustrating as no opportunities. The nice guy and the lady killer will end up with the same frustration. The only cure is to create your own world, your own standards, your own life, and bring women into your world, rather than be sucked into their world. When you see a metrosexual, call him princess. That is the correct name for such creatures. Men and women fail in their relationships usually because they think they ought to act in some type of way to gain the other person's favor. It never works. And even if it did work, you still aren't compatible. It shows that the person is scared of their own world or lack of one. Some people think women are weak and stupid. I disagree strongly, and, you know what, so do you. The reason why there is a forum is precisely because women were stronger than we thought. The fulfillment of your own sexuality is nothing less than your battle for existence. Consistency is the most important thing to success. In anything. Some say, pooh-pooh. I only asked out one girl this week. I come to this board and hear a guy asking out 100 chicks. Stop it. It is more important to make it a habit. Any fool can go talk to 100 chicks in a week, such as at a large gathering or something. But very few can keep it consistent. Even if you ask out one girl a week, that is 52 girls in a year. That is more girls asked out in a year than most guys ask out in a lifetime. The consistency is all. There is no method except yourself. Women occupy a place, in thought and action, which is unique and essential to man and the world. Why on earth would they reject the precious gifts nature has given them to imitate models of male domination? The genius of every woman is to love, to protect and nourish the lives entrusted to her, and to support the full development of life in others. Ignoring the truth of sexuality is ignoring the truth of life. Break sexuality's cycle and so end up in a life of utter collapse. Dreams are more powerful than facts. Imagination is stronger than knowledge, the myth more powerful than history, and passion will always go further than experience. The final word to the book of science is that the world can be made to whatever we want, that the real world is not outside you but within, which gives us all the power to begin the world over again. Mediocrities avoid risk the way alcoholics avoid a cure. Most people live in a web of narcissism and they have different strategies to achieve it, which people mistake for different lives. From the intellectual who reads solely to stroke his ego to orgasmic revelation, to the player who sticks his pride in so many chicks, to girls who pop themselves with cherry-like husbands and kids just to make the neighbors jealous, the strategies differ. The narcissism is the same. Ladies, if you have only 1 hour left to live, spend it with nice guy. That hour will seem like an eternity. Manners for men, direction of masculine strength, not the denial of it. The difference between mistakes and experience is this: mistakes are made when one has not achieved his desires, whereas experience is made when the desires are achieved. If you still are making mistakes, keep making them, and at some point all those mistakes will morph into experience. Show me an unsuccessful person in life and I will show you a person who thinks they are perfect. Planned perfection? Pa. Give me the heartaches and shocks that flesh is heir to. No more will I bear Lady Patience digging her spurs into me to slow down and watch myself. This perfection is an Athena child grown directly from your head. Every third thought shall be my grave. Older women are easiest to have casual affairs with. Youth is a wizard's staff, and without it, she can cast no spells. Relationships of the new man and the new woman are two androgynous beings swapping a phallus. I'll be the man for today, honey. Okay dear, but I get the phallus Thursday for a meeting at work. Faith in the glory of women is a substitute for the lost faith we have in ourselves. The burning honor that men feel duty-bound toward women is attaching our drowning selves to a passing raft. What looks like nobility is a way of holding on for dear life. Take away the honor a man feels he owes to the woman and you leave his life puny and meaningless. Exchanging self-centeredness for chivalry, selflessness, men gain enormously in self-esteem. The vanity of the chivalrous, even those who proclaim utmost humility, outdoes the vanity of the self-centered. Sexuality extends outside the bedroom. Did sexuality exist in films of the 50s and downward? You find the greatest depictions of romance, of how the tension builds and builds just for a kiss, of plot, epics, and of men, John Wayne. Imagine if people, today, externalized their sexuality outside in the same way. Rather than cocooning our sexuality in the bedroom, it would now be part of every waking moment. Let society become sexualized, as opposed to eroticized, once again. Reveal a man's perspective on woman and reveal his perspective on life. Men conquer worlds, women conquer men. Listen very carefully to the words women use when they talk about men, especially among themselves. It is like their conversation is revolving around domestic appliances. Women and finance are not two but one. Why do people remain scared their entire lives? Because what you call fear, they call virtue. This applies with women as well as with money. It is virtue in being chivalrous. It is fear that is behind that chivalrousness. It is virtue in saving and living cheaply. It is fear of investing and living well that is behind the saving and cheapness. Why do older women despise beautiful young women? It is because they have the potential to be very rich. Older women never despise young ugly women or married beautiful women, attached with regular Joe Schmo husbands. Education used to be attached to sexuality, that to be educated was to be a man. The university used to be mankind's armory against nature. Mathematics, how far? How fast? How long? What shape? Biology, what relationship does this form of nature have with this form? Art, reflecting nature back at itself. History, chronicling nature's path, and law, how to deal with human nature. Including philosophy, poetry, etc., the university has turned into an expensive adolescent summer camp. Now, education, being desexualized, is pure trivia. You bubble in circles in a scanteron, regurgitate the book or paraphrase the professor's words back to him in an essay, or memorize phylum, orders, and species of taxonomic nonsense for scientific labs. You procrastinate when studying because you know that it is not knowledge, just trivia. Compare that to your eagerness to learn the information here. Here, there is no trivia, as everyone knows the knowledge is connected to nature and to life. This sense of decline in education would be corrected if the departments, especially the humanities, stopped being trivia, stopped being political, and embraced the warrior spirit against nature that the fields originated with. Beautiful women and romanticism are like oil and water, they do not mix. Choose one. Too many people think it is AFC to fall in love. If you fall in love, cherish it. I would give up years of countless stupid chicks just to feel that way about a girl again. Remember this saying? You can remove the girl from Louisiana, but you cannot remove Louisiana from the girl. You can bring a foreign woman from South America or Asia into America, but that is like putting good food into an unclean dish. The food eventually spoils. Many find a woman, or women, as a substitute for achievement. This is female thinking, that the union means your life is complete. Others think that Don Juan ends as soon as he gets a girl. It doesn't. You must prove your worth every day in life. Childhood is over. When you think you are achieving things because you have a woman or women, you stunt life. Take a young man who is skinny, shy, isolated, and a dork. Fat girls keep pestering him. Girls set him up with women no one else wants. Yet, he dreams of life, of joy, of strength, of new realms beyond this one. Fat and ugly women disappear as if he simply changed clothing. Sun-like, he becomes a world everyone revolves around as he is now seen as interesting, fun, and muscular. Rather than park his life and watch everyone zoom by, or drive a snail's pace for fear of risk, he now lives life in the fast lane. Boredom is where all evils enter the world. And when a person is bored, he is bored with himself. Interesting people, in their daily lives, are never bored as they find everything interesting. Women who bark at a gentleman will lick the boot of an asshole. In high school, you thought women would mature and stop liking the jocks or jerks. In college, you thought women would mature and dislike the frat boys, sports guys, and start to be attracted to nice guy. In your 30s, you thought that women were finally wisening up. No, women didn't mature, they just ran out of Don Juans. No matter what her age or relationship status, a woman will look at those guys and lust. Women indefinitely remain women. Since the changes and joys of life's arc, babies, family, courtship, marriage, have no role for the intelligentsia, it is no surprise that anti-sexuality flourishes among intellectuals. The greatest dupe with women, and life, is not the janitor, not the nice guys, it is the professor cocooned in doctorates against life. In ages past, women did not own their own sexuality, their hair was hidden, they were fully clothed. This was because female sexuality was seen as powerful and controlling. So when rape became the man's fault, more and more skin was revealed. A few men have fought back with embracing their own sexuality. 3 choices: 1. Be powerless to female sexuality. 2. Cover the women up to keep peace of mind. 3. Answer back with your own sexuality. They have chosen the 3rd choice. Now, there is a problem with women raping men. Usually this is done through fat women deliberately getting the guy drunk and taking advantage. A friend of mine was raped this way, but he refused to press charges because he didn't want it to become public. I almost was raped myself, and have had female friends warn me that women will try to rape me. Since rape is now seen as the fault of the men, will women be seen as rapists themselves? Oh, this will drive feminists nuts. Man. 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 In 3 words, I have summed up the appetite of history. When a woman does not mind her own business, it is because it is not worth minding. She takes her mind off her meaningless affairs by minding other people's business. So she creates dramas, wants to control your life, looks for a guy to cure boredom she has in life. This type of woman must be avoided at all costs. Romanticism is the enemy. It destroys lives, makes people get together who shouldn't, and makes the pursuit of a lover more acceptable than the company of the lover. There are several strands of romanticism. First, is the envy strand. Guys want a certain girl or girls want a certain guy solely to have everyone envy them. People want others to envy them because they know they have no real worth to themselves. Second, is the star-crossed lovers strand. Girls or guys will go over the top with a 2 cherries stuck together mantra of love. They do this because they have no sense of self. Third, is the romanticism of sex as an achievement. These guys or girls will believe that they are the first ones in history to discover the joys of sex and are stuffed with the words of liberating, new, revolution, and freedom. Yet, the result is that they end up less free, not doing anything new, tightening chains around their sorry life, and cannot face the fact that they are centuries behind the times. Television is for women and losers. Some guys look for a girlfriend as incentive for them to get a life, as someone to push them to get rich, and for someone to make themselves happy. These fools do not even know what women are. They think women are some type of genie that grants them wishes such as wealth, popularity, and happiness. Now we know the convoluted brain where such shows like Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie came from. Often, a lady asks, "If I get fat, my Pookie Wookie, will you still love me?" And I reply, "My dear, Aristotle defines love as founding friendship on beauty. If there is no beauty to base friendship on, then, according to Aristotle, there can be no love." And what can she say to that? Intelligence is not conscience. Intelligence is not virtue. Intelligence is not character. Intelligence is not morality. Oh, intellectuals, who find themselves so brilliant that they think they ought to outshine all stars, they do not notice their own contradictions. It is impossible to debate with intellectuals because, with them, you can come to no truths. They are the living contradictions. Ever notice how when driving, a car that is slower than us is an idiot while a car going faster than us is a maniac? It is the same with women. A guy who has more women than you will be seen as reckless while a guy with less women will be seen as an idiot. Life is always better than non-life. Always. When a woman talks to a man, she is thinking of his future, his earning potential, etc. And when a man talks to a woman, he is thinking of her past. How old is she? Her weight? Her history? It just shows that you guys are free to make mistakes, as women will look at your future, not your past. Women condemning is far easier than self-realization. Often a woman's beauty will echo your finished world. The unfinished world will get unfinished women. Feminism is but one of the many arrows of the modern bow, all aimed at targeting sexuality. Those who hold hatred at differences between men and women hold hatred at humanity. They literally despise being human. Women ought to look at the success of feminism as its ultimate refutation. Feminism holds that men, and the evil sexuality men impose on women, ran the world in a vast patriarchy. If this was true, feminism wouldn't have a chance or at least experience fierce opposition from patriarchy. Yet, historically feminism's biggest critics were women. Men passively accepted it. It shows that while men may conquer the world, women conquer men. Men's problem today is being too nice, too sappy. By letting feminism thrive, men show that we want to please women and that men are more influenced by women than feminists would dare admit. I would dare say that feminism is the only modern movement that describes men as the way they would love to think of themselves, as dangerous, conquering, rulers. In reality, men are delegated in womaniverse the same status as donkeys. The cutest, hardest working donkey wins. Theory. Endless theory. I want to move to this land of theory the intellectuals emerge from. For in theory, everything is correct. We project ourselves onto the world. If the world becomes cruel or evil, it is time to examine ourselves. People love optimistic people. Look at those who write books on becoming optimistic. They become rich because optimism isn't a natural state. The politicians elected usually are the more optimistic ones. No woman will want an unhappy guy. She has enough problems already. Women fear being alone more than being harmed. Women will sit and stew. Your job is to grab her by the hand and say, "Let's go." Embrace action and women follow. How do you get rid of lustful women? You laugh now, but eventually you'll find all these skags trying to be nice to you, to get close to you, to be a pest, and in some cases, get you drunk and rape you. After all, The more disinterested we are to women, the more she accepts that as a challenge and pursue. These 7 words cut to the chase and have served me well. You just aren't woman enough for me. But Pook, I don't get it. Don't worry, they will. Women know exactly what that means. Women love the working man. They love to see him work. Women are still the little girls they used to be, with the addition of milk sacks and fat deposits. If you keep this in mind, you will do all the things correctly with them. Between the ages of 5 and 20, women did not suddenly become mysterious or bizarre. She just got more estrogen. How you deal with 5-year-old girls is how you deal with 25-year-old girls. Those that seek only power over the opposite sex will never achieve love. Those that embrace power over the opposite sex do so because they fear their lack of power over themselves, regarding the opposite sex. This is why the bitter nice guy snaps into a full-fledged player. Women will never stop surprising you. Do not underestimate the fairer sex. Women are more likely, than men, to use you for sex or for anything else. They manipulate men through their vanity. A humble man is invincible against women. The problem with the virgins, both men and women, is that they think their virginity alone means they are honest, wonderful, virtuous, and a wonder of the world. Virginity has no connection with honesty or can substitute virtue itself. It is no wonder then that the virgin is alone, because he or she is filled with self-love. Intense self-love is the most vile sin of all. It is in this that the sluts can become more pure than the virgin. You are not free to be nothing. Nature has given you a gender, one you did not choose. You must act like a man, look like a man, and be a man. If you refuse to do so, you will not attract the women you want, and nature will burn your life with melancholy. The very root of the anti-sexuality that has been sprung on us is trying to free us from gender. To be human is to be free. To be free from being human is to be a slave. Feminists find themselves as the new agents of liberty, but they are forgetting that the basis of liberty is the law of nature. Many virgins here believe that infinite access to sex will give them freedom. It won't. The claws of nature will just dig in deeper. The only path for freedom is to understand how nature works and be able to work inside its system, to be able to control your life the way you want. Women do not deceive men. We use women to deceive ourselves. We no longer know the difference between sex and stocks. Did Pook say sex and stocks? Yes. People view sex like some medium of exchange, something the more they make with a person, the more votes and control they ought to get. Contrast this to stocks, where people buy hoping the stocks get pregnant and reproduce. If only there was a third gender to referee. Perhaps that what the elderly did, as they became more androgynous, with their courtships, rituals and bundling. Guys who easily deceive themselves will find no difficulty in being deceived, used, and corralled by women. We all have failings in life. The losers are those who seek women as a balm for their personal failings. If I marry her, my life will have purpose and be complete. The result is a nagging, frustrated wife. The point is that we helped create the nagging wife. She didn't come from nowhere. I have never looked at my own progression into Don Juan as the adding of game or skills or techniques. It was like I became more human. If you compare a nice guy and a Don Juan, what is the real difference? Is it really that one has game and the other doesn't? Or is one more human than the other? When a lady views the nice guy and the Don Juan, who will she be more comfortable with? The humanized one. The unfinished men, that is nice guys, are meant for the unfinished women, that is the fat ones. We are all tossed into this sea of nature. Many don't understand swimming, so they climb out and analyze everything and shout out how wrong and alien everything is. These are your philosophers. The true person of reading is not the intellectual who perverts works into authorities. It is the child getting lost in the story, oblivious of authorities themselves. In the same way, a Don Juan is one who gets lost in the joy with women and life, not someone who writes pointy-worded manifestos on the subject trying to become an authority. Such a person is more of a philosopher than a Don Juan. Many people live through life backwards. At the threshold of youth, they look on old age with disgust, fear, and boredom. I must have my fun now, they say. So off they go, making famine of time where abundance lies, spending their time rather than investing it. When they get older, their future is exactly as they thought. Since they planted no seeds of talent or skill, they had nothing to harvest, so their happiness starved. With this future, they think they were right because their future came as predicted. So then they spread the error by advising youth to act like they did. Others have been able to checkmate time. They see it that as one gets older, life gets easier. So they work hard in their youth, carving out a comfortable place in the world. And as time passes, their work grows easier, as does their fame. Since they invested their time rather than spent it, talent, skill, intelligence, and ability grow in abundance. In this life, there is no real decay. It is the Don Juan that is timeless. What is his origin? He is in literature, history, plays, and has become a legend. It is the Don Juan's imagination that the world and women find so fascinating. No one ever wrote an opera on the nice guy or an epic on the philosopher. Every woman to me is a portal of discovery. They are all emissaries of nature, delivering you news on how life works. To many men, anything is easier, from nuclear physics to climbing the tips of mountains, than dealing with a woman he truly loves. Why? With her, he will be unable to hide from himself. Women are at their loudest when they're lonely. This is also true with dogs. Have you ever noticed how some people spend their lives trying to get loved more by strangers than their community? It is like they desire to be some celebrity with no real friends, but with fans. This celebrity lifestyle ends up fake. When you hear of singers or actors getting busted for drugs, it often isn't because that is who they are, but they're trying to live up to this persona. If a celebrity warns friends, when they meet, not to tell the paparazzi, and the paparazzi show up, who told? Probably the celebrity himself. Their lives are a script. Compare the above to Don Juan. Many foolishly think that Don Juan is the celebrity with women and that female strangers will instantly respond to you on the street, on the elevator, or wherever. This is a silly life, as all these strangers will never really give a damn about you, as you start to do stranger and stranger things to fit into the persona. Don't forget your own community. Rather than go for instant hookups at bars and clubs, try expanding your social circle. Eventually, you'll get circles and even larger circles of women coming after you. These ladies will tell their lady friends about you and the effect just triples. Even James Bond admits to doing this. This increasing of social circle, of your community, is far more rewarding than being an introvert who practically costumes his physical appearance, his social self, his emotional self, and, dare I say, his spiritual self for some dumb female stranger who wouldn't care if he dropped dead the next day. Don Juaning is easy when it's a way of life. Still unconscious, you lie in a coma in a hospital where the real battle is being fought inside you. The doctors stand around, watching. You go to work, go to school, feed, sleep, perhaps sex here and there, but nothing different from the routine of a beast. The doctors are furiously trying to reconnect the currents of your mind to your body. Actually, they desperately are trying to reconnect your life to your soul. No one mentions this, but you know it too well. Your life depends on the choices you make now in your youth. What you do today echoes a lifetime. Melting. 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 Look around you. Everything is in a state of decay, everything, nature and non-nature, is melting. Look at the old. Their flesh is blasted with antiquity even though they try to speak from a scroll of youth. This way of looking at things makes the world a little bit less opaque. Then you will open up Hamlet and realize why Shakespeare phrased it as, that this too solid flesh would melt. Not having any hyperrealities is dangerous. It means you have to be content solely with life, which means you have to take risks. Don Juan or not Don Juan? Since people drift towards less pain rather than more pain, it follows that they would rather create a mental world where they would be right to not Don Juan. I'm not her type. This is not a good time. She wouldn't like me. All women here have diseases. This is how we guys get detached from reality into a mental womb. It is good for young men to read a post full of aphorisms. Here we encountered the most popular fiction in our era, having a woman equals success with women. It is not considered sufficient that we be successful in our own dreams and goals, we must have a woman no matter what. Nor is it sufficient that we pick the woman we want, no, we must always have a woman, even the most mediocre one, else people question our manhood. It is not enough for one to develop his faculties for physical, intellectual, creative life, he must, above all, have a woman. This fiction defines a man as anything having a woman, thus keeping males forever mediocre. Technique is nothing. Communication is everything. The techniques that supposedly work are nothing more than good communication of your desires and intention. If Schwarzenegger was small, wimpish, but popular celebrity, would he have resonated as much? No, Pook. Why not? The intellectuals tell us it is purely because he is a Hollywood star. He is the Terminator. Ah! If you compare Schwarzenegger to Davis or any other politician, they all look girly or androgynous to beefed up Arnold. And no one really seems to care what issues Arnold has. Wouldn't it be safe to say that Arnold's sheer masculinity, in other words, sexuality, is the big attraction, especially in the sexuality-dead world of politics? This just shows how much society craves sexuality and how much of it is lacking today. Virgin is a weasel word. The atmosphere of such word has always been the same, a virgin is pure, innocent, and so on. But a strict definition defines it solely to physicality and that of the genitals. A woman may do everything, except slip a penis in her vagina, and may call herself a virgin. Yet, she is not pure, innocent, and such. The virgin definition is too limited. There are guys that have had sex yet still are blind to sexuality, they are still AFCs and quite innocent and naive. Then there are guys who may not have had sex but are fully aware of sexuality, have been stung by it in consciousness, understand and play the part. Which of the two is more of a virgin? Which of the two is innocent? This just shows that our words and labels sometimes are not precise enough to aptly describe nature. How absurd is this sentence? Deliver me the philosophies necessary to make me laugh. What? We say to such a person, no, there is no philosophy that can teach you to laugh. And they respond with, tell us the 12-step program that teaches one to laugh. And we say to them, there is no how-to in order to get you to laugh. At this, they grow angry and rattle. You deliberately hide the information we seek. You hide your thoughts and keep them closed to our world. And we reply, we do not close the world to you, you close the world to you. Do you want to laugh? Look in the mirror. And on this goes. Now replace the word laugh with the word Don Juan and you realize why learning to Don Juan is not like an academic degree. I smell the gassy effects of a holocaust of sexuality. Nazi-like feminists and their foot soldiers, the intellectuals, all believing themselves brilliant and far above mankind, wearing their armbands of degrees and organizations, march women and men to education chambers where philosophic spores are clouded into the rooms. Instead of thinking of motherhood, wife, man, warrior, fatherhood, the people think equality, rape, patriarchy, sensitivity, and unisex. The schools, a type of concentration camp themselves, have done their work well. Sexuality has been cleansed. The men and women are now androgynous and march forth proudly with their new philosophies zombie-like. The more of your world that is unleashed, the more order comes to your life. Sexuality, families, and men did not come about because of society. To the contrary, sexuality, families, and men are what made society possible in the first place. What a gem is a woman that can be alone. For she has a soul, a self, an essence itself. Many women, when alone, cease to exist. Animals can learn. What do they learn? They learn how to become pets, in other words, domestication. A dog does not learn how to become a dog, nor a cat into a cat, or a rabbit into a rabbit. The problem with nice guys is they keep looking to learn. But you cannot learn to be a man, you just be. All this focus on learning makes the nice guy's destiny to become a pet. The truly smart aren't those who read tons of books and words. The smart are those who can read their own heart and mind. It seems that the most gifted Don Juans were the most miserable failures with women earlier in life. It is like when they found they couldn't have their way, they had to compensate by realizing and cultivating their faculties and talents. This is also true with geniuses. The most virulent feminist I've ever met was a male. There was a man who lived his life by what others thought he should do. He was in a nonsense position of a vice president of a bank. He decided, once in his life, that he would do what he wanted to do. So he quit his job and embraced his dream of being paid to take people fly fishing, with a beat-up pickup I might add. His act of freedom had his wife almost very nearly divorced him. This shows that the nice guy is the guy with no soul, no sense of self, nor independent in thought, and certainly not a man. By serving everyone's wishes, he is the manipulated animated instrument, which is Aristotle's definition of a slave. The nice guy desire to merge with a woman is partly a desire to lose himself. The human is caught between his ideal and the world, his dreams and day, his heaven and earth. The passion for evolution models of human courtship and coupling is the desire to jettison off the ideal, the dream, the heaven, to cut the cords that lead us up. Only then can one be content with a loveless, mediocre life, since evolution models of humanity revolve around sex and genetic distribution. No one can point out our failed dreams or measure us against others and expose our inferiority. Intellectuals are backwards with sexuality. Education moves forward with more questions, not more answers. It is easy to find someone to have answers for everything. It is hard to find someone questioning his own world. Thus, humility is the vehicle of education. It is extraordinary to understand the ordinary. Some people approach this forum with the nice guy essence still intact and say, "Tell us what we must do to get the women." And a cluster of voices flow to say, "Improve your voice. Improve your muscles. Improve your confidence. Improve your wardrobe." These are all very fine and good, gentlemen, and if the nice guy adopts them, he certainly will be getting a different response. Yet, he is still stuck to the forum. In essence, he is still a thing and contains no human uniqueness. This is why I find it impossible to advise someone on what they ought to do. Rather, we can only show how nature works and perhaps some examples. If a guy comes here for people to instruct him on how to act, what personality he should have, how to dress, how to talk, and so on, does he remain a guy? He still sounds like a thing with no self-volition. Intelligent people often overvalue intelligence. In fact, they cannot comprehend how intelligence can be overvalued. It is impossible to introduce a more destructive idea than sexuality is evil. This means that all natural actions will be hesitated by philosophic thoughts, that families will be shattered on the altar of intelligentsia, people will bump into each other only for sex and become public uteruses and dildos, thus, destroying sex by turning it into a mutual masturbation, and the natural harmony of human life will become that of discord and despair. The result is a fear society. Don't listen to guys who say they can get all the women but cannot write a coherent paragraph. Stop placing success on the girl. Don't let anything take away from your creative, intellectual, physical, spiritual growth. People ask me, "Pook, why do you write these long posts when that time could have been spent to gather more women?" Women and my faculties are not two but one. Women who complain of sexual harassment wish it would happen to them. All organisms naturally grow and produce fruit. When you notice someone, or yourself, going in circles with changes or not bearing any growth, any fruit, whatever philosophies or mindsets bouncing around in the skull is properly called a cancer. It is destroying you from inside out. The greater the writer, the less is his philosophy. Some think sexuality and morality contradict each other. They don't, they reinforce one another. Sexuality is not just lust. It is man. It is woman. It is families. It is the life cycle itself. It is the anti-sexuality crowd that is against distinctions in gender, against man, against woman, against fathers, against mothers, against life itself. Look outside. Notice how bridges gracefully stretch empty abysses to one another. Notice how skyscrapers fly towards the sun. Notice the network of roads and highways, these canals of concrete for our engineered to the nth degree cars. Notice the divinity of the airplanes landing and taking off. Notice the space shuttles piercing the infinite void of nature itself. This is all masculine poetry, and it holds our world together. Take a kid from a poverty-stricken third world and bring him to this world and watch him go in awe. How beautiful! He will say, because he, unlike many of the city's inhabitants, understands the value. The philosopher who is rational, academic, and ever thoughtful is just as distorted as the blood-mad chocolate-filled nice guy. Want to make yourself laugh? Watch an old Superman movie. Clark Kent runs around, desexualized, a nerd man. He runs to the phone booth, rips off his shirt to reveal a giantess, and flies around with extreme sexuality. For heaven's sake, he is wearing tights. Superman alone shows that women are attracted not to smarts, not to genius, but only sexuality. Superman's quest to get Lois Lane to love his desexualized state is the wish of every man. The strangest thing has occurred to me on this forum. I came here looking for love but discovered life. Now, it is not a love for woman or women, it is more a love for life. Do you guys feel this way? It is like we have been given a second chance to get life right, a second life as gift. The Greek myth has Pyragmion carve his ideal woman out of stone with her coming to life. In the same way, a carpenter must have the idea of a table before he sets knife to wood block. Plato carved entire nations out of people with his thought. In the same way, you will take your blob of flesh and carve out the life you want. As you think you shall become. How do I judge a woman's character? I see how she treats people who can do nothing for her. This test has never failed me. You guys can sit here and chatter about seductions and sprawling posts that compare yourselves to alpha dogs, wolves, wildebeests, cavemen, and Norwegian rats. I'm going to reside in flesh and blood, those two greasy plains where life forever flows. On another forum, a guy will spot my success with the women and write a nice guy manifesto. On another forum, a guy will see me and come up with seductions that I supposedly employed. Yet, on another forum, one will see me and say that I am an asshole to women, a jerk, and then the forum will join in chorus condemning me. Yet, on another forum, a guy will see me and write an academic manifesto on the psychological influences bouncing in my head and what I was emitting to get the women. These seductionists, academics, philosophers, and in general critics to the world have one thing in common: they must spin out wordy intellectual excuses for why the world is what it is because they are scared to be flesh and blood. Growth is evidence of life. You still think sexuality is a mark of depravity and evil? Do you realize how the devil was portrayed in the ancients? Not as a goat with a trident and horns. No, the devil was depicted as an androgynous person, completely sexless. It is sexuality that gives the world its color, the plumage on birds, the dances of wildebeests, the chirping of grasshoppers, and the blossom of flowers. In humans, it creates genius. It creates families, your entire family line, your descendants, the glory of the home, and keeps your name alive throughout generations. Sexuality is our victory over nature. It is the destiny of the nice guy to believe change is something that happens to us. But the Don Juan knows that change is something we make, that the life of the world is not to come from external sources, of women, but through himself as the channel. Ambitionless men are those who live like women. Ambitionless women are those who live the equality of men. As society becomes more androgynous, the more sexual intercourse, in different positions, styles, and places, becomes hyped. This is because, above all, men want to feel like a man and woman wants to feel like a woman. When sexuality is outlawed, when men are not allowed to act like men or women to act like women, all focus flows into intercourse. It is said that society is more sexual than before. The error with this statement is that sexual is defined entirely by display and discussion of intercourse. Sexuality includes but is far beyond just sex. People today confuse sexuality with eroticism. If this is true, then society is becoming more repressed sexually. The feminists become the new Puritans, scared that someone, somewhere, is being male or female. It is a reverse Victorian age. Where the Victorian age would cover up a table leg since it resembled a woman, we are in an age where we re-socialize children for fear they might act like men and women, edit out all male pronouns, and consider anything masculine to be rude and anything feminine to be weak. This dry apocalypse of sexuality is the modern crisis that psychologists are trying to figure out. Waste time and time will waste you. I want you to consider something. That the real world does not exist. That there is only your world. Matter is formless and can only be created through form. To live is to form. Once a man has embraced his sexuality, it is then that he creates woman. Your desire is the spirit that brings women to life in your world. The surest way to make a woman unhappy is to give her everything she wants. I want to add to Inspector's list, realize that everything is process, everything is energy. There are no objects, no true identity. Everything is melting into each other. Our eye is too slow to see this. Decay. 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 Nature conspires against us. Her interest is in continuation of the species, never identity. Her quest is to ground you up to raise the next generation. We plow our fields over the bones of the dead. Our thoughts are infinite. Our actions are finite. The expression, the bridge between these, is part of both. When we're gone, all that is left is the expression. Innocence is an icy stasis. Its attractive power is in nature's refusal to let anything get outside her devouring cycle. A man who stays persistently single becomes the public temptation, as nature summons up women to break him. Women exist totally in social body, influenced by males of their fathers, brothers, and friends. When sexually influenced, the woman then separates herself from society and attaches herself egotistically to the male. His dreams become hers, his quests become hers. She reflects him. Thus, he will say, "Look at how an echo she is to me. She is my soul mate." And she will reflect that sentiment as well. The male ego is fragile and requires daily maintenance, a superiority that marriage brings. In the hardest times, the male will reach for his woman. She, already reflecting him, reminds him of himself. Thus, it gives him the strength to return and keep his path. Later, when asked on his success, he will credit the woman and say that she backed him. How painful it will be when he realizes that almost any woman under his influence would do this. Love involves more pain than pleasure. Luckily, the pleasure is more intense. Women seek justification for their existence on this world. Francis Bacon summed up 3 ages of woman: the mistress, the companion, and then the nurse. Women define themselves in relation to everything else. She is the eternal harbor that all ships go to in times of restoration and relaxment. Women reflect you. As you think, she becomes. The more sexual influence you have on a woman, the more you can remold her. You can make her exercise, even if it's the last thing she wants to do, make her enjoy mathematics and quantum physics, and even turn her into a born-again virgin. This feminine remolding is what men mistake for love. Men are divided creatures who want to be social yet want to be alone to think, live. Women do not have the societal problem men do, for they are always social. The more a woman becomes sexually attached to a guy, the more separated she becomes from society, as his quests, goals, all becomes hers. Personality is but an expression of sexuality. Thus, one's conception of love is one's fullest form of personality. This is why it is observed that opposites attract. Yet, it is not merely a combination of opposites, it is a filling of vacuums. Often, people become attracted to the very capabilities they, themselves, do not possess. Far from conquering, the male sees sex more as a metaphysical victory. How often is it that once a man obtains this that he loses his ambition and drive? This is why goals have to be beyond women. Sometimes, males see sex as a type of liberation from the sexual exile we are locked within, as women are the gatekeepers, and hold all the keys to this promised land. Yet, the harder one tries to liberate himself this way, the deeper nature's claws dig in. Soon, one becomes the slave to nature. A man who loves like a woman becomes a slave. This is the nice guy. Men change their clothes to match their lifestyles, attitudes. Women change their lifestyles, attitudes to match their clothes. When drinking, the body is smarter than the mind. After a few drinks, the body will go, "What is this stuff? What is he doing? Ugh, let's make him dizzy." If more and more drinks keep coming, the body says, "Yikes. This stuff keeps coming." Well, out it goes and the person vomits. If the person tries to outwit his body, he'll attempt to drink a whole lot real fast. The body will cry, "What is he doing? I can't tell what is going on." And the body will pull the plug as you pass out. To sit it out appears to be the dominant vote. We have been assigned to our posts of flesh to this age, and look how we squander it. So many say, "Oh, if I were only born to be a woman. How I could have no worries. How I could have no troubles. How I could eternally be a child." So many males are turning into females. The wives are dominant. Due to these new dominant women, since there are no men left, their estrogen levels will rise, and with it will be a tilt to more males than females being born in the next generation in order to create more chances of the emergence of men, for this is nature's corrective process. A woman that told me some nuggets of truth. Well, first, it is absolutely impossible for women to love, because the only way they can exist is through other people. So when they love a child, or love a husband, or love their mother or father, what's actually happening is that they're using those other people for their existence. It is only through those relationships do they actually exist. So when a woman says that she has unconditional love for her child, don't believe her. What's actually happening is that she's using that child as she would a new bangle, a way to enhance her position on the planet. Oh. The reply: this is why women spend so much time gossiping on the phone, because they wouldn't exist without that social contact. Children just provide another form of social contact. And the woman answers, children are just another thing to talk about. Women love to talk, as we all know, and as you say, it's their connection with the world, it makes them alive. She goes on, what about single women parents? It's been said that they are being prepared to wait for that special man to come along instead of just grabbing anyone off the queue. You can see that the government, especially in this country, has taken the place of the husband, and provides and protects and supports women, and is seemingly doing a mighty fine job for the amount of single parents there are around. Now does this mean that she has changed? That is, has she really become more independent? Has she changed the basis of her psychology, which is, to my mind, submission? I say no, obviously. If you have a look at her, she's still not striving for anything. She goes on her merry way every day, wishing and dreaming the same dreams that she's dreamed for eternity, and she definitely isn't evolving into an independent, single-minded, self-reliant creature. The title of this post is, Endure. Here is the post. To live is to fight, for this world is but a hurricane of challenges all aimed at you. If it ever becomes too much, if you get down on your life, you will look for encouragement. And you will not find it. Everyone puts on the appearance that they want the best for you, that they want you to succeed. But in reality, the thing they least want is you to succeed. They want you to fail. When you start to change your life, people will notice it. They will not like it. We all get used to placing people in certain categories. You're showing them that there is more to you than they thought. That instead of letting life define you, you are defining life yourself. You're literally fighting for life, and this makes them uncomfortable because they didn't, and once they realize it, they know it is too late. Endure. All your exes will have one thing in common. They want you to fail. The last thing they want is to run into you later and see you successful. No. They want to see you remain the same or sink lower. Endure. All the girls that shot you down, they want you to fail. A big fear in woman is missing the great catch. Give substance to their fear. Endure. At your high school reunion, the ones you knew will come back with secret desires of seeing failures everywhere, even at you. Defy them. Endure. For it is the same for 99% of the people. They get grounded up into conformity and become bewildered as their lives become more and more joyless. They will feel threatened by you. You may even want to stop your metamorphosis by how uncomfortable it is to others you knew and even for yourself. But those who stop can never realize their dreams and so never can be Don Juans. The more successful you become in life, the more and more people will despise you. No one despises the innocent nice guy who happily takes orders. But everyone envies the one who knows what he wants and takes it, the guy who won't be played, and the guy who manages to unite dream and day. All your married friends. They want you to fail. They will whisper in your ear that you should do like they did. All your friends. They want you to fail. They will confer to you that you ought to shrug off these ideas of yours. Live like us. They will tell you. Most people remain static all their lives. They do not change and cannot change. They are basically the same now as they were 5 years from now. But you are totally different, for now you have improved and refined yourself while they stayed the same in their vaporous habits. Imagine they are gathering in a circle around you and your life. They are all taking bets on when you will stop and fail. And when you do, they will let out a sigh of relief and say, "Thank goodness." People do not want you to succeed, especially people you've known your entire life. They want you to stay the same or fail. Their lives can only succeed by seeing you fail. For nothing can overtake the power of endurance. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education will not. The world is full of educated failure. Endurance alone is power ultimate. So endure. We are the sum of our endurance. And we will not let others define us any longer. The title of this post is, Being Don Juan. Here is the post. Intermediate Don Juan said, "Tell me, Pook, how long did it take you to turn out to be a successful DJ despite of all the setbacks and bumps on the road? It is you guys that see me as some heroic DJ crusading through women. In my eyes, I am not a success, and that is why I am successful. I am literally in awe at the system nature has set up for us. I learn new things every day. There will be no time when you thump your chest and go, 'I am Don Juan.' You won't be successful with every woman, anyone honest will admit this. Think of a card game. The cards get reshuffled and dealt out again. You merely get better at the game, more sure, and know what to expect. The next card you flip over may be a 2 or a 5 or a 10 or a queen. You take it as it comes at you, Dealing with what you have the best you can. You learn in the process and can better get that 10 when she shows up again. There isn't a pinnacle of success, a moment when one becomes Don Juan. The game never stops. The only major difference is that the Don Juan becomes game master and the other players react to him rather than him reacting to their actions. But you don't know what number is coming out of the deck next. It could be an 8. It could be a 10. It could even be a queen. Readiness is all.